The universally acknowledged genius and academic prodigy awakened the most useless drank profession during the highly anticipated job transition ceremony, instantly falling from grace. At Zhanghai No. 1 High School's Awakening Plaza, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The annual job transition ceremony determined every student's future destiny. In a world where strength reigned supreme, who wouldn't yearn to awaken a profession that could defy fate? However, the uncertainty of job transitions was enough to turn countless prodigies into ordinary people overnight. On stage, the awakening instructor announced loudly, "Zhang San, crank lifestyle profession, glue maker." The crowd immediately erupted in boos. The young Zhang San's face turned ashen as he roared and stormed off stage. "I'm supposed to fight monsters, not make glue." Next came Wang Wu, drank lifestyle profession, ash maker. "I'm only 18, and you want me making ash?" Even the awakening instructor couldn't help but shake his head. Everyone yearned to awaken combat professions, mages, warriors, archers. No one was willing to spend their life doing logistics and menial work. Just then, the instructor called out a name. "Next, Liang." The entire venue erupted, and even the awakening instructor showed anticipation. Liang, the invincible academic god of Zhanghai No. 1 High School for 3 years, the hope in countless people's eyes. His talent was exceptional, having suppressed all prodigies of his generation for 3 years, earning him the title of the ultimate overachiever. Academics, strength, popularity was first in everything. All eyes focused as Liang confidently walked onto the awakening platform, thinking to himself, "Surely a transmigrator's golden finger won't let me fail, right?" His hand touched the awakening stone. Consciousness gradually blurred, green light suddenly blazed forth, and the plaza fell into instant silence. Drank profession. The crowd erupted in chaos and discussion. Liang, the academic god who had overshadowed countless geniuses, had only awakened the most ordinary drank profession. What's the point of hard work when you awaken a useless profession? So what if he finished senior year curriculum in his sophomore year? Once profession ranks differ, that gap can never be bridged. Ha ha ha, the academic god Liang is even worse than me, Zhang San. Below the stage, Zhang San, who had just awakened a crank profession, was now full of pride. Trash is trash. Zhang Tao laughed excitedly. Having awakened and shrank assassin profession, he had finally waited for this day. Coming from a wealthy family, he had long envied Li Yang's talent and grades, and especially resented how Li Yang had captured the attention of the school beauty Du Qingran. Now that Li Yang had fallen from grace, he no longer needed to pretend to be friendly. In the crowd, Du Qingran's expression was cold and indifferent. She had never had feelings for Li Yang anyway, only valuing his potential. Li Yang had repeatedly rejected her hints, and now that he had awakened a drank profession, even her father said coldly, "You don't need to bother with him anymore." Du Qingran nodded. "He's no longer worthy of me." Her gaze turned to Zhang Tao and Jiang Hao, who had awakened strength professions, her eyes showing anticipation. In the observation seats, Principal Wang Yun's face was livid. 3 years of careful cultivation, building Li Yang into the legend of No. 1 High School, had today become the laughingstock of the entire school. I really misjudged him. The recruitment teachers also began mocking coldly. Our academy probably can't afford such talent. The teacher from Rongjing Academy even tore off all pretense on the spot. Students like this should just focus on getting higher test scores. Wang Yun could only respond with forced smiles. Only the disciplined director Han Tianming breathed a sigh of relief in the corner, secretly pleased. Good that he failed, saves me from taking risks. At this moment, within Li Yang's consciousness space, a small figure holding a staff appeared before him, the goddess of healing. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Drank profession, radiant support class profession with healing abilities. Do you accept this job transition? Just as he was about to grit his teeth and accept, he suddenly noticed several dark silhouettes behind him. Though their outlines were blurred, they were clearly visible. Li Yang instantly understood. He actually had 3 whole profession choices. I refuse. After coming to his senses, Li Yang didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately rejected the drank profession of healing goddess. Even with advancement, it would only be a support healer role, which couldn't spark his interest at all. Almost the instant he refused, a second phantom emerged from the depths of his consciousness. Before the shadow could fully solidify, it radiated a circle of dazzling purple light. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Light purple meant shrank, right? The next second, he shook his head. This purple was streaked with deep crimson, not pure light purple at all, but an eerie red purple. According to the records, light purple symbolized shrank, but red purple meant SS shrank. Could this be possible? The light continued to gather, and the phantom's outline became increasingly clear. Li Yang held his breath and unconsciously clenched his fists. Anyone in this moment would find it impossible to remain calm. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness space suddenly shattered and reformed. He found himself in a pitch-black nest. Dark green slime oozed through the surrounding passages, dripping to the ground with corrosive, hissing sounds. Rows of insect eggs bulged against the walls, as if ready to hatch at any moment. And that tall figure stood before him. Purple-black scales tightly wrapped around a humanoid body, with sharp bone spurs protruding from inverted joints, reflecting an eerie green phosphorescence. 6 pairs of compound eyes covered the forehead, pupils constantly splitting and reforming, iris patterns writhing like living vines. 6 blood-veined membrane wings flapped behind it, spreading the putrid wind of death. Just looking directly at it sent chills down one's spine. SS rank profession Zerg Catastrophe. Gain the power of the Zerg Queen, control swarms, achieve ultra-high-speed evolution, and spawn endless insect hordes. Do you wish to change profession? Meanwhile, at the Academy Plaza, the cacophony of voices from watching students and faculty rose and fell, with most having already labeled Li Yang as trash and distancing themselves from him. But just then, the awakening stone on the platform suddenly trembled violently. The blue aura quickly faded and turned deep purple. Everyone froze in unison. What's happening? Why is it changing color again? It was green just now. Now it's purple? Is the awakening stone broken? Someone with sharp eyes shouted. No, that's a second profession. Purple represents strength. In an instant, the tide of discussion turned. The boy who had been mocked was experiencing the nationally rare dual profession choice. There had only been one similar case in history, which even prompted national intervention. Now it was happening again, shocking the entire venue. The cold mockery and ridicule came to an abrupt halt, replaced by flattery and praise. Haha, Liang really knows how to joke around. Almost had us fooled. Youthful exuberance is understandable as the chosen one after all. While strength might not be earth-shattering, it's still 1 in 10,000. On the other side, Zhang Tao, who was preparing for a victory celebration, instantly darkened. Li Yang had also awakened in strength profession. He knew better than anyone that Li Yang surpassed him in both foundation and talent. With equal professions, he would continue to be overshadowed by Li Yang. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Equally stunned was Du Qingran, the campus beauty in the crowd. Just half a minute ago, she had declared she would cut all ties with Li Yang, but the next second, Li Yang erupted within strength profession aura on the awakening platform. Du Qingran's eyes froze for a moment. Then she coughed lightly and tried to save face. In strength profession? I suppose he's barely worthy of me. I could give him another chance. Principal Wang Yun was initially just surprised, but then became ecstatic. Has that genius returned? He looked smugly at the Tianfu Academy recruitment teacher nearby, expecting to see envy on their face. However, the Tianfu Academy teacher seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place. Wang Yun was puzzled. What's wrong? It's not that shocking, is it? Haven't you first-tier academies seen plenty of strengths? At the other end, the Dragon Knight Academy teacher suddenly let out a shocked cry. This isn't strength. It SSS strength. As those words landed, Wang Yun was stunned on the spot. SS strength? In his decades of service, he had never witnessed one firsthand. Earlier, he had judged Li Yang as strength based solely on the purple aura, but seeing the reactions of these two important figures, he suddenly turned his gaze back to the awakening platform. At that very moment, the awakening stone's light suddenly expanded, its blinding brightness nearly swallowing the entire plaza. Dark red currents surged out like boiling water, instantly sweeping across heaven and earth. Fierce winds howled as the sky darkened abruptly. Countless black dots appeared on the distant horizon, dense as an ever-expanding net. Swarms writhed and churned as the Zerg Queen's roar carried the murderous aura of a blood rain, making people feel as if doomsday had arrived early. The oppressive pressure weighed on everyone's chest, making even breathing difficult. Look at the sky. How terrifying. This is a phenomenon. All students and teachers rubbed their eyes in horror. This was no ordinary shrank. Anything that could trigger such phenomena was at least S shrank. Holy crap, this is impossible. Zhang Tao's mouth hung open in an O shape, his voice trembling. Everyone stand up, someone shouted. All eyes locked onto Li Yang on the awakening platform. His profession had actually summoned a phenomenon. In human history, the last time a phenomenon appeared was for an S-rank necromancer, who had already become legendary. This shocking phenomenon wasn't exclusive to Jianghai No. 1 High School. The light curtain spread as heaven and earth moved, and people across the Dragon Kingdom simultaneously looked up to see the same swarm covering the sky. People's daily emergency broadcast. A terrifying phenomenon has appeared in Dragon Kingdom's airspace. Please do not panic. According to speculation, it has been confirmed to be caused by a student's profession change in our country. Dragon Kingdom Observer. The investigation bureau has locked onto a school in Jianghai City. The phenomenon bears striking resemblance to the SS rank profession Zerg Catastrophe recorded in the archives. Personnel are en route to the scene. As the news rolled continuously, the entire nation was in uproar. At Jianghai No. 1 High School Plaza, the phenomenon's aftershocks had yet to dissipate when reporters swarmed in, completely ignoring the original focus. Zhang Tao and others, pointing their cameras at the awakening platform. Wang Yun's phone was bombarded with calls from all directions, unable to stop ringing. Zerg sweeping heaven and earth, hellish scenes, catastrophe. It's Zerg catastrophe. SS rank profession. Wang Yun muttered to himself, his hand holding the phone trembling. The recruitment teachers from several nearby universities were equally breathless to witness the emergence of a legendary profession with their own eyes, made this life worthwhile. At that moment, the Tianfu Academy recruitment teacher's communicator rang urgently. The caller was actually the dean. He hastily answered, hearing the dean's urgent orders. The Zerg catastrophe is on your end, right? I'm coming immediately. You must keep him there. Subsequently, representatives from other academies also received instructions from their higher-ups. Secure this student at all costs. Throughout it all, only Director Han stood quietly in place, his expression dark as storm clouds. Zerg catastrophe. If it could be eliminated, it would be worth exposing his identity. Li Yang, trapped within his consciousness space, had no idea that the outside world was in complete uproar. At this moment, he found himself caught in an agonizing dilemma. The SS rank profession, Zerg catastrophe, lay within reach, requiring only a gentle touch to complete his class change. Looking across the world, virtually no one would refuse such an opportunity. Li Yang's mind had already conjured visions of the future, soaring triumphantly forward, ascending to the pinnacle of awakening, and like countless legendary predecessors, having his name inscribed in history for millennia to come. Yet after round upon round of deliberation, he still shook his head gently. There was one final shadow he had to see clearly. When the third shadow materialized, no phenomenon appeared, nor did it turn his consciousness space upside down like the Zerg Queen's descent had. Li Yang focused his gaze and suddenly froze. The shadow was actually a card. What shocked him even more was that the center of the card depicted none other than himself. The Li Yang, in the image, held a deck of cards, his presence radiating overwhelming power wherever he stepped, like an emperor surveying heaven and earth. With a casual wave of his hand, the void changed color and winds reversed their course. Immediately after, streams of information flooded into Li Yang's mind. 1. Blank means possessing nothing, but also represents the potential to possess every talent. 2. Every 5 levels gained would grant a brand new card. 3. Using cards in battle allows copying the abilities of all things into the cards, whether human professions or monster powers. 4. Multiple cards can fuse together, generating cards with entirely new abilities. Li Yang's heart pounded violently. Copying the abilities of all things? Wouldn't that mean he could possess as many professions as he could copy? More importantly, even monster abilities could be replicated. Absolutely incredible. In this moment, he finally understood what he truly desired. Meanwhile, crowds surged in the Academy Plaza. Media reporters from major outlets set up their equipment, packing the entire area until not an inch remained. The viewing stands sparkled with stars. Principals and decision-makers from prestigious schools like Tianfu Academy, Dragon Knight Academy, and Rongjing Institute had all arrived, creating an unprecedentedly luxurious scene. Old Principal Wang Yun beamed with joy. This was the first time during his tenure that so many distinguished figures had gathered, leaving him so excited that even his posture became more humble. Though these elite institution leaders didn't particularly regard Wang Yun highly, since Li Yang was his school's student, their words remained courteous. Impressive work, Principal Wang. Your school really knows how to cultivate students. Absolutely right. Perhaps our Dragon Knight Academy could explore some collaboration with your institution. Wang Yun grinned from ear to ear. You're too kind. I've simply done my duty. Li Yang's achievements today are also inseparable from our cultivation. Just then, the phenomena in the sky gradually faded, and another beam of light shot skyward from the awakening stone. A third profession? Everyone held their breath. 3 profession choices. This Li Yang truly is the elite among elites. Indeed, I wouldn't even dare dream of awakening an SSS profession, let alone having 3 to choose from. Fellow students discussed excitedly, eagerly anticipating the third profession's identity. However, someone soon noticed something amiss. Wait, there doesn't seem to be any phenomenon this time. All eyes turned toward the awakening platform. The awakening stone's surface slowly revealed a faint gray glow. Gray? Everyone's hearts tightened. They knew this color all too well, and it was the color they most feared seeing. Gray signified awakening failure, representing no profession. In that moment, many people shook their heads in disappointment. The third career beam on the awakening stone suddenly extinguished, signaling that Li Yang's third career awakening had failed no profession. The crowd let out low sighs, but remembering the brilliant SS rank, Zerg catastrophe, still ahead, many instantly perked up. As long as he had that, Li Yang would still be the perfect choice. On the awakening platform, 3 streams of light floated quietly. The leftmost gray beam of no profession seemed to sway in the wind. The central blue rank profession flickered dimly within its protective barrier. The rightmost red-purple SS rank, Zerg catastrophe, blazed like a cluster of burning thunder flames, pulsing with dazzling currents. The audience below held their breath. Countless eyes focused intently on those 3 beams of light, waiting for Li Yang to make his final choice. At this moment, They were certain they were about to witness history, witness the birth of Zerg Catastrophe. The air suddenly froze. As Li Yang's intentions settled, the blue beam dimmed first, receding like a tide. The surrounding audience's shoulders relaxed slightly, their brief whispered discussions carrying relief. It seemed he had indeed made the right choice. But the next second, all murmuring instantly ceased. That red-purple intertwined SS rank beam actually began to collapse. The surging colors seemed sliced by invisible blades, dissolving into tiny fragments of light in the air. In the blink of an eye, only the last wisp of gray light remained suspended alone in midair. It spun gently, trailing a dim wake as it passed through Li Yang's forehead and merged into his body. Complete silence filled the venue. Everyone stared in shock, their expressions frozen like stunned flies. Zerg Catastrophe had vanished? Principal Wang Yun's face turned ashen, his lingering smile instantly twisting into something terrifying. His throat bobbed, but no sound emerged. Li Yang had actually not chosen Zerg Catastrophe? Like a snapped guitar string, explosive uproar erupted. An SS rank profession, just gone like that. My God, Li Yang didn't choose Zerg Catastrophe. Has he lost his mind? Making such a forbidden mistake at this crucial moment. Does he know what he's thrown away? Several observing instructors even raised their hands to their foreheads, staring at the awakening platform in disbelief. Even as mere spectators, they felt as if their chests had been struck, unable to accept this absurd outcome. Principal Wang, this is the student you've trained? Can't even tell which profession is better ignorant. The principal of Tianfu Academy could no longer contain himself, publicly berating him. His angry voice echoed. What a wasted trip, utterly disappointing. Tianfu Academy hereby declares from this day forward, Li Yang is blacklisted, and we refuse any application from him at any time. Tianfu Academy's stance acted like a fuse, with other prestigious institutions following suit. Rongjing Academy doesn't accept fools. From now on, we refuse all academic matters related to Li Yang. Dragon Knight Academy agrees. The furious administrators left one after another in anger. Principal Wang's chest heaved as he turned to vent his rage on the supervising teachers, berating them for failing to properly educate their students. Perhaps the only ones who profited were the media who had rushed to cover the event. Countless camera flashes clicked rapidly, and explosive headlines were pushed to trending topics. Shanghai First High's genius Li Yang awakens SS rank profession but abandons it. What incredible stupidity. Li Yang, who can't distinguish good professions from bad, faces joint boycott from major academies. In a corner of the crowd, Zhang Tao first stared in disbelief with wide eyes, then burst into ecstatic laughter as if he'd struck gold. Huh? This is the lowliness carved into his bones. From now on, you can be a complete and utter waste. Li Yang. Oh Li Yang, I thought you were some kind of genius. Turns out you're just an idiot. Those classmates who had harbored jealous hatred toward Li Yang, but hadn't dared speak out now revealed fawn-like smiles, their mocking voices rising one after another. Du Qingran looked at Li Yang's retreating figure and gently shook her head. It seems we're ultimately not from the same world. I can't possibly waste my prime years accompanying a waste. The awakening ceremony hastily concluded, the venue lights gradually dimmed, and next all newly awakened students would enter the school's trial camp, their exclusive training ground for early leveling. Zhang Tao stood at the entrance looking up at Li Yang, his gaze filled with utter contempt. Former genius? Huh, he sneered coldly. The way Li Yang is now, he probably can't even defeat the most ordinary level 1 monster, right? Perfect, starting from the trial camp. Learn how to be a proper waste. After completing his class selection on the awakening platform, Li Yang felt his consciousness gradually fade. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a vast grassland, the entrance to the trial camp. The view stretched endlessly with no winding paths or obstacles, making it perfect for leveling up and combat practice. He immediately pulled up his personal status panel. Name, Li Yang. Class, blank. Level 1. Strength, 20. Constitution, 15. Agility, 15. Spirit, 15. Talent. Card system: gain 1 card every 5 levels, capable of copying any ability. Card count, 3. 3 cards right from the start means I can copy 3 abilities. At this thought, Li Yang looked around eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he searched for test subjects. He opened the map. The trial camp was divided into 3 colored zones. Green normal zone, level 13 monsters, his current location. Yellow intermediate zone, level 37 monsters. Red advanced zone, level 710 monsters. All students had to traverse all 3 zones to reach the exit before the system would calculate their scores. After quickly understanding the rules, Li Yang walked toward a nearby weapon rack. The rack displayed common weapons for various classes. As someone with no class, magic staffs were useless for now, and basic weapons had similar power. It all came down to allocation and skill. After weighing his options, he secured a dagger at his waist and picked up a crude spear, giving him both long and short-range options for offense and defense. After organizing his equipment, he ventured deeper into the grassland. The sky was azure blue, and gentle breezes swept across the waist-high grass waves. Beneath the peaceful surface lurked danger, though the green zone was called the beginner area. Level 5 monsters occasionally spawned here. He couldn't afford to be careless. Before long, rustling sounds cut through the wind. Li Yong spun around alertly to find a gray wolf beast that had circled behind him, poised to charge. Primordial wolf. A common level 2 monster that he could handle, but he needed to finish it quickly since wolves were known for calling their pack mates. Spear in hand, he swept horizontally, cutting through the half-meter-tall grass in front of him. Scattered grass flew up, instantly obscuring vision. Using this cover, he sidestepped and slid away, dodging the primordial wolf's pounce. Its claws only shredded grass blades, missing their target. Seizing the opening, Li Yang's spear tip shot forward like lightning, piercing the wolf's hind leg. 17. The damage appeared his attack power minus the opponent's defense left only 17 points. After landing the hit, he didn't greedily attempt a second strike, but quickly pulled back to create distance. When fighting melee monsters, maintaining mobility was crucial. Once pinned down, turning the tide became nearly impossible. The primordial wolf howled in pain as blood trickled down its leg, yet it still landed steadily, without even flinching. Level gap allowed it to tank the damage. This was level suppression. Li Yong was only level 1, while the primordial wolf was a level 2 monster. His damage output was too low against the wolf's stats, making his impact almost negligible. If he hadn't pulled back just then, he would have been caught by the wolf's counterattack. Li Yang's heels carved a half-foot-long groove in the muddy ground as his eyes locked onto the gray-black dire wolf before him. His previous strike had torn a bloody line across the wolf's shoulder. 17 damage points. The cold, merciless system display reminded him that this level 2 dire wolf still had 33 health points remaining. He only needed 3 more hits to end the battle. The dire wolf bared its fangs, but didn't immediately pounce. Instead, it crouched low and circled him sideways, its golden vertical pupils gleaming with cunning calculation. Just as the tension reached its peak, a virtual prompt suddenly appeared, hovering in the center of Li Yang's vision. Level 2 Monster Dire Wolf Copyable Ability. Enhancement C. Effect, Strength 100, Agility 50. Copying will consume 1 card. Li Yang held his breath, contemplating for a moment. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached his ears from behind. He glanced slightly sideways, his heart immediately tightening. The dire wolf was buying time, while its companions flanked him from behind. No wonder it hadn't attacked, yet the cunning of wolf packs was truly legendary. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Li Yang hesitated no longer and decisively chose to copy. Copy successful. You have gained ability. Enhancement C, Strength 100, Agility 50. A surge of burning power instantly flooded his limbs. The sensation of taut muscles was unmistakable, as if both speed and strength had been cranked to their limits. Li Yang's lips curved into a slight smile as he spun his spear and thrust it forward like a striking viper. A dark gleam cut through the air, had already closed in on the wolf's chest. 115. Blood exploded outward. The dire wolf didn't even have time to howl before it crashed to the ground. Killed level 2 dire wolf, experience 20. Without even sparing a glance at the corpse, Li Yang spun around. 3 dark shadows were charging out from the forest. 3 more level 2 dire wolves. Oh whoa. Wolf howls echoed as the 3 beasts attacked from both flanks. Li Yang's expression turned cold as he stepped back repeatedly, adjusting his angle. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with determination. Now? Gripping his spear in reverse, his arm muscles bulged as he hurled the weapon with explosive force. Whoosh. The piercing sound of the spear cutting through air almost overlapped with the wolf's charging sounds. Thud. Thud. 2 bloody holes simultaneously burst open in the chests of the front 2 dire wolves, damage numbers flashing. 115. 115. Killed level 2 dire wolf, experience 20. Killed level 2 dire wolf, experience 20. The spear embedded itself in a tree trunk, crimson blood dripping from its tip. In the moment the remaining dire wolf stood stunned, Li Yang had already drawn the dagger from his waist. His form shot forward like lightning. Cold steel flashed and a spray of blood bloomed at the wolf's throat. Killed level 2 dire wolf, experience 20. System notifications cascaded before him. Level up, 12. Along with it came improvements to all attributes and a new personal status panel. Name, Li Yang. Class, blank. Level 2. Strength, 130. Constitution, 25. Agility, 75. Spirit, 25. Talent, card talent. Ability, enhancement C. Card count, 2. Just by borrowing the ability of a single level 2 dire wolf, his strength had climbed to 130 points and agility to 75 point stats that ordinary professionals probably wouldn't reach until level 10. Li Yang thought about what would happen if he could copy the abilities of several boss-level monsters. The explosive power would be simply unimaginable. It seemed his decision to abandon the so-called SS-rank profession had indeed been the right path. Collecting his thoughts, he strode forward and pulled his spear from the tree trunk, blood droplets sliding down the blade. Without lingering, Leon continued his advance. Defeated level 2 Giant Toothed Rabbit, experience 20. Defeated level 3 Ghost Spider, experience 30. Defeated level 3 Binding Snake, experience 30. Level up, 23. In the dense forest of the trial camp's first zone, Leon moved like the wind, crushing everything in his path. Each swing of his long blade instantly zeroed out the health bars of low-tier monsters, leaving only crimson stains on the ground and empty experience notifications. In the past, he would have needed to put some thought into fighting these creatures, but now, with the terrifying stats brought by his 130 strength points, all low-level monsters looked like paper targets waiting to be slaughtered. In the face of raw numbers, all fancy tricks are meaningless, he muttered under his breath, casually flicking the blood from his blade. Against the small fry in the first zone, his combat was nothing short of dimensional suppression. After advancing several hundred meters more, the forest suddenly came to an end. Leon stopped in his tracks. A rushing river stretched across his path, waves crashing against the rocky banks with thunderous roars. A crude wooden bridge spanned the river's center, wide enough for only two people to walk side by side, its surface nearly touching the water and swaying gently with the current. Across the bridge, the world's colors instantly turned gray, shrouded in gloom, with damp, cold air rushing across the water that was the boundary between the first and second zones, a yellow-named intermediate area where level 37 monsters could spawn at any moment. Just as Leon was about to step onto the bridge, the water below suddenly churned. A dark shadow rapidly expanded from the depths, causing waves to explode in succession. Boom! The massive sound sent up a water column several meters high as a brownish-red giant crab burst through the waves, its pincers gleaming with cold light. River Crab King Elite Class. Level 5. Health, 1000. Special traits, Shield, extremely high aquatic combat ability. Recommend avoiding combat in water. An elite monster blocking the bridge. Leon raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning icy. Then his lips curved into a smile. Like blocking the way? Then I'll just step over your shell. Meanwhile, at Zhanghai No. 1 High School, the giant projection screen in the center of the Academy Plaza was broadcasting live footage from the trial camp. On screen, a slender girl wielded a staff with fluid movements, her spell striking 3 level 2 monsters like brilliant fire serpents. Du Qingran's strength talent, profession, explosive mage, and the school's acknowledged campus beauty. She gracefully raised her staff, and a fireball exploded thunderously, instantly wiping out half the monster's health, then continued to deal damage through precise positioning and kiting. The teachers in the audience whispered among themselves in admiration. Du Qingran's burst damage truly lives up to her strength. The monsters in the first zone can't even touch her. Her predictive positioning is too precise. Although Liang, who had been the most promising student at Zhanghai No. 1 High School this year, had destroyed his own future and seemingly ruined both personal and national interests, the school still had 3 students who had awakened strength professions: Du Qingran, Zhang Tao, and Jiang Hao. Principal Wang Hong sat in the audience, his eyes bright, and as Du Qingran unleashed a series of high-damage explosions, he nodded with satisfaction. In terms of early game burst damage alone, she's second to none. Ranged harassment with extremely high potential. With these strength students, our school's trial camp results this year will definitely break records. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the glory and resources that were about to come his way, completely failing to notice that Director Han, who was responsible for logistics coordination, had quietly left his seat and silently disappeared into the crowd, unaware that Director Han had slipped away unnoticed. At that moment, inside the school's trial camp control room, Director Han, wrapped up tightly with a disposable mask and wig, quietly turned the backup key in the lock and pushed the door open. After confirming the hallway was empty, he locked the door behind him and quickly moved to the central terminal console. From here, he could monitor all students' movements and data in real time. Without any unnecessary actions, he swiped his finger across the screen and pulled up the files of 3 strength profession students, Du Qingran, Zhang Tao, and Jiang Hao, displaying them on the main screen. A brief hesitation. In Director Han's eyes, Du Qingran, the strength mage, with incredible damage output, would have been the ideal target, but his footage was being broadcast live by both the school and media. Any move against him would expose the plot. Shifting his gaze, he focused on Zhang Tao and Jiang Hao, ultimately settling on Jiang Hao, the strength warrior. Decision made. He pulled a black USB drive from his pocket and inserted it into the port. The next second, the terminal filled with scrambled code and foreign commands. Infiltration confirmed. The scene cut to the trial grounds. Jiang Hao, who had awakened as a strength warrior, had his muscles tense throughout his body as he gripped his greatsword with both hands, enthusiastically cutting down monsters one after another, blood splattering across his face until it was crimson red. He knew the trial camp footage was likely being broadcast live to the entire school, so each swing carried extra force, as if he could hear the amazed gasps from classmates and teachers in the stands. Screw that Liang. Now Jianghai first high belongs to me, Jianghao. When I get back, the school beauty and even the teachers will have to look at me with new respect. He roared internally, the fire of excitement burning brighter in his eyes, completely unaware that this very euphoria was sealing his doom. The more viciously Jianghao slashed, the more excited Director Han became in the control room. You're the one, kid. The Abyss Association will eventually rule the world. This is what happens to those who oppose us. Without hesitation, he pressed confirm. Almost instantly, the air in front of Jianghao tore open with a crack, a purple-black fissure appearing from nowhere as a pitch-black, humanoid mysterious creature stepped through. Jianghao looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. Abyss Demon level 10? This is a demon. A level 10 monster. Wasn't that even weaker than elite monsters? No, this was an Abyss Demon far more terrifying than any elite monster. Realizing something was wrong, he turned and ran frantically, but under the level suppression, even the right to escape was stripped away. The demon simply raised its hand, and purple-black mist thundered forth, sending Jianghao flying. In the next moment, the demon teleported beside him and dragged him into the spatial rift. Heart-wrenching screams immediately echoed from the depths of the fissure. Before the screen, Director Han's pupils reflected the bloody scene as his face twisted into near maniacal joy. The trial camp has level restrictions. It can only accommodate level 10 monsters. Even an SS rank profession would die facing an Abyss Demon like this before they've had time to grow. He quickly deleted the infiltration records and cleaned up the scene, preparing to leave, when he inadvertently glanced at another monitoring window. Liang. Director Han sneered contemptuously. Stupid dragon country fool. Originally, Liang was the target, but this guy actually refused an SS rank profession. Absolutely idiotic, which is why I couldn't be bothered to act. A useless waste without a profession isn't worth wasting resources on. But this casual glance made him suddenly furrow his brow and lean closer to the screen. Director Han's brow furrowed deeply as he stared at Li Yang's attack data on the screen, his expression changing dramatically. What the hell is this damage output? In the trial camp, Li Yang stared at the elite monster that had appeared, the River Crab King, and tightened his grip on his spear. The River Crab King before him was a level 5 elite monster. While his attack power might be sufficient to handle it, his own constitution was only at a normal level 3. With high attack but low defense, the consequences would be dire if he got overwhelmed. The River Crab King's information appeared before his eyes. Ability, Crab Shield B. Effect, generates a shield every hour that can absorb 500 points of damage. Copyable. Li Yang's heart leaped with joy. This was exactly the defensive ability he lacked most. Copy. The card flashed with light, and a notification appeared. Card copy successful. You have acquired the ability, Crab Shield B. The next moment, a shield so faint it was almost transparent formed around his entire body, visible only to himself, automatically blocking any approaching attacks. With the shield in place, Liang focused all his attention on the River Crab King's eyes and abdomen. The crab's shell was hard, and only these spots could be considered weak points. Fighting Hedon in the water would be asking for trouble, so he decisively pulled back to create distance. Sensing its prey's intention to flee, the River Crab King raised its pair of massive claws, nearly a meter tall, and charged forward with a thunderous splash, causing the ground to shake noticeably. Li Yang's gaze sharpened. His 1.5-meter spear was longer than the crab's claws. As long as he maintained proper distance, he could keep the River Crab King dancing at his spear tip, but he absolutely couldn't let those claws catch his weapon. The moment the River Crab King stepped into his spear's range, Li Yang exploded into action with a direct thrust. The spear tip tore through the air and pierced into the crab's eye with a sharp whoosh. 130. The River Crab King recoiled in pain, its perception impaired, staggering back half a step as its claws snapped shut, trying to catch the spear shaft. Li Yang pushed off with his ankles, pulling back his spear at the last second, causing the massive claws to close on empty air. Simultaneously, he leveraged the momentum to thrust again at the River Crab King's abdomen. 130. The River Crab King stumbled backward, losing its balance once more. An opportunity. Li Yang struck repeatedly. 130. 130. Each thrust hit the weak points precisely, with damage barely reduced by the shell. This level of accuracy was the result of years of rigorous training. Few people at his school could achieve such precision. After several exchanges, he didn't get greedy and immediately withdrew to a safe distance. By now, the River Crab King's health bar had dropped by half, its fury visible to the naked eye as both massive claws began glowing red. It charged again, but its movement was now unsteady due to the damage to one eye. Li Yang seized the moment and grabbed 2 stones, hurling them forward. The River Crab King, with its blurred vision, instinctively swung its claws to catch the stones. The instant its claws snapped shut, Li Yang rushed forward, his spear flashing with cold light as it pierced through the other eye. The River Crab King writhed in agony and toppled over completely, exposing its abdomen as it lay on its back, mouth parts open, continuously blowing bubbles. Li Yang raised his spear to strike down, Just then, the River Crab King's abdomen suddenly sprayed green venom. There was no warning whatsoever, and just as it was about to hit Li Yang's body, Li Yang's shield activated. It blocked the incoming damage. Shield value 200. At the same time, a pale blue barrier materialized around the River Crab King's body, its innate skill. The massive crustacean desperately tried to flip itself over, its giant claws splashing loudly in the muddy water. Li Yang flicked his wrist, the spear tip gleaming coldly as he sidestepped rhythmically like dancing to a drumbeat, launching multiple strikes before the shield could stabilize. 140. 140. With a sharp crack, fissures spread across the shield. Leveraging his boosted base attack, he shattered the barrier at lightning speed, leaving the River Crab King stunned. Li Yang showed no mercy, targeting the gaps between joints and segments with precise thrusts. 130. 130. Critical damage numbers flashed continuously until the massive River Crab King finally collapsed. You have defeated level 5 elite monster River Crab King. Experience 500. Level up 35. You have obtained a card, current count 2. Got it. Li Yang exhaled deeply, wiping sweat from his forehead. Taking down a level 5 elite monster at level 3 had shot him straight to level 5, plus earned him another card. He cheerfully adjusted his gear and continued forward. In the school's control room, Director Han stared intently at the terminal, his glasses askew without him noticing. Initially, he had watched with schadenfreude, but as Li Yang's fluid combat skills and terrifyingly clear tactical thinking became apparent, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Such technique. What a waste, he muttered, thinking that if Li Yang hadn't lost his mind during job selection, his future would have been limitless. Throughout 3 years of high school, Li Yang had kept his abilities hidden, but now, with each spear thrust, the River Crab King's health bar visibly plummeted. Director Han zoomed in on the screen, and after confirming it wasn't an illusion, he gasped. Li Yang is only level 3. How can he deal over 100 damage? With a basic job class and basic weapon? The River Crab King was a level 5 elite monster guarding the boundary, renowned for its incredible defense. Even with every hit targeting weak points, a 2-level disadvantage shouldn't produce such damage numbers. Moreover, Li Yang's movement speed and shield-breaking frequency exceeded what any student should be capable of. That agility, at least 50? Director Han murmured, growing more astonished. Even after the River Crab King fell, he remained dazed, his gaze unfocused. I really underestimated him. How did he manage that? Suppressing his curiosity, he continued watching the screen. Meanwhile, at the Academy Plaza, the previously boisterous atmosphere in front of the large screen suddenly turned somber. Du Qingren's girl who had awakened in Shrank Mage class and been so confident moments ago was now struggling in battle against the same level 5 elite monster, the River Crab King. The normal zone only went up to level 3, and most students barely reached level 3 before entering the intermediate zone. No one had expected a level 5 elite monster to spawn at the river boundary. Theoretically, even at the same level, only in a ranked combat class would stand a chance. Cross-level challenges were nearly impossible. Some sensible students had already retreated to the normal zone to continue leveling, but Du Qingren refused to give up. Facing a 2-level disadvantage, she raised her staff and launched a fireball. Boom. 25. The fireball left only a small scorch mark on the shell, displaying a pitiful damage number. Du Qingren's eyes widened. How is this possible? I'm in strength class. The River Crab King became enraged, its massive form forcing her into frantic evasive maneuvers. In front of the big screen, Principal Wang frowned deeply. Just moments ago he had been praising Du Qingren eloquently, but now he was speechless. On screen, within just a few minutes, Du Qingren could no longer hold on and retreated in embarrassment to the normal zone. Principal Wang finally couldn't help but speak. Did this year's trial camp make a mistake? Why is there an elite monster blocking the zone boundary? A level 5 elite monster positioned here could eliminate more than half our students. After all, in previous years, elite monsters only appeared in the 3rd zone near the endpoint. Meanwhile, at the trial camp, Li Yang had crossed the boundary bridge and entered the intermediate zone. When the River Crab King fell, the blue and white shield surrounding him remained nearly intact, keeping him at peak condition. A blood red system notification suddenly appeared. You have entered a toxic miasma zone. Continuous health drain activated. Shield value 3, shield value 3, shield value 3. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. Well, continuous poison damage. Fortunately, his shield could still absorb the damage. He just needed to get through quickly. He followed the narrow stone path, barely a palm's width wide, into the jungle. Overhead, tangled branches blocked out most of the light, making it so dark he could barely see his own fingers. The damp undergrowth rustled constantly, as if something was following at his heels. Compared to the open area before the boundary bridge, this place was several levels more dangerous in both environment and monster difficulty. After walking about 200 meters, Li Yang suddenly stopped. He'd been hearing continuous rustling behind him, initially thinking it was monsters lying in ambush. But he hadn't encountered a single creature along the way, which was clearly wrong. Even more bizarre, that crooked dead tree in his line of sight had appeared for the third time, meaning he was trapped, walking in circles. The toxic miasma continued eating away at his shield, the reading rapidly dropping to 200 points. Li Yong closed his eyes, recalling the monster encyclopedia he'd studied in high school. Certain creatures would toy with intruders using stealth and misdirection, low in attack power, but far more troublesome. He suddenly gripped his spear tightly and thrust it toward that repeatedly appearing dead tree. The cold spear tip tore through the bark, but the liquid that oozed out was a glaring green. 140. You have slain a level 7 trickster withered tree. Experience 70. So it was you causing trouble. Li Yang's heart grew cold. If there were no other creatures in the jungle, then these trees must have been leading him astray. The system panel displayed the monster information. Trickster withered tree, level 7. Description: extremely skilled at blending with the environment. Enjoys working in groups to toy with passing life forms. The next second, over 10 similar trees around him began twisting their trunks in unison. Rough bark split open to reveal grotesque faces, dripping green poison that hissed as it hit the ground. Those who block my path shall die. Li Yong showed no fear. These low-level monsters had cunning traits, but paid the price with weak attacks. With his shield protection, he had no need to avoid their assault. His form exploded forward, the spear like a silver dragon unsheathed. The extreme training from his first year of high school flashed through his mind, studying encyclopedias, practicing spear forms, weighted sprints, positioning, and kiting. 3 years of sweat had long since fused into muscle memory. Now he pushed his speed to the limit, spear shadows dancing, the sound of cutting air forming a continuous line, each strike precise and ruthless. Kill! Kill! The spear tip pierced through tree bodies, green sap splattering everywhere. He dodged left and right, his extreme positioning causing all the poisonous branches to miss their mark. 3 years of results were fully displayed. Like a sheep among wolves, withered tree sap splattered everywhere. 139. 137. 141. You killed level 7 grimacing withered tree. Experience 70. You killed level 7 grimacing withered tree. Experience 70. You killed level 7 grimacing withered tree. Experience 70. Green sap dripped from the spear tip, creating ripples as it hit the corrupted soil. Li Yong withdrew his spear and stood still, breathing slightly heavily. The ethereal blue fragments from his shattered shield had already dissipated in the air, and his combat suit was covered with wood chips and greenish slime. Beneath his feet, 10 grimacing withered trees had been reduced to scattered wooden debris, completely silent. After losing his shield, the toxic miasma permeating the forest began eroding his health. 3. He brushed the debris off his shoulders and continued forward. After dealing with those grimacing withered trees, Li Yong ventured deeper into the dim forest. The surrounding scenery gradually changed, with unfamiliar shadows occasionally flickering among the dead trees, indicating new monster distributions. At that moment, what appeared to be an ordinary rock slowly rose behind him, revealing a creature with a pangolin-like armored lower body that suddenly charged at him. Thud! A spear flash cut through the night, piercing the hard stone armor. You killed level 6 stone monster, experience 60. Level up, 56. While withdrawing his spear, Li Yong mentally compared his position with the map. He had reached the boundary between the intermediate and advanced zones. Based on previous experience, the last boundary point had featured a level 5 elite river crab king. That creature's shield ability had been tremendously helpful. So this time, what awaited him? He unconsciously touched the 2 copy cards at his waist, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. A dark entrance opened in the mountain wall, with faint light seeping through. Li Yong took a deep breath, gripped his spear tightly, and stealthily entered along the wall. The cave was eerily silent, yet the light grew increasingly intense. After several minutes, he reached the other end and emerged into an open space. An ancient tree stood between heaven and earth, its branches and leaves spread like an umbrella, with sticky dark green mist seeping through the gaps, clearly the same source as the gloom covering the entire area. Li Yong immediately realized this was the source of the toxic miasma. At the tree's base, a hollow large enough for several people to walk through extended underground, obviously the only passage to the advanced zone. A sharp screech suddenly pierced the silence. Li Yong looked toward the sound. Floating before the tree hollow was a jellyfish-like monster, entirely blue-purple, with fine toxic bubbles scattered among its tentacles, patrolling back and forth like a guardian. Poison swamp monster elite. Level 8. Health 1,500. Description: possesses toxic elemental power with extremely strong destructive force. Attacks carry deadly poison. Ability: Poison Sac A. Poison Sac, immune to 50 poison effects, recovers 5 health per minute. Can be copied. And a rank ability. In the human profession system, this was almost equivalent to a rare class. More importantly, he was currently losing health continuously due to the dense toxic miasma. If he could copy Poison Sac, it would undoubtedly provide significant relief and grant continuous recovery. Li Yang's eyes sharpened as he issued the command without hesitation. Copy. Copy successful. You have acquired the ability. Poison Sac A. Poison immunity to all toxic effects, recovering 5 health per minute. The effect took hold almost instantly upon completion of the copy. Li Yang clearly felt the toxins in his body being rapidly suppressed. The burning pain in his chest immediately lessened, and his health bar visibly rose at a speed faster than it had fallen. Just then, the familiar notification sound rang out again. You currently possess 2 defensive ability cards, Crab Shield B and Poison Sac A, which can be fused. Do you wish to fuse them? He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now remembered the fusion feature existed. After brief consideration, Li Yang decisively chose yes. In his view, fusion couldn't possibly weaken his abilities. Card abilities added. Crab Shield and Poison Sac are fusing. Fusion successful. You have acquired Guardian Shield S. Guardian Shield grants an energy shield capable of absorbing 1,000 points of damage. While the shield exists, you are immune to all negative effects, burning, poison, etc., and recover 50 shield points per second. When shield points overflow, they automatically convert to health recovery. A full paragraph of golden text flashed across the information panel, leaving Li Yang stunned. He instinctively raised his hand, and a translucent blue shield had already quietly enveloped his entire body, even his fingertips glowing faintly. This is absolutely ridiculous, he muttered under his breath. 1,000 base shield points, plus 50 points recovered per second. As long as he wasn't under constant pressure, he could basically maintain infinite shielding. The overflow even converted directly to health recovery, making healers obsolete. After confirming the shield was stable, Li Yang looked toward the cave entrance. In the distance, the swamp churned as a poison marsh monster, covered in murky green slime and dripping with viscous fluid, floated slowly on the water's surface. Several tentacles rose high like alert radar. Looking at that massive form, he felt a surge of confidence that it was nothing special. He flicked off his rifle's safety with one hand and stepped out of the cave. The moment his toes touched the muddy, waterlogged ground, the poison marsh monster whipped around, all its tentacles thrashing. Several vine-like whips dripping with foul-smelling liquid sliced through the air, followed immediately by a barrage of fist-sized bubbles glowing with an eerie green light, shooting toward him like machine gun bullets. The bubbles are poisonous. Li Yang's eyes narrowed as he immediately dodged sideways, sprinting along the edge of the area in a wide circle while raising his gun to return fire, looking for an opportunity to close in. The bubbles exploded around him, sending ripples across his shield's surface. Shield value 30. Shield value 30. The cold notification sounds came steadily, but the 50 points per second recovery instantly compensated for the loss, and the poison effects were completely negated. He gritted his teeth and accelerated, gradually closing in on the monster. Suddenly, the poison marsh monster's central tentacles curved sharply, its massive body coiling like a spring, then launched toward Li Yang with shocking speed the next second. That impact force would be enough to flatten an ordinary player into pulp. Li Yang reacted at his limit, leaning back until his spine nearly touched the ground, using the momentum to thrust his gun barrel upward. Clang! Metal scraped across the slimy shell, splashing dark green fluid. 130. The sensation of the gun blade felt like cutting through thick jelly. The monster's defense wasn't low, but he'd at least managed to leave a shallow mark. Li Yang rolled and jumped up, steadying himself before aiming at the target again. But the poison marsh monster had already floated off the ground. Its tentacles flailed wildly, sending countless green bubbles raining down from above, forming a poison bubble storm. Li Yang looked up, cursing silently. How was a melee class supposed to deal with this? He didn't have any proper anti-air abilities. Complaints aside, the battle couldn't stop. He moved nimbly, trying to avoid the falling bubbles, but there were simply too many, and his shield kept flickering. Fortunately, with poison immunity and shield regeneration, he only needed to maintain his rhythm and wait for the monster to show an opening. After about a minute, the poison marsh monster's tentacles gradually slowed, and the bubble rain ceased. Its massive body swayed as it descended to the water's surface, clearly entering a fatigue phase after the high-intensity output. Li Yang's eyes sharpened as his knuckles tightened on the trigger, while the monster across from him, its bloated head drooping slightly. Seeing the opportunity, Li Yang gripped his spear tightly and flashed forward in an instant, bringing the weapon down with devastating force. 150, 150, 150. 3 crimson damage numbers burst forth as the silver spear traced a sharp arc through the dim space. In aerial combat, his close-range tactics might prove troublesome, but as long as he could land solid hits now, it was his turn to strike back. The toxic swamp monster's health bar visibly plummeted, dropping below half in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the creature reared its head high, its entire body erupting in a blood-red glow. Li Yang immediately halted his pursuit and retreated rapidly, keeping his eyes locked on the monster's movements. In the next moment, The beast straightened its body, muscles trembling as if buffeted by a violent wind, as though some terrifying power was about to burst forth. Boom! With the water monster at its center, a ring of translucent shockwaves exploded outward, roaring as they swept in all directions. The blast covered nearly 2 meters in height, virtually sealing off any escape route while rapidly closing in. Liang calculated quickly at this distance. There was no way to completely avoid the impact. Fortunately, he had already created some distance earlier, and now he adjusted his stance slightly, raising his spear horizontally to block. Shield value 300. The vibration from his shattered shield traveled through the spear shaft, leaving his arms numb, yet he remained firmly planted. His gaze locked onto the front again, where the toxic swamp monster raised its thick tentacles and lifted itself into the air once more. You've got to be kidding me again? Liang shrugged with a bitter smile. This was a pure mechanics-based monster through and through. Without ranged classes like mages or archers, most players could only take a beating passively. Making a mental note of this lesson, he thought to himself, once he got out of here, he'd definitely have to copy a mage class to try out. For the next 2 minutes, he shifted his footing to dodge the rain of toxic bubbles falling from above while keeping watch on the monster's movements. This round of aerial assault lasted much longer. Finally, accompanied by a piercing shriek, the toxic swamp monster ceased its attack and hovered motionless. But instead of entering a weakened state like before, it suddenly dove downward. Liang used his high agility to sidestep in a flash, and the brutal impact created a massive crater, sending debris flying in all directions. Only then did the monster truly show signs of exhaustion. Liang flipped his spear tip and struck with fierce thrusts. 150, 150, 150. You have slain level 8 elite toxic swamp monster. Experience 800. Level up, 67. A pale blue light suddenly appeared above the monster's corpse. Liang approached to investigate. Aqua Spirit Bracers. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, 5. Attack 50. Equipment drop? His eyes lit up. In the weapon and equipment system, grades were ranked as follows: Iron, Silver, Gold, Brilliant, Transcendent, Epic, and Legendary. Normally, monsters below level 10 rarely dropped equipment, with drop rates of only 10 to 20% or even lower. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he wondered, could he really be the chosen one? He happily equipped the bracers, and his personal status panel refreshed accordingly. Name, Liang. Class, blank. Level, 7. Strength, 230. Constitution, 75. Agility, 125. Spirit, 75. Talent, card. Talent abilities, Guardian Shield S, Enhancement C. Card count 1. The equipment took effect. Though it was only a basic strength bonus, it was extremely valuable at his current stage. With 230 strength points at his disposal, he was confident he could dominate anything that didn't have completely broken mechanics. After a brief rest, Liang climbed over the toxic swamp monster's massive corpse and approached the dark entrance at the base of the giant tree, stepping inside. Outside the trial camp, Principal Wang Yun's face was grim as he observed the disastrous situation unfolding within this year's training grounds. The pass rate of trial camp students directly determined the school's funding for the following year, yet now, most trainees remained trapped in the beginner zone, with only a handful of rank and shrank professionals managing to defeat the River Crab King through their superior leveling speed, barely making it into the intermediate zone. On the surveillance screen, Du Qingran came into view. Having just reached level 5, she had struggled to kill the River Crab King through repeated Hitandran tactics and a final piercing strike. Now she stumbled into the intermediate area, disheveled and with only half her health remaining. In the dim swampland, toxic miasma swirled like thin fog as she wandered aimlessly for over 10 minutes. Continuous health drain notifications flickered in the corner of the screen, and as her health bar approached 0, she ran around in panic. Doesn't student Du Qingran realize she's been going in circles? If only she'd bothered to read a few more pages of the textbook, a teacher muttered, unable to bear watching any longer. Before he could finish, Wang Yun's expression darkened further, veins bulging at his temples. Was the trial camp's difficulty level really still appropriate for beginners? Suppressing his anger, he decisively switched the surveillance feed. The screen shifted to reveal Zhang Tao and shrank professional. Wang Yun's eyes lit up. Zhang Tao was in good condition and only a short distance from the intermediate zone's exit. Recalling the earlier completion records, it dawned on him. Zhang Tao was an assassin who had simply skipped class, bypassing the River Crab King entirely and sneaking into the intermediate zone. Skilled in stealth, he had also evaded the withered tree monster's detection, naturally preserving sufficient health. Watching Zhang Tao move further ahead, Wang Yun finally cracked a smile. Though this purely evasive approach bordered on rule-breaking, he couldn't be bothered with such details now. Thinking of Zhang Tao's father, a guild leader, Wang Yun grew increasingly pleased. He immediately announced loudly, given this year's increased trial camp difficulty, the first student to complete the trial will receive not only the original prize money, but also a golden tier equipment exchange voucher for me personally. The announcement caused an uproar. Golden equipment, worth hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. Envy was written all over everyone's faces. Teachers familiar with Wang Yun understood perfectly this old fox was seizing the opportunity to curry favor with Zhang Tao. Among the three strength students, campus beauty Du Qingran had fallen behind. Zhang Hao's whereabouts were unknown, and only Zhang Tao led the pack. The notoriously stingy Principal Wang's sudden generosity spoke volumes. After announcing the reward, Wang Yun settled back into his chair with a beaming face, continuing to watch the screen. Zhang Tao had now reached the end of the intermediate zone, where a dark cave opening split the mountain wall ahead. His eyes brightened. Outside, he was losing health every second, but entering the cave might free him from the toxic miasma. Without hesitation, he dove in. However, upon emerging from the other end of the tunnel, he froze instantly. At the root-tangled exit, a water monster with a shell marked by poisonous swamp patterns stood guard coldly, its massive arms splashing mud and water everywhere. An elite monster had spawned here too. In the school plaza, the massive projection screen switched back to the wide view, and everyone collectively held their breath as they witnessed the appearance of the toxic swamp water monster. Principal Wang couldn't hold back his profanity any longer. Damn it! Who the hell designed this year's trial camp? Every zone is packed with elite monsters. The difficulty is insane. How many students can actually make it out alive? As soon as the words left his mouth, a nearby teacher jumped and quickly approached, whispering a reminder. Principal Wang, I heard this matter is classified, probably arranged by the military. It's better not to ask too many questions. Principal Wang took a deep breath, suppressing his anger slightly, and shot him a sideways glare. I'm just venting verbally. Do you really need to butt in? Scanning around, he noticed Director Han was nowhere to be seen. With his nameless fury having nowhere to go, he snorted coldly. Where's Director Han? Haven't seen him for so long. Abandoning his post. Dock his entire bonus for this month. School control room. The surveillance screens flickered as Director Han witnessed the entire process of Li Yang killing the toxic swamp monster, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Something's wrong, definitely wrong. Setting aside his technique and reflexes, Li Yang's damage output far exceeded his level. On the player panel, he was clearly equipped with nothing, yet he maintained a shield as thick as a high-tier tank's. High attack, high defense even outperformed the other three class students combined. Director Han shook his head vigorously, double-checking the USB drive in his hand. There was only one chance, and missing it would make things difficult. Quick and decisive action was needed. Killed level 8 Stone Scorpion, EXP 80. Killed level 8 Firewolf, EXP 80. Killed level 9 Tyrant B, EXP 90. Deep in the trial camp, Li Yang passed through the tree path and entered the advanced zone, his weapons dancing as monsters fell one after another. Wearing the equipment dropped by the toxic swamp monster plus the 50-point strength bonus, he was practically one-shotting everything, moving unobstructed. Following the map, he rushed toward the exit. Suddenly, the void ahead was torn open like a blade, and a crack oozing with evil aura quietly opened. Li Yang frowned, his nerves instantly tightening. All the monsters he'd encountered before, including that toxic swamp monster, had given him the oppressive feeling of this chilling aura. When things are abnormal, there's always a reason. The next second, a pitch-black humanoid creature with horns on its head stepped out from the crack, dark aura rushing forth. Abyssal demon. Li Yang's heart sank. This type of monster shouldn't appear in a trial camp, much less infiltrate the city-state. Abyssal demon. Level 10. HP 3000. Alarms blared frantically in his mind. Trial camps usually operated on elimination and teleportation when HP reaches 0, but his instincts screamed about the thing before him. If you die, you're really dead. The abyssal demon raised its head, crimson eyes locking onto its prey, and in the next instant, its entire body dissolved into black mist. Li Yang suddenly dodged sideways, catching a glimpse of the demon teleporting to his right. His spear struck out swiftly. Bang! Crack! Li Yang's eyes widened. His spear had broken. Shield value 400. The shield absorbed the entire blow, and Li Yang seized the moment to retreat sharply, his toes tracing an arc across the rubble. His heart sank as he realized that this casual strike from the abyssal demon far exceeded the swamp monster's ultimate attack. The abyssal demon's form paused slightly, surprise flickering in its crimson vertical pupils. It clearly hadn't expected a mere human to emerge completely unscathed after taking such a punch heat in, proving far more resilient than the previous human who had boasted of being an strength warrior. Li Yang discarded the broken gun handle. A barrel had been knocked away with no time to retrieve it. With a flick of his finger, the dagger at his waist instantly unsheathed, its cold gleam sliding down his forearm. He knew clearly that this demon's strength far surpassed elite monsters of the same level. Attempting to flee would be suicide. Had no choice but to fight his way through. The abyssal demon's eyes darkened as it flashed forward again. Li Yang's chest tightened, his feet sliding sideways preemptively to dodge the claw that tore through the air. Bang! The demon's muscles twitched, its arms bulging as the skin seemed to tear, ejecting two pitch-black spikes along the bone joints, gleaming with cold menace. With a muffled roar, the blade-like spiked arms slashed down from above. Li Yong leaped back in a flip, rolling upon landing and using his agility to evade the chain of heavy strikes. Afterward, he no longer rashly attacked with his blade, focusing purely on defense. Whenever he couldn't dodge an assault, he let the Guardian Shield block it, carefully memorizing each impact value. Meanwhile, he used his peripheral vision to capture the demon's shoulder movements, waist rotations, and footwork rhythm, burning every technique into his memory. On the outskirts of Jianghai City, in the training camp's control room, in the sealed chamber, Lu Xian yawned lazily, slouching in his soft chair with a massive monitoring screen suspended before him. Ugh, we only raised the difficulty slightly this year. So why is everyone looking so miserable? These so-called strength professionals are as weak as paper. Next time, even with double pay, I'd rather be a fitness instructor than work as an administrator. He grumbled while taking a sip of coffee. A piercing emergency alarm suddenly blared. Lu Xian choked violently, coughing several times before rushing to the control panel. What he saw nearly made his jaw drop. An abyssal demon had somehow infiltrated the training camp. Even more absurd, a student was actually holding his own against it. Is this still a training camp? He rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was hallucinating. On screen, Li Yong moved with fluid grace, engaging the demon in close combat. Every dodge and block was perfectly timed. Lu Xian's hand froze midair should he immediately activate the defense protocol to expel the anomaly. However, Li Yang's fighting stance made him reluctant to press the button. That steady center of gravity, those clean and efficient footwork patterns she had observed countless talented students, but none had ever given him this impression of a professional fighter. As time passed, though Li Yong remained on the defensive, he grew increasingly comfortable. Heavy strikes that he initially couldn't dodge were now gracefully evaded. The demon, conversely, grew impatient, its attacks becoming increasingly chaotic. Lu Xian silently admired. Facing life and death pressure, this youth remained calm and collected, methodically analyzing techniques, and gradually adapting. Such mental fortitude was rare among his peers. Watching the screen intently, he observed with appreciation while keeping his right hand poised over the red emergency button, the warning light casting his palm in crimson the moment Li Yong showed signs of defeat. He would immediately activate the defense protocol. Meanwhile, in the control room at Jianghai No. 1 High School, in front of the dim screen, Director Han gripped his mouse tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the display as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Li Yang's growth rate was simply too fast. How could a jobless waste become this powerful? He should have dealt with that kid before the trial camp began. The longer he waited, the worse it would be for him. Trial camp. After an intense, prolonged battle, even the abyssal demon was finally gasping, its chest heaving. After a sweeping attack missed its mark, it was forced to retreat, its heavy breathing sounding like a broken bellows. Li Yong smirked. What's wrong? Can't keep up. A piercing shriek echoed as the abyssal demon's eyes blazed with fury, yet it couldn't even touch the hem of its opponent's clothes. Li Yong was slippery as an eel, as if coated in oil. In that case, it's my turn. He gripped his dagger tightly, and his figure flashed like lightning tearing through the sky. He had been conserving his strength all along, but now he unleashed everything, had already figured out all its patterns and attack rhythms. The abyssal demon was forced to take the hit head, and before it could react, its flesh was torn open by the dagger. 198, 201, 199. Cold damage numbers kept flashing. Li Yang's strength was already considerable, and though his dagger was short, every strike cut deep. The abyssal demon roared continuously, its claws dancing wildly, but Li Yong anticipated every move and dodged them all, while the wounds on the demon's body multiplied. Trying to retreat, Li Yong stuck to it like glue, pursuing relentlessly. 198, 200, 200. Its health plummeted rapidly, and the abyssal demon felt a chill in its heart. This guy was insane. No matter how it struggled, it just couldn't shake him off. Finally, it gritted its teeth, cast its gaze toward the distant fissure, and bolted. Li Yong caught its intention and narrowed his eyes. Trying to run? Not a chance. He scanned the battlefield and spotted a spear broken in two. The spearhead was still intact, though the shaft was split into two sections. He darted over to grab the front half, wound up, and hurled it with all his might. Whoosh! The spearhead tore through the air with a howling wind. Thud! The black iron spear point pierced straight through the abyssal demon's chest, dark blood spraying everywhere. Didn't anyone ever teach you to never turn your back on an enemy? Li Yong approached steadily. The ferocity in the demon's eyes instantly turned to terror. Crack! The dagger mercilessly plunged into the back of its skull. You have slain a level 10 abyssal demon. Experience 1000. Level up, 710. You have obtained a card. Current count, 2. Control room. Director Han's eyes widened as his body went rigid in his chair. A level 10 abyssal demon had actually died? He had imagined countless outcomes, but never thought this monster would lose. This was his first failure in so many years, and fear suddenly gripped him. This boy absolutely could not be allowed to live. He pulled out a black box sealed with a combination lock, opened it, and retrieved a device, connecting it to the terminal. Trial camp. Having slain the Abyssal demon, Liang exhaled deeply, his heart still pounding. After quickly bandaging his wounds, he bent down to pick up the two pieces of the broken spear and hastily bound them together with some vines. Suddenly, the sky turned blood red as a massive crimson fissure tore open with a thunderous roar. Boom! A massive black arm emerged from the fissure, sweeping across like a mountain. Shield value 1000. The moment the crisp notification sounded, Liang's newly recovered energy shield shattered instantly, and he was sent flying by the tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. What the hell is that? What the hell is happening? At the same time, in the trial camp's main control room, Lucien shot up from his chair like a spring, his startled cry nearly drowning out the electronic humming throughout the hall. On the massive screen, Liang had just slain an abyssal demon with a single sword strike, and that burst of exploding black mist made Lucien's blood boil with excitement. He was about to upload this crucial battle report when suddenly the alarm sirens shrieked to a deafening pitch. Red warning lights flashed frantically as the highest-level black alert notification popped up on screen. Without hesitation, Lucien slammed his finger down on the emergency protection protocol button, and a translucent energy shield immediately deployed across the virtual panoramic display. His first instinct was to check Liang's position only. After confirming it was just a minor injury, did he finally exhale in relief. These heretics are getting more brazen by the day. Lucien cursed through gritted teeth, grabbing his phone to call the tech department directly. Investigate. I want all the data. And I'm personally heading to Shanghai No. 1 High School. With that, he snatched his jacket and strode out of the control room. Within the trial camp scenario, the massive spatial rift that had just torn open quickly sealed itself under the suppression of the protection system. The giant black-scaled hand that had emerged gave a few reluctant tremors before retreating back into the depths of the fissure. In less than a minute, both the rift and that suffocating, bone-chilling aura vanished completely. Smoke still lingering in the air, Liang emerged from the protective shield, his chest heaving violently. He reached up to touch the bone-deep gash on his arm guard, muttering with lingering fear, "Thank God for that energy shield, or I'd have died countless times by now." In the control room of Shanghai No. 1 High School, Director Han watched as the surveillance feed suddenly went black. His face turned deathly pale, and abandoning all pretense, he bolted from the room. The operation had dragged on too long and finally been exposed. Meanwhile, in the school plaza, Principal Wang Yun's brow was furrowed so deeply it looked like twisted rope. A 10-meter-long screen continuously scrolled elimination data, and his gaze swept back and forth across the string of read-out notifications, his mood sinking to rock bottom. This year's student performance was absolutely dismal. Over half the freshmen hadn't even reached the intermediate zone before being knocked back to square one by the River Crab King's massive claws. Those self-proclaimed geniuses with Shrank and A-rank classes had barely managed to break into the second level, only to get lost in the poison fog maze and face elimination. Wang Yun felt particularly disappointed. Even Shrank, Du Qingran couldn't withstand the toxic mist, while another Shrank student, Jiang Hao, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Now, of the 3 Shrank students, only Zhang Tao remained. Another flash of white light appeared as a group of students tumbled out of their virtual pods in embarrassment. Wang Yun shook his head and turned to ask, "How many are still left in the camp?" The teacher beside him checked his tablet and replied, 2. "Oh, besides Zhang Tao, who else?" Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. The teacher looked down again, his face filled with disbelief. "It's Liang. Liang? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Wang Yun frowned, thinking of that kid's usual carefree attitude, and snorted dismissively. He's probably still grinding small monsters in the beginner area, or cowering in some corner too scared to move. Don't worry about him. Despite his words, he still shifted his gaze back to the big screen. On the other side of the screen, Zhang Tao was in equally dire straits. He had originally planned to use his old strategy, bypass the poison swamp monster, and slip directly to the exit, but this boss seemed to have eyes in the back of its head, relentlessly guarding the entrance. The continuous poisoning caused his health bar to drop steadily, his face growing increasingly pale. Left with no choice, Zhang Tao held his breath and crouched low in the soggy marshland, moving like a ghost through the muck. Outside the arena, the recently eliminated students watched with barely concealed amusement. Looking this pathetic, he dared call himself an Shrank assassin? Murphy's Law struck at the worst possible moment. Just as Zhang Tao was about to reach the entrance, a bright green poison bubble drifted over and stuck to his back armor, bursting with a soft pop. Searing pain and numbness flooded his nervous system simultaneously as his eyes widened in shock. From the depths of the swamp, the poison swamp monster let out a piercing shriek, and the water's surface erupted with massive bubbles of foul-smelling gas. What followed was an assault of poison bubbles firing at him like machine gun rounds. Moreover, it cleverly blocked the entrance. With no way out, Zhang Tao had to bite the bullet and face this level 8 elite toxic swamp monster. He had originally snuck in by skipping class and was only level 6, putting him at a 2-tier hardware disadvantage. The toxic swamp monster excelled at long-range aerial combat, unleashing endless poison bubbles and mud projectiles that forced Zhang Tao, a melee assassin, to roll around desperately on the ground. Green mist swirled around his body as his health bar continuously drained from poison damage. When the toxic swamp monster's stamina finally waned, and its movements showed signs of hesitation, he immediately closed in for a burst attack. However, after all that effort, he had only managed to strip away one layer of the creature's armor. On the real-time big screen in the plaza, the only remaining class student was also on the verge of collapse. Having witnessed the toxic swamp monster's brutality, the students who had been eliminated earlier by the River Crab King felt somewhat relieved. This monster is way too torturous both mentally and physically. Getting out early to watch from the sidelines is actually more relaxing. Others were indignant. It's all long-range attacks and constantly repositioning how our melee class is supposed to fight? What were the designers thinking? This is clearly designed for mages and archers. There's definitely something fishy about this year's trial camp. Exactly. They actually placed an elite monster at the boundary between the normal and intermediate zones. I thought I was seeing things. Amid the clamor of voices, Zhang Tao had completely reached his limit. Surrounded by toxic gas bubbles, with swampland ahead and mud walls behind, he was trapped with nowhere to go and finally beaten, without any chance to fight back. At the moment of elimination, his emotions collapsed and he looked up and roared. Stupid trial camp. Aminos. This scene was broadcast live, and the plaza instantly fell silent. That's pretty brave. The students usually only dared to complain behind closed doors, but no one expected someone to actually speak out live on air. Even Principal Wang Yun couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. She wanted to curse too, but didn't dare do it publicly, especially since this year's trial camp was backed by the military. A few seconds later, Zhang Tao's figure was teleported out of the dungeon by the system, landing awkwardly in the center of the plaza. 1 second, he had been cursing furiously. The next, he found eyes from all directions staring at him. He quickly cleared his throat, dusted himself off, and straightened his collar. The process wasn't exactly glorious, but he was still in class professional and currently the one who had made it the furthest. Students immediately surrounded him with flattery. Brother Tao is awesome. You lasted the longest among everyone from our school. That's right. Du Qingran and Zhang Hao, those 2 class students, were eliminated ages ago. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know there was a toxic swamp monster guarding the path ahead. Worthy of being an assassin, your stealth skills are truly strong. I'd be happy to have even half your ability. As the praise reached his ears, Zhang Tao was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. So everyone else is even worse than me? Now I can relax. Especially hearing that the other 2 class students hadn't even seen the monster's shadow, he felt even more confident. This is in the bag. Although his appearance was somewhat disheveled, he was probably going to take first place. Grinning from ear to ear, he began eloquently boasting about his thrilling 300-round battle with the toxic swamp monster, claiming he only lost due to exhaustion. The students nodded repeatedly as they listened, though they all knew the truth but chose not to expose him. Principal Wang Yun watched this scene and chuckled dryly. Although the process was frustrating, having the champion still be from his school was satisfactory enough. He was about to stand up and announce the results when the central big screen suddenly switched automatically. After Zhang Tao's elimination, only one person remained in the trial camp, Liang. The system automatically focused, and the sole remaining footage was magnified. All the teachers and students instantly fell silent. Seeing the scene on the screen, everyone at the school was stunned. What? There's still someone inside the trial camp? Holy crap. I thought Zhang Tao lasted the longest, someone in the crowd shouted, eyes glued to the central screen. Look, that looks like Liang. It's actually him. At first, there was a reflexive sense of relief. Oh, it's just Liang, figures, every time he. But before they could finish, everyone fell silent in unison. Something was wrong this time. Liang was clearly a jobless loser. So how could he have gone further than 3 rank professionals? Du Qingran looked up in disbelief, her pupils contracting. That lean but steady figure on the screen was all too familiar to her. It was indeed Liang. Even she had been certain Zhang Tao would take first place, but now she was completely caught off guard by this unexpected result. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao's triumphant smile was still plastered on his face, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into storm clouds. The first place should rightfully be his. But it was Liang again, that persistent waste he'd always considered a lingering ghost, somehow managing to interfere once more. How is this possible? Principal Wang also froze in place, his gaze locked on the screen. He immediately recognized that Li Yang's location was definitely not the beginner zone, yet it didn't quite look like the intermediate zone either. Where exactly is this? A teacher beside him frantically flipped through his tablet and exclaimed, "The data shows Li Yong has entered the latter half of the advanced zone, with only the final stretch left to the exit." As those words landed, the entire room fell instantly silent. Not a single student had broken through to the intermediate zone. Yet Li Yong was about to complete the trial. This meant everyone present was inferior to a waste. Those students who had previously mocked and ridiculed Li Yong now had faces as dark as iron, wishing they could crawl into a hole in the ground. Principal Wang lowered his voice in shock. How is this possible? How did he defeat the poison swamp monster? He couldn't even pass the River Crab King stage. He had originally thought Li Yong was still cowering in some corner of the beginner zone, only to find he had already fought his way to the finish line. Everyone gradually came to their senses. Zhang Tao angrily slammed the table, his voice ringing out. Li Yong must be cheating. There's no way he could defeat the poison swamp monster Hedon. He must be severely punished. He couldn't accept losing first place again. Moreover, having personally fought the poison swamp monster head-to-head, he knew how terrifying that creature was. Even with his strength, he couldn't gain an advantage, let alone a jobless Li Yong. Even 10 of him would be completely wiped out. Right. He definitely used underhanded methods, someone chimed in. Brother Tao is right. I didn't even see the shadow of the poison swamp monster, so there's no way Li Yong with his blank profession could. The other students nodded in agreement. Whether it was reasonable no longer mattered. They just knew they couldn't admit Li Yong was stronger than them, or they'd lose all face. Principal Wang's frown deepened. Actually, having someone finally pass the trial camp should have been good news, but that person just had to be Li Yong. This was a big problem. He had previously announced publicly that first place would receive a gold-tier equipment exchange card. That was originally prepared for Zhang Tao, or more precisely, for Zhang Tao's guild president father to see. If the card fell into Li Yang's hands, it would be a complete waste. It would be fine to give it to enshrank talent like Du Qingren. At least there'd be future returns, but a blank profession? He'd rather sell it for money. Unless the principal's gaze swept toward the central screen again, unless they could catch evidence of Li Yong cheating. On the screen, Li Yong gripped that crude but newly repaired spear with both hands, his frame appearing somewhat slight, yet steady as a rock, carefully navigating through the advanced zone. This was a valley area with very steep terrain that significantly affected movement speed. He moved forward step by step with his usual steady pace. As he passed a dark cave opening in the rock wall, a pungent stench and oppressive breathing sounds hit him. Hedon. Li Yong gripped his silver spear tighter and ventured several steps deeper, cautiously probing ahead. Suddenly, violent flapping sounds erupted from deep within the cave. 3 massive pitch-black bats burst out, their razor-sharp wings beating powerfully, stirring up fierce winds that sent dust swirling everywhere. Their piercing, bone-chilling shrieks echoed through the narrow stone passage. Bloodthirsty black bat. Level 9. HP, 1,500. Description: possesses powerful sustain abilities. Attacks cause targets to continuously lose health. Ability: Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst sustain after dealing damage to a target. Inflicts bleeding status, causing 20 attack power damage per second for 5 seconds, and recovers own health equal to 10 of bleeding damage dealt. Can be copied. Li Yong weighed his options for a moment. He already had this Shrank Guardian Shield for sustain, but this continuous bleeding effect was perfect for countering agile monsters that were hard to approach. He still had 2 copy opportunities left. Keeping one in reserve would be enough. Copy. Copy successful. You have acquired ability, Bloodthirst B. You triggered a hidden critical hit. Bloodthirst grade upgraded from B to S. Bloodthirsts after dealing damage to a target, inflicts bleeding status, causing 500 strength damage per second for 10 seconds, and recovers own health equal to damage dealt on a 1:10 ratio. Li Yong was completely stunned. Brank jumped straight to Shrank? Ridiculous. This bleeding effect was absolutely brutal, 500 strength damage per second. Assuming he had 1,000 strength points and dealt 1,000 damage with a normal attack, the bleeding would deal 5,000 damage per second, equivalent to 5 regular strikes. If he could copy a ranged class later, he could refresh the bleeding effect from a distance and let enemies bleed to death. Even boss fights would become trivial. Screech, screech. The 3 bloodthirsty black bats circling overhead seemed to sense the threat and didn't rashly dive down, instead warily watching for Li Yang's openings. Li Yong dismissed his distracting thoughts and looked up with cold eyes. Perfect, he'd test his new ability on them. After a brief standoff, one bloodthirsty black bat couldn't resist diving down, its fangs gleaming menacingly. Li Yong shifted his footing and thrust his spear like lightning into its gaping maw. 261. Blood splattered everywhere. The bat shrieked and pulled up, but was instantly locked onto by Bloodthirst S. 300. 300. 300. Even after gaining distance, it continued hemorrhaging health, never imagining it would be destroyed by its own signature ability. Seeing this, the remaining 2 bats screeched in unison and attacked from both sides. Li Yong dodged a wing strike and thrust his spear through another bat's abdomen. 260. Piercing shrieks echoed as the bleeding agony was infinitely prolonged. Li Yang seized the moment to pivot and strike the third one. 260. All three bats fled upward in panic, but the continuous bleeding left them gasping for breath. 300. 300. 300. Their health bars dropped below half, wings trembling, unable to maintain stable flight, barely managing to hover in place. Can't fly anymore? Li Yang leaped up with his spear and effortlessly struck one down. You killed a level 9 bloodthirsty black bat, experience 90. The remaining two tried to flee while wounded, but their speed was now slower than a human's quick pace. You killed a level 9 bloodthirsty black bat, experience 90. You killed a level 9 bloodthirsty black bat, experience 90. After finishing the harvest, Li Yang was about to continue forward when he suddenly noticed a strange light flickering from deep within the cave where the three bloodthirsty black bats had been roosting. He stopped and cautiously leaned in to investigate. You found a hidden exit, can directly settle results. After witnessing Li Yang effortlessly slay 3 level 9 monsters, the school plaza fell into an eerie silence, as if all the air had been sucked out in an instant. Students and teachers stared wide-eyed with gaping mouths, looking like baby birds waiting to be fed. If a bird had flown overhead at that moment, it probably would have left a few white droppings without hesitation. Did I see that right? 3 level 9 monsters just got obliterated like that. What kind of insane damage is that? I only saw him fire 2 shots. Are high-level zone monsters really that fragile? Apart from Li Yang, no one had ever set foot in the high-level zone or even seen what level 9 monsters looked like. The entire crowd was left in pure shock. Li Yang, has he really become this powerful? Du Qingran covered her face with both hands, her voice filled with disbelief. She had only seen mid-level zone poison swamp monsters through Zhang Tao's screen, yet Li Yang was already dominating the high-level zone. Principal Wang Yin shook his head silently. The facts before him forced him to acknowledge that Li Yang's talent and fundamentals were indeed exceptional, but in his view, such abilities should belong to someone like Zhang Tao, and rank professional. No profession is still no profession. Trash will always be trash, he stubbornly thought to himself. Zhang Tao furrowed his brow and suddenly shouted, "Something's not right. Don't you all see it? Li Yang's damage is clearly abnormal. Taking down a level 9 monster in 2 hits is absolutely impossible." His words jolted the crowd awake, and they began nodding in agreement. Right? He must have used some underhanded method. He's definitely cheating. Cheaters must be disqualified. Amid the commotion, Principal Wang's eyes lit up. If Li Yang was indeed caught cheating, he wouldn't have to give out that golden tier equipment voucher, which wasn't meant for Li Yang anyway. Wang Yun's eyes gleamed as he raised his hand and shouted, "Quiet. Everyone be quiet." He put on an air of righteousness and said to Zhang Tao, "Student Zhang Tao, I trust your character. Since you claim Li Yang is cheating, how do you think he's doing it?" This smooth maneuver essentially handed all decision-making power to Zhang Tao. Whatever Zhang Tao said would become fact. Zhang Tao's face brightened as he immediately responded, "Everyone saw Li Yang's damage absolutely abnormal. He must have used something to drastically boost his attack power." Across the plaza, students and teachers exchanged glances and nodded silently. Though Zhang Tao had no concrete evidence, his words resonated with their suspicions. Zhang Tao stared at Li Yang on the big screen, scanning back and forth, when his eyes suddenly lit up. "That's it. Look, what's that thing on his wrist?" Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the screen. Li Yang was gripping his spear and charging forward at full speed, with a conspicuous green object wrapped around his wrist near the gun stock. "That's a piece of equipment." An uproar erupted instantly. "Holy crap, that explains everything. No wonder he could defeat the River Crab King and charge all the way to the high-level zone. The trial camp clearly prohibits bringing personal items cheating." "Good eye, Zhang Tao. We almost got fooled. Cheating. Rule violation. Disqualify him." Indignant voices rose one after another. Zhang Tao was overjoyed, knowing that Li Yang, that loser, could never be better than him. He lifted his chin proudly, his gaze sweeping across the students gathered on the playground, as if he had already anticipated everyone's cheers. Du Qingran stood behind him, her slender fingers crossed over her arms, covering half her face, her eyes full of disdain. "So he was cheating all along. I actually thought highly of him before. How disgusting." Principal Wang squinted slightly, the corners of his mouth turning up. "You're the one, kid." In his mind, this Zhang Tao was even more sensible than he had imagined. With someone to take the blame, he could naturally hand the first place back to Zhang Tao. The playground buzzed with discussion, and just as everyone was condemning Li Yang, a dark green military SUV screeched to a halt at the school gate. The car door swung open, and Lu Xian, wearing a military green short-sleeve shirt, looked up to confirm the school emblem's location, then gave a brief order into his radio. "This is the place. Everyone move out." Several soldiers in camouflage uniforms filed out and strode quickly toward the depths of the campus. Meanwhile, inside the trial camp, behind the stone wall swallowed by swamp mist, Li Yang finally found a mechanism hidden by vines. The walls slowly rotated, revealing a gray-white stone teleportation array. He gripped the water spirit bracer tightly and hesitated for a moment. Better get out first. Who knows what's happening to the other students? Reaching the finish line early means higher scores. Stepping into the magic circle, white light flashed, and the world spun. In the blink of an eye, he was standing in the center of the school plaza. As the teleportation light faded, the surrounding students' gazes all turned to him in unison. The murmur of voices exploded like a pot with its lid lifted. Liang raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, his expression puzzled, but he didn't have time to think much. Zhang Tao walked out from the crowd with high spirits, putting on an air of mature wisdom as he looked down at him. Liang, I know you can't accept losing to me, but rankings obtained through rule violations are ultimately fake. You might fool everyone else, but don't fool yourself. The noise grew louder, and several gloating stares seemed to freeze the air. Liang squinted at Zhang Tao and chuckled softly. He had long seen clearly who was sincere and who was putting on an act. The current betrayal only made things cleaner for him. You say I violated the rules? Do you have evidence? This concerns the reward. I won't back down. Zhang Tao put his hands behind his back, putting on an air of profound mystery. Liang, don't you know that the scenes from the trial camp are broadcast live to the outside? You're wearing the evidence of your crime right on your wrist, yet you still demand proof with such stubbornness. Do you take everyone for fools? Liang looked down at his wrist. A water spirit bracer, emitting a faint blue glow, rested quietly against his skin. You mean this? He looked up. Didn't this drop from the poison swamp monster? What? You didn't fight one? With that casual remark, someone in the crowd couldn't help but snort with laughter. Zhang Tao's face flushed red. Even if it did drop from a monster, wearing it is still a violation. The real first place. Du Qingran stepped forward, tilting her head slightly as she declared, Liang, if you know what's good for you, you'll give up first place right now. The reward would be wasted in your hands anyway. And she moved to link arms with Zhang Tao. I've decided to accept Zhang Tao's invitation for a date. Looking at this self-important pair, Liang sneered. You two mean nothing to me. If first place is mine, then the reward should be mine too. Zhang Tao panicked inwardly and quickly turned his gaze to Principal Wang, who had been watching from the sidelines. Old Principal Wang Yunqing coughed and raised his hand for silence. All right, I announce that the first place winner of this trial camp is. Before he could finish, heavy, rhythmic footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the playground, like hammers striking the ground. Then, a sharp command silenced the entire scene. Seal it off? Search immediately. Principal Wang's eyelid twitched mid-sentence. He was standing on the podium in the school courtyard giving a speech when he suddenly heard the sound of chaotic footsteps. Over a dozen fully armed soldiers poured in from both sides of the crowd, their black combat boots thundering against the ground as they instantly surrounded the platform. Principal Wang instinctively stepped back, raising his hand to his chest as he asked urgently, What's happening? Who are you? Lu Xian stepped out from the formation, his expression cold. Military raid. Apprehending spies. Those 8 words hit the courtyard like muffled thunder. The teachers and students were already on edge from the awakening test, and now they erupted in commotion, exchanging glances as if anyone could be harboring evidence of guilt. Only Liang's eyes flickered slightly, so there really were spies. No wonder he had encountered a series of anomalies like abyssal demons during the trial camp. Principal Wang's eyes widened. Why are you arresting spies here? This is a school. Lu Xian looked up and uttered just 2 words. Classified. The icy response sent chills down Principal Wang's spine, and he fell silent awkwardly. Around the courtyard, teachers and students witnessed an armed arrest for the first time, freezing in place and not daring to move. Time passed in tense silence. After about half an hour, 2 well-equipped men escorted Director Han out of the academic building. Director Han's clothes were tattered, his face bruised and swollen, with plastic restraints dragging from his ankles as he was brought before Lu Xian. Director, we've got him. Lu Xian simply nodded in acknowledgement. Principal Wang Yun gasped when he saw the face clearly. Wait, this is our school's director. Are you sure you haven't arrested the wrong person? Director Han had always been his trusted aide, handling many shady dealings for him. Lu Xian frowned, his gaze sweeping toward Principal Wang like an ice blade. The Abyssal cult managed to infiltrate for so long, reaching a core position, and you're still defending him? His voice was extremely low, yet enough to make everyone around him shudder. If I hadn't happened to oversee this year's trial camp, do you know how many more talents would have been eliminated? Principal Wang's heart raced. More. Exactly. Lu Xian's gaze grew even colder. Director Han used abyssal power to tamper with trial camp data and has already killed and shrank professional talent. You didn't notice anything? The phrase shrank professional talent struck like a thunderbolt. Principal Wang quickly scanned the student count. 1, 2. Indeed, 1 is missing. Are you talking about Jiang Hao? Lu Xian nodded impatiently. Principal Wang opened his mouth and mumbled. With so many people in the trial camp, I couldn't possibly keep track of every single one. The spy infiltrated the control room, and you still want to shift blame? Lu Xian's voice suddenly deepened. If I hadn't intervened in time, that student named Liang would have been killed too. As his words landed, all eyes turned toward Liang. Shock, curiosity, and awe intermingled. Liang simply stood calmly in the formation, as if detached from it all. Someone muttered quietly. Zhang Tao crossed his arms and sneered. Humph, what's so special about that? Just lucky. Lu Xian raised his hand to silence the chatter and said coolly, this wasn't just luck. Director Han's methods were sophisticated. Even I didn't notice initially. Before I arrived, Liang relied on his own strength to single-handedly kill a level 10 Abyssal demon. That sentence completely ignited the courtyard. Holy shit, a level 10 Abyssal demon? Even same-level elite monsters are several times harder to defeat. He just awakened less than a day ago. How did he manage that? Exclamations erupted one after another. Just as the commotion reached its peak, the large screen in the center of the courtyard suddenly lit up, beginning to replay surveillance footage. In the wilderness scene, Liang gripped a dagger, moving like a shadow with sharp, precise movements. Each dodge barely grazed past fangs and bone blades, and his opponent was indeed a level 10 Abyssal demon. For ordinary people, a single mistake means complete ruin. But Liang managed to wear down his opponent through sheer persistence and ultimately achieved victory. At that moment, everyone was stunned speechless. It turned out that even someone without a profession could reach such heights. Lu Xian looked on with obvious admiration and said, just as I thought, it's fortunate I intervened in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable. Principal Wang, you seem quite comfortable in your position as principal. Principal Wang's face flushed red, and he wanted to make excuses, but Lu Xian simply waved his hand dismissively. I've already filed my report. Starting today, you're suspended from duty. Another wave of gasps swept through the crowd. Principal Wang stood frozen in place. The loss to him was undoubtedly enormous. Moreover, Lu Xian hadn't specified how long the suspension would last. He wanted to say something more, but Lu Xian spoke calmly. This matter ends here. Then he suddenly turned to look at the students in the plaza and announced, I came here today for another matter as well. This statement caused another uproar. Another matter? Many people began to shift uncomfortably. The revelations so far had already been explosive enough, and there was still more? Was their class just incredibly unlucky? Lu Xian suddenly smiled and continued. I'm here to present the rewards for this trial camp. This year's first-place winner from your school is truly a special talent. The most promising individual I've encountered in years. Principal Wang's eyes lit up, seeing a potential opportunity, and he quickly said, You're too kind, sir. As principal, I've always trained students without expecting anything in return. I understand that nurturing a genius like Zhang Tao means contributing talent to our nation. In fact, I had previously decided to award him an additional gold-level exchange voucher. Zhang Tao was also beaming with joy. The most promising genius Lu Xian must be referring to him. Being singled out so suddenly was overwhelming. He even shot a provocative glance at Liang. Times had changed. From now on, he would be the one stepping on Liang. He prepared to receive the praise with a broad smile. At that moment, Lu Xian announced loudly, that person is Liang. As the only student to emerge from the trial camp, the result speaks for itself. Lu Xian's words plunged the entire plaza into silence. The previously chattering crowd was completely dumbfounded. What? It wasn't the supposedly limitless potential strength professional Zhang Tao? Instead, he had chosen Liang. Both Principal Wang and Zhang Tao's faces stiffened. Principal Wang panicked. Sir, isn't there some mistake? He certainly didn't want to give a gold-level equipment voucher to a worthless person. Zhang Tao stood up frantically to object. Impossible. Liang cheated. I'm the first place. I'm in strength professional, he's just a blank slate. Enough, Lu Xian interrupted coldly. Are you questioning our decision? At these words, both men shuddered. Principal Wang's heart sank, and he quickly waved his hands. No objections. Zhang Tao took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and said nothing more. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Xian approached Liang and handed him a check. This contains not only the original first-place prize of 100,000, but also an additional 100,000 compensation from me. I apologize for what happened during the trial camp. Liang accepted the check and said, no need to dwell on it. These are just the vile tactics of the Abyss followers. Those who worship the Abyss are all slaves to its power, specializing in anti-human activities. It's nothing surprising. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Strength profession detected warlord archer. S-class profession army-breaking archer professional talent. When arrows hit target weak points, damage is doubled, and during sustained damage dealing, attack speed and damage gradually increase. Passive attacks have built-in 10 penetration effect. Can be replicated. The notification sound suddenly rang out, and Liang looked toward Lu Xian following the sound, momentarily stunned. Lu Xian noticed his gaze and looked slightly puzzled. What's wrong? If you're not satisfied with the reward. Liang quickly waved his hands, secretly amused. He couldn't very well announce publicly that he planned to steal the guy's profession, could he? As soon as the thought arose, he commanded silently. Plunder profession. Replicate. Card replication successful. You have obtained S-class profession, army breaking archer. Li Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Awesome. Since monster abilities can be fused, can professions also merge with each other? Unfortunately, he only had this one card right now, so he couldn't verify it yet. What was more troubling was that all replication cards had been consumed, and the next refresh wouldn't come until level 15. It seemed he needed to hurry up and farm monsters to replenish his cards. He maintained a calm expression on the surface, but Lu Xian had already turned to the other side, looking at Principal Wang, who had remained silent throughout. Principal Wang, didn't you say you would give the trial's first-place winner a gold-level exchange voucher? Why hasn't there been any movement? Old Principal Wang Yun's heart suddenly lurched. In the plaza, the gazes of teachers and students all fell on him in unison. That was a promise he had made with his own mouth. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to slap himself twice, but there was no way to retreat. He could only endure an expression uglier than if he had swallowed a fly, fish out a golden exchange voucher from his chest, and walk toward Li Yang with heavy steps, his heart bleeding. This was supposed to be used to curry favor with the guild behind Zhang Tao. How did it end up in the hands of this waste Li Yang? Zhang Tao's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Li Yang watched Wang Yun with interest. This old fox, who had always been purely profit-driven, now actually showed a fawning smile. Student Li Yang, this is an additional reward I personally prepared for the trial's first-place winner, a gold-level weapon exchange voucher. Please accept it. He extended his hand, but found that Wang Yun was gripping it tightly and wouldn't let go. Li Yang raised an eyebrow and yanked hard with a pop sound, snatching the voucher away, unable to help but laugh. Thank you for Principal Wang's cultivation, then I won't be polite. Wang Yun's face clearly wrote, I'm unwilling, all over it. This scene fell into Lu Xian's eyes, and only then did he nod with satisfaction, stepping forward to hand Li Yang a business card. If you need anything in the future, contact me anytime. Keep working hard. The higher-ups think highly of you. Profession doesn't represent everything, and once you make it onto the newcomer rankings, someone might actively come to recruit you. After saying this, he left with his people. Zhang Tao watched Lu Xian's figure disappear, could no longer suppress his anger, his emotions completely breaking down as he roared loudly. Li Yang, don't think that cheating your way to first place will let you turn things around. No profession is still no profession. Trash is still trash. From now on, you'll only get weaker and weaker, while I'll get stronger and stronger. I've already secured a guaranteed admission spot to Dragon Knight Academy, with exclusive resource support, and I'll become Jianghai City's first professional to achieve first advancement. Once I claim the top spot on the newcomer rankings, you can just stay down there and look up at me. As soon as Zhang Tao finished speaking, the training ground erupted in boos. Students around them began whispering among themselves, while Li Yang had indeed dominated early on thanks to his solid foundation. From here on out, it would all come down to talent, and hard work alone could only take someone so far. Du Qingran had originally stepped forward, but upon hearing Zhang Tao's words, she quietly retreated. Zhang Tao wasn't wrong. Li Yang's era was over. Even if his level was temporarily ahead, he would soon be pulled down, and the gap between them would become as vast as the divide between heaven and earth. In the center of the crowd, Li Yang remained calm, his gaze settling on the nearly frenzied Zhang Tao. Have I ever wronged you in any way? Yes, of course you have. Zhang Tao snarled through gritted teeth. For 3 whole years, your very existence has overshadowed me at every turn. Everything you have should have been mine. Now, I'm going to take it all back. Li Yang smiled faintly and paid him no more attention. After collecting his rightful rewards, he walked straight out of the crowded area without looking back. Leaving school, he headed directly to Jianghai Military Supply Mall with his golden equipment exchange voucher in hand. This was Jianghai City's largest state-owned equipment marketplace, under unified government supervision with guaranteed after-sales service. Stepping through the spacious entrance, he was greeted by clearly marked directional signs organized first by profession, then by level, arranged from top to bottom in perfect order. With his rank archer credentials, Li Yang easily found his way to the golden tier weapons floor. The shelves were lined with various bows and arrows, their metal and wood components gleaming under the lights as they reflected dazzling rays. Flame Bow Golden Tier. Attacks inflict burning damage with continuous health drain. Frostwing Hunter Bow Golden Tier. Attacks slow targets with a 10 chance to freeze. Poison Bow Golden Tier. Poison effects reduce target's recovery rate by half. Each bow came with unique effects, and as a core damage dealer in the backline, the importance of his weapon couldn't be overstated. Li Yang browsed carefully through the shelves, finally stopping before a rugged-looking black and gold longbow. Explosive Bow. Grade, Golden Tier. Level requirement, 10. Strength requirement, 300. Special effect, arrows explode on impact, dealing 80 splash damage to surrounding targets. Area damage, high efficiency the 1. He reached for the bow, gripping the handle and drawing the string to full tension. The feel was steady and smooth, and he immediately decided to exchange for it. When he went to the front desk to register, he found a slightly portly middle-aged man behind the counter. Seeing Li Yong with an exchange voucher, the man immediately put on a friendly smile and began entering his information. Haha, young man, you're also gearing up for that outdoor boss, aren't you? Li Yong raised an eyebrow. Oh, the middle-aged man paused, then lowered his voice. You don't know yet? The news just broke this morning. A golden deer boss is about to spawn outside the city, supposedly dropping special items. Li Yong gestured for him to continue. But here's the thing, the middle-aged man shook his head with a sigh. Quite a few major powers have gotten involved now. There are even rumors that elite teams led by legendary guild officers are stepping in. Ordinary folks going there would only get the leftover scraps. How so? Li Yong placed 100 dragon coin note on the desk. The man's eyes lit up as he pocketed the bill. I only know the general details. But anyway, when Legendary Guild makes a move, you know what that means. Legendary Guild? A name flashed through Li Yang's mind. Zhang Tao's family faction. But regardless, this boss was his target. His range damage dealer class was ready. The golden explosive bow was in hand, and his Shrank bloodthirst ability was sharpened and ready. Soloing a boss would be a piece of cake. At this moment, did they expect him to avoid confrontation and hand over the spoils of war? Impossible. Give me that position. After leaving the Shanghai Merchant Association, Li Yong immediately obtained intelligence about the wild boss spawn, a location that would inevitably attract numerous high-level professionals. With some time remaining before the spawn, he decided to strengthen himself first and proceeded to the Cloud Sea Secret Realm according to his original plan. The Cloud Sea Secret Realm had clearly defined zones suitable for newcomers to level up. Normal zone for levels 110, hard zone for levels 1015, and the unopened nightmare zone likely for levels 1520. For newly awakened or slightly experienced professionals, this place offered moderate difficulty with decent rewards, making the entrance area perpetually bustling with activity. At this moment, numerous teams were recruiting at the entrance. Newbie seeking carry, can heal. Veteran leading team, need frontline. Need support with buff gear. Still need burst DPS to sweep hard zone. Li Yong glanced at the notice board. Cloud Sea Secret Realm. Level requirement, 120. Description, dense monster groups. Random boss spawns within the map. Normal zone, recommended 3 people, healer required. Hard zone, recommended 5 people, need tank and healer. Nightmare zone. A familiar female voice suddenly called out. Li Yong. He turned around to see Du Qingran approaching. She wore purple mage robes with the legendary guild emblem embroidered on her chest, her expression as arrogant as ever. What are you doing here? Is this even a place for someone like you? She asked with raised eyebrows. Li Yang's eyes turned slightly cold, but he remained silent. Du Qingran continued her speculation, as if suddenly understanding something. Oh, I get it now. You followed me here after finding out my whereabouts, didn't you? Zhang Tao is busy preparing for the boss battle with his family guild, so I'm going into the secret realm alone today. Don't think that being a few levels higher means you can stand before me. I'll surpass you soon enough. I won't team up with you. After this string of words, Li Yong frowned, feeling only annoyance. It seems you and Zhang Tao have both made your choices. Du Qingran snorted coldly. Of course, we're both Shrank professionals, so naturally we make the right choices. Stop trying to drive a wedge between us and go grind some monsters instead. Don't let us leave you too far behind, or you won't even have any dignity left. Li Yong sneered. Talking nonsense with you is less useful than doing actual work. If not for concerns about causing chaos among the crowd, he might have ended this trouble directly. With that, he walked toward the teleportation platform and pressed the enter button without hesitation. Blue and white light flickered as his figure gradually disappeared. Du Qingran exclaimed in shock. Are you insane? A jobless person daring to enter the secret realm solo, isn't that suicide? Li Yong didn't respond and completely dissolved into particles of light. Du Qingran looked around frantically, hurrying to distance herself. Everyone saw if this has nothing to do with me. He chose to go die on his own. She thought her words had provoked Li Yong into entering and feared being held responsible. People nearby with sharp ears caught every word. TSK, all that for pride. Not worth it. What do you know? That's just men being men. Ha. Men? He's a kid. Marching in alone at his age, bet he won't make it out alive. As in Shrank Mage, Du Qingran drew plenty of players eager to team up at this stop alone. Pride sparkled in her eyes. See that, Li Yong? He'll surpass you in no time. You barely spared me a glance before, but now, I'm out of your league. Cloud Sea Secret Realm. As the teleport light faded, Li Yong landed on the edge of an island. Waves slammed against the rocks, surf roared with the wind, and the damp, salty air rushed his way. He immediately pulled out his fresh-bought weapon, the burst bow, and brought up his status panel. Name, Li Yong. Class, blank. Level, 10. Strength, 600. Constitution, 105. Agility, 150. Spirit, 105. Talent, card talent. Abilities, Warlord Archer, Shrank. Guardian Shield, Shrank. Bloodlust, Shrank. Enhancement, Crank. With the burst bow's base bonus, his strength jumped straight to 600. A piercing screech cut down from high above. Liang looked up to see a giant white eagle circling beneath the clouds, eyeing him like prey. Perfect. He raised the burst bow with his left hand and drew the string with his right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows streaked like fire, punching through its wing. 557, 559, 601. Weak point. You killed a level 8 chalk eagle. EXP 80. Think you're a ground chicken? Liang lowered the bow and glanced at the system map. The teleport drop point sat at the bottom of the normal zone, and not far away a boss lair was marked. This spot is interesting. He followed the planned route. You killed a level 7 gorilla fiend. EXP 70. You killed a level 9 one-horned ape. EXP 90. You killed a level 10 thunder serpent. EXP 100. Level up, 1011. Liang cleared monsters as he went. The Cloud Sea Secret Realm had an extremely high spawn rate. No sooner had he dropped one wave than the next burst from the brush, keeping him in constant combat. No wonder the dungeon recommended at least 3 plus a support. It really was a great place for rookies to practice teamwork. Before long, he reached a valley. From the cliff wall above, he could take in the whole scene. The map confirmed it. This was the boss location. In the hollow below, a brown dot lumbered back and forth. Boss, Rock Burrow Bear. Level 10. Skills, Stone Shield, Claw Strike Rock. But on the mountain path beside the bear, 5 small black dots were closing in. A full party of professionals had beaten him there. Public resources were fair game, and Liang had no intention of giving up this boss. He descended along the path and slipped onto the midslope. The team had already engaged. The shield warrior held the front line to draw aggro. The healer in back lifted her hands to send out green light, and the DPS closed in from all sides, anxious to secure the tag before anyone else. Liang gauged the range, found his firing lane, and raised the bow. From here, his arrow could hit the boss directly. Liang raised his bow and fired an arrow at the boss below. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the mist with a sharp whistle, striking the stone bear's shoulder blade in an instant. Bang! Flames erupted, and the scorching blast wave scattered the fog, followed by a thunderous explosion. The frontline tank from the professional team in the valley had been standing too close and was sent flying by the shockwave, tumbling several meters like a ragdoll. On the cliff, Liang froze, his eyes wide with shock. Damn, I forgot the explosive bow's arrows explode. He scratched his head awkwardly. Well, there's no explaining this away now. At least I only hit the tanks tough enough not to die instantly. Down in the valley. What the hell was that? The tank struggled to his feet, his shield cracked. Who just nuked me? That hurt like hell. The mage immediately turned to look. Did you shoot that arrow? The archer nearby looked completely bewildered. Not me. Don't look at me like that. If I had that kind of damage output, what would I need you guys for? An awkward silence fell over the group. Just as everyone was staring at each other in confusion, the stone bear, its aggro disrupted, let out a low roar. Its eyes turned blood red as it entered berserk mode. Its massive paws swept across, sending rocks flying as the team was forced to retreat. This is bad. We've lost our rhythm. Fall back, the mage shouted. I can't move. The tank, half kneeling from the explosion, called out desperately. Please, don't leave me behind. He glanced back at the approaching stone bear, his face pale with terror. Which bastard shot that arrow? The assassin hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll save you. In terms of speed, he was the only one who could make the rescue. The chubby tank's eyes welled up with tears. You're a lifesaver, but maybe you should just go. I can't drag you down with me. Stop being dramatic. Keep talking, and I really will leave. The assassin cursed, hoisting him up. How much do you eat every day? You're so heavy. Seeing the stone bear's shadow growing larger behind them, he wanted to slap himself. Great, my rank career is going to end saving your sorry ass. The stone bear's massive form blocked out the sun, its deep roars making their eardrums throb. At the critical moment, a brilliant light arrow pierced through the mist like lightning, striking precisely into the beast's back. Boom. Explosive flames surged as the giant creature staggered and nearly toppled over. This time, Liang deliberately adjusted his angle to avoid hitting the unfortunate professionals. 2,400. 2,400. The health bar flashed red as the bleeding effect ticked for 500 strength damage every second. Even a high HP boss couldn't withstand this punishment. Taking advantage of the stone bear's stumble, the assassin finally dragged the tank to safety. Looking up, he swore in amazement. Holy shit. Guys, look at this. The boss's health bar is vanishing into thin air. The others followed his gaze and gasped. What the hell? Is someone cheating? What's happening? Is the boss just bleeding out on its own? The chubby tank was the first to react. What are we waiting for? Let's go finish it off. Wait. The team's core mage quickly spoke up to stop them. Haven't you noticed? Someone shot that arrow, and judging by the damage, it's clearly from a very powerful person. If you dare to steal from them, you must have a death wish. Hearing the warning, several teammates froze mid-motion, their faces instantly turning pale. On a nearby treetop, Liang lightly drew his bowstring with his right hand, the sharp arrowhead still aimed at the group, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. At least you know better. He never killed indiscriminately, but if anyone dared to steal his prey, they would certainly be removed from existence. The next second, the bear's rock-like massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. 2,400. 2,400. You have slain level 10 boss Rockstone Bear. Experience 2,500. Level up 1113. You have obtained silver grade equipment. Rockbark armor. Rockbark armor. Grade silver. Level requirement 10. Constitution 75. Agility 20. Touching the glowing guardian shield patterns on his arm, Liang knew his situation well. He already had comprehensive defensive measures, and no matter how sturdy the rockbark armor was, it would only be a burden with its 20-point agility penalty being too costly. He stored the brand new silver equipment in his backpack to prevent accidental damage during combat, thinking he could easily sell it for tens of thousands of dragon coins back in town. With his objective complete, Liang turned and stepped into the forest shade, his figure disappearing in the blink of an eye. Below the cliff, the entire professional team remained frozen in place, their minds replaying the less than 2-second instant kill. There was actually such a terrifying expert hidden in this secret realm. The boss that their entire team would need to handle with extreme caution had been taken down like it was made of paper. The group exchanged glances, secretly grateful that if they had really rushed forward to steal the kill earlier, they would probably be corpses by now. More than 10 minutes after Liang left, another full party came rushing along the mountain path. At the front of the group, a fire mage wearing red gold robes raised her hand to signal a stop. She was the team's core strength professional Du Qingran. The still warm scorch marks on the ground caught her eye, and her beautiful eyes brightened slightly. Anyone who could leave explosion traces like these is definitely not to be trifled with. She had rushed straight for the boss upon entering the secret realm, only to be beaten to it. Looking at the remnants where lava still churned, it was obvious the other party had just left. Her innate social instincts made Du Qingran's heart itch. If she could get to know this person, it would definitely be of great benefit to her future secret realm conquests. Continue pursuing along that upper path. She dropped the command and stepped forward without consulting her teammates. The other members, though helpless, had no choice but to follow this absolute core, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward for a moment. 611. 610. You have slain level 11 Centaur monster. Experience 110. Liang had now ventured deep into the difficult zone, with the whistling sounds of arrows cutting through air coming one after another. With his bow's range advantage, he often killed monsters before they could even get close. The Vanguard Archer's Vital Strike effect was almost equivalent to ignoring defense, making his hunting rhythm astonishingly fast. After a full hour, monster corpses littered the difficult zone, and Liang's level had smoothly climbed to 15. You have obtained a card. Finally, his heart leaped with joy. Every 5 levels guaranteed a duplication card. Facts had proven that this card could even duplicate strength professions, and now he already possessed one strength profession, Vanguard Archer. Logically, duplicating once more would allow him to achieve dual professions, which was his most anticipated reward. Just as he was calculating, an agile creature flashed past the edge of his vision and instantly dove into the grass. Liang pursued without hesitation. After running just dozens of meters, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. The area ahead is undeveloped. Low-level professionals, please do not approach. Nightmare Zone. Liang frowned slightly. That area spawned level 15-20 monsters, and he was exactly level 15 now, so theoretically, he shouldn't be considered low-level. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand to draw the bowstring and continued accelerating. Whatever, I'll pursue first and worry about it later. Even if he encountered something he couldn't defeat now, he was confident he could escape unscathed. The secret realm monitoring room. The duty inspector was half reclining in a creaky rocking chair, holding an old stylus and boredly poking at the light screen on his desk, looking completely like he was slacking off. Suddenly, a sharp alarm blared thunderously, causing the entire wall to vibrate in resonance. He bolted upright, his fingertips rapidly opening the secret realm activity interface. A conspicuous green that was flashing at the coordinates of the Nightmare Zone in the Cloud Sea secret realm. What? Someone actually broke into the Nightmare Zone. The inspector's face instantly turned pale. Today was the first day of freshman job transitions, and the Cloud Sea secret realm was packed with novice professionals just starting out. 9 times out of 10, it was some student who had gotten lost and wandered in. At this thought, he didn't bother wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, grabbed the radio, and shouted into the channel. All teams attention, unknown intruder detected in the Cloud Sea secret realm Nightmare Zone. Please provide immediate support. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away from the secret realm entrance, Kuwan was leaning back in his office chair, browsing social media to pick out promising prospects for his daughter while humming a tune. His phone suddenly rang, and he answered with a frown, originally planning to use the excuse of taking the day off to avoid overtime. But when he heard the brief report from the other end about anomalies in the Cloud Sea secret realm Nightmare Zone, His expression changed dramatically. Qingran also went to the Cloud Sea secret realm today. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Kuwan hesitated no longer, rushed to the wardrobe in a few steps, quickly put on his combat suit with protective inscriptions, grabbed his helmet and combat backpack, and sprinted downstairs. It wasn't unusual for someone to act recklessly in dungeon secret realms occasionally, but this time it happened to be the Cloud Sea secret realm, and his own daughter was inside. No matter how small the probability, it was enough to make his heart race with fear. Outside the Cloud Sea secret realm, by the security perimeter, Kuwan met up with the inspector who had already arrived, grabbing the man's sleeve. "Where's my daughter, Du Qingran? Any news?" "She did enter the secret realm." The inspector spoke rapidly. "But don't worry too much. With her professional talents, even if she accidentally entered the nightmare zone, she has the ability to protect herself. As long as she doesn't encounter that thing." "That thing?" Du Kuan's whole body trembled, his 5 fingers clenching with audible cracks. "Cut the chatter. Let's go in and rescue her immediately." "Got you." The bowstring's vibration cut through the air, cold light traced an arc, and the sharp arrow instantly pierced through a gray-red wolf monster. "You killed level 16 red wolf, experience 160. Li Yong exhaled quietly, slowing his rapid heartbeat caused by tension. After cautiously sneaking all the way, he had originally thought the nightmare zone would be fraught with danger, but unexpectedly the small monsters he encountered were even rarer than in the difficult zone, and their strength was within manageable limits. He had to walk quite a distance to encounter a single monster. This density was even lower than the previous difficult zone, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Had he been overly cautious? Just as this thought arose, dense footsteps suddenly came from the distance, rolling like thunder, accompanied by gray-yellow dust surging straight up to the sky. Li Yang's heart tightened, and he quickly retreated, taking 2 steps to hide in the shadow of a broken rock wall. Moments later, he focused his gaze, and his pupils suddenly dilated. It was an entire beast tide advancing like a sandstorm. A minor beast tide. He almost cried out. Books had mentioned that beast tides were usually precursors to wild magical beasts gathering in groups to attack human cities, and even if not as large as a true beast tide, they were still enough to devour small teams. And now, this was just the nightmare zone of a level 20 secret realm dungeon. The monsters on the outermost edge of the beast tide were all at least level 15 or above. If confronted head-on, even professionals in their 20s could be instantly overwhelmed. Li Yong pressed his back against the rock wall, his feet unconsciously shifting a step. If this group of monsters got close, he would be torn to shreds in seconds. He remembered an old veteran's combat notes. When dealing with beast tides, the only way out was to scatter them. As long as you defeated the core command point, the beast tide would flee in all directions. So why had this beast tide gathered? Li Yong held his breath, using the rock shadow for cover, his gaze searching back and forth through the dust clouds of the stampeding beast horde. Time passed tick by tick with his heartbeat. Finally, he caught sight of something unusual in the central area. 2 elite monsters with distinctive appearances were holding up staffs, releasing scattered glimmers of light as they waved them, guiding the tide-like magical beasts in their charge. These monsters were quite small in size, so Li Yong hadn't noticed them at first. Once these 2 elite monsters were eliminated, the beast horde would naturally fall apart like scattered sand. Li Yong raised his bow, drew back the string, aimed, and released in one fluid motion. The arrow, wrapped in dark red light, tore through the air and shot straight toward the 2 elite monsters at the center of the horde-clang. With the sound of metal striking metal, the arrow was deflected and embedded deep into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. A shield. Li Yong raised an eyebrow. The shield had completely negated the damage, meaning his bloodthirst ability wouldn't activate. The moment his arrow missed, he didn't hesitate and instantly teleported away from his position, pushing his speed to the limit. In life-or-death situations, he never gambled. The 2 elite monsters sensed his presence and flew into a rage, waving their staffs and summoning wave after wave of creatures to search the area. But Li Yong had already changed positions, coldly locking onto his targets. "Let's see how many arrows you can block." Whoosh. The first arrow tore through the air again, followed immediately by another crisp clang. Again. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows rained down like a storm, each impact creating a dull thud. As his rate of fire increased dramatically, his class talent's attack speed bonus quickly maxed out. Li Yang's figure constantly shifted positions, executing a seamless combination of repositioning and shooting. Finally crack. The crisp sound of a shattering shield rang out. Li Yang's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity for a barrage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. 666. 667. The whistling arrows and explosions merged into one continuous sound. The shield shattered, and bloodthirst activated. 3,000. 3,000. System notifications appeared in succession. You have killed level 15 Elite Manipulator Beast Black. Experience 3,500. You have killed level 15 Elite Manipulator Beast Dark. Experience 3,500. Level up, 15-17. With the two elite monsters dead, the remaining beast horde instantly descended into chaos, scattering like headless flies. Liang watched the monsters fleeing across the mountainside and marveled. This beast horde that could have swept across the entire region was caused by just a pair of level 15 elite monsters. In terms of actual difficulty, aside from their thick shields, they really weren't much of a challenge for him. Capture the leader first, then rely on sustained kiting and damage over time to solve the problem at its source. Now he could farm monsters in peace. At the same time, in the hard difficulty area, Du Qingran had led her team in a complete circle but hadn't seen a single trace of any powerful players. Her commanding presence was strong, and though her teammates were full of complaints, they could only follow along. Hey, boss, how much longer are we going to walk? Aren't we here to farm monsters? What are we even doing? Yeah, it's been half a day already. Aside from those monsters blocking our path that we had to clear, have we actively engaged anything? Du Qingran replied impatiently. What's the rush? We can fight monsters anytime, but if we miss the right person, they're gone. A teammate muttered. But what does that have to do with us? We came here to fight monsters. If you want to find someone, couldn't you just wait outside? As soon as those words were spoken, Du Qingran's eyes lit up. Thanks for the reminder. Let's head to the exit right away. Huh. Everyone looked confused. They'd barely been inside and hadn't accomplished anything, yet now they were leaving? Though reluctant, without this mage, their team composition would struggle to survive here. Since they also wanted to get away from this tyrant as quickly as possible, after a moment's consideration, they agreed. Meanwhile, Du Kuwan led his team through the secret realm, relentlessly searching and following the surveillance equipment's locked direction in pursuit of Liang. Along the way, monster corpses lay scattered everywhere, their blood and flesh staining the damp moss black. Everyone exchanged glances, all equally shocked. So many monsters killed? Surveillance. Are you certain you only detected one person entering? Du Kuwan frowned and asked in a low voice. The surveillance officer wiped sweat from his forehead. Yes, only one person was detected. In Jianghai City, new professionals with this kind of combat power can be counted on one hand. As soon as these words fell, Du Kuwan's heart suddenly tightened. If truly only one person could achieve this level, it was most likely his daughter, Du Qingran. He had rushed here in such urgency precisely because he feared this possibility. No time to waste, hurry. Du Kuwan quickened his pace. There are still terrifying manipulator beasts in the nightmare zone, and once provoked, they're not something novice professionals can handle. Before he finished speaking, continuous explosion sounds suddenly came from ahead, with firelight illuminating the shadows beneath the canopy. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Right up ahead, Du Kuwan was the first to rush forward, with the others following closely behind. In less than 2 minutes, they reached the explosion's epicenter. A strong burnt smell hit them in the face. The ground was charred and cracked, with scorch marks spreading like a spider web. 2 blackened corpses lay in the center, their mangled flesh making it immediately clear they were definitely not human. Du Kuwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and forced himself to stay calm. Can you assess the situation here? The surveillance officer crouched down, his fingertips tracing over the scorch marks. Whoever came here is definitely a high-level professional. The monster footprints here are chaotic and dense, but aside from these 2 corpses, all the other monsters have completely disappeared. A nearby secret realm staff member examining the bodies suddenly changed expression. These 2 are manipulator beasts. What? The manipulator beasts were killed. Everyone exclaimed in unison. No wonder there are so many footprints. There must have been a beast tied here. The staff member's voice still carried traces of shock. To kill manipulator beasts and quell a beast tied. Who could have done this? The surveillance officer looked around and pointed to the center of the scorch marks. Judging from the residual energy, the caster was a fire-type range professional. Otherwise, it would be impossible to precisely kill 2 manipulator beasts. Fire-type, ranged. His gaze slowly fell on Du Kuwan. Brother Du, your daughter is in strength fire mage, right? This kind of power, I am afraid, only she could achieve it. Yes. Du Kuwan felt both proud and helpless. But she's too reckless. I've always told her to be careful and not take risks. The surveillance officer waved his hand with a smile. You're wrong about that. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Looking at all the traces along the way, your daughter has probably already surpassed level 15. My good for nothing son can't compare. It's good for young people to dare to fight and venture forth. Congratulations, Brother Du. Having such an excellent daughter requires not just strength, but also judgment and courage. He winked as he spoke. I wonder if your daughter is betrothed? I have a nephew with a rank talent. With this joke, the tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. Everyone had been most worried about the manipulator beasts, but now that the suspense was resolved, their faces showed much more relief. Du Kuwan also felt much more at ease. His daughter truly was a phoenix among people, and fortunately, she had severed ties with that Liang early on. Thinking of that Liang fellow-on idiot who wouldn't even accept an SS rank profession, was probably still fighting slimes in the low-level zones. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yong darted swiftly through the charred rock formations as gunshots and explosions echoed all around. With the beast horde scattered, the monsters had become like startled birds individually. They barely posed any obstacle to him. In just half an hour, his experience bar kept jumping upward level 20. And this was only his first day in the secret realm. At this rate, reaching level 40 for his first class advancement wouldn't take long. When he stepped onto the awakening platform then, what kind of scene would he witness? Only by experiencing it himself would he find the answer. As darkness fell, Li Yong put away his weapon and hurried toward the exit. Meanwhile, after an unknown amount of time, Kuwan and his group were still wandering around the nightmare zone. Strange, we've searched the entire area, but there's nothing except monster corpses. Inspector, scan one more time to see if there are any other signals. The inspector immediately pulled out his detector, blue light flashing rapidly. A minute later, the screen went blank. There's definitely no one left. He looked up. The nightmare zone is empty except for us. Kuwan's expression tightened. Could something have happened to Qingran? Probably not. We've all seen her abilities, and we haven't found any signs of an attack. Most likely she already left through the exit. You're right. Let's get out first, then figure out how to contact her. Outside the secret realm, a flash of teleportation light appeared, and Li Yong landed. Just as he steadied himself, he saw Du Qingran waiting by the exit. The girl's face had been full of anticipation, but the moment she saw who it was, her expression instantly darkened. Oh, not bad luck. I see you actually managed to run back alive. She gave him a sarcastic once-over. I guess that 3-year marathon championship training wasn't for nothing. His good mood interrupted. Li Yong frowned. She was waiting here just to mock him? How boring. Du Qingran waved her hand dismissively. Move aside. I'm still waiting for that expert who killed the Rockfall Bear in the secret realm. Rockfall Bear? Li Yong raised an eyebrow. That name sounded awfully familiar. Strength profession, detected explosive mage. Available for copying. Li Yang's heart stirred. Copy. You want to mess with me? I'll steal your trump card directly. Copy successful. You have obtained strength profession explosive mage. Just then, the exit glowed with blue light once more. The next second, Kuwan, the inspector, and several secret realm security personnel appeared simultaneously. Father and daughter stared at each other, both stunned. My dear daughter, don't take such risks next time. Kuwan excitedly embraced his daughter. Du Qingran was completely bewildered by the hug. Dad, how did you end up in the secret realm too? Looking for you, of course. Don't go into the nightmare zone again. Where there's life, there's hope. Du Qingran blinked. What nightmare zone? I wouldn't dare go there, it's too dangerous. Kuwan's eyes widened. You didn't go? Then who cleared out all those monsters? He had assumed those impressive battle results were his daughter's work, and now felt somewhat disappointed. Du Qingran's eyes lit up. Could it have been that mysterious expert who left all those explosion marks? I was waiting here for him, but unfortunately he never showed up. Kuwan recalled the string of blast craters in the secret realm and nodded approvingly. Good thinking. It never hurts to network with strong people. But it's getting late. That person probably left long ago. True. Du Qingran's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Shanghai City is only so big. If I see those explosion effects again, I'll definitely recognize him immediately. Oh, by the way, tomorrow there's a special field boss refresh, and Zhang Tao promised to take me along and share some rewards. Wonder whose lifetime it'll be this time. She looked around, intending to continue mocking Li Yong, only to find him chatting enthusiastically with several secret realm staff members, completely ignoring her. She immediately stamped her foot in frustration. While Kuwan and his daughter were having their reunion, Li Yong looked at the secret realm personnel who had emerged together and spoke directly. I need to apply for city exit procedures, and I require proof of strength. He was thinking about that special boss that was about to respawn. Solo city exits required obtaining certification first, which was one of the main reasons he had come to clear the secret realm. The secret realm administrator was initially stunned, looked him up and down, then shook his head in refusal. No way, student. The wilderness is too dangerous. Approving this casually would just be harming you. Someone in the crowd muttered impatiently. Haven't even cleared the dungeons and secret realms in the city properly, yet already thinking about leaving the city. You newcomer professionals are all more arrogant than the last. Du Qingran also sneered. Li Yong, aren't you making yourself a laughingstock? Do you think the area outside the city is somewhere you can just go whenever you want? I happen to be going out with the legendary guild tomorrow. Why don't you come along as my attendant to handle miscellaneous tasks? Li Yong couldn't be bothered to say much. He raised his hand to reveal the explosive bow and gently pulled the bowstring. The trembling hum of the string made everyone around shudder in unison. The administrator snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "This, golden tier equipment." He had originally thought Li Yong was just another newcomer with high aspirations, but hadn't expected that he was already above level 10. Only those who met the level 10 threshold were allowed to equip golden tier gear. Since his level met the requirements, solo expeditions were within regulations. Li Yong nodded calmly. Can you process it now? The administrator's attitude immediately became formal. Yes, I can. The image of the golden bow in hand pierced deeply into Du Qingran's eyes, and her gaze turned crimson. That was equipment even she didn't possess. She quickly realized it was a trophy exchange from the trial camp rewards. Humph, relying on equipment isn't a long-term strategy, she said sourly with harsh words. Sooner or later you'll understand that the gap between people can't be bridged by equipment. Liang continued to ignore her. Her sourness was like wind blowing over stone walls, leaving no trace. Du Kuwan suddenly frowned, as if remembering something. Liang, that person who's been frantically grinding monsters in the Nightmare Zone recently. It wouldn't be you, would it? Oh, I did go to the Nightmare Zone. What about it? Liang's tone was flat. Du Qingran shook her head as if she'd seen a ghost. Just you? Stop bragging. Even I wouldn't dare go there. Only that mysterious powerhouse has that kind of ability. Liang chuckled, feeling that communicating with her was completely meaningless, and followed the administrator to process the certification. Seeing Liang ignore her throughout, Du Qingran stamped her feet angrily behind him. Don't get cocky. Once I get the boss reward tomorrow, I'll surpass you soon enough. Du Kuwan, however, lowered his head in thought. Well, how could he possibly? After obtaining the strength certification, Liang returned to his small apartment. The place wasn't large, but it was kept clean and cozy, more than sufficient for one person. He changed his shoes upon entering and walked straight to the living room, sitting down on the sofa. He glanced at his status panel. Name, Liang. Class, blank. Level, 20. Strength, 700. Constitution, 205. Agility, 250. Spirit, 205. Talent cards, 1. Talent abilities. Army Breaking Archer S, Explosive Mage S, Guardian Shield S, Bloodthirst S, Enhancement C. Army Breaking Archer and Explosive Mage were both strength range damage classes with extremely high compatibility. Merge. Merge. Liang confirmed mentally. One specialized in sustained damage output, the other excelled at burst damage. Up perfect complement. What sparks would they create together? Merge successful. You have obtained an S rank class Soul Wizard. Soul Wizard S rank talent skills. 1. All attacks carry a soul drain effect, increasing subsequent damage taken by hit targets, stackable up to 10 layers. 2. When using magical damage weapons, skill cooldown is reduced by 50. 3. When using physical damage weapons, hit enemies gain severe injury, reducing their defense by 50. Passive. After killing targets, their souls can be sacrificed for additional experience points. Liang's eyes widened. An S-rank class. He had originally hoped for the 2 rank classes to simply add up to 112, but instead jumped straight to 11. What made it even more valuable was the class's incredible versatility. Whether as a mage or archer, he could perfectly utilize this talent set, completely covering both systems' critical weaknesses. Combined with the bonus experience from kills, his leveling speed would far exceed ordinary players. The higher the level, the more experience required, but gaining an early lead would allow him to complete his first class advancement sooner, creating a snowball effect of advantages. Of course, no matter how impressive the stats looked on paper, they needed real combat testing. The next morning, at dawn's first light, Liang left home and rushed to the city gates. Even so, a massive crowd had already formed outside, with many having waited since the previous night. The reason was simple: that special boss with completely public coordinates outside the city was enough to drive all professionals mad. Make way, make way. Legendary guild approaches. Clear the path immediately. Loud commands echoed from behind the crowd. Soon after, an elite team of nearly 30 members marched forward, their armor clanking audibly. Each member looked spirited and arrogant. Upon seeing them, the city guards immediately pushed open the heavy gates and respectfully stepped aside. At the front of the legendary guild formation, a man and woman walked hand in hand. Zhang Tao and Du Qingran. Liang recognized these familiar faces. Murmurs arose throughout the crowd. Legendary Guild is determined to win this time. All their elites are here. For us solo players, our chances look slim. I heard there's movement from the other side too. Azure Robe Guild. Exactly. They're no weaker than Legendary. No wonder Legendary is taking this so seriously. A direct clash between the 2 major guilds, that's rare. Even if we can't get the boss, watching the show will be worth it. Liang quietly absorbed every whisper. More information never hurt. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never face defeat. 2 major guilds, he murmured softly, his eyes gleaming. Unlike the others, he saw only opportunity. In the wilderness, outside the entrance to the ruins known as Finglongfai, more and more people were gathering, with riders and groups continuously arriving from all directions. The howling wind swept past again and again, cutting like knives into everyone's necks, reminding all present that the boss was about to spawn. There was only one protocol at this moment: camp and guard the gate. Liang blended into the crowd, looking at the dragon-like queue, muttering to himself. He'd probably never seen this many professionals combined in his entire lifetime. Once the gates opened, he'd be squeezed back so far it would take forever to get inside. The long line stretched like a wall. After standing for a moment, he made up his mind: take a gamble and search for a hidden entrance. Similar dungeon instances never had just one main gate. The additional entrances were where the real opportunities lay. After leaving the main group, he circled the ruins' perimeter searching. The books had mentioned many characteristics of hidden mechanisms and secret doors, unusual wind sounds, subtle runes, unevenly worn stones. Liang checked each clue methodically. Half an hour passed, his boots caked with dust, yet he found nothing. Just as he was about to slink back to join the queue, his peripheral vision caught a sneaky figure. It was a young man in a purple robe with his hood pulled extremely low. He'd take 2 steps, then glance around nervously, occasionally whistling casually, pretending to be a passerby. Liang raised an eyebrow. This guy was no ordinary person. He immediately crouched down, hiding in the waist-high grass. The purple-robed man's pace alternated between fast and slow, looking back more and more frequently, almost 3 times per second. Liang held his breath, using fallen logs and protruding rocks to constantly shift position, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. After roughly 10 minutes, they reached a deadened wall with no way forward. The purple-robed man finally stopped, removed his hood, revealing a young, excited face. Then he suddenly scanned his surroundings. Liang quickly ducked back, pressing his entire body against a crooked tree, sweat dripping from his chin and creating tiny splashes in the dirt. Strange. The purple-robed man scratched his head, feeling like someone was following him, yet detecting nothing unusual. Behind the tree, Liang gritted his teeth. Damn, almost got caught. This guy's vigilance was higher than a new prison inmate protecting his rear. After confirming no one was around, the purple-robed man turned back to the wall, excitement written all over his face. Besides the boss, the ruins surely contained treasures scattered everywhere. If he could get in first, they'd all be his for the taking. He took a deep breath and slowly reached into his robes. Meanwhile, the queue at the main entrance was boiling with excitement. 10 more minutes until the ruins open. Everyone get ready, let's take down that boss. Zhang Tao raised the legendary guild banner high, his voice passionate. Roger. Defeat the boss, glory belongs to legendary. His guild members roared in unison, their voices thunderous. On the other side, a team in blue robes with Azure Guild emblems on their chests looked equally fierce. Azure Guild will claim victory. Defeat all enemies shall triumph. The 2 equally powerful factions refused to back down, the air thick with tension. Zhang Tao frowned secretly. This was his first time leading a guild expedition, and he couldn't afford any mistakes, but he hadn't expected to encounter such evenly matched opponents. Moreover, the elite members from the Azure Robe Guild were no fewer in number, clearly having come well prepared. Zhang Tao stood before the cliff face, surveying the howling winds and gathering crowds around him, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Beside him, Du Qingran lowered her voice, though her worry was still evident. Zhang Tao, we've brought so many elite members on this expedition, we shouldn't fail, right? Zhang Tao laughed heartily, patting his chest with exaggerated confidence. Don't worry about that. Apart from the Azure Robe Guild having some real strength, the rest are just small fry here for the excitement. We came prepared for certain victory. Only then did Du Qingran nod slightly, her lips curving into an alluring smile. That's good to hear. Seeing her expression soften, Zhang Tao's gaze immediately burned with intensity. He couldn't help but swallow hard as he leaned closer, but Du Qingran suddenly stepped aside, her expression turning serious. No, I believe in platonic love. Zhang Tao awkwardly pulled back, clearing his throat and quickly changing the subject. Well, Liang hasn't tried anything inappropriate with you, has he? Du Qingran snorted lightly, her tone dismissive. Of course, Nud's not worthy. I never even dated him. You're the first. These words filled Zhang Tao with joy. Feeling he had completely surpassed Liang in every aspect, he threw back his head and laughed. Haha. I'm honored. I'm so much better than that loser Liang. With me, you can feel completely secure. Meanwhile, as everyone waited anxiously, no one could have imagined that someone had already beaten them to the cave they all coveted. At this very moment, Liang had quietly infiltrated the depths of the Wind Dragon ruins, moving with agile steps through the rubble and broken walls. Even he was surprised at how easily he had managed to use the back door. Earlier, he had followed a purple-robed man who possessed a special artifact that directly opened the rear entrance to the Wind Dragon ruins. Just as the man had opened the passage but hadn't yet entered, Liang seized the opportunity and slipped inside. Now he had only one goal: to sweep this place clean of treasures before the main entrance opened. The ruins were littered with collapsed pillars and broken walls, with occasional intact structures still standing. Logically, such partially collapsed buildings often concealed treasures, but Liang had no time to search each one individually. He headed straight for the largest ruined hall in the Centurgo for the best first. Just as he reached the hall's entrance, strange vibrations came from beneath his feet, as if something was preparing to burst from the ground. Liang immediately stepped back. The next moment, 3 bulges appeared in the ground, cracking open with sharp sounds as 3 moldy, green withered hands emerged, stiffening momentarily before clawing at the earth. What rose next were 3 skeletal corpses, skin rotted green, maggots writhing, emanating a sinister aura like hellish zombies. Li Yang's gaze turned cold. He drew his explosive bow, created distance, and fired 3 rapid shots. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. 711, 710, 713. System notifications appeared in sequence. You killed level 20 green frost corpse, experience 200. You killed level 20 blue frost corpse, experience 200. You killed level 20 earth frost corpse, experience 200. Auto-sacrificed frost corpse souls, experience 300. Li Yang was amazed as an S-class soul wizard. Even his passive abilities were terrifying. Killing 3 monsters normally gave 600 experience, but sacrificing their souls added an extra 300, a full 50% bonus. With the blocking monsters cleared, he stepped into the hall. The interior scene surprised him slightly while the outside was ruined. This place was perfectly preserved with virtually no dust on the floors. A wide corridor led deep inside, with countless bronze-colored stone doors lining both sides. Meanwhile, at the Wind Dragon Ruins entrance, after the crowd had waited patiently for a long time, the stone door finally rumbled and shook. The massive boulder blocking the entrance slowly shifted right, stirring up clouds of dust. Seconds later, a passage about 2 meters wide was revealed. The doors open, charge. Victory belongs to Legend. The Legend Guild roared and charged first, followed closely by the Azure Robe Guild, then various scattered teams. The crowd that had been waiting so long resembled starving beasts seeing blood, howling and shoving as they swarmed inside. Inside the ruined main hall, Li Yang gripped his weapon tightly and pushed open the first weathered stone door. Behind it lay a narrow, completely sealed chamber that was utterly empty. He frowned, turned around, and rushed to the next door, yanking it open. Another sealed stone room, but this time a crudely crafted wooden chest sat in the center. Li Yang bounded forward in 2 quick strides and flicked his dagger, causing the lid to spring open instantly. Silver light burst forth from the bottom of the chest. Wind Spirit Dagger. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, 20. Attributes, Strength, 75. Agility, 25. A silver weapon. Li Yang's pupils contracted. Weapons were always the most valuable equipment, and a silver dagger could sell for at least 100,000. This was practically free money. Overjoyed, he thought. Looks like this cursed place has plenty of good stuff. With no one else around yet, he decided to systematically check every room behind each door. However, not every door held surprises. Most rooms remained empty, and sometimes he'd encounter nasty things when luck ran out. As he pushed open one particular door, a corpse covered in dark green frost lunged at him. Fortunately, he had his guardian shield ready, absorbing the attack before retreating and firing 3 consecutive arrows. 701. 703. Crimson damage numbers flashed as the creature's health bar plummeted to 0. You have slain a level 20 frost corpse. Experience 200. Li Yang exhaled and muttered, was this room a prison before? Still spawning corpses, trying to kill me. From then on, he became much more cautious, gripping his newly acquired Wind Spirit Dagger while maintaining a defensive stance as he opened each door. After countless attempts, another door opened to reveal a familiar wooden chest. Knight's Armor. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, 20. Attributes, Constitution 100, Agility 10. Time passed silently as he swept through dozens of doors. Many were empty, and he slayed numerous monsters, but every chest he found was pure profit. Even the worst items were silver grade. Vanguard Leggings. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, 20. Attributes, Agility 75. Shadow Spirit Bracers. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, 20. Attributes, Strength 50. Magic Gloves. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, 20. Attributes, Spirit 80. Equipment effect, magic damage increased by 25. Gold equipment. Li Yang was ecstatic and immediately equipped the entire set. Even though some effects weren't immediately useful, the base attributes provided real improvements. After slaying dozens of corpses and completing soul sacrifices, his character panel updated. Name, Li Yang. Class, blank. Level, 23. Strength, 780. Constitution, 335. Agility, 325. Spirit, 295. Talent, Card Talent. Abilities, Soul Wizard S rank class, Guardian Shield S, Bloodthirst S, Enhancement C. Finally, after double-checking every door in this section of the main hall to ensure nothing was missed, he reached the end of the corridor. To his left stood stone stairs leading to the upper level. Where his right foot stepped, cool air drifted up through cracks in the floor. At that moment, he noticed a hole near his feet. This appeared to lead underground, with strange squeaking sounds echoing from within from time to time. Li Yang didn't dare gamble that it was just micey in this eerie ruin. Rats had long since vanished, leaving only monsters roaming about. Venturing down recklessly would be like walking into a trap. After brief consideration, He turned to a nearby open treasure chest, used his dagger to cut off a thin wooden plank, then returned to the hole. Such an obvious gap would be spotted at a glance. It was useless for setting traps. Without hesitation, Liang placed the wooden board over the opening, muttering, "One less competitor is still something. Hope whoever steps on it is lightweight." Amen. Judging by the time, the entrance to the outer ruins should already be open. He wasted no more time and headed upstairs, bypassing the covered hole. The second floor was a spacious, enclosed hall with a stone platform standing at the far end. On its surface lay a parchment scroll, neatly bound with red ribbon. Just as Liang lifted his foot to approach, the sound of clicking gears suddenly filled his ears. The floor shot upward as an elevator platform slowly emerged, revealing 5 fish-like monsters' fangs protruding, skin a ghostly blue, fishtails swishing below, each wielding steel tridents. A screen-like window popped up. Cursed Fishman. Level 25. Talent: Cursed Sonic Wave. Description: Fishman creature capable of releasing ultrasonic curses that inflict confusion on enemies. Liang's eyes lit up. Now that's a useful talent. Confusion belonged to the same category of status effects as burning, poison, and bleeding, but was far more deadly. When afflicted with confusion, perception became as scrambled as if one had eaten poisonous mushrooms. Sense of direction vanished. Actions went haywire. You try to cast skill A but end up using skill B. Attempt to attack enemies but strike yourself or teammates instead. This made healers and dispel equipment particularly valuable. Of course, real combat effectiveness depended on hit rate and the target's mental strength and level. Some professionals with extremely high mental fortitude could resist through willpower, but if truly hit, the safest approach was to stand still and wait for the confusion to end, rather than make things worse. His thoughts raced when suddenly the ceiling above exploded with a crack, and torrents of icy water came gushing down. Liang spun around to find the stairway had somehow sealed itself completely shut. His expression darkened. A completely enclosed trap, with water levels steadily rising past his ankles. In 10 more minutes, he'd drown without the monsters even needing to act. Meanwhile, the 5 cursed fishmen charged forward with raised tridents, their movements several times more agile in water than on land. Liang instinctively reached for his explosive bow, but immediately put it down. Too close quarters, too cramped. Drawing the bow wasn't realistic. He decisively switched to his wind spirit dagger. Close combat was also his specialty. He only used ranged attacks because, why walk when you can ride? Though he'd been in a wheelchair for years, his foundation remained solid. The wind spirit dagger lacked the explosive bow's dramatic power boost, but was still a physical weapon that could benefit from his soul wizard talent enhancements. Time to go all out with bleeding damage. Liang retreated, planning to defeat them one by one. But the cramped space limited his movement, and the rapidly rising water slowed his actions. After several failed dodges, one fishman's steel trident shot through the water, striking him hard in the side. Crimson numbers exploded before his eyes. Shield value 420. What devastating damage. That single strike wiped out a third of Liang's shield. At the same time, he swung his dagger in a counterattack. 511 critical hit. The dagger's greatest advantage was its incredible speed. After slashing his target, he immediately retreated to a safe distance. Before the whooshing sound had even faded, the bleeding effect from his bloodthirst talent was already surging through his target. 2,800. 2,800. The system notification followed immediately. You have slain a level 25 cursed fishman. Experience 250. Even though Liang had anticipated the damage output, he was still momentarily stunned. His strongest attack remained the bloodthirst bleeding effect, dealing damage equivalent to 500 of his strength per second, though monster defense and damage reduction had always diminished the numbers. Now, with the Necromancer class providing an additional 50 armor penetration, the damage reached its maximum potential. One fishman crashed to the ground, giving him much more room to maneuver. However, the water level beneath his feet continued rising. Needed to finish this quickly. Soon after, he seized another opening and swept his dagger across another fishman. 510. Hit and retreat. Immediately after, 2,800. 2,800. The massive bleeding damage exploded, and this fishman also collapsed. Only 3 remained on the field. Keep this pace, clear the monsters, grab the parchment from the platform, then get out, Liang thought to himself. The water had already reached his knees when disaster struck. The hole overhead suddenly expanded under the water pressure, and a waterfall-like torrent came crashing down. His eyes widened as he instinctively glanced toward the parchment scroll on the platform. Was that thing waterproof? The moment the thought crossed his mind, the water level surged wildly, instantly reaching his waist. The fishmen were in their element now. With a flick of their tail fins, they dove underwater, their iron tridents gleaming coldly as they aimed straight for Liang. Looks like I'll have to use that move, Liang sighed, pointing his finger. Copy. Copy successful. You have acquired Cursed Sonic Wave A. He immediately activated the new skill. A ring of distorted sound waves expanded outward, making even the surrounding air tremble and blur. The three swimming fishmen suddenly froze mid-motion, the light fading from their eyes. Li Yong breathed a sigh of relief, took a deep breath, and dove underwater to finish off the three confused targets one by one. 513, 510, 515, 2,800, 2,800. System notifications flooded the screen. You have slain level 25 Cursed Fishman X3. Experience 750. Sacrificed Cursed Fishman Souls X5. Experience 600. Level up 2,324. The additional experience from soul sacrifice sent his leveling speed soaring once again. The moment the last fishman fell, the stairway entrance behind him burst open with a whoosh, and the accumulated water rushed out through the gap. Li Yong steadied himself and approached the platform ahead, reaching out to pick up the parchment scroll. Upon careful inspection, he was relieved to find that its special material caused water droplets to slide right off it was undamaged. Just then, faint shouts and footsteps echoed from outside. With no time to linger, Li Yong tucked away the parchment scroll and ran back in the direction he had come from. As the entrance to the Wind Dragon ruins burst open with a thunderous roar, wave after wave of professionals surged into the site like a tide. Dust kicked up by countless footsteps filled the air, while chaotic clamor echoed throughout the ruins. Some were excited, their eyes gleaming with possessive fervor. Others were envious, staring intently at the spoils in others' hands. Some quickly formed alliances while others turned on each other and drew their weapons on the spot. This followed the age-old rule of competing for ownerless treasures. Getting your hands on something was one thing, but keeping it was another entirely. One careless move could spell your doom. The Legend and Azure Robe guilds were the most formidable forces on this expedition. With clear objectives in mind, they charged straight for the central main hall, the tallest and most intact structure, as soon as they entered the ruins. The other scattered teams, knowing they were outmatched in both numbers and equipment, quickly scattered to avoid the two long columns heading for the same destination, hoping to scavenge some scraps from the periphery. At the front of the Legend Guild's formation, Zhang Tao wore a grim expression, his gaze dark and brooding. He could already see that the Azure Robe Guild was determined to fight them to the bitter end. When both sides reached the steps of the main hall, they came to a synchronized halt, then turned to face each other in a tense standoff. The Azure Robe representative was a young man in his 20s with shoulder-length hair, dressed in a well-tailored Azure Guild uniform, his eyes filled with contempt. Zhang Tao deliberately raised his voice, his tone hard and unyielding. "If you know what's good for you, let us go in first." The young man snorted coldly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Well, quite the attitude for someone your age. If you've got the guts, make your move. Who's afraid of whom? Zhang Tao's eyebrows twitched, but he forcibly suppressed his anger. At this point, the guild's reputation alone wasn't enough to intimidate their opponents, who clearly had plenty of confidence. His real target was the boss inside the hall for this battle. He was willing to give up all the treasures in the hall to preserve his peak condition rather than engage in direct confrontation with Azure Robe. After a moment of standoff, the Azure Robe representative said with a mocking smile, "Our guild leader was right. After all, you legend folks are nothing but dogs raised by a one-eyed dragon." The moment the words one-eyed dragon hit the ground, Zhang Tao's expression darkened instantly. That was the underground kingpin of Jianghai his father often mentioned, and the true mastermind behind this expedition had been instructed to kill the boss and bring back a specific item. The fact that Azure Robe had suddenly appeared to interfere meant they too had powerful backing. After weighing his options, Zhang Tao reluctantly took a step back, his face twisted with pain. "Brother, since you know the score, how about we stay out of each other's way? You can search the main hall first." 3 years of lying low on campus had taught him patience. The Azure Robe representative laughed heartily too, was wary of the one-eyed dragon, and didn't dare push too hard. But this was the perfect opportunity to take advantage. Smart choice. "We go in first." With that, he raised his hand and waved, and dozens of Azure Robe members charged through the hall entrance. Outside the hall, Du Qingran turned her head, her face full of resentment. "Zhang Tao, are you really going to be such a coward? They're not that much stronger than us. Don't we just fight?" Zhang Tao sighed softly and looked at her reassuringly. "Baby, we're here for the boss. We need to save our trump cards." Besides, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Just because they can take it doesn't mean they can keep it. Du Qingran's expression softened slightly. After being provoked by Li Yong last night, she was eager to improve her strength and didn't want to be left behind again, but she eventually nodded. Meanwhile, the Azure Robe members who had entered the main hall found their excited smiles instantly frozen on their faces. The long corridor was lined with dozens of stone doors on both sides, but wait, how were they all already opened? Meanwhile, Li Yong, who had been watching the main hall from a distance, breathed a sigh of relief. That was closey. If he had been even half a beat slower, he would have run straight into that group. He looked down at the parchment scroll in his hands, his eyes filled with excitement. The scroll detailed the origins of these ruins. A group of fanatics had once attempted to resurrect a long-slumbering wind dragon, and the price required was human sacrifice. No wonder undead wandered throughout the ruins. Those sacrificial victims had been cursed to become restless spirits, never to find peace. The scroll also revealed the truth about the main hall. That building, which appeared to contain countless treasures, was actually a sealed altar housing masses of undead. Li Yang's earlier suspicions were confirmed. The small rooms scattered throughout the first level of the ruins were indeed prison cells. The opening below the entrance led to dungeons, and the second level was actually a water prison designed to contain more dangerous undead and monsters. What excited him even more was the crude map drawn on the right side of the parchment, with several locations circled in crimson ink. If his guess was correct, those marked spots likely contained rare items. With various factions just beginning their search, he had to get there first. Li Yang tucked away the parchment and, following the nearest coordinates, quickened his pace through the broken walls and ruins. At the same time, members of the Azure Robe Guild came rushing out of the main hall, looking disheveled and defeated. Their sorry state left Zhang Tao, who had been guarding the entrance, momentarily stunned. "Hey, what were you guys doing in there? How did you come out so quickly?" The guild representative, Qing Feng, wiped dust from his face while cursing viciously. "Damn it. Someone definitely got there before us, moved like an assassin. Search the entire area. He must have taken the important items." Hearing this, Zhang Tao's brow furrowed as he realized the situation was worse than expected. Someone had actually been faster than them. When the entrance first opened, his legend guild had been at the very front, barely stopping at all. Just then, Du Qingran whispered, "Could it be someone was already lurking inside the ruins?" Her words struck everyone like a nail to the heart. Zhang Tao's gaze turned sharp as he coldly declared, "I don't care if it's human or ghost. Anyone who dares steal our boss will face the full wrath of legend. When we find the target, we'll turn him into Swiss cheese." He brandished his golden tier weapon for emphasis. Li Yang moved along the crumbling corridor as cold wind made the tattered cloth flutter noisily. After confirming his coordinates were correct, he suddenly heard the clash of weapons and bestial roars ahead. "Someone beat me here." He crouched low and crept closer. He saw a four-person team working in perfect coordination to surround and kill several undead creatures. The monsters had been guarding the entrance to a collapsed wooden house, inside which an exquisite treasure chest could be glimpsed, its golden clasps gleaming in the dim light. After a brief battle, all the undead fell, their putrid blood seeping into the cracks between broken bricks. The team's warrior excitedly raised his shield and charged into the house, heading straight for the chest. "Wait!" Li Yang's eyes suddenly focused intently on the Salinga thick hemp rope hung there, suspending a wooden beam studded with iron spikes. The moment the warrior's boot touched the floorboard in front of the chest, there was a sharp crack as the rope snapped. In the next second, the spiked beam came whistling down, striking the warrior squarely in the chest and sending him flying several meters to crash heavily against a broken wall. Cough, cough. The warrior spat up blood and reached toward the healer girl behind him. "Quick, heal me." But the healer seemed frozen by invisible chains, her gaze fixed directly on the treasure chest as she murmured softly, "An exquisite treasure chest. The chances of getting golden tier equipment must be pretty high." In the face of that glittering golden temptation, her teammates' pained groans became distant and muffled. The value of a single piece of golden tier equipment was enough to overturn any relationship, causing people to lose their reason and fall into corruption. The warrior's face changed dramatically as he lay on the ground struggling, saying anxiously, "Quick, heal me up, or we're all dead when someone shows up." No one paid him any attention. After all, this was just a temporary pickup group, and when treasure was at stake, even the most reliable teammates could hardly resist temptation. The other three exchanged glances and silently entered the wooden hut, leaving the severely wounded warrior outside. The warrior's face was filled with grief and indignation as he could only watch helplessly as they went for the treasure chest. Dust swirled inside the hut. The mage took the lead, raising his staff and giving it a gentle wave. A ball of flame roared forth, instantly burning the dry wood hanging from the rafters to ash. "Let me see what's here first. You guys wait." With that, unable to suppress his excitement, he crouched before the treasure chest and began rapidly picking the lock. Click. The moment the lock sprang open, a massive shadow silently loomed behind him. The fat guy from their team had somehow crept up behind the mage, his dagger flashing coldly as it plunged directly into the other's waist. You fat bastard, what are you doing?" The mage screamed as his health bar plummeted, panic flashing in his eyes. No matter how high his damage output, he was still fragile, and he never expected a teammate to backstab him so brazenly without even pretending. The fat guy didn't stop, his blade stabbing down repeatedly as crimson numbers kept popping up above the mage's head. Within moments, the mage collapsed in a pool of blood. Only then did the fat guy turn around, his leather armor now soaked black with his teammate's blood. The healer quickly approached, giving the fat guy a sweet smile. "Thank you, big brother. You're so good to Yaya. I agree to date you." She skipped over to the treasure chest, and lifted the lid directly. Hee. Yeah, this is what I should do. We'll be together forever. The fat guy smiled foolishly from behind. A flash of disgust crossed the healer named Ye's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by the golden light from within the chest. Just Thena's sharp whistling sound pierced the air as an arrow shot forth, thudding into the fat guy's chest. Simps get nothing. With that taunt, Liang walked in step by step from outside. The fat guy's smile froze on his face. Clutching his chest and half kneeling, he stared wide-eyed and shouted hoarsely upon seeing Liang. Yeah, Ron. Liang raised an eyebrow. Seriously? The way you're yelling makes me sound like the villain, who was just stabbing teammates in the back so enthusiastically. Yeah ahead showed no sadness for the fat guy, only backing away in terror. You? Who are you? Liang couldn't be bothered to answer. Stepping past the dying fat guy, he twirled a short blade in his hand and approached step by step. The girl frantically turned back. Save me. The fat guy struggled to get up, but was powerless, blood continuously flowing out. Yaya's face went pale as she gritted her teeth and whispered, useless. Then she looked at Li Yong with pleading eyes. Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. As she spoke, she actually pulled open her collar herself, exposing large areas of snow-white skin. The fat guy behind her was stunned, roaring in grief and anger. Stop. Don't let him humiliate my goddess like this. But his so-called goddess didn't care at all, instead urgently coaxing. Don't listen to him. Humiliate me all you want. Just spare my life. She was afraid Li Yong might think she was some chaste woman who would die defending her virtue, so while speaking, she thrust out her chest to display her impressive assets. The fat guy watched in complete shock. Seeing his goddess like this, his faith instantly crumbled. Overwhelmed with sorrow, his vision went black and he fainted dead away. Li Yong couldn't help wanting to applaud. Absolutely incredible. Yaya stared at him with watery eyes, looking pitiful as if trying to gain sympathy. But Li Yong had no interest in being a simp, and the whole manipulative scheme he'd just witnessed only filled him with disgust and contempt. Just then, Li Yong suddenly sensed something was wrong and turned to look behind him. Without hesitation, Li Yong flashed away and quickly pulled back from his original position. On his way out, he casually grabbed an item from the treasure chest and stuffed it into his coat without even looking at what it was. Meanwhile, the woman was still standing there, swaying her hips seductively, completely oblivious to the approaching danger. Seeing Li Yong withdraw, she thought he was softening up and was about to seduce him again when a barrage of fireballs and dense arrows came whistling through the doorway. Boom. Fire exploded everywhere, and the woman's face turned deathly pale. Before she could even scream, she was riddled with holes by the bombardment. Li Yong didn't even bother to look, his gaze fixed intently on the doorway now shrouded in smoke. The next moment, over a dozen figures emerged through the rubble and thick smoke, all wearing the uniform insignia of the Azure Robe Guild. Though not at full strength, they numbered equivalent to 2.5 complete squads, quite a substantial force. Li Yong squinted as he assessed the situation. Well, pretty quick reflexes there, said a burly man carrying a heavy shield as he stepped forward half a pace, eyeing Li Yong warily. This kid looks like he's got some skills. He's probably the one the boss is looking for. Humph, anyone who'd pass up a hot chick can't be that tough. Let's take him down, someone sneered. Block the door so he can't escape. The rest of you, get behind him. The group made no attempt to hide their intentions, shouting orders back and forth, clearly not taking Li Yong seriously at all. Soon, they spread out left and right, surrounding Li Yong in layers. Li Yong shrugged. What's this all about? We have no grudges between us. Why the hostility? The burly man spat. Kid, hand over whatever you just took. Li Yong lowered his head in silence. The burly man exchanged a look with his companions. The next second, over a dozen professionals launched their attacks simultaneously. Warriors swung heavy swords in sweeping strikes. Mages chanted spells to gather elemental power, archers drew their bows, and healers raised their hands to cast beneficial auras. Just then, Li Yong suddenly looked up. Those bright eyes rippled with circles of blue-black waves that instantly spread across the entire area. The attacking crowd froze in unison, their eyes becoming vacant. The confusion status had been triggered. This was the Fishman monster ability he had copied earlier. Cursed Soundwave. Not everyone was completely incapacitated. Those with higher levels, or wearing mental resistance gear, only spaced out for a moment before snapping back to awareness. However, before they could make sense of the situation, they were attacked by their confused teammates who now saw them as enemies. Damn it, are you blind? Why are you attacking me? Stop fighting. What the hell is going on? Those who remained lucid were forced to defend themselves against their irrational companions, leaving them no time to focus on Li Yong. Li Yong exhaled softly, thinking to himself, this works even better than I imagined. He watched the infighting with great interest while casually strolling toward the exit. Someone noticed he was leaving and shouted desperately. Holy shit, he's getting away. Snap out of it and attack him. One man, furious beyond measure, slapped his confused teammate, only to receive 2 even harder slaps in return. They've lost it. They've all lost it. "What the hell is wrong with these people?" they roared. "Stop right there. What did you do to them?" Several sharp accusations flew after Li Yang's retreating figure. Seeing his relaxed expression, they finally realized this was all Li Yang's doing. "What kind of ability is this? It's so rare. Just who are you?" Li Yang remained silent, walking away under their watchful eyes, leaving them to their dog-eat-dog chaos. If they wait any longer, reinforcements from the Azure Robe Guild will arrive and complicate things. He wasn't ready for a direct confrontation with any guild just yet. Currently, aside from himself, the main forces eyeing each other were the Azure Robe Guild and the Legendary Guild. With the boss yet to spawn and all three parties keeping each other in check, any premature battle would only benefit the bystanders. Shortly after leaving the combat zone, he pulled out the loot he'd grabbed from the treasure chest. He'd been too rushed earlier to examine it properly. Now, in his palm, the item finally came into clear view. It wasn't equipment, but rather a consumable item. It was a crystalline glass vial, half filled with deep red liquid that glowed faintly. Berserker Potion Rare. Effect. Instantly restores to full condition upon consumption, 80 damage reduction, usable 3 times. Rare grade. Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. Currently, the highest grade potions humans could craft were rare level 1s. Anything labeled rare commanded astronomical prices regardless of its effects. Though it was a consumable, its value was no less than a gold-tier piece of equipment, and major factions had driven the price so high that they were virtually unavailable on the market. Indeed, the coordinates marked on the parchment truly led to treasure. If the first location yielded a rare potion, what might the others hold? With this thought, he immediately headed toward the next coordinates. The longer he waited, the greater the risk of someone else getting there first. Following the parchment's guidance, he arrived at an abandoned clearing and stopped beneath a massive tree. Freshly turned soil was piled to one side, but the hole dug near the tree roots was completely empty. "Am I too late?" Li Yang muttered under his breath. Just as he was about to check the next coordinates on the parchment, urgent footsteps reached his ears. He quickly tucked away the parchment and ducked behind the tree. Moments later, a blood-covered man came stumbling back, frequently glancing over his shoulder in terror. Several menacing professionals were hot on his heels. "Catch him. Don't let him escape. Damn it. He looks frail but runs like hell." Li Yang raised an eyebrow. Why were these people fixated on chasing a severely wounded man instead of exploring? What kind of deep grudge could they have? Or perhaps, had they been the ones to dig up the treasure beneath the tree? Intrigued, he silently followed them with swift movements. The forest path wound through the trees as the pursuers, clearly skilled, relentlessly chased their quarry, obviously after something extremely valuable. Li Yang observed from the shadows, weighing his options. Suddenly, the bloodstained man at the front vanished completely, as if swallowed by thin air, leaving not a trace of his presence. The pursuers came to an abrupt halt, their faces blank with confusion. What the hell? Where'd he go? Hidden in the shadows, Li Yang's eyes narrowed. From the corner of his vision, he thought he'd caught a glimpse of the man putting on something just before he disappeared. The professionals were absolutely furious. After chasing for so long, their target had simply vanished. Of course, he must have taken the treasure with him. They continued searching frantically through the forest, shouting, "Keep looking around here. Turn this place upside down if you have to." Li Yang crouched behind a thick, dead tree, shaking his head slightly before quietly retreating. His opponent had obviously used some kind of invisibility item, so staying any longer would just be a waste of time. Better to cut his losses. He oriented himself toward the direction he'd come from and began walking back, stepping on fallen leaves and broken branches. He hadn't gone far when rustling sounds suddenly came from the bushes ahead. Weeds swayed wildly in the night wind, as if something was moving through them. Li Yang assumed it was some wild monster and raised his bow, knocking an arrow and drawing the string to full moon. His breathing was steady as a rock. The next moment, a human head poked out from the bushes. "Hey!" Li Yang froze and quickly lowered his bow. "Good grief. Crouching in a place like this, I almost mistook you for a mob." He pushed aside the grass and discovered 3 people lying scattered inside, 2 men and 1 woman, all covered in blood and clearly severely injured. When the 3 saw Li Yang, their faces showed both terror and wariness. The warrior with the injured left leg struggled to stand, his form unsteady, pointing his silver spear at the newcomer. Li Yang's gaze was calm, his voice unhurried. "I'd advise you to think carefully. I really hate having weapons pointed at me." The warrior's wrist trembled, his fingertips white, but he still gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who are you? Where's Erhu?" "Erhu?" Li Yang raised an eyebrow. "If you're talking about the person who was being chased earlier, I can tell you he's safe for now." Hearing this, the 3 first breathed sighs of relief. Then their faces grew even paler. "Damn it. He drew those villains away to protect us." The woman's voice trembled. From their expressions, Li Yang could tell these were indeed members of a long-term team. After a brief silence, the 3 whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing his way. Li Yang figured this had nothing to do with him and turned to leave. He'd only taken a few steps when the warrior's hoarse voice called out behind him, "Brother, please wait." Liang stopped and turned back. Something else. The warrior took a deep breath, forcing himself not to sway. As you can see, we're in bad shape, but we won't abandon our teammate. If you can rescue Erhu, everything we have is yours. Liang glanced at their equipment, black iron and silver grade, not even a single gold piece. Honestly, it wasn't worth much. He thought to himself, truly desperate people making deals with strangers. He sighed and suddenly said, "You're in this mess because you took the treasure buried under that big tree, aren't you?" All three faces changed simultaneously as they stared at him in shock. No words were needed to confirm the answer. Getting something precious without the ability to protect it means you'll lose it one way or another sooner or later. Liang shook his head. The warrior lowered his head, eyes full of regret. If we'd known it would come to this, we never would have touched that treasure. As long as you can bring him back, you can have anything you want, even the treasure. With that, he fumbled in his torn pack and pulled out a radio, handing it to Liang. Use this, you can contact Erhu with it. Liang narrowed his eyes and took the radio. Very well. Among professionals, it was all about mutual benefit anyway. He'd already been prepared to give up on that treasure, but since they were offering it voluntarily, there was no need to be polite. He turned and headed back in the direction he'd come from. Moments later, he vanished from the scene. The three professionals remaining on the spot watched Li Yang's figure disappear into the night, then quietly sat down beside the abandoned bleachers. Hey, do you think he can really bring Erhu back? The archer muttered, hugging his knees. I doubt it. He looks pretty young. The warrior shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. We have no choice. This place is too remote to find anyone else. We can only bet on him this time. Liang retraced his steps back to the patch of weeds where Erhu had disappeared. The surroundings were dead silent as he pulled out his walkie-talkie and held down the activation button. Static crackled for several long minutes before a broken voice came through. Hello? Are you guys okay over there? I'm fine for now. Where are you? Liang spoke rapidly. The voice on the other end paused, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Hello? Who is this? How did you get this walkie-talkie? Liang, he answered briefly. Your teammates asked me to rescue you. How do I know you didn't kill my teammates and are pretending to be them to get information? Liang smiled bitterly. Carrying rare treasures really did make people cautious to the point of paranoia. Should I just leave then? The radio fell silent for a few seconds before a low, bitter laugh came through. No, don't. They've blocked the exit. I can't get out. They're playing for keeps. Coordinates. Liang interrupted. 12/11/2001. The response came quickly. Those guys are really strong. Be extremely careful. Liang had already cut off the communication and was sprinting toward those coordinates. He hadn't run far when he spotted several professionals crouched at a road bend, cursing at the pitch-black asphalt intersection. That kid sure can run. We'll just guard this Spo. Will have to come out eventually. When he does, we'll beat him up first for wasting so much of our time. Let's just wait. Getting that rare grade item will be worth it. We won't come across treasure like this again. Liang, listening from a distance, felt his heart stir. Another rare grade item. The map marking was definitely accurate. He simply stepped out of the shadows, ignoring the crunching of gravel under his feet, making his presence as obvious as possible. The shuffling footsteps startled the group. Huh? Where did this kid come from? Scared the hell out of me. They had been tense at first, thinking it was another competitor, but seeing it was just a teenager, they all relaxed. Get lost, stay away. This isn't a place for you to play around. Scram. Whoa, wait a minute. This little brat has some nice equipment. One of the men in the group fixed his eyes on the explosive bow at Li Yang's waist, greed flashing in his gaze as he reached out. Quick, let me have a look at that. Heh. Liang raised his hand to cover his face and shook his head helplessly. The next moment, he suddenly lifted his fingers from his forehead, revealing bright eyes that rippled with layers of emerald green. A wave of energy instantly expanded outward, sweeping across the entire area. These ragtag teams were significantly weaker compared to major guilds like the Azure Rogue Guild. Chaos erupted instantly above their heads, with status icons flashing in rapid succession. Stun, confusion, inability to distinguish friend from foe. Though these were merely control effects that wouldn't immediately prove fatal. In real combat, even a moment's distraction could mean the difference between life and death. Liang calmly stepped across the muddy ground, his dagger gleaming coldly as it traced thin lines of blood through gaps in the professional's armor. Dark red damage numbers cascaded in sequence. 513, 515, 517. Blood splattered onto the ground, carrying the metallic scent of rust. The group sensed the attack but remained trapped in confusion, unable to distinguish allies from enemies in their panic. They swung weapons and cast abilities wildly at their own companions. Blade flashes and magical afterglows intertwined as screams echoed one after another, saving Liang the trouble of finishing them himself. After confirming the enemies were completely down, he casually sheathed his blade and pulled out an old radio, the dial clicking open with a sharp sound. Static crackled for about a minute before being replaced by an urgent male voice. How did it go? Did you see those people? Are they still guarding the area? Erhu fired off questions like a machine gun from the other end. You can come out now, Liang said flatly. Silence fell on the other end. Well, what do you mean? It's handled. You can come out now, he repeated with the same calm tone. That fast? Erhu was completely stunned, suspecting Liang was deceiving him. Li Yang's voice carried a hint of impatience. Come see for yourself. I'm busy. 5 minutes later, Erhu crept out from behind the ruins like a thief, crouching low and peering around cautiously. Only after confirming that Liang was alone at the intersection did he rush over. A full squad lay scattered on the ground, their equipment clearly high quality, all completely incapacitated. Did you do this alone? Erhu's voice dropped several notches, his eyes filled with awe. Liang didn't answer, simply turning to leave. Hurry up, your teammates are waiting. During their journey, gratitude welled up in Erhu's heart, and he couldn't help but ramble. I really owe you big time. Without you, I wouldn't have known how to escape. Having someone of your caliber personally rescue me honestly, I'm a bit overwhelmed. Liang merely nodded absently, his mind entirely focused on the mission. As they neared their destination, Erhu suddenly stopped, taking a deep breath as if summoning tremendous resolve. He pulled an exquisitely crafted dark gray cloak from his backpack and held it out with both hands. This is for you, he said quickly, afraid he might change his mind. It's a concealment cloak, a rare functional item. When worn, it grants invisibility undetectable for 1 minute, with a 10-minute cooldown. Liang raised an eyebrow, a bold idea instantly forming in his mind. He examined the cloak briefly, then looked at the still struggling Erhu. Erhu gritted his teeth. We originally planned to turn this into the Azure Robe Guild to secure membership. Please take it quickly, or I might actually regret this. Liang chuckled softly and reached out to accept it. He understood Erhu's mindset perfectly. In this world, independent players had it rough, and when truly valuable items appeared, they rarely got their share, usually left to scavenge scraps. Aligning with a powerful faction is indeed a comfortable shortcut. Just then, chaotic footsteps and the clashing of weapons suddenly echoed from ahead. By the sound of it, there were at least a dozen people. As the noise grew closer, Erhu's face darkened. That was the direction where his teammates had gone. Could something have happened to them? Before long, several of his teammates emerged from the forest first. Though their steps were still unsteady, they looked much better than before. Erhu had just begun to feel relieved when his brow furrowed again. Behind those familiar faces followed a group of strangers. Liang also spotted this group. His gaze swept over their uniform blue robes, and his heart skipped a beat. Members of the Blue Robe Guild. They had actually tracked him down here? Erhu rushed forward, greeting his teammates while curiously studying the strangers behind them. Up close, his eyes suddenly lit up. Those were indeed Blue Robe Guild uniforms. The top-tier faction he had dreamed of joining, the one he constantly yearned to be part of, now stood right before him. The warrior and others were relieved to see Erhu safe and sound, but before they could say much, the Blue Robe Guild squad leader impatiently shoved Erhu aside and walked straight toward Liang with a sinister grin. You little brat, finally caught you. You sure can run fast. At these words, the warrior and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, completely confused. The squad leader then waved dismissively. You few are useless now, get lost. Did you really think we wanted to help you? Mocking laughter erupted as the Blue Robe Guild members made no effort to hide their contempt. The warrior and others' expressions changed drastically, and Erhu stood frozen in shock. He quickly pulled the warrior aside and whispered urgently for an explanation. The warrior stammered out the whole story. Shortly after Liang left, a Blue Robe Guild squad had arrived, asking if they had seen someone matching certain characteristics. Everyone immediately thought of Liang. Initially, they remained cautiously silent. Then the squad claimed to be old friends with Liang and even offered to heal everyone's wounds. Thinking of Liang's formidable strength, they believed the story and agreed to guide them. Who could have expected these friends to now bare their fangs with such hostile attitudes, nothing like companions at all? The warrior beat his chest in anguish, his face full of self-reproach. He saved you, but I accidentally sold him out. It's all my fault. Erhu listened in stunned disbelief as his once glorious image of the Blue Robe Guild came crashing down. So they were actually this treacherous and cunning. But Liang had saved his life. He absolutely couldn't stand by and watch him fall into danger. The four men looked at each other, determination flashing in their eyes as they unhesitatingly moved to stand beside Liang. Liang observed both Erhu's group's actions and the Blue Robe Guild members' reactions, roughly piecing together what had happened. Facing the Blue Robe Guild members who were closing in with menacing intent, Liang's eyes turned sharp and cold. This battle seemed unavoidable. He wasn't someone who could be slaughtered at will. Wang Mang, the captain of the Azure Robe Guild, stepped forward arrogantly and said, Listen up, brat. I know you've got some kind of chaos-inducing item on you. I suggest you hand it over willingly, along with all the treasures you picked up earlier. None of that stuff belongs to you. Liang let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy. If your guild is full of people like you, then you're truly blessed. Wang Mang's eyes flashed with anger as he roared. You're asking for death. Before his words had even finished echoing, Liang raised his hand and unleashed cursed sound wave once again. Deep, piercing sound waves exploded outward, as if tearing the very air apart. Wang Mang snorted coldly. Idiot, you don't think we'd fall for that trick again, do you? He suddenly waved his hand. Purify. Behind the Azure Robe Guild, a staff-wielding member slammed his staff tip heavily into the ground. Blue light instantly spread outward, and complex runic patterns appeared on the ground, enveloping all the guild members. The sound waves crashed against the blue barrier like hitting cotton, and were completely absorbed in an instant. Liang narrowed his eyes. Oh, it seems you came prepared. Huh. Wang Mang laughed triumphantly. Is that all? Without that one trick, any one of us could crush you like an ant. Get ready. Blast this fool to smithereens. This is what happens when you cross the Azure Robe Guild. Li Yang's expression turned ice cold as he drew a sleek, explosive bow from his back, the bowstring trembling lightly between his fingers. Erhu, standing nearby, felt his heart pounding. Seeing the situation about to explode, he quickly rushed between the two groups. Big shots from the Azure Robe Guild. Isn't there some kind of misunderstanding here? You're all such powerful warriors, why resort to violence? Let's keep the peace. TSK, keep the peace. Wang Mang threw his head back in wild laughter and waved his hand. Blast this idiot along with him. You had your chance earlier and didn't take it. Now that you can't win, you want to talk about keeping the peace. Step back, Erhu, Liang said in a low voice. He then pulled a gray-black cloak from his storage and draped it over his shoulders. Runes flickered along the cloak's edges, and in the next second, Li Yang's figure vanished like an erased pencil line, completely disappearing from where he stood. Wang Mang and his men, who had already drawn their bowstrings and were ready to strike, were all stunned. What the hell? He disappeared? Where is he? Did he run away? Wang Mang snapped back to reality, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this kid's got quite a collection of items. We have to kill him. All of that belongs to the Azure Robe Guild. Grab his companion first. Let's see if he'll come out then. The Azure Robe members immediately turned their firepower toward the bewildered Erhu. Wait, Erhu's words were cut short as he saw the magical cannon barrels lighting up with fire. Terrified, he covered his head and ran frantically, stumbling as his shoes dragged long tracks through the dirt. Just then, a sharp silver arrow silently cut through the air, suddenly shooting out from the void. Exclamation point. Wang Mang's heart jumped with alarm as the arrow headed straight for him. But he couldn't see where the arrow came from and could only instinctively lean backward. His feet slipped, and he fell heavily to the ground. Haha, missed. Is that all you've got? He looked up mockingly, but suddenly realized that the arrow was firmly embedded in the ground between his legs, its tail pulsing with dangerous red light, just centimeters away from his vital parts. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. No way, right? Boom. The explosion was deafening, and flames and black smoke instantly engulfed everything in sight. Debris and dirt flew through the air. Amid the swirling smoke, everyone in the Azure Robe Guild panicked. Boss? Boss, are you okay? Captain, where are you? Wang Mang's agonized screams echoed from deep within the smoke. Arg, this explosive power, it's a gold-tier weapon. We must catch that damn brat. Wang Mang's voice carried undeniable fury, but the next second, the situation spiraled completely out of control. Holy crap, the boss turned into a roasted chicken. One archer screamed, followed immediately by a series of whistling sounds cutting through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then came three thunderous boom, 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 explosions that erupted across the ground, violent shockwaves kicking up clouds of dust. Each arrow carried area effect explosive damage, with flames and scattered debris flying in all directions. Wang Mang and his team no longer dared to cluster together, scattering in all directions. Several healers frantically waved their staffs to maintain everyone's health bars, casting spells so rapidly that their staffs began smoking, yet the entire team remained in complete chaos. Meanwhile, Eru and his teammates watched in stunned disbelief. The Qingshan Guild, which had always seemed impossibly powerful in their eyes, now looked like helpless victims being beaten senseless. Those arrogant big shots could actually be this pathetic? Was this really the same Qingshan, one of Jianghai's major guilds? The scene looked no different from their usual beatdowns. Their illusions shattered completely. Damn it, this is unplayable. Let's get out of here, Wang Mang shouted, turning to break through in the direction they came from. The enemy remained completely invisible throughout the fight. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of their attacker. If not for the purification effect still active and the healers desperately keeping everyone alive, they would have already been wiped out completely. Even so, their casualties were devastating. Eru watched the Qingshan members flee in panic, completely dumbfounded. The Qingshan Guild was actually running away. Such a scene was beyond his wildest imagination. Liang stood hidden in the shadows, watching the group retreat in disarray, a cold smile playing at his lips. These people won't die, but they'll definitely lose a layer of skin. The complete invisibility granted by the stealth cloak, combined with his current explosive damage output, was nothing short of a nightmare. The Qingshan members were indeed generally higher level than him, but it was useless. An invisible enemy could only be beaten passively. If not for the purification effects negating some of his crowd control, he could have slowly worn them down to death using his lifesteal abilities. As the last glimmer of light faded and the stealth cloak's duration ended, Li Yang's figure reappeared. Looking around, the Qingshan guild had long since fled without a trace, leaving only Eru and his team standing there in a daze. Eru cautiously approached Li Yang from behind, lowering his voice and asking in disbelief, "Bro, did you do all this?" "Damn, that's way too strong," the priest beside him gasped. A teammate immediately teased, "Besides our big shot here, who else could it be? Eru, your brain really doesn't work too well, does it?" The group exchanged glances and laughed, the atmosphere finally relaxing. Eru scratched his head with an embarrassed grin. He had indeed wondered if Li Yang might have taken the opportunity to run away. But when he witnessed the Qingshan members crying out in agony across the battlefield, with only an invisible killing god moving through their ranks like a reaper, he felt nothing but awe. Single-handedly driving away an entire Qingshan guild team was something he never would have dared to imagine. Li Yang said casually, "Thanks to this stealth cloak, it saved me a lot of trouble." Eru was amazed inwardly. The same item that would only be useful for escaping in his own hands could turn the tide of battle in Li Yang's. Thinking of this, his expression grew slightly ashamed as he lowered his voice. "Sorry, my teammates led these people here and got you involved." The three warriors beside him also quickly bowed their heads, waiting for criticism. Li Yang waved dismissively, "No matter. I would have encountered them sooner or later anyway. It was just a question of timing." As his words fell, he narrowed his eyes toward the direction of Qingshan's retreat, his gaze sharp. The Qingshan Guild, Legendary Guild, Zhang Tao. These names appeared one by one in his mind. Calculating the time, the boss should be spawning soon. Li Yang prepared to leave and looked toward Erhu and the others. "What are your plans now?" The group exchanged glances and smiled. Erhu rubbed his still bleeding shoulder and replied cheerfully, "We're planning to head back. With these serious injuries, we don't have the strength to compete for treasures here anymore." Li Yang nodded slightly for them. This was indeed the most prudent decision. Erhu patted Li Yang's arm and smiled again. "Brother, until we meet again, I'm going to pursue my dreams anew and hope to become a strong warrior like you someday. If you hadn't stepped in to help us, who knows what state we'd be in now. When we meet again in the future, I'll repay this debt of gratitude." With these words spoken, everyone clasped their fists in farewell once more. After bidding farewell to these people, Li Yang turned around and followed the parchment map, rushing toward the final marked location. Whoosh, 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 bong, bong, bong. 750, 750, 751. You killed level 24 Frost Corpse 3, experience 720. You killed level 25 Wind Firewolf 2, experience 500. Soul Sacrifice 5, experience 600. On his way to the new location, he swept away almost all the monsters along the path, successfully pushing his level to 25. Name, Li Yang. Class, blank. Level, 25. Strength, 800. Constitution, 360. Agility, 350. Spirit, 320. Talent, Card Talent. Abilities, Soul Wizard S rank class, Guardian Shield S, Bloodthirst S, Curse Soundwave A, Enhancement C. Cards, 1. Li Yang let out a long breath. As long as I keep grinding monsters and leveling up, I'll eventually achieve class freedom. Since he was here, he couldn't let the treasures slip by either. If he could copy another SS rank class and directly synthesize an SS rank. At this thought, he couldn't help but cough twice in self-mockery and shake his head with a wry smile. After all, reality didn't have that many geniuses. Most people would already be making a comeback just getting in a rank class, and having its rank would be like having their ancestors' graves emit auspicious smoke. For now, he should focus on reaching the first advancement. Climbing the newcomer rankings heard the leaderboard offered generous mysterious rewards. He quickened his pace. Having wasted considerable time earlier, he worried that someone else might have beaten him to the target location. As he drew closer to the final coordinates, Li Yang was surprised to find the number of people around rapidly increasing. Almost every few steps, he encountered a team of professionals. In this area, most people shared the same goals, grinding monsters and treasure hunting, rarely initiating conflicts unless disputes arose over treasure ownership. Many people, seeing Li Yang traveling alone, simply nodded in a friendly manner, and some even actively called out, "Brother, are you alone? Want to join our team? We'll split whatever we find equally." Li Yang politely declined all such invitations. Others were ridiculously blunt. "Hey, young man, how's your harvest? Found any treasures?" Li Yang thought to himself, "Buddy, that's way too direct. No normal person would tell the truth about that. Isn't this just blatant fishing?" He continued forward. When his destination was within reach, Li Yang was astonished to discover that the final coordinates were located at the boss Plazan area, where monsters spawned at regular intervals. Is this hinting that I need to kill the boss to get good loot? He pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, that doesn't seem right. If that were the case, it would be somewhat redundant. There must be some treasure hidden nearby. Li Yang crouched on a towering rock at the edge of the boss area, cold wind whipping at his clothes as he gazed down below. The core members of Qingshan Guild and Legendary Guild had already formed their battle lines early, with shield walls and archers positioned on the left and right, mages' staffs arranged in formation, and the entire plaza is surging with killing intent. Seeing this formation, Li Yang frowned deeply. If there really was treasure, it would be best to act now. Once the boss spawned and the chaotic battle began, where would he find the time? But the plaza was densely packed with people, making it quite difficult to quietly take anything, not to mention the uncertainty of whether the treasure had already been claimed by someone else. With Qingshan Guild members on site, if he were recognized, they definitely wouldn't let it slide. He glanced down at his concealment cloak. The skill cooldown had completely reset to green. Li Yang took a deep breath. Get in fast, get out fast. Even if exposed, he could probably escape unscathed. With this thought, his figure flashed and melted into the shadows. In the center of the boss plaza, the atmosphere was equally tense. Zhang Tao stared at the opposing side with an unpredictable expression, asking in a low voice, "Brother Qingfeng, didn't we agree earlier that you'd let Legendary have this boss? What's the meaning of bringing your people here now?" Qingfeng's face darkened as he snorted coldly. "We just wasted our time searching the main hall and found no treasure anywhere. We even had teammates fall into the dungeon. Some bastard covered the entrance with wooden planks, so we gained nothing and lost rice trying to steal a chicken. We can't just return empty-handed, can we? So you're going back on your word to steal our boss?" Zhang Tao's anger flared. "Do you really think Legendary fears you? Huh, that's a funny thing to say. Your boss? Public resources belong to everyone." Qingfeng spread his hands, his gaze piercing. "Does Legendary Guild want to make enemies of the entire world?" Zhang Tao was left speechless, gripping his sword tightly. This wasn't just a mission assigned by his family, but also his debut performance in Legendary Guild, allowing no room for error. Du Qingran stood right beside him, her expression growing colder by the moment, making his heart tighten. "I'm not a waste like Li Yang. This is my stage." He raised his head, his tone hardening. "Then what do you propose? Legendary doesn't start trouble, but we don't fear it either. We're claiming this boss." As his words fell, professionals from both sides simultaneously adjusted their position. Shield formations pressed forward, bowstrings drew taut, elements surged ready to explode at any moment. Scattered onlookers around them retreated one after another, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Qingfeng shook his head and sighed. "Young man, I advise you to behave yourself. Relations between two major factions aren't child's play, and fighting and killing won't necessarily solve problems." He stepped forward, spreading his hands in a gesture. "Though cooperation might not be pleasant, it's certainly the most stable approach." Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow. "Cooperation? The boss is about to spawn and time is short. How do we divide things?" "Very simple." Qingfeng pointed toward the empty spawn point. "We kill the boss together, improving efficiency and reducing accidents. We split the final rewards 50-50. How about it?" Zhang Tao frowned deeply, clearly reluctant. Several Legendary Guild core members came over to persuade him in low voices, and only then did his expression soften. "Fine." But he fixed his gaze on Qingfeng. "That item must go to Legendary." Qingfeng waved his hand, generously agreeing. "No problem." He naturally knew what Zhang Tao was referring to. That item was extremely precious, but also carried enormous risks. An innocent man becomes guilty when he possesses a treasure. Qingshan Guild didn't have the capability to protect it, while Legendary Guild had those madmen from Jianghai's underground king backing them, so they dared to take it on. Having received this promise, Zhang Tao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Du Qingran let out a sullen huff and turned her head away. The rewards would be split in half again, and Zhang Tao's score in her heart instantly plummeted. She was used to being the one who took half of others' shares. She suddenly remembered the mysterious expert she'd encountered yesterday in the Cloud Sea secret realm. Her starry eyes brightening was much stronger than Zhang Tao, and seemed to be a very young prodigy as well. At this moment, Li Yang arrived at the edge of the boss plaza, blending into the crowd. Watching the two guilds shake hands and make peace, he frowned slightly. Had originally hoped they would fight each other so he could take advantage of the chaos. But now the difficulty had suddenly increased. His mind racing, he pushed down his frustration and focused on the treasure that remained undiscovered. With his cloak covering most of his face, he quietly moved through the crowd and finally stopped in front of a massive outdoor boulder. The boulder was milky white, made of marble, with a surface polished smooth by human hands, revealing faint traces of flowing carved patterns. Four players sat on the stone, clearly forming a small team. Li Yang's heart tightened. Had they already discovered that item? But upon further thought, if they had truly found treasure, they wouldn't be lingering here so casually. Moreover, with so many people around, acting now would only invite unnecessary trouble. When the various forces later attacked the boss, their attention would surely shift. That would be his perfect opportunity to strike. Having made up his mind, he He walked straight toward the boulder, quickly drawing several probing glances. As he approached, the burly leader asked in a deep voice, "Hey there, kid. You here alone?" Li Yong had a slender build and looked quite young, but the cloak covering his face added an air of danger. Anyone who had wandered the martial world kept their guard up. He pulled back half of his cloak, revealing a smile. "I'm a bit thirsty. Could I borrow some water?" The burly man hesitated briefly, then exchanged a glance with the mature woman beside him. The woman pressed her bright red lips together and pulled a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, tossing it to Li Yong. "Catch, friend." Li Yong raised his hand and caught it steadily, immediately unscrewing the cap and drinking deeply, appearing genuinely thirsty. Seeing him drink water from strangers without hesitation, the team members' wariness clearly diminished. This kid was too trusting. Little did they know, Li Yong wasn't worried about poison at all when his guardian shield was activated. He was immune to all toxins, and he was using this to make them lower their guard. The mature woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly, shifting to make room. "Drink slowly, come sit here." Li Yong nodded and sat down beside her. "I'm Yinzi. This big guy is Shirley, and those two are brothers, De Tian and Xiao Tian." Yinzi introduced them warmly. All four were around 30 years old, 3 men and 1 woman, with steady auras. Li Yong nodded inwardly. It was common to encounter working adults in outdoor areas, while someone his age was rather rare. "I'm Yongli." He gave a false name, then pulled his cloak back up. Yinzi looked at him curiously. "Why are you wearing that thing? Isn't it stuffy?" Li Yong chuckled softly. "Actually, I'm being hunted, so I can't show my face in case someone recognizes me." "Ha!" Shirley burst into hearty laughter. "You're quite the character, kid. Who would admit to being on the run like that? Just like how wealthy people never say they're rich." The team members burst into laughter, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Li Yong merely lifted the corners of his mouth slightly. Without responding, these people seemed tough on the outside, but good-hearted. Just then, Yinzi suddenly leaned forward, her tone half joking, half serious. "Little brother Yang, you didn't come looking for us just because you were thirsty, did you?" Li Yong was stunned for a moment and turned to look at her. Yinzi continued her analysis. "You've been wandering around this boss territory for so long, and made it here safely. How could you possibly be short 1 bottle of water?" As soon as she finished speaking, the other 3 also looked at Li Yong, their eyes showing a hint of wariness. Li Yong remained silent for a moment, about to explain, when Yinzi burst into laughter again, saying smugly, "I guessed right, didn't I? You want us to protect you? You got scared seeing monsters all alone, huh?" Hearing this, the teammates rolled their eyes. They thought she had discovered some incredible clue. Li Yang's mouth twitched, and he could only nod along. Yeah, you're right." The group then chatted casually about this and that. Just as the atmosphere was gradually relaxing, Li Yong suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure that exaggerated. Affected gait could only belong to Du Qingran. At that moment, Du Qingran was leading several people straight toward them. Li Yong frowned. Had he been discovered? He instinctively pulled his hood down a bit lower. In the blink of an eye, Du Qingran had arrived before the group. Yinzi and the others exchanged glances. What was going on today, with everyone coming their way? When they saw the legendary guild badge on the newcomer's chest, Shirley immediately straightened up seriously. "So it's someone from the legendary guild. How may we help you?" Yinzi and the others were equally surprised such an important figure had actually approached a team of independent players. Li Yong watched Du Qingran coldly. He saw her roll her eyes with an arrogant expression, muttering under her breath, "Ugh, all the good spots are taken by dogs." Though her voice was low, everyone present heard it clearly. Shirley's expression stiffened, but fearing the legendary guild's background, he could only smile apologetically. "If you're tired, please sit down and rest first. We'll find another place." Yinzi and the others also lowered their heads. Independent players had no backing and could only endure whatever came their way. Du Qingran looked around disdainfully and nodded reluctantly. "Fine then, hurry up." Li Yong sneered inwardly. So she just wanted this resting spot and planned to take it by force. With her character, expecting her to notice anything was laughable. Suddenly, Du Qingran's gaze fixed on Li Yong, and she frowned as she questioned, "Hey, it's broad daylight. Why are you wrapped up so tightly? What are you hiding?" Li Yong glanced at her indifferently. "What? Do you legendary people have to control even this?" Du Qingran was taken aback, clearly not expecting anyone to talk back, and immediately became somewhat angry. But then she hesitated. "Wait, your voice and this build, why do they seem so familiar?" She frowned, trying to remember. Li Yong didn't respond, his mind quickly formulating a plan. He would first use the cursed sound wave to disrupt these legendary guild members, then take advantage of the chaos to search for the treasure beneath his feet, and finally use the stealth cloak to disappear. However, the next second, the boss plaza shook violently. "Holy shit, an earthquake!" "No, it's the boss. The boss is about to spawn." The entire plaza instantly erupted into chaos, with clamorous voices exploding everywhere. "Assemble! Assemble!" People from the Azure Shirt Guild and Legendary Guild hurriedly called to their teammates, gathering their formations. Du Qingran also couldn't be bothered to continue her confrontation and hurriedly led her people toward the assembly point, quickly disappearing from sight. The boss has appeared? Li Yong exhaled a long breath, looking toward the center of the plaza, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yongli, do you want to come with us? Yinzi asked in a low voice while quickly transferring potions and arrows from her backpack into her inventory. Boss battles weren't something casual player teams could interfere with. They had dared to rest in this abandoned plaza earlier because of the crowds and the presence of elite players from both the Azure Rogue Guild and Legendary Guild to keep watch. Any approaching monsters would be cleared immediately. But now that the boss had appeared, a single ripple from the fight could lead to devastating consequences. Thus, the casual players on the edge of the plaza began packing up their gear in silent agreement, preparing to leave, and Yinzi and her companions were no exception. Li Yong stood amidst the debris, shaking his head gently. No, you go ahead, he replied. Yinzi paused, seeing his determination, and after checking her equipment one last time, she said, all right, just be careful. This was how the martial world was. Everyone had their own aspirations, and parting was inevitable. Perhaps one day, they would meet again in another secret realm. Watching Shirley, Yinzi, and the others quickly disappear behind the pillars, Li Yong turned his gaze to the center of the plaza. In the swirling dust, a shadow towering several meters high flickered in and out of view, its heavy groans sounding like a giant drum beating in the heart of the earth. As the dust began to settle, the massive creature would become fully visible. Members of the Azure Robe Guild and Legendary Guild had reformed their ranks, encircling the plaza like an iron barrel. Li Yong took a deep breath. It was time to get serious. He drew his explosive bow, pulling the string back to a crescent shape, aimed it at the towering marble statue beside him, and released. Bang! Sparks erupted, gray smoke rose, and debris flew in all directions. Several hundred meters away, Du Qingran was observing the boss from the side. Suddenly, she froze, turning towards the sound, her eyes shining with surprise. It's him. He's here too. The battle traces left in the Yunhai secret realm from the previous night were still fresh in her mind. The explosive sound and arrow marks were unmistakably linked. This mysterious powerhouse was nearby. Driven by excitement, she didn't think twice, abandoning her team and sprinting toward Li Yong with her staff in hand. Members of the Azure Robe and Legendary Guild exchanged glances. Her sudden dash had completely disrupted their formation. Zhang Tao's heart raced, and he shouted, Qingran, come back. Du Qingran hesitated for a moment, raising her arm to respond. You guys keep fighting. I'll be back soon. Without waiting for a reply, she ran towards Li Yong, thinking it wouldn't hurt to be absent for a moment with so many people fighting the boss. The faces of the two guilds turned grim instantly. She just ran off like that? What a joke. Strictly speaking, the absence of Du Qingran wouldn't result in an immediate failure of the battle, but leaving the core position vacant made it difficult to adjust in a timely manner, causing their output rhythm to decline significantly and potentially resulting in deadly flaws under extreme conditions. Qing Feng sneered coldly. Zhang Tao, if you can't even keep a woman in check, how can you call yourself the heir of the Legendary Guild? To him, this so-called prodigy was downright pathetic. Had he known it would be like this, he would have led the team himself to avoid the hassle. Zhang Tao looked up bitterly. How could he scold the goddess he had finally caught up to? If he continued, all the groundwork he had laid would go to waste. He could only grit his teeth and say, keep fighting. We'll wait for Qingran to finish up. The others in the team exchanged helpless glances, knowing they had no choice but to follow his lead, given his status. Boom, boom, boom. Rhythmic, heavy footsteps echoed through the air. In the center of the plaza, a towering figure emerged from the smoke and dust, revealing itself completely. Silver-white armor gleamed with a chilling radiance under the dim sky, while a massive broken sword dragged across the ground, its iron blade seeming to freeze the very air around it. An overwhelming aura shot straight into the clouds, making it nearly impossible for the surrounding players to breathe. Zhang Tao swallowed hard with difficulty. Though he had achieved great success, he was still just a recently awakened professional, and only now did he realize how drastically he had underestimated the situation. Boss information. Name, Elite Commander of the Heavenly Gate. Quality, Gold Tier. Level, 40. Health, 500,000. Background, a legendary knight commander who once guarded the Heavenly Gate, sacrificing himself to stop tens of thousands of demons. People firmly believe when the broken sword is reforged, the knight shall return. Faced with such a colossal creature blocking their view, members of both guilds were instantly stunned. Their intelligence had been severely flawed. Originally estimated to be around level 30, this was now a genuine level 40 gold tier boss. Even though each guild had brought their elite players, the pressure had multiplied exponentially. Zhang Tao and Qing Feng exchanged glances. Without cooperation, neither could hope to take down this formidable opponent. The next second, the boss moved. Red light gleamed through the slits of its helmet, cold and piercing as it scanned the entire battlefield like radar. What are you standing around for? Attack! Qing Feng roared, snapping everyone out of their shock. Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire, spells, and artillery shells poured down, turning the entire plaza into a battlefield. But the results were disheartening. 60, 70, 91. Tiny numbers like ants flickered above the boss's head, barely noticeable unless you looked closely. Qing Feng's brow furrowed deeply. Their formation was in complete chaos, and their firepower was like scratching an itch. This gold-tier boss seemed impossible to defeat. Damn it. Legendary kid, get your girl back here now. This isn't a game. He could no longer contain himself and burst out cursing. Zhang Tao had no time to argue, frantically looking around. But Du Qingran had long since vanished without a trace. At that very moment, Du Qingran arrived at the explosion site with a face full of joy. She fantasized that the mysterious powerhouse was a handsome young man from a prominent family. To be honest, Zhang Tao could no longer satisfy her appetite. Romance was short-term gain, but marriage was a long-term meal ticket. Now that she herself was an class professional, being with someone of equal status actually felt like a loss. She naturally wanted to aim for higher quality targets. As the smoke gradually cleared, the originally smooth white marble floor had been reduced to scattered rubble. Li Yong stood in the center, sensing approaching footsteps, his heart tensing with both guilds currently battling the boss, who would come here. He quickly collected the dropped loot, swept his cloak, and turned around, only to encounter that familiar and irritating figure. Du Qingran. His brow furrowed slightly as he cursed her persistent haunting. With the cloak covering his face, Du Qingran didn't recognize him. Instead, she approached with delight, her eyes shining like she'd discovered treasure. Did you create this crater? Were you at the Cloud Sea secret realm yesterday too? I waited for you there for so long, my legs got sore. You didn't even greet me when you saw me. You're way too aloof. Don't you know I'm also an class professional? She launched into her spiel without missing a beat, endlessly proclaiming her own value. Li Yang's face darkened as he listened. Sure enough, this weirdo was the same everywhere. The boss fight was ongoing, and he had no time to waste with her. Just as he was impatiently staring at Du Qingran, suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Du Qingran had been talking for quite a while, but seeing his complete indifference, she felt a strange unease. Could this mysterious prodigy really have no interest in women? Even stranger, she couldn't shake the feeling that he looked familiar. Wasn't this exactly how Li Yong used to treat her with such cold indifference? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head vigorously. Impossible. Li Yong was such a bottom feeder, completely incomparable to this intimidating figure before her. But curiosity got the better of her, and she blinked, tentatively whispering, could you lower your hood and let me see your face? Keeping it covered like that. You're not some hideous monster, are you? If you're too ugly, I'll have to dock points. Li Yong was pulled back from his thoughts by her words and looked up at her with an indifferent gaze. He knew Du Qingran's nature all too well. She was just trying to climb the social ladder again. Since that was the case, he saw no need for courtesy and countered. Sure, but could you help me with a small favor first? No problem, just say the word. Du Qingran agreed readily, looking determined to succeed. It was just a favor, and she could use it as an opportunity to get closer to him. Definitely worth it. I've been looking for a guild, but haven't found the right one yet. Li Yong smiled slightly. Du Qingran's eyes lit up. That's easy. Come with me, and I can get you into our legendary guild with just one word. Everyone would be thrilled to welcome a powerhouse like you. I appreciate that. Li Yong chuckled inwardly as expected. This woman was as calculating as ever. Let's go, follow me to fight the boss. Du Qingran hummed a little tune as she walked ahead. Having successfully recruited this promising talent for the guild, she was practically glowing with satisfaction. Asking for a few pieces of gold-tier equipment later wouldn't be too much, would it? The two made their way through dense forests and broken bridges, finally arriving at the boss plaza. The towering, terrifying figure at the center exuded an oppressive aura even from a distance. Members of the Azure shirt and legendary guilds were positioned on either side, their skills creating cascading waves of light as they bombarded their target. Li Yong was stunned by the spectacle. A level 40 gold boss with 500,000 HP? That's insane. Without the combined forces of both major guilds, everyone would probably return empty-handed. Returning to their team, everyone turned to look as Du Qingran approached. Zhang Tao's face first showed joy, then quickly furrowed into a frown. The cloaked man beside her looked strangely familiar. Du Qingran introduced him proudly. This is the powerhouse I recruited for our guild. He's much stronger than you. Don't ask anything else. Zhang Tao felt frustrated but couldn't say much. The priority was defeating the boss. Qingran, get back in formation. This boss is tough, Zhang Tao urged. Don't call me Qingran, we're not that close. Du Qingran pouted, affectionately pulling Li Yong into the formation. Zhang Tao nearly spat blood in frustration. Where had this woman found this mysterious cloaked man? The frontline tank Qingfeng was drenched in sweat and shouted. Could you stop flirting? The front line can barely hold. Zhang Tao snapped back to attention and quickly commanded. All legendary frontline fighters, advance. The guard commander roared in retaliation, his massive hammer crashing down and shattering the ground. Both Legendary and Azure Shirt had deployed their core members, all with rank or higher classes, their equipment gleaming with golden light. They had truly invested everything in this battle. However, facing a level 40 golden boss proved to be an agonizing struggle. The two major guilds took turns in battle, relying on their numerical advantage to barely hold their ground against the Heavenly Gate commander through sheer attrition warfare. As long as their formation remained intact, even with minimal damage output, they could steadily chip away at the boss's health. In just a few minutes, they had managed to whittle down over 10,000 health points, causing morale to soar as weapons swung with such fervor they left afterimages in the air. Kill it. So what if it's a golden boss? It's just another defeated enemy for us legends, the front line roared. Zhang Tao's blood pumped with excitement as he envisioned himself gaining fame and recognition for slaying the boss, earning respect even from the guild elders. He couldn't help but throw back his head and laugh triumphantly. On the other side, Qing Feng from the Azure Rogue Guild was equally fired up. A level 40 golden boss had excellent drop rates and might even yield equipment above golden tier. Imagining returning with a full haul, his earlier frustration from finding nothing in the main hall had largely faded. Hope spread across the battlefield, but would reality truly grant their wishes? Li Yang's gaze swept over Qing Feng when a mechanical prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Rank profession detected berserker. Copy. Copy. He responded without hesitation. Copy successful. You have obtained rank profession berserker. Berserker rank talent. Higher combo count increases both damage and life steal simultaneously. Passive. Melee damage increased. Damage reduction 20. After quickly scanning the interface, he closed it and refocused on the battlefield. The two guilds were cooperating seamlessly, actually holding their own against the Heavenly Gate commander. If he let them continue this easily, the boss wouldn't fall into his hands. Under Du Qingran's guidance, he easily infiltrated the Legend Guild's inner circle. Du Qingran seemed eager to display her prowess before him, raising her staff and channeling for several seconds before launching a fireball that whistled through the air and exploded against the boss's chest with a thunderous boom. 101. Seeing the number, she raised her eyebrows proudly. See that? I'm in rank profession. Against a boss with 500,000 health and ultra-high defense, this 3-digit damage was indeed respectable, naturally filling her with pride. Li Yang shook his head silently. That damage is pathetic. I could do better kicking with my feet. With that thought, he drew his explosive bow, knocked an arrow, and in one fluid motion, casually released it. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the air, its overwhelming force causing Du Qingran beside him to tremble slightly. The arrowhead struck the Heavenly Gate commander precisely, and a blood-red number appeared. 777. Critical hit. This was merely a basic attack. The explosive bow dealt physical damage, and combined with the Soul Witch's 50 defense penetration, it tore straight through the boss's defenses. Du Qingran stared in shock. She considered herself an explosive strength mage, yet her full power strike barely broke 100, while Li Yang's casual arrow dealt several times that damage. She couldn't even imagine his true limits. She silently resolved that no matter what face lay beneath that hood, she would cling to this powerful ally. Bang! The explosive bow's attached explosion effect detonated around the boss, the shockwave reaching the front lines and sending both guilds' tanks flying, instantly shattering their tight formation. Li Yang's lips curved slightly now. This was more like it. He had no intention of helping them out of kindness, so he'd only used a basic attack without even activating Bloodlust, content to wait as the two guilds slowly exhausted their strength. After that inexplicable attack, everyone was completely stunned. The worst hit were the melee fighters at the front lines before they could even raise their shields. A sudden explosive blast sent them tumbling head over heels. Several tanks clutched their numb arms, their minds filled with the same bewildered question. What the hell was that? Who shot that arrow? How did it explode in the blink of an eye? That's so underhanded. Nice shot, but please don't do it again. They looked at each other in confusion, unable to tell whether this was friendly fire or intentional sabotage. If a couple more arrows like that came their way, forget the boss, their own team would be wiped out first. What made it worse was that the level 40 golden boss's health bar remained rock solid, nowhere near the final phase. Li Yang had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos and fire a few more shots, but just as he drew his bowstring back to his ear, Du Qingran beside him grabbed his arm. Bro, stop shooting, stop shooting. The girl was breaking out in a cold sweat. She knew Li Yang was powerful, but she hadn't expected him to be able to attach explosive traps to his arousal. If he kept this up, it would be their own team that suffered. Li Yang put away his weapon with a chuckle, deciding not to show off further. But that one shot had been enough to reset the battle situation that had just started improving. He remained calm and collected. After all, he wasn't the one suffering. On the other side, Qing Feng, the team leader from Azure Rogue Guild, looked livid. Legendary Guild, you guys are way too unreliable. What kind of people are you recruiting? He had thought Du Qingran's appearance would stabilize the situation, but instead they got hit with this friendly fire, explosive arrow killing 800 enemies while losing 1,000 of their own. Zhang Tao, the representative from Legendary Guild, was speechless and could only swallow his anger. After all, this was the reinforcement personally invited by the goddess Du Qingren. What could he say? Since entering this dungeon, nothing had gone his way. Qing Feng was completely fed up with this eccentric heir of Legendary Guild and said through gritted teeth in a low voice, "Keep your new guy under control and don't let him attack again, or we really won't be able to handle this." He silently swore to himself. If he ever heard about cooperating with Legendary Guild again, he'd rather die than agree. The team fell back into a grueling battle. The level 40 golden boss was overwhelmingly oppressive, allowing no room for carelessness. Players of all classes were running around frantically, yet couldn't help but glare at Li Yong from the corners of their eyes. Li Yong was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. One move had set both sides back to square one, while also wearing down the main forces of both major guilds. He could swoop in and claim the prize at the end. How perfect was that? Meanwhile, Du Qingran's attitude toward Li Yong was enthusiastically bordering on fanatical, constantly checking on him, offering water, and wiping his sweat. Li Yong watched with secret amusement. Hadn't she treated the useless Li Yong the same way back then? Whenever there was profit to be gained, she'd fawn over him, but the moment trouble arose, she'd immediately distance herself. He wondered what expression would cross her face when she discovered his true identity. Just thinking about it was entertaining. Time quietly slipped by, and nearly an hour had passed. The boss's health finally dropped below half. Without Li Yang's damage output, everyone else's attacks felt like mere scratches against the high defense. But with enough people, even scratching could be effective. Li Yang was actually surprised he hadn't fallen asleep watching. He wasn't the only one feeling this way. The others who had been struggling and gasping for breath were now gradually becoming more alert. Both Qing Feng and Zhang Tao, representing Azure Robe and Legendary respectively, had the same thought creeping into their minds. Who should get the final claim on the boss? On the surface, they still appeared united against their common enemy, but privately each harbored their own schemes. When it came to profit, there were never any true friends. Everyone knew that. Strictly speaking, only the person who delivers the final blow to a boss counts as the true killer, while others can at most claim an assist. Only the actual boss killer gets to enjoy the massive experience points and kill record exclusively. For Zhang Tao, who had awakened not long ago, this temptation was nearly irresistible. Whether he wanted to level up quickly, crush his peers, or climb to the top of the rookie rankings, he had to personally finish off the boss. As an rank assassin, Zhang Tao was agile and swift, capable of dealing burst damage in short periods. As long as the front line kept the boss firmly controlled, he could get close for damage output and instantly surpass everyone else's damage. However, Qing Feng from the Green Mountain Guild was no pushover either. This seasoned veteran saw through his intentions at a glance and deliberately slowed down his damage output. "Hey, President Zhang, why are you only using basic attacks? What are you saving your skills for?" Qing Feng asked with a sly smile. Zhang Tao's expression darkened slightly. He knew it didn't matter that his plan was exposed, but Qing Feng was truly troublesome. The man was also strength, though a warrior class, slower in movement, but with high damage, wielding a golden tier greatsword that posed a significant threat to someone at his low level. If it really came down to competing for the last hit, he wasn't confident he could win. He smiled dismissively. "Come on, I'm just a bit tired." "Oh, I thought you were saving up for a big move to steal the kill," Qing Feng said with a casual tone that carried subtle probing. Tension immediately filled the air as both sides smiled with hidden daggers. Zhang Tao knew this kill would inevitably involve a fierce competition, so he said coldly, "Then let's see who's more skilled." "My thoughts exactly." Qing Feng narrowed his eyes, his tone turning cold. Time ticked by second by second. Under the slow damage output, the boss's health finally dropped into the red zone, with only a finger-width sliver remaining. The experienced Qing Feng, seeing the opportunity was ripe, immediately ordered his guild's ranged units to cease fire and all frontline members to retreat. Instantly, the boss's aggro shifted toward the Legendary Guild's side. Zhang Tao's face changed dramatically. Without half of their frontline and healers, the Legendary Guild alone couldn't withstand the boss. Worse yet, as the assassin closest to the boss, he drew 90% of its aggro. With his fragile build, one hit from the boss would leave him half dead. "Damn it," Zhang Tao cursed internally while frantically pulling back. Qing Feng gently caressed his greatsword, his smile turning sinister. "Young heir Zhang, this is your first lesson. You must be ruthless in your methods." With that, his gaze locked greedily onto the low-health boss. That was a level 40 golden BOS skilling. It would allow him to gain several levels at once. As Zhang Tao retreated and kite, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. "Ruthless methods? Fine, you said it." He suddenly turned around, his voice booming like thunder. "Legendary Guild ranged units. Focus all firepower on those idiots from Green Shirt. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." The tense battlefield instantly escalated into a guild war. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth. If he couldn't have it, no one else would either. In an instant, Dozens of fireballs mixed with arrows came flying over. Qingfeng, who had originally planned to let Zhang Tao draw the aggro while he moved in for the kill, suddenly widened his eyes and instinctively yanked his teammate back. "You little bastard, are you insane? How is this any different from declaring war on their entire guild?" Zhang Tao's eyes were bloodshot as he stubbornly roared. "The boss must be mine." Qingfeng was furious. "You after what happened today? Our guild has made enemies." Before he could finish speaking, the front line of the legendary guild had already adjusted their positions and moved up, temporarily stabilizing the boss. Zhang Tao, relying on his assassin's high agility, charged forward again. Seeing this, Qingfeng couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. "All healers from Qingshan, focus your healing on me. This is our make-or-break moment." Just as the two were closing in on the boss, a black-feathered arrow shot through the air and embedded itself in the boss. The arrow shaft suddenly turned red and began vibrating violently, followed by the acrid smell of gunpowder filling the air. "It's going to explode." Both Qingfeng and Zhang Tao were startled and ran for their lives, but it was too late. Boom! Fire and thick smoke erupted, sending the entire front line of the legendary guild flying. "What the hell, which genius shot that arrow?" Qingfeng cursed while airborne. Thanks to his Shrank warrior's high resistance, he managed to stay on his feet when he hit the ground. Zhang Tao, however, lacking the level and resistance, was slammed into the wall with half his bones shattered and immediately lost consciousness. Before the smoke cleared, a black shadow flashed like a ghost to the boss. Cold light from a short sword flickered repeatedly, and the golden tier boss immediately fell to its knees, supporting itself with its sword before dissolving into gas within a milky white aura. Immediately after, colorful light particles scattered across the ground with a whoosh. Liang didn't hesitate for a moment, scooping up all the drops and pulling up his stealth cloak, vanishing as if he had melted into thin air. The entire process was smooth as flowing water, giving no one time to react. When members of both the Qingshan and legendary guilds finally recovered from the shock, only lingering gunpowder smoke and charred ground remained. What just happened? Holy crap, where's my huge boss? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, unable to even comprehend what had occurred. Qingfeng was the first to regain his composure, his face ashen. That black shadow had stolen the boss they had been fighting for ages, not even leaving behind the most worthless bronze equipment. He quickly replayed the entire incident in his mind. "That's right. It was that explosive arrow. The timing was absolutely perfect, forcibly driving him and Zhang Tao back. This was definitely intentional. It was that mysterious man who followed the legendary team here later." Qingfeng recalled Li Yang's lowered hood, his voice deep. He had clearly come prepared. He silently cursed himself for making such a rookie mistake. He should have noticed much earlier. What kind of decent person would constantly wear a cloak and refuse to show their face? But at that moment, everyone was focused on the boss and had no time to think about such details. Moreover, it was Du Qingran who had led the charge this time. Qingfeng spun around abruptly, glaring at Du Qingran, who was still standing there frozen, his voice booming like a broken drum. Where did he go? Who is he? After two major guilds had fought tooth and nail for so long, their prize had been snatched away by some nobody. If word got out, not only would they be mocked by other factions, but he'd also face a severe scolding when he returned. Du Qingran looked at Zhang Tao, who had passed out, feeling completely helpless. Startled by Qingfeng's furious roar, she stammered with a miserable expression. I don't know." She truly knew nothing. Forget about Li Yang's identity. She didn't even know the name Liang. Only that the mysterious cloaked figure was incredibly powerful. After a brief moment of confusion, something suddenly occurred to her. That mysterious person's bow looked strangely familiar. Hadn't she seen it in Li Yang's hands before? Du Qingran's eyes widened in disbelief. How could two completely different people be the same person? No, absolutely impossible. Weapons weren't unique. The shops sold them in batches every day, and there were probably thousands of players in one city using the same bow. Yet a creeping sense of dread still climbed up her spine. If that person really was Li Yang, she had completely humiliated herself. It would also mean that even now, she was still being crushed by Li Yang. She refused to admit it until the very end. Right, there were so many bow users, they couldn't all be the same person. She tried to encourage herself. Next time they met, she'd definitely figure it out. He absolutely couldn't be that loser Li Yang. Meanwhile, Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. He had intended to continue pressuring Du Qingran when suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. There was a shortcut that anyone leaving this area would have to take. That thief who stole their spoils would eventually pass through there. He immediately ordered the Qingshan Guild to assemble and prepare an ambush, vowing to reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. As for the legendary guild, he didn't mention them at all, secretly planning to kill the thief first, then keep all the rewards for himself. Having accomplished his deed, he departed without a trace, hiding his merit and fame. At this very moment, Liang had already taken the treasure through the plaza, turned several corners, and slipped into a hidden ruined hut. After catching his breath, he sat down on the ground and began taking inventory of his spoils. Jackpot! Jackpot! Leveling halos were still cascading above his head. The massive experience from killing the level 40 golden boss, combined with the soul wizard's soul sacrifice gains, had pushed him directly to level 35, equivalent to the results of grinding monsters for ages. Just 5 more levels to reach level 40, and he could undergo the first class advancement ceremony. In just a few days, he was almost certain to become the first new class user to complete their first advancement. The thought made his blood boil with excitement, wondering what abilities he might awaken after advancing. Back to the matter at hand, this harvest was truly bountiful. Rare-grade potions, a concealment cloak, and that item he had casually picked up at the boss plaza. Liang spread them all out before him. It was an ancient token with green patterns winding across it, depicting a lifelike Azure dragon. Wind Dragon token effect. Upon use, summons a Wind Dragon phantom that inherits 500 of the summoner's attributes. Description: a wisp of soul from an ancient wind dragon, sealed within this token. Liang's eyes lit up. Awesome. This is even more powerful than the previous two. He joked that he now had another profession beast tamer, with an ancient wind dragon as his pet. Even real beast tamers would probably question their life choices upon seeing this. But the show wasn't over yet. He pulled out the treasure chest, dropped by the level 40 golden boss. Golden radiance instantly burst forth before his eyes, so blindingly brilliant that he couldn't keep them open. 4 items in total, all radiating magnificent luster. The first was a red cloak, its fabric seeming to possess its own light source, with golden thread-like halos flowing along the edges. Victorious cloak. Grade, gold. Level, 40. Base attributes, 40 physical damage, 300 all attributes. Additional attributes, spirit 75, strength 50. Passive effect, grants fearless status when worn, immune to 35 mental attacks. Item description: the cloak of Heaven's Gate Guardians, having witnessed countless battles and glory. Wear it, and you shall be the next victorious general, a true gem. Liang's eyes lit up as he quickly assessed. As fellow gold tier equipment, this cloak's comprehensive and versatile bonuses could easily make it worth 1 to 2 times more than ordinary gold equipment. The second item was a set of knight's leg armor, with silver plates wrapped in golden threads, featuring smooth lines that created a sharp, yet magnificent texture where metal met light. Commander's Greaves. Grade, gold. Level, 40. Base attributes, 40 agility, 75, all attributes. Additional attributes, Constitution 50. Passive effect, 15 movement speed when equipped. Item description: forged from premium materials, providing solid leg protection while significantly enhancing agility. This was exactly the kind of equipment Liang desperately needed. At his current stage, he couldn't afford to be picky as long as it wasn't profession-specific gear like healing staves. He would keep it for personal use rather than listing it on the trading post. The third item was also equipment. The moment Liang's gaze fell upon it, he was momentarily stunned. It was a dragon-shaped mask. The dark gold mask was covered in intricate scale patterns, resembling a living dragon gazing down upon all beings, emanating a faint soul-shaking presence. Dragon Lord Mask. Grade, brilliant. Level, 40. Base attributes, strength, 500. Additional effect, 20 to all damage dealt. Passive effect, each successful attack stacks 1 layer of fury, with each layer increasing maximum health by 10, stacking up to 10 layers. Item description: a mask left behind by the legendary Dragon Lord, imbued with supreme dragon essence, capable of awakening the wearer's surging vitality. Brilliant grade, only 1 tier above gold, yet worth at least 10 times more. After reading the attributes, Liang felt enlightened. With 10 fury stacks, his health would double, completely solving his biggest concern about being too fragile. If he could equip all 3 items simultaneously, his combat power would undoubtedly surge dramatically. His character was currently level 35, just 1 step away from level 40. He calculated silently. He needed to leave this place quickly to grind monsters and level up, so that once he reached level 40, he could equip everything and complete his first class advancement. At the current pace, other newcomers probably hadn't reached level 40, yet he had to seize this opportunity. Lost in these thoughts, his peripheral vision caught the last item. Unexpectedly, it wasn't equipment but an ancient-looking key. The iron key was covered in mottled rust stains, exuding an aura of age that formed a stark contrast with the 3 magnificent pieces of equipment. Liang was completely dumbfounded. Lost in thought, Liang tried to recall when he had picked up this thing. He looked down at the battered old key in his palm, so worn it seemed ready to fall apart at any moment. With rust so thick it looked like iron scales. It certainly didn't seem like a drop from a gold-tier boss, which left him puzzled. He rubbed it carefully between his fingers, watching rust flakes fall away to reveal a dull metallic gleam beneath, though it still looked rather shabby. No matter how I look at it, this doesn't seem like treasure, Liang thought to himself, shaking his head. But then he suddenly remembered the rumors he'd heard whispered about that the legendary guild's expedition to this secret realm was specifically for a special item. Could this be it? The thought made him laugh bitterly. If so, what a disappointment. He'd expected something like a radiant artifact or some other legendary gear. Still, if it was worth fighting over, it had to be useful somehow. Li Yong resisted the urge to simply toss the key aside, carefully tucking it into his backpack instead. He stood up, unfolded his map, and plotted his route home. Having just intercepted the spoils from 2 major guilds, those players were undoubtedly camping the main entrance, waiting for him to walk into their trap. Unfortunately for them, they were in for disappointment, entered through a side passage, and would naturally leave through the hidden route as well. After gathering his things, Li Yong pushed open the door. Before leaving the room, he pulled off the hood that had covered his head and stuffed it into his backpack. The benefits of wearing it became crystal clear at this moment. Without the hood, no one could connect his ordinary face to that mysterious interceptor. An extra layer of insurance never hurt. He headed straight for the hidden passage along the crumbling corridor. Monsters constantly emerged from the ruins along the way, which he dispatched casually. To avoid revealing his position, he didn't use his explosive bow the entire time. At his current level, the Wind Spirit dagger was more than sufficient for these creatures. The blade's gleaming light whistled through the broken walls, its sound like tearing fabric. Thud, thud, thud. 851, 897, 951. The Wind Spirit dagger's combo attacks stacked up, each hit dealing more damage than the last. This was the effect of the Shrank Berserker class he'd copied from Qing Feng. The more consecutive hits, the greater the power, complete with life steal. The devastating output rivaled any ranged burst class. After taking 2 slashes, the monster's health bars plummeted dramatically. Sensing they were outmatched, they scattered in all directions. Higher-level monsters possessed some intelligence. Li Yong pursued those he could catch, and didn't bother wasting time on those he couldn't. Passing through a branching path, he suddenly heard a commotion from deep within the ruins, debris falling, dust rising. His spirits lifted. Such a disturbance likely meant a treasure chest guardian had respawned. But the moment he stepped through the doorway and saw the scene before him, he froze completely. His sudden appearance equally startled the several people on the other side. Multiple pairs of eyes snapped toward him, and for a moment, both sides stared at each other in stunned silence, the air seeming to freeze. This couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Li Yong was speechless. The people before him were none other than Wang Mang's group that he had encountered in the wilderness earlier. The men were stunned at first, then their faces lit up with joy. Wang Mang quickly turned around and shouted loudly toward the back. Found him! Found him! This is the guy. During the boss fight earlier, they had been mixed in with the main force and caught a distant glimpse of Li Yang's cloaked figure from behind, which had sparked their suspicions. So a few minutes ago, Wang Mang had volunteered, claiming he had seen the person who stole their boss. Qing Feng had promised on the spot that if they could actually find Li Yong, he would promote them. They hadn't expected such good luck just turning the street corner and running into the very person they were looking for. Wang Mang and his companions were instantly overjoyed. Last time, they had been beaten to a pulp by Li Yong, but this time, they had an entire elite Qing Shan force backing them up several times their previous numbers. Wang Mang raised his hand and waved, and immediately heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the alley behind the building. Within seconds, over 20 Qing Shan professionals emerged from all directions, surrounding them. The gleam of weapons and magical spells completely blocked the narrow street entrance. Li Yong frowned slightly. With so many opponents, a peaceful escape was impossible. He would have to fight his way out. He sighed inwardly, regretting that he hadn't finished off Wang Mang and his group last time. Avoiding trouble then had only brought greater disaster. Now truly a case of wildfire never quite consumes them. They spring up again when the breeze blows. But this time, he wouldn't show mercy. This kid is the one who stole our boss. Several corps captains from the Qingshan Guild looked Li Yong up and down, their eyes full of contempt. Really? This scrawny little thing? You're not just pointing at some random person, are you? You better not be lying to us, kid. Boss Qing Feng will be here soon. And if this is fake, let me warn you, the boss has quite a temper. Li Yong looked like nothing more than a student at the moment. Who would believe he actually had the ability to snatch a boss from under 2 major guilds' noses? Wang Mang's expression was deadly serious. I guarantee it. It's him. Fine, we'll trust you this once. One of the corps members sneered and stepped forward. Wang Mang quickly blocked him. No way. This kid is trouble. We should all attack together. He still remembered the recent beating that had left every bone in his body feeling like it was about to fall apart, and he felt an instinctive fear of Li Yong deep down. Going one by one would be like the classic scenario of brothers rushing to their doom one after another. His nervousness only drew mockery. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on me? Come on, Captain Wang. What happened to you in just a short while? How did you get so pathetic? Tisk, look at him cowering. People who don't know better would think there's some kind of monster standing in front of us. This Wang Mang usually talks big, acting like he's better than everyone. But the moment he sees a kid, he turns into a coward. I'm embarrassed to be his colleague. In their eyes, with over 20 people having Li Yong trapped like a turtle in a jar, the outcome was already decided. They couldn't understand Wang Mang's concerns at all. Wang Mang's face turned red with frustration, and he laughed bitterly. These idiots. They didn't even think about why he might be reacting this way, instead choosing to mock their own teammate. Fine. You're all so capable. You handle it. Go ahead and take him down. He smiled coldly and made a gesture for them to proceed. Zhang Cheng, the backbone team captain, quickly spoke up. In that case, let me handle this. No need for everyone to make a big fuss about it. As soon as he finished speaking, the other eager team captains cursed silently in unison. This old fox moves fast. Brother Cheng, why would you need to handle this personally? Isn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Exactly. If even small fry like this requires you to step in, wouldn't our guild look understaffed? Just send any 2 members. Though, I wouldn't mind putting in some extra effort myself. Zhang Cheng waved his hand, stopping everyone. All right, enough talk. I'll handle this. Ever since I killed that level 30 golden elite monster, I haven't had a good workout in ages. As you said, I'm stronger, so I can better control my force to avoid accidentally killing this pretty boy with 1 punch. The captains exchanged glances, already calculating how to claim credit and rewards. At the edge of the crowd, Wang Mang frowned deeply. Only he knew that the seemingly frail young man before them was actually extremely dangerous himself, had been skeptical before, only to end up beaten to a pulp. Wang Mang muttered to himself, better wait for Qing Feng to arrive with reinforcements. Qing Feng was the representative of the Qingshan Guild this time, their strongest fighter, and he had several elite members with him. Once Qing Feng returned, the situation would be under control. With this thought, he reluctantly spoke up. Everyone, don't be hasty. To be safe, let's wait for Captain Qing Feng to arrive. Or we could all attack together, let's not act impulsively. But he had already been labeled a coward, so his words were immediately met with ridicule. Get lost. If you don't want the credit, we do. Coward, just watch us claim the reward. Team Captain Zhang Cheng strode forward, extending his well-defined fingers in a beckoning gesture. Kid, let me take you on. After all that chatter just to send 1 person forward, Liang was nearly falling asleep. He raised an eyebrow. A battle of attrition? How insulting. A meaningful smile spread across his lips. These fools were delivering themselves one by one, and he certainly wasn't the one losing out. Zhang Cheng's eyes gleamed as he gripped a long staff with 1 hand. With a flick of his wrist, the staff whistled through the air as he swung it fiercely toward Liang. The credit for retrieving the treasure is mine. Meanwhile, Qing Feng was leading a team of elites in a rapid return. To save time, he had simply mounted the shoulders of an assassin-class player, constantly urging, faster, move faster. Didn't you eat today? The assassin's face was flushed red. Already pushing himself to the limit while carrying this oversized burden, he was still gasping for breath. Boss, I don't think we need to rush this much. Several captains are there, so they should have captured that thief by now. Whether we arrive early or late shouldn't matter. But Qing Feng shook his head. That thief is somewhat unusual. Anyone who could snatch the boss at the last moment definitely has considerable skill. It's not that I don't trust those captains, but I'm afraid they might underestimate him and let him escape. With his wealth of experience, he saw the situation quite clearly. In the boss territory, amidst the ruins, at a remote edge, broken stone pillars lay scattered in all directions, with debris and charred marks everywhere, bearing witness to a fierce battle that had just concluded. Over 20 members of the Azure Robe Guild formed a tight defensive circle, their wariness palpable, causing any passing players to instinctively deter around the oppressive atmosphere. At the storm's center, Liang's face was stern and cold, his black dagger trembling lightly between his fingers, its sharp gleam too intimidating to look at directly. Before him, Zhang Cheng stood frozen in place, his face full of shock, his hands completely empty. Bang! A dull thud shattered the silence. The silver-wrapped staff crashed down from midair, metal striking stone debris with echoing clangs. Zhang Cheng looked down at his empty hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. In that lightning-fast moment, he hadn't even seen how Liang had moved, only awakening from his daze when the weapon hit the ground. The next second, Liang's figure flickered, his backhand slash drawing a cold arc across Zhang Cheng's side. 791. The crimson number exploded as Zhang Cheng's chest shuddered violently. Liang's heart stirred. The opponent's level was indeed close to his own, as the damage hadn't been significantly reduced. If he hadn't personally slain the boss earlier and gained that massive experience boost, he would never be able to fight so confidently now. But he dared not be careless. Warrior classes were notoriously tough and thick-skinned. Healer, heal me quick. Zhang Cheng reacted swiftly, pushing off a broken brick with his heel and pulling back several meters like he'd been yanked by a hook, denying Liang a second strike. The continuous health drop indicated he was suffering from bleeding damage. Only then did the Azure Robe members snap back to reality. How exactly had their captain's weapon been knocked away? The healer quickly raised her staff, casting several gentle green lights that fell upon Zhang Cheng's head, soothing his fluctuating health bar like healing balm. As the healing light faded, Zhang Cheng clenched his fists secretly, spitting with lingering fear. That kid's really got something sinister about him. Before he could organize a counterattack, Li Yong actually yawned lazily, his voice echoing through the ruins. Come at me together, don't waste my time. Arrogant little punk, let me teach you some manners first. A hot-tempered member rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, but Wang Meng quickly grabbed him with sharp reflexes. Don't be rash. Watch out for tricks. Anyone who could repel Brother Chung and steal their boss kill definitely wasn't an ordinary player, probably gained a sudden power boost from killing the boss. The others also became more cautious, nodding in agreement. In that case, let's all attack together. At Wang Meng's command, everyone quickly adjusted their formation. Two heavy shield warriors took the front. Mages and archers formed a semicircular back line. With the healer positioned at the core, the entire formation moved with practiced coordination, clearly well-trained. Before the shield wall could close, Li Yong had already donned his stealth cloak. Distorted air rippled around the cloak's edges as his figure instantly faded at his original position, then disappeared completely. The Azure robe members' steps faltered, their eyes uniformly bewildered at move again. Wang Meng's expression darkened abruptly, remembering how he'd been toyed with and left completely disoriented by this same trick. Keep attacking. Don't stop, he's still in the same spot. Wang Meng quickly reminded them. His hard-learned lesson helped everyone snap out of their confusion rapidly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows cut through the air with sharp, whistling sounds, viciously tearing through the atmosphere. The projectiles accurately penetrated their formation, sending strings of damage numbers soaring into the air. The two frontline heavy shields had barely tried to steady their footing when the explosive arrow's impact force knocked them back several meters, nearly crashing into the rear damage dealers. Li Yong was already familiar with the Azure Robe Guild's positioning. This was one of the most reliable team formations currently available, allowing each class to maximize their effectiveness. Most mainstream battle teams used it, but it relied heavily on the front line. Everything depends on the front line holding steady to keep the fight going. After the healers cast their wave of healing spells, the Qingshan Guild shield warriors raised their heavy tower shields and gritted their teeth as they charged forward once more. Fire! Wang Meng commanded from the back lines. Archers and mages immediately unleashed a barrage of fireballs and arrows toward the central clearing, creating a continuous display of flames and whistling projectiles. Since they couldn't see Li Yang's figure, they'd overwhelm him with sheer numbers. If one shot missed, they'd bombard him with 100 more. At that moment, Li Yang stood invisible in the center of the field, watching coldly. The Qingshan Guild had deployed almost their entire force, with even squad leaders being rank professionals or higher. He had originally planned to disrupt them with Cursed Sonic Wave, but the healer's constant purification spells completely suppressed it. To deal with the healers, he'd first need to break through the tank line. Even for him, this was proving troublesome. After the first round of bombardment ended, the Qingshan members had nearly depleted their mana and had to rest. The scorched, blackened ground still smoked as Zhang Chung wiped his sweat. That should do it, right? But Wang Meng frowned deeply. From start to finish, they hadn't actually seen Li Yong, and an uneasy feeling weighed on his mind. His instincts were correct. Though Li Yong had taken a few hits, his shield continuously regenerated energy, leaving him unharmed. Taking advantage of their rest, he raised his bow and fired explosive arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Phase 2 begins now. It's my turn to blow you up. Thunderous explosions followed immediately. One frontline unit couldn't defend in time and was sent flying along with their shields, completely losing combat effectiveness. He's still alive. Move up. Panicked shouts broke their formation as everyone scrambled frantically. Facing an invisible enemy was more exhausting than fighting a boss. At least bosses stayed in one place, but they couldn't even target this opponent. Just as the situation spiraled out of control, urgent footsteps approached from the distance. Qing Feng arrived riding on an assassin's shoulders, followed closely by an elite Qingshan squad. The scene looked somewhat comical, but no one was laughing. Seeing Qing Feng, everyone grasped at him like a lifeline. Boss, you're finally here. Strength Qing Feng is here. We got this now. Li Yong frowned slightly. Well, the entire Qingshan Guild had assembled. If he didn't finish this today, there'd be endless trouble later. His eyes turned cold. Not one of them could be allowed to escape. Suddenly, his figure began flickering between visible and invisible. The stealth cloak's duration was ending. In the next second, he fully materialized. Look, he's appeared. Qing Feng's gaze sharpened, surprised that the person who'd stolen their boss was so young, but then said coldly, "You dare touch Qingshan's boss? Prepare to face our wrath." I took it fair and square, so what? Li Yong sighed, having no choice but to use his trump card. He pulled out a token carved with a ferocious Azure Dragon, the Wind Dragon token, the final treasure he'd obtained at Boss Plaza. Come forth. With a thought, violent winds erupted from the token. Azure currents swirled around him, forming a massive dragon silhouette in midair. The howling gales nearly knocked over some of the lower-ranked professionals. That's a dragon. Qing Feng's eyes widened. Li Yong coldly surveyed the crowd. You came after me first, so none of you are leaving. The Wind Dragon Phantom inherited several times his attributes. Based on Li Yang's level 35 foundation, this dragon's combat power approached that of a gold-tier boss, only slightly inferior to the Tianmin commander. Even Li Yang himself wouldn't dare claim easy victory against it, let alone the Qingshan Guild. No matter how many Qingshan members there were, they couldn't possibly match it. What the hell? What on earth is this thing? Is this a beast summon? Such an overwhelming aura. Could Li Yang actually be a beast tamer? But that doesn't make sense. Isn't Li Yang an archer class? Qing Feng and his green robe guild members stood there dumbfounded, staring at the Wind Dragon Phantom hovering in midair over 10 meters long, its claws and wings stirring up howling gales with every beat. Even the most gifted beast tamers shouldn't be able to summon something this outrageous in the early stages. They couldn't figure out Li Yang's true capabilities at all, and just stood there frozen. Stop spacing out and get in there. Qing Feng was the first to snap back to reality, his voice booming like thunder in everyone's ears. Even if a god showed up today, we'd knock him down. The other members jolted awake at his shout and hastily reformed their ranks. Qing Feng called in another elite squad, and everyone arranged themselves in their standard boss fighting formation. With their numbers bolstered, they managed to muster some confidence. Screw it. Dragon or worm. Today I'm going to be a dragon slayer. Frontline, move up. Healers, stay close, he commanded grimly. Several shield warriors stepped forward, raising their steel shields and planting their feet firmly on the ground. Under Qing Feng's leadership, the entire team quickly sprang into action. Whoosh! The Wind Dragon Phantom beat its wings violently, seeming to suck the air dry before unleashing a torrent of violent airflow that crashed down. The surrounding ruins were swept away in rows, debris scraping against metal with sharp sounds. In the next second, the hurricane carried fragments straight into the green robe formation. The frontline fighters tensed every muscle, leaning forward and gripping their shields desperately, but were still dragged across the ground by the wind pressure, their boots carving long marks in the earth. I can't hold on much longer. Damn, my shield's durability is almost gone. Hold steady. Qing Feng's face darkened as he shouted urgently. If they collapsed right at the start, there'd be no chance of winning. The Wind Dragon didn't let up, stirring up another hurricane that lifted several ranged players hiding in the back ranks into the air before hurling them down hard. Qing Feng's heart sank, and then he watched as the frontline shield warriors were blown apart from their equipment, their vital gear scattered and broken. Strike while you're down. Li Yang seized the moment, his bowstring vibrating as he released a cursed sound wave. The sound wave's penetrating power had dramatically increased after his level surge, and with just one blast, over half the Green Robe Guild members fell into chaos. What the hell? Where is everyone? Holy crap, why are there so many monsters? You monsters die. Boss Qing Feng, where are you guys? I just killed a monster. I'm right in front of you. Why are you killing teammates? What are you pointing that gun at me for? Screams from the team's infighting rose and fell, making Qing Feng's veins bulge with rage. Dealing with the Wind Dragon was bad enough. Now he had to handle these controlled idiots on his own team. He wanted to smash his keyboard right then and there. Still want to slay dragons? Li Yang watched the chaos coldly, drawing his bowstring taut again and firing an arrow into the crowd. Boom. Fire erupted, swallowing screams and wails alike. Like chasing people, do you? His tone was lazy as he smoothly knocked another arrow. Then stay here forever. The second arrow shot through the air. At the same time, the Wind Dragon dove down, its wings sweeping horizontally and completely scattering their formation, sending rubble, health bars, and broken shields flying. In just a few breaths, the Green Robe Guild had suffered devastating losses, with desperate cries for survival filling the air. Even worse, Li Yang's follow-up damage kept climbing with each arrow, the damage curve shooting up like a rocket, making the survivors' hearts pound wildly. Qing Feng was drenched in cold sweat, but confusion flashed in his eyes. Li Yang's sustained burst damage was strangely similar to his own class talent, but that shouldn't be possible. How could an archer have a warrior's talent? Incomprehensible, absolutely incomprehensible. Terror was written all over Qing Feng's face. From the very first second of combat, they had been completely overwhelmed by Li Yang and that Wind Dragon Phantom, unable to even mount a symbolic resistance. Li Yang seized every opening with precision, the Wind Dragon's gales perfectly coordinating with his arrow barrage, creating suffocating pressure. Qing Feng would rather go back and attempt to solo a level 40 golden boss than continue being a clown in this farce, scheming to hunt down one person, mobilizing their entire force, only to be crushed to nothing. Impossible. We can't fight this. Cold sweat trickled down his temples as Qing Feng frantically pulled out his communicator, desperately calling headquarters for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Lu Chang was struck speechless by the scene before him. The Qingshan Guild, which he had once worshipped, was now mobilizing their full strength, yet still helpless against Li Yang. That Wind Dragon Phantom covering the sky made their hearts race with terror just by its presence, the shadow of death seemingly hanging over their heads. Too terrifying. This was a complete madman. Lu Chong immediately swore never to oppose Li Yang again. Seizing his chance, he turned to flee. Many others shared the same thought. Staying here any longer was clearly waiting for death. They were members of Qingshan Guild, true, but no one wanted to die with the guild. However, how could Li Yang let them escape? Without the Wind Dragon token in his grasp, he might truly have fallen to this group today. Now he coldly surveyed the battlefield, catching every detail of attempted escape, drawing his bow without hesitation. Everyone must pay the price for their actions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows pierced the air, shrieking like wind blades. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by explosive sounds, Wang Mang and others couldn't even react before their chests were pierced through. 1,050, 1,150, 1,125. Massive damage numbers erupted one after another. Li Yang's maxed out damage output was spine-chilling. Several players attempting to flee let out agonizing screams, filled with regret, but could only watch helplessly as their health dropped to zero, collapsing in pools of blood. After eliminating these few, Li Yang turned his attention back to the main force of Qingshan Guild still struggling. Today, none who knew his secrets could be left alive. To prevent future troubles. Within the battle circle, the Qingshan Guild members were in utter disarray. They had to endure the Wind Dragon's charges while avoiding friendly fire from confused allies, yet dared not strike back with full force, feeling so frustrated they nearly vomited blood. The tragic fate of those earlier deserters had stripped them of courage to leave, now trapped between advance and retreat. To make matters worse, Li Yang continued picking them off from the perimeter, adding fuel to the fire. He raised his bow again, cold light reflecting off the string, his killing intent crystal clear. Qingfeng finally couldn't take it anymore and raised his hands in surrender. Stop, stop fighting. We'll leave right now. His voice was filled with humiliation and unwillingness. He knew clearly that continuing would only hurt them more. The forces he'd brought were insufficient to handle Li Yang with his Wind Dragon ally. Better to retreat now and mobilize the guild's full power later for revenge. After all, he had already memorized Li Yang's appearance. Oh, Li Yang raised an eyebrow, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes, able to bend when necessary, truly worthy of a major guild leader. He sneered coldly, drawing his bowstring to full moon again. However, sorry, but I must return your words exactly as spoken. You were the ones who insisted on hunting me down, and now that you can't win, you want to just walk away? Heh, where in this world is there such a cheap deal? All of you can go die. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to declare war on our Qingshan Guild? He kept his voice low, but his suppressed fury still seeped through. Li Yang chuckled softly with a hint of mockery. Do you think I'm some fool like Zhang Tao who'll fall for your tricks? If I let you go today, Qingshan will only come back harder to cause me trouble. Hesitation flickered in Qingfeng's eyes. This seemingly young archer was clearly not easy to fool, so he changed tactics. In that case, return the loot that dropped from the boss, and we'll call it even. We can overlook our lost manpower and the boss experience you stole. You should understand Qingshan Guild's influence. Even if you escape today, you'll be dealt with eventually. No one who opposes us ever comes to a good end. He spoke earnestly and steadily, as if stating an immutable law. But to his surprise, Li Yang burst into laughter. So you Qingshan folks are all idiots. Seems like you still don't understand your current situation. Qingfeng's smile froze instantly as he urged desperately. Do you really want to make an enemy of Qingshan Guild? You're still young. Quit while you're ahead. Huh? Li Yang shook his head. Talking to you people only lowers my IQ. In these people's minds, quitting while ahead simply meant handing over his hard-earned loot and letting them leave safely. This was the typical arrogance and superiority of major powers, just like how Du Qingran's group of legendary professionals had treated Yanzi and the others before. But Li Yang understood only the weak depend on the strong. These people who acted arrogantly based on their guild's backing were essentially just dogs on chains. And he, Li Yang, was destined to stand at the top. At this moment, the Wind Dragon Phantom still circled overhead, keeping the Qingshan members completely suppressed, waiting only for Li Yang's signal to decide the outcome. He knocked an arrow without hesitation, locking onto Qingfeng as cold light flashed. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like lightning. Qingfeng's pupils contracted sharply, never expecting Li Yang would still attack after all that talk. Madman! He cursed silently, hastily raising his great sword to block. Bang! Metal clashed against metal as dust rose. Qingfeng was shaken until his hands went numb, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Since joining Qingshan, everything had gone smoothly for him. This was the first time he'd suffered such humiliation. His fury was completely ignited. Since you won't agree, then go die. With that, he pulled a blood-red potion from his pack, uncorked it, and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, red light exploded from his body surface. His aura surged dramatically, and his muscles swelled as if engorged with blood, transforming him completely. A rare-grade potion. His heart bled. This single gulp was worth no less than a piece of gold-tier equipment. But if he couldn't make Li Yong spit out everything he'd swallowed, he'd truly lose both his wife and his soldiers. Li Yong raised an eyebrow, his interest growing. Can't win so you resort to drugs? Too bad, his lips curved in mockery. If you could really win just by relying on external aids, what would be the point of having strong people? Li Yang's expression turned cold as he raised his bow and shot an arrow straight at him. Qingfeng charged toward Li Yong, wielding his massive sword. In the blink of an eye, he dodged Li Yang's arrow with a swift movement, bringing his blade down with a howling wind. So fast, Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. His opponent had just consumed a rare enhancement potion and was already at a comparable level. This would be tricky. Li Yong quickly retreated, using flash to escape the attack range, but the sword's aftershock still grazed him. Shield 615. Though he didn't take the full damage, he still lost a significant chunk of his shield. Phew. Li Yong exhaled slowly, looking up with an amused expression. Interesting. Seeing Li Yong pull back in time, Qingfeng was slightly surprised but didn't stop, swinging his massive sword again. Li Yong simply put away his bow and drew his wind spirit dagger. For close combat, he had long prepared this silver-grade short blade instead of arrows. Qingfeng frowned, his gaze falling on the dagger barely the length of a forearm, his face flushing red. Low damage, maximum insult. Are you looking down on me? He roared, veins bulging in his arms as his giant sword swept horizontally with tremendous force. Die. In his mind, an archer abandoning their bow for melee combat was suicide. However, Li Yong remained perfectly still, only raising his wrist slightly as the sword approached. Clang. Steel rang against steel, sparks flying. Qingfeng felt as if his massive sword had been nailed in midair, unable to move. Do you understand now? Li Yang's tone was calm. Going head-to-head against me with all my talents and abilities enhanced, you have no chance of winning. Not his is impossible. Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just consumed a rare potion, yet in direct melee combat, he couldn't overpower a mere archer? He wondered if he'd taken a fake potion. In that moment of confusion, Li Yang's figure flickered, and his dagger pierced Qingfeng's chest. 910. Though small, the dagger was extremely agile, perfect for dealing with a clumsy greatsword. In an instant, several more cuts appeared on Qingfeng's body. 950. 1010. Qingfeng panicked, swinging wildly. Li Yong flashed backward again, easily avoiding the attack. Taking advantage of the opening, Qingfeng created some distance, his face filled with terror. In the blink of an eye, he'd lost more than half his health. What class are you? Why are you so strong in melee too? Li Yong didn't answer, elegantly wiping the blood from his blade. Dead men don't need to know. Qingfeng's pupils contracted as he suddenly noticed his health, continuing to drop. The bloodthirst effect had activated. No, save me. He staggered backward, only to find his companions already dead or dying, barely clinging to life. The wind dragon phantom above radiated overwhelming power that no one could withstand. Total wipe. Qingfeng muttered in despair. Li Yong approached step by step. You can't kill me. I'm a core guild member. If you touch me, the Azure Shirt Guild will definitely retaliate and kill everyone connected to you. In that case, Li Yang's blade flashed, eliminating his last sliver of health. All the more reason you can't be allowed to live. After dealing with the Azure Shirt Guild's representative, Li Yong was about to turn away when he heard electronic beeping sounds. He bent down to pick up the walkie-talkie Qingfeng had dropped. Qingfeng, how's your situation? Hello? The guild has already sent reinforcements. What's your position? No need to come. He's dead. Li Yang's voice was calm. The other end fell silent, then erupted in fury. Who are you? How do you have Qingfeng's equipment? What did you do to him? I told you he's dead. All your Azure Shirt people have been wiped out. No. Impossible. Who the hell are you? Li Yong sneered. Idiot. I'm Zhang Tao from the Legendary Guild. Feel free to come try me. You wait. The voice was hoarse with rage, but before finishing, Li Yong had already smashed the walkie-talkie on the ground and crushed it underfoot. At this moment, the Wind Dragon Phantom still circled and roared above, while the remaining Azure Shirt Guild members had long been cleared out. He gathered his things and left without looking back. At the entrance to the boss zone, crowds surged beneath the crumbling stone gate. The recently plundered cavern resembled a hollowed-out well, with nothing but the taste of dust lingering in the air. Some people grinned from ear to ear, their boots clicking crisply against the stone pavement, while others hung their heads with drooping shoulders, sighs rising and falling in waves. The most prominent Legendary Guild members looked utterly disheveled, their guild banner dragging on the ground as they returned completely empty-handed. Zhang Tao had already regained consciousness, his elbow propped against his forehead, his face as pale as paper. Two guild members supported him on either side, his armor crisscrossed with scratches, blood and dust mixed into dark stains. Du Qingran silently followed behind, quiet as a shadow. Baby, who exactly was that person? Tell me, please. Zhang Tao's voice was thin as wind, filled with urgency and disbelief. Their first large-scale operation, which he thought was a sure thing, had been thwarted at every turn, ultimately becoming a laughingstock. Not only did they fail to claim the boss head, they didn't even get any reward points. It was a complete loss. What made it worse was that their plan had been single-handedly ruined by a stranger Du Qingran had brought along. Du Qingran remained silent, knowing she had truly caused trouble this time. Since Zhang Tao still had value to her at this stage, she swallowed her pride and coaxed softly. "Oh, come on, Brother Tao. Our legendary guild is so powerful, we don't need this little bit of equipment." Zhang Tao sighed, his steps somewhat unsteady. "If it were just about equipment, that would be fine. You don't understand how important this debut was to me. I brought so many people and lost so miserably. How will the guild members view me? Most importantly," he paused, his Adam's apple bobbing, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. "That item was taken by someone else. The mission failed, and I don't know how I'll explain this when I get back." "What exactly was that thing? Why do you value it so much?" Du Qingran's curiosity was piqued. "I only know it's like a key that can open the ancient heaven gate. I'm not qualified to know more detailed intelligence." Zhang Tao shook his head with a bitter smile. "Ancient heaven gate." Du Qingran's eyes lit up immediately, her mind already conjuring images of countless treasures. "There should be good things there, but it's not for small forces like us to compete over." Zhang Tao's voice was low. "Small forces?" Du Qingran's heart skipped a beat. The legendary guild ranked in the top 3 in Shanghai, yet they called themselves a small force without qualification to compete. Thinking of how the legendary guild had been unstoppable just moments ago, now looking so wretched, her feelings were mixed. Outside the entrance, the crowd's chatter erupted like buzzing bees. "Hiss, look at those faces from the legendary guild. Each one darker than the last." "I think so too. Something big must have happened." Several people formed a circle, with someone mysteriously beckoning. "Hey, want to hear the inside scoop? Pay 100 dragon coins, and I'll give you the gossip." "Damn, you must be crazy for money. Making money off legendary guild gossip. Aren't you afraid they'll come after you? Spill it now, or I'll report you." The person grinned sheepishly and waved his hands. "Just kidding, don't take it seriously. We're all broke, brothers. How could I bear to charge you? Here's what happened." "Holy shit. You're saying both major guilds became clowns, suffered heavy losses, and the boss was stolen by someone else? Is this reliable?" "That's too explosive." "Absolutely reliable. I saw it with my own eyes from a distance." "Awesome, just awesome. Both major guilds are probably going to go crazy. Jianghai won't be peaceful anymore." The chatter grew increasingly noisy, but someone suddenly remembered something. "Speaking of which, where are the people from Qingshan Guild? How come we haven't seen any of them come out?" "That's unclear. They're probably still searching inside, but it's likely a waste of time since the person must have fled long ago." "I know what happened." Suddenly, a young voice spoke up. The others immediately perked up with interest, though some remained skeptical. "Oh, you claim to know? Then let's hear it." A burly man raised an eyebrow and asked, "Really? What could a kid like you possibly know? We don't have time to listen to your made-up stories." Someone nearby interjected impatiently. The youth's lips curved into a faint smile. "What I know will become clear once you hear it. But first, you'll need to agree to one condition." The crowd exchanged glances, assuming he was after money again. "I'm warning you, don't even think about asking for dragon coins. If you don't talk, we'll report you immediately." "Exactly. You'd better think twice." The youth shrugged and spread his hands. "I don't need the money. I just ask that you don't spread this around." His simple request for secrecy only heightened everyone's curiosity. What kind of information required a confidentiality agreement? "Fine. No problem. Go ahead and tell us. We promise not to spread it." "Yes, yes. Come on, kid, spill it. You've got us all on the edge of our seats." Urgent voices rose from all directions. Of course, while they spoke readily, none of them actually intended to keep it within their inner circles. Liang saw through them clearly and chuckled inwardly. He never expected these people to keep their mouths shut anyway. He was simply coating the information with a layer of classified mystique to make it sound more credible. Judging by their expressions, most of them had already bought into it. "All right then, I'll tell you, remember to keep it secret." The youth lowered his voice mysteriously. The person who stole the boss kill was later caught. The two major guilds fought on the spot over the equipment he carried, and in the end, what happened in the end? Several pairs of eyes stared at him intently, not daring to even blink. In the end, you see what happened. Legend Guild emerged victorious, while Azure Robe Guild's members were left permanently in the dungeon. Liang methodically completed the story. The crowd erupted instantly. They'd heard rumors of guilds fighting over equipment before, but this time it escalated to total annihilation. And between the two strongest guilds in Shanghai, no less. Was it really that serious? They must have gone to full-scale war. No wonder all of Azure Robe's people disappeared, while Legends members made it out. So that's what happened. My god, that's terrifying. I'm getting out of here. What kind of treasure could make them fight so viciously? I could sense the tension between them when they went in. It was bound to explode. Li Yang's few words were like sparks hitting dry grass. The rumors spread rapidly, without him needing to add any more fuel. This should be solid. He nodded to himself. He had eliminated all of Azure Robe Guild's members, leaving no witnesses. At least for the short term, No one could trace the clues back to him. With everything arranged, he turned and left. Shortly after his departure, black SUVs came speeding down the road and pulled over to the side. Damn it! Where are those bastards from Legend Guild? The car door slammed open with a loud bang as over a dozen members of the Azure Rogue Guild poured out. Their footsteps crunched on the gravel, radiating murderous intent. Which one of you is Zhang Tao? Get your ass out here. With a whoosh, gleaming machetes were raised in unison. Standing at the front was Vice President Azure Dragon. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the surroundings, effectively blocking everyone present. Complaints arose from the crowd, but no one dared to confront them directly. These men were seething with rage and clearly not to be trifled with. After repeated inquiries, the last shred of hope in Azure Dragon's heart was completely shattered. Azure Peak and his team had truly died in the dungeon. The Legend Guild members had evacuated immediately. Witnesses unanimously confirmed that Azure Robe and Legend had clashed inside the dungeon, resulting in Azure Robe's total annihilation. Azure Peak was an rank professional, a key talent the guild had been nurturing. Now with him and his entire team wiped out, the losses were immeasurable. What a Legend Guild, what a Zhang Tao. Azure Dragon gritted his teeth, his gaze ice cold. You may escape for now, but you can't escape forever. Prepare to face the wrath of Azure Robe. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao remained completely oblivious to all this as he returned home exhausted and collapsed onto the sofa. Thinking about the day's misfortunes, his frown deepened. Soon after, the door was unlocked with a key. Father. He saw his father enter and instinctively averted his gaze. Enough. I already know everything. His father's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Don't worry about this matter. I'll find a way to locate them. Zhang Tao sighed heavily and slapped his thigh. Ugh, it's all because those Azure Robe people caused trouble at the end. Otherwise we would have taken down the boss already. So you're saying you fought each other inside? His father's brow furrowed. Zhang Tao hesitated. Sort of. Although he had lost consciousness at the end, he had indeed struck first. His father pondered for a moment before saying, no matter. Azure Robe shouldn't make a big fuss over such a trivial matter. However, this operation resulted in significant losses, and the guild elders have some complaints about you. Be more careful in the future. The guild has arranged protection for you. Focus on leveling up and complete your first-class advancement as soon as possible to secure a good ranking on the newcomer leaderboard. Yes. Zhang Tao nodded vigorously, determination flashing in his eyes. As long as new professionals leveled up fast enough to complete their first advancement early, they could surge to the top of the newcomer rankings. Once he claimed that position, who would dare gossip behind his back? At the same time, Liang also pushed open his front door and immediately began drafting his first advancement plan. For all professionals, the first advancement was the most crucial stage. Besides leveling up, they could also acquire new professional talents, which would create significant power gaps. The level requirement for first advancement was 40. Completing it before the college entrance exam could even earn bonus points. However, to successfully advance, one first needed to farm first advancement materials from exclusive dungeons, then submit these materials to the professional association to obtain certification, and finally undergo the advancement ceremony. Of course, dungeons that produced first advancement materials were extremely difficult. Most people waited until level 40 before attempting them, or simply purchased the materials at high prices from the marketplace. Although Liang was only level 35 and hadn't yet met the requirements for his first-class advancement, he was eager to complete it as soon as possible. To avoid taking detours, he decided to tackle the first advancement material dungeon directly despite being populated with high-level monsters. Clearing it completely would grant both experience and materials, making level 40 easily achievable. With his plan settled, he fell into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, after a quick wash, Liang headed straight to the Jianghai Trading Center in the city center. Backed by official authority with well-established procedures, both buyers and sellers could trade with complete confidence. He planned to sell off some and used low-level equipment first, then use the proceeds to strengthen his melee capabilities as final preparation for the dungeon challenge. In the spacious, well-lit hall, crowds flowed continuously while holographic advertisements scrolled endlessly. At the reception desk, he carefully placed his silver-grade equipment, including the Wind Spirit Dagger, on the counter. The trading center offered two selling methods. 1. Consignment to the marketplace, with fees deducted after sale. 2. Direct buyback at approximately 10 below market price, with the advantage of immediate payment. Since Liang needed to acquire new weapons immediately, he chose the second option without hesitation. The terminal quoted a total of 210,000 dragon coins. Combined with his existing 190,000, he now had exactly 400,000 enough to purchase a quality gold-grade melee weapon. The display area had rows upon rows of shelves that would take at least half a day to browse thoroughly. Liang picked up a tablet terminal, set the price range to 300,000 and navigated to the warrior weapons section. Thumbnails of great swords, clubs, arm guards, long blades, and spears flashed by rapidly as he scrolled, favoring polearm types that offered both attack range and flexibility. Iron Cavalry Spear Gold Grade Heavy Spear 333,000. Fierce Tiger Spear Gold Grade Ornate Spear 350,000. Tidal Wave Spear Gold Grade Long Spear 380,000. Just as he finished scanning these descriptions, his gaze was drawn to a halberd. Lightning War Halberd. Grade Gold. Equipment requirement 500 Strength. Base attributes: Strength 350, Spirit 100, Critical Rate 20. Special effect: attacks carry lightning damage and chain 50 damage to surrounding targets. Weapon passive: hits accumulate paralysis stacks. Full stacks instantly paralyze enemies. Price: 399,000 dragon coins. This is it. Li Yong confirmed his choice and immediately placed the order. Jianghai Trading Center was renowned for its efficiency. In less than 10 minutes, a staff member arrived at the lounge carrying an alloy weapon case. As the lid opened, an elegant war halberd lay quietly in the shock-absorbing compartment, its shaft wreathed in faint golden electric arcs. After a brief inspection, Li Yong accepted it with satisfaction and immediately equipped it. Name: Li Yong. Class: blank. Level: 35. Strength: 1000. Constitution: 460. Agility: 450. Spirit: 420. Talent: Card Talent. Abilities: Soul Wizard S grade class, Berserker grade class, Guardian Shield S, Bloodlust S, Cursed Sonic Wave A, Enhancement C. Cards: 3. His base strength had broken through 1000. The first advancement dungeon only recommended 800 strength, and he now exceeded that by a full 200 points. Combined with his multi-class talents, he felt completely confident. After completing the payment, he left the trading center and headed directly to the dungeon. The first-tier dungeon wasn't far from the trading post where Li Yong was located, situated on the edge of the city center. It took him only about 10 minutes to reach his destination. From a distance, the dungeon plaza was packed with people, even more bustling than he had imagined. The morning sun had just begun to shine, yet crowds had already gathered. Upon closer inspection, only about half were actually professionals preparing to farm first-tier materials, while the rest were escorts hired by studios and scalpers hawking their services everywhere. Novice professionals had always been the easiest targets to exploit, low-level, lacking equipment and experience, unable to even distinguish between good and poor materials. The moment Li Yong stepped onto the plaza, a row of suited salespeople with briefcases approached him from the roadside, their eager smiles almost overwhelming. No thanks. He declined each one curtly. His backpack didn't contain a single copper coin at the moment, so he had zero interest in these sales pitches. Even so, some still whispered suggestions about loans or pawning his equipment for cash. Li Yong frowned. These days, people were scarier than monsters. Pushing through the metal rune-inscribed doors, he entered the dungeon lobby. Compared to outside, it was considerably quieter, though still noisy, with professionals gathered around tables discussing strategies and assigning roles. After a quick scan, he understood the situation. 1. Most people inside were familiar faces from previous years who had failed their class advancement, mainly crank and drank professionals who refused to give up and were still struggling desperately. 2. There were also newly awakened individuals from this year, though these types usually came from wealthy families and could afford escort services, which was why they dared come so early. Only a few days had passed since this year's awakening ceremony, and even the fastest prodigies would barely be in their early 30s level-wise. However, Li Yong had intercepted a level 40 golden boss and shot up to level 35, giving him just enough confidence to come farm materials early. Most of his peers relied on money to pave their way anywhere you went. Wealth was always a shortcut. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the noisy crowd. It was a chubby young man in his 20s with an honest, round face, none other than Hu, whom he'd met yesterday at the boss location. That guy was loyal and righteous, even giving away his concealment cloak to help Li Yong escape. Standing beside Who was a girl of 17 or 18, slightly short with short hair. She wore a white long-sleeved shirt with a black pleated skirt, her pale complexion suggesting some frailty. Who looked troubled as he patiently tried to persuade her. Little sister, us ordinary folks don't need to worry about face. We can talk about that once we become stronger ourselves. The girl nodded but couldn't hide her disappointment. Yeah, I understand. It's just that I don't know where to find a reliable escort team. If they find out about this, they'll probably mock me again. Who sighed heavily. There's no choice. This is how we ordinary people have to live. We can only desperately chase after those prodigies, exhaust fumes, getting bloodied and bruised in the process. If they give you trouble again, tell me and I'll back you up. The girl looked at him and shook her head gently. Thanks, big brother. I'll just try to avoid them from now on. She certainly understood how difficult things were for her family. If she hadn't been lucky enough to awaken in a rank profession, she wouldn't be here early trying to clear the first-tier dungeon just to keep up with those prodigies. Li Yong watched, a flash of embarrassment crossing his eyes. It seemed he had appeared at an inopportune moment. Perhaps it would be better not to disturb them. He was about to quietly leave when Erhu happened to look up, and their eyes met across the distance. In that instant, Erhu's dejected expression suddenly transformed, lighting up with the joy of seeing a long-lost friend as he raised his hand and waved vigorously. "Hey, my savior, over here." In broad daylight, his boisterous shout immediately drew the attention of passers-by. Liang rubbed his forehead, silently sighing, "Great, here we go," but still steeled himself and walked forward. Erhu hurried over to meet him, his tone so enthusiastic it seemed he wanted to pour out all of yesterday's gratitude in one breath. "This is wonderful. I never expected to run into you here. Yesterday, I didn't even get a chance to thank you properly. How did your harvest go yesterday?" "Not bad." Liang smiled and smoothly changed the subject. "What a coincidence. What are you doing here?" "Oh." Erhu suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something important. "Look at my memory. My surname is Lin, and this is my sister, Linyu." He hurriedly introduced them. "This gentleman saved me yesterday at the boss zone. Don't let his youth fool Yoha's incredibly strong." Linyu merely nodded, her gaze wandering before she sighed softly and turned her head away. Erhu scratched his head awkwardly and apologized to Liang. "Sorry, my sister isn't in the best state. By the way, what should I call you?" "Just call me Liang." "Brother Liang." Lin Erhu nodded emphatically, then showed an embarrassed expression. "I'm really sorry, but I might not be able to properly thank you today. I've hired some people to take my sister through a first-tier dungeon in a bit. How about we exchange contact information? I'll definitely treat you to a proper meal next time." As soon as he said this, Liang felt a slight surprise. What a coincidence. He was just about to inquire when Erhu suddenly realized something too, his voice rising. "Holy crap. Wait. You're here for this too? Don't tell me you're also here for first-tier materials." Liang smiled and nodded, confirming the other's guess. Erhu's eyes lit up. "Perfect. The escort team I hired will be here soon. We can go in together." "That might be too much trouble." Liang thought for a moment, but still shook his head. "Hiring people for dungeon runs costs quite a bit. I can go in by myself." "Don't be so formal." Erhu waved his hand generously. "If it weren't for you, I would have died in the boss zone yesterday. I'll cover the cost." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of clanking footsteps came from behind. 3 professionals walked over in formation, their armor clashing with crisp metallic sounds, their expressions neither humble nor arrogant. All 3 were level 50 rank professionals, each wearing at least one piece of gold tier equipment, their presence imposing. The leading warrior scanned the area. "Is Boss Erhu here?" Here, over here." Lin Erhu hurried forward. "Are you ready? When do we start the dungeon?" The warrior raised his hand to indicate there was no rush, his voice steady. "Let me explain the situation first. We originally planned to escort 2 groups, but the other group canceled at the last minute, so you'll need to cover the full cost." Erhu's face immediately darkened. "That's not what we agreed on. My sister hasn't completed her first advancement yet, and even if I use all my savings, I can only pay half." The warrior shrugged, making his position clear. "That's not our problem. There's still half an hour before the scheduled time. If you can find another group to split the cost, that works too." "Half an hour?" Erhu furrowed his brow. Finding people on such short notice here was practically impossible. In this awkward silence, a deep female voice suddenly called out from behind the crowd. "Linyu?" The speaker was a plump woman wearing high heels and a fashionable dress. Her 4-inch stilettos clicked sharply against the smooth floor, while a corset cinched her waist into exaggerated curves. What made the scene even more striking were the 5 muscular, handsome men following beside her, men who looked like high-end club escorts. Their ornate metal armor gleamed blindingly under the lights, far more eye-catching than the rhinestones on her dress. Rather than making her appear noble, this entourage resembled a strutting fat hen leading 5 preening peacocks, comically oblivious to how ridiculous they looked. Liang glanced over, his eyes immediately drawn to those nearly gold-tier equipment sets truly dazzling and undoubtedly expensive. Wang Meili. Linyu recognized her, her voice trembling as her face turned paper white. "Oh my, what a coincidence. You're here to run the first-tier dungeon too." Wang Meili drawled, her tone dripping with mocking amusement. "Are these men your escorts?" "Well, I'll say this, they certainly match your level." The 3 escorts who had hired showed no anger at this string of cold taunts. The hierarchy in the escort circle was always clear. High-level escorts considered themselves superior to lower-tier ones, so this was nothing new to them. Erhu's face grew even more awkward as he looked down at his 3 escorts, then at Wang Meili's impressive formation, feeling uncomfortable with every breath. In reality, the situation was even worse than his expression revealed. They probably couldn't even afford to pay these low-level escorts. Liang remained silent. He had originally planned to exchange a few pleasantries and leave, but found himself crowd-controlled by this sudden melodrama for several minutes. Wang Meili's mockery didn't stop there. She stepped closer, looking down condescendingly at the 3 escorts. "How much is Linyu paying you?" The lead warrior raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and answered honestly. "The price hasn't been set yet. Originally, it was supposed to be 2 groups splitting the cost, but the other group just canceled. Hearing the words splitting the cost, Wang Meili burst into laughter, her flesh jiggling with each guffaw. Ha ha ha, so it's a rideshare arrangement. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, even her ears turning red. Seeing his sister being ridiculed, Erhu couldn't contain his anger. What's so funny? Of course it's funny. Wang Meili made no effort to hide her contempt. You poor people should stop dreaming about advancing to the first tier. Just go work in the logistics department and scrape by. She changed tactics, beckoning to the 3 escorts. Stop hesitating. They definitely can't afford to pay you. Work for me, instead I'll pay double. Her current escort configuration was already sufficient, but she just wanted to publicly humiliate Lin Yu. Double pay? The 3 escorts were instantly tempted. They had already noticed Erhu's financial constraints. Why not switch sides and get a raise? The lead warrior coughed, looking impatient. The dungeon starts in 20 minutes. Have you decided? Our time is valuable. Erhu smiled bitterly, his voice barely above a whisper. Could you lower the price a bit? No. The warrior's answer was blunt. Erhu's shoulders completely sagged. With the answer revealed, the 3 escorts began cursing. Tsh, what bad luck. No money but still trying to hire people? Bah. Do poor people even deserve to attempt the first tier? Without hesitation, they moved to Wang Meili's side. Boss, we're with you. Ha! Wang Meili laughed until she shook like jelly. See that, Lin Yu? Compared to me, you're nothing. Triumphant, she strutted away with her new and old escorts. The air suddenly became quiet. But after her disruption, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Lin Yu could no longer hold back. She crouched down, buried her face in her hands, and sobbed. Through her fingers, she watched her tears dampen the asphalt road as the night wind swept up fallen leaves that swirled around her feet. Erhu watched his sister's huddled figure, feeling a tightness in his chest. He sighed and turned to look at Li Yong, forcing an apologetic and strained smile. Haha, sorry about that. And here I was bragging about bringing you along. As you can see, my life's a complete mess right now. Friends avoid me, my family suffers because of me, and bad luck clings to me like everything's conspiring against me. Says who? Li Yong looked up, his voice calm yet powerful. Meeting me proves your luck hasn't completely run out. Erhu paused, unable to immediately grasp the deeper meaning behind those words, but he played along anyway. Of course, meeting a powerhouse like you must be karma from good deeds in my past life, one of my few strokes of luck. Li Yong shrugged, his tone casual. I'm no Buddha, but we could work together. How exactly would we work together? Erhu was puzzled. In a bit, you two will come with me into a dungeon, Li Yong explained directly. Each professional can only challenge a first-tier dungeon once per month. To enter again during the cooldown period, you need someone else to bring you. If you two accompany me, I can run it 3 times in a row. 3 first-tier dungeon runs would be enough for Li Yong to grind his experience up to level 40. The monsters and difficulty in the dungeon were designed for level 40 first-tier professionals anyway, making it perfect for him while also repaying Erhu's favor for the concealment cloak. After hearing this, Erhu looked bewildered. Just us? That's right, Li Yong nodded. The 3 of us. Erhu immediately looked troubled, scratching his head awkwardly. Bro, you know my strength is pretty weak. Even if I go in, I won't be able to carry my weight. His profession leaned toward team support, and he wasn't confident about directly fighting monsters. Li Yong waved dismissively. I'll carry you both. Don't interfere, I'll solo carry. But let's be clear, all the monster kills go to me. This condition did sound selfish. Li Yong would deal all the damage and get all the kills, naturally claiming all the experience while the other 2 gained almost nothing. Even after running the dungeon 3 times, they'd walk away empty-handed. However, Li Yong promised to give them each a first-tier item afterward. Erhu fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. The cooldown was only a month, and if he could really get an item, it would definitely be worth it. But attempting a dungeon with just 3 people, the difficulty was no joke. While hesitating, he remembered that scene at the boss area, Li Yong standing alone like a descending deity, forcing the entire Qingshan guild team to retreat. This image exploded in his mind, dispelling all his doubts. Erhu's eyes lit up. All right, I trust you. Li Yong nodded, thinking this would let him farm more runs and gain more experience. The dungeons outside were no longer level appropriate for him, but the high-level monsters in the first-tier dungeon would be perfect. With their plans settled, Erhu crouched down and gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Sister, let's go. Lin Yu looked up, her eyes still red. Where to? To farm a first-tier dungeon. Remembering how she'd been targeted in the guild earlier, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with reluctance. Maybe I should skip it. I'll wait until my level's higher and farm it myself. No way. Erhu's tone was firm. You have a great talent, how can you let this kind of nonsense hold you back? That woman Wang Meili is just jealous. Don't take her seriously. But, without Xiao Dai, can we actually clear it? Lin Yu was still worried. We won't need to. Erhu pointed at Li Yong. We have brother Yang. I told you before, he's incredibly strong. When you grow stronger in the future, don't forget today's kindness, understand? Lin Yu pressed her lips together, looked at Li Yong, and nodded solemnly. All right then, let's go. Liang arrived at the dungeon entrance with his two companions. Due to the overwhelming crowd, officials had to manage entry in batches, and the trio was directed to a nearby waiting area. The place was packed with awakeners of all kinds, some leaning against walls for a quick rest, others quietly meditating. The air was thick with the mixed scent of energy potions and sweat. Liang scanned the area and spotted Wang Meili again in the corner. Wang Meili maintained her queenly demeanor. She monopolized a large sofa. Her corpulent frame sprawled like a mountain of flesh, wearing that insufferable, "I deserve this" smirk. Several lackeys hovered around her, serving tea and water with obvious flattery. The scene was absurdly incongruous, like a group of campus beauties fawning over a slovenly fat person drawing snickers from onlookers. Seeing this, Lin Yu instinctively shrank behind Liang. Maybe we shouldn't go over there. We could just wait in the main hall, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Liang frowned. He couldn't understand why Lin Yu, who had awakened in a rank profession and surpassed 90% of people, remained so timid. According to Erhu, Wang Meili only had a rank profession and relied on her family's wealth to throw her weight around, a classic case of borrowing power from others. With this in mind, he spoke calmly but firmly. What's there to fear? She's weaker than you in terms of ability, and her professional talent doesn't match yours either. Erhu hesitated before adding, Yang, there's something you don't know. Wang Meili's family has connections with Jianghai's underground kingpin. I heard she's an only daughter and is extremely spoiled. So what? Liang replied indifferently. This is a public waiting area. Everyone has the right to sit here. I'm not going to keep standing outside. You two do as you please. With that, he strode forward decisively. He never sought trouble, but he never backed down from it either. Rather than retreat, he preferred to face issues head-on. Erhu gritted his teeth and said to Lin Yu, come on, let's follow him. He steeled himself and trailed after Liang. Lin Yu looked anxious, still half hiding behind Erhu. Despite their attempts at discretion, their arrival caught Wang Meili's attention. She had been bored, but seeing familiar faces immediately sparked her sarcastic nature. Oh my, everyone, look who's here. Her voice, compressed by layers of fat, came out sharp and muffled, grating on the ears. She patted the jiggling flesh on her arm. I've been saying this waiting area should have private booths. Otherwise, people of all classes end up together. How awkward is that? Her lackeys immediately chimed in. My princess, don't mind these nobodies. They should consider themselves blessed to breathe the same air as you. Wang Meili burst into laughter, but her gaze fell on Li Yang's group. Noticing they had no other attendants, confusion flickered in her eyes. Oh, what's the situation? She called out. Everyone, let's go take a look. She heaved her bulk up and led her entourage toward Liang. Liang found a spot against the wall and sat down, leaning back with his eyes closed, maintaining his composure. Erhu and Lin Yu sat on either side of him, their gazes wandering nervously. Apart from Liang, the other two appeared quite tense. To ease the tension, Liang spoke up casually. Hey, looks like we're in luck. There's an event going on right now, and it seems pretty interesting. An event? Erhu raised his eyebrows in confusion. He'd been on edge the whole way and hadn't noticed anything. Liang nodded, pulling out a colorful flyer from between the seat cushions. Found this on the seat. It says to celebrate new professionals setting sail and dancing with youth. The first-tier dungeon is launching a limited-time event. The team with the fastest clear time will receive a mysterious commemorative prize. Erhu chuckled. Well, would you look at that? Though a regular guy like me probably doesn't stand a chance at that reward. Those professional studios and their escorts will be fighting tooth and nail for first place. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Liang said, folding up the flyer. After all, we get 3 attempts. Clear time isn't just about raw power, it's about kill speed. If I can hit level 40 during our first 2 runs, I'll be able to equip that level 40 gear the boss dropped earlier. My power would skyrocket, and we might actually have a shot at first place. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp voice cut through the air from nearby. Well, if it isn't the precious or rank professional. Always hanging around with trash can't make any real friends, huh? Wang Meili clicked over in her stilettos, flanked by several escorts. Her designer handbag and jewelry glittered garishly under the lights. What a surprise, a bunch of broke losers who can't even afford proper rates. Even the escorts don't want you, yet you still have the nerve to show up here. Erhu tried to ignore her, but finally couldn't hold back. He glared at her. Wang Meili, when will you just give it a rest? The moment he spoke, several escorts beside Wang Meili stepped forward. Watch your mouth. What gives you the right to address our princess by name? You got a death wish. Erhu pointed at them, though his voice wavered slightly. You guys? Liang glanced them over. Aside from the expensive clothes, he really couldn't see what made Wang Meili seem like a princess. Even her name didn't fit. But escorts were paid to say whatever, so the flattery was hardly surprising. Wang Meili lifted her chin and moved closer to Erhu, aggressive as a shrew. You asked me when I'll give it a rest? You should be asking your sister. She dared to seduce my Mani, could kill her for it. Shut up. Erhu's anger flared. I know my sister isn't that kind of person. She is. Your whole family is disgusting. Wang Meili erupted into a tirade, spittle flying. Enough! Lin Yu, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up. Her voice was clear but firm. He came to me on his own, only asking about professional matters. I've explained this countless times. Why do you keep harassing me? Shut up. If it wasn't for you, why would he break up with me? You seduced him. Otherwise, who would reject me? Wang Meili's voice turned shrill, nearly hysterical. Just then, a clear announcement chimed from the speakers overhead. Ding dong. Please wait patiently and keep noise levels down. Thank you for your cooperation, and may you achieve victory and return triumphant. The crowd fell silent instantly. Wang Meili, realizing she'd lost her composure, took a deep breath and sneered at Lin Yu. Think awakening in a rank profession makes you tough enough to talk back to me? Once I complete my first-tier advancement, I'll still crush you. You can't even get the materials for first-tier advancement just walking into your death, and I'll be the one stepping on you. Says who? Li Yang's voice hit like a stone dropping. Not only are we going in, but we're taking first place. Wang Meili was stunned. She shot Li Yang a sideways glance, then threw her head back and burst into laughter that exploded through the rest area. Ha! Lin Yu, don't make me laugh. This is the help you brought. Eru's brow furrowed as he stepped forward. What's that supposed to mean? He's my friend. Oh, Wang Meili drew out the sound, dripping with sarcasm. I thought you'd fallen so low as to ask someone like him for help. He looks even younger than you, doesn't he? Young age, but quite the attitude. She waved her hand, and several tall bodyguards immediately straightened up, as if ready to draw their weapons at any moment. Wang Meili's lips curved into a cold sneer. Just the three of you? You want to tackle a dungeon, farm first-tier materials, and you have the audacity to claim you'll take first place? How laughable. Let me tell you, I'm determined to win this time. With me here, you don't stand a chance. Eru clenched his fists, but Li Yang merely gave her a calm look. Is that so? We'll see about that. He didn't like getting involved in unnecessary trouble, but Wang Meili's arrogance was irritating, and her constant provocations were getting on his nerves. Ha ha, fine then. Wang Meili laughed loudly, as if she was gasping for breath. If a team like yours takes first place, I'll eat shit while doing a handstand. The bodyguards nearby raised their eyebrows, looking like they were enjoying the show. She continued mockingly. With your level of skill, you dare compete with me for first place? Know your place. Li Yang's gaze swept around the area. People in the rest zone who had been idling around were now drawn over, forming a semicircle to watch the drama unfold. You said it, so don't go back on your word later. His voice was calm, yet everyone could hear him clearly. Wang Meili spat disdainfully. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Then, with a sudden change in tone, she added with fake concern, I'd advise you to reconsider. Don't go in there only to get stuck and need a rescue team. That would be quite embarrassing. That's not your concern. Li Yang's lips curved into a slight smile. You talk so tough, someone who didn't know better might think you could clear the dungeon all by yourself. Ding dong, the announcement system above the rest area chimed. The first-tier dungeon is now open. Challengers, please proceed to the entrance in an orderly fashion. The crowd stirred to life, the sounds of clashing weapons and conversations blending together. Let's go. Wang Meili snorted coldly, leading her entourage of bodyguards toward the entrance with confident strides. Li Yang looked at the Eru's siblings and said softly, let's go too. Eru was still worried. Big brother, can we really do this? Just the three of us. Maybe we should find more people. He was concerned that Li Yang was acting impulsively to defend him. Li Yang waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Since I said we could do it, I'm confident we can. Let's go. His tone was gentle, yet filled with certainty. Seeing this, Eru nodded firmly and said no more. At the dungeon entrance, the system's security light screen flickered with a pale blue glow. Multi-person teams needed to register their information in sequence. Wang Meili's group was at the front, with everyone else consciously giving them space. The information projection quickly appeared. Wang Meili at level 25, with all her bodyguards at level 50. This configuration for challenging a level 40 first-tier dungeon was practically overkill. As soon as the display lit up, there was an uproar, with many challengers looking on envious. This was almost a guaranteed win. Under the convergence of countless gazes, Wang Meili seemed to bask in the spotlight, her eyes gleaming with the superiority of being the center of attention. Soon after, it was Li Yang's group's turn. Their team was undoubtedly the most unusual of all, just 3 people. From a distance, the trio stood shoulder to shoulder at the registration desk, their young faces particularly conspicuous in the noisy crowd, with no escorts or entourage. The display screen lit up with their information one by one. Captain, Li Yang, level 35. Member, Lin Eru, level 39. Member, Lin Yu, level 30. Ha ha, what kind of amateur team is this? Not even one level 40 player. Mocking laughter erupted immediately. If we really let them enter the dungeon, the rescue team might as well wait at the entrance. In the crowd, Wang Meili laughed the loudest, hands on her hips with an exaggerated tone. How hilarious. Are you deliberately trying to get my attention? 3 people, not one level 40, and you think you can steal my first place? Ha ha ha. Hearing the ridicule, Lin Eru's face flushed red as he clenched his fists and shouted back. Wang Meili, how dare you talk about us? You're only in your 20s yourself, even worse than us. I am indeed level 20. Wang Meili lifted her chin. But I have people backing me. I can clear dungeons, get materials, and take first place. Can you? Eru rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward, but Liang grabbed him firmly. No need to waste words on her. Liang lowered his voice. In this world, only strength can shut people up. Eru's nose tingled as he wiped away tears with his hand and nodded heavily. Yanga, I want to win. We will definitely win. Liang smiled lightly, but with certainty. Lin Yu also raised her head, her eyes unusually determined. I want to become stronger and surpass everyone who looks down on us. Liang looked at them both with satisfaction. That's the fighting spirit young professionals should have. Let's go. The three walked shoulder to shoulder toward the dungeon portal, their steps incredibly firm. Blue light flashed, and their figures were instantly swallowed. Holy crap, they actually went in. Just 3 people dare to try? They really don't value their lives. Watching the blue light fade, the crowd erupted. Wang Meili sneered. Idiots, you can't save those determined to die. My knights, follow me into the dungeon. When the teleportation ended, Liang landed with his feet sinking into rough rocks carrying cold moisture. Darkness sealed everything around them, with only damp, cold air echoing in their ears. Dungeon first stage, abandoned mine. In such pitch-black conditions, any movement could be fatal. The motionless shadows ahead could be rocks or monsters, impossible to distinguish. Click. A soft sound came from behind, followed by a warm orange glow blooming. Eru held up a portable mining lamp, its light circle rapidly expanding to illuminate the surrounding stone walls and passages. Liang gave him a thumbs up. Well done. This makes things much easier. Eru grinned foolishly but quickly froze. As the light spread completely, rows of grayish-black figures came into view. They hung upside down from the stone ceiling, wings wrapped around their bodies, densely packed and spine-chilling. Ghost-faced bats, level 40. Description: inhabit damp caves, extremely high attack power, often act in groups. Eru gasped and immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The next second, those bats all turned their heads in unison, blood-red pupils glowing in the lamplight, revealing sharp fangs in their mouths. Eru's face tensed as he frantically fumbled for his equipment. Above them in the mine shaft, a dark mass of ghost-faced bats came swooping down with a whooshing sound. A rough count revealed over a dozen of them. Stay calm. Liang's voice remained steady as the lightning halberd materialized in his grip. With a single swing, the halberd traced a brilliant blue arc through the air, striking the nearest ghost-faced bat with a thunderous boom. The cavern instantly lit up with blinding electrical light, accompanied by sharp crackling sounds. Hit. 1000. The electric arc exploded, then conducted through the bat's flesh to spread to those around it. Amid the crackling explosions, red damage numbers danced through the air. 500. 500. Li Yang's eyes flashed with realization. The chain lightning could also trigger the bleeding effect of bloodthirst. Soon, even more outrageous numbers began appearing within the electrical glow. 500. 2500. 500. 2500. High and low damage numbers intermingled, filling the air with ridiculous red digits. Several ghost-faced bats convulsed violently, paralyzed and crashing straight to the ground. Liang stepped forward quickly, delivering finishing blows to each one. You have slain ghost-faced bat. Experience 400. You have slain ghost-faced bat. Experience 400. In less than 2 minutes, the mine floor was carpeted with ghost-faced bat corpses. Liang exhaled a breath of stale air, surveyed the surroundings, and only after confirming no stragglers remained did he put away his halberd and turn around. The Lin siblings, Eru and his sister, had long since been struck speechless, weapons in hand, but with nowhere to use them, unsure what to do. They had originally worried about the cramped space and numerous bats, ready to rush in for support at any moment. But the result? Liang's performance was simply overwhelmingly powerful. These ghost-faced bats were all level 40 monsters. Liang beckoned to the siblings. Let's go. His tone remained unperturbed. Eru hurried to catch up, but his mind was still replaying that scene, growing more excited the more he thought about it. Bro, that was incredible. How did you do that? Taking out so many level 40 monsters in one go, like you were just taking a stroll. He couldn't help but exclaim. That was just quietly showing off like a boss. Liang's mouth twitched. It seemed with this character around, the upcoming dungeon run wouldn't be boring. Lin Yu blinked her bright, sparkling eyes as she studied Liang, finally gaining a concrete understanding of the super expert her brother had described. Era noticed his sister's unusual gaze and quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, Xiaoyu, don't get any ideas. Someone as powerful as Brother Yang isn't someone you should be fantasizing about. Tone down that look. He secretly worried that Li Yang, young, handsome, and incredibly powerful would be too devastating to a teenage girl. If he weren't male himself, he might also. Ahem. Anyway, The gap was too vast, and real feelings would only lead to trouble. Lin Yu pouted and made a face at him. Eru's expression darkened further as the siblings quietly bickered behind. Li Yong heard everything clearly and could only smile helplessly, though his steps never faltered. The three continued deeper into the mine, where humid air mixed with the scent of rust hit them heated, and the ground was littered with rubble and bat remains. They hadn't traveled far when shadows suddenly shifted ahead, and a massive form blocked the passage. Under the illumination of their lights, the monster's shape was fully revealed. This creature resembled a massive rat, its elongated tail swishing constantly, while two prominent front teeth protruded from its mouth. Crouched on the ground, it was a truly revolting sight. This was a rock giant rat, an elite-level monster at level 40 with 20,000 health points. The beast survived by gnawing on rocks, its body infused with concentrated earth elements. When attacked, it would automatically deploy a rock shield, possessing both devastating offensive power and formidable defense. Innate ability Rock Shield S automatically summons a rock shield when struck, absorbing up to 5,000 damage points and converting the absorbed damage into health after a duration. Li Yang's eyes swept over the creature, and he immediately chose Copy. He already possessed Guardian Shield S, which could negate negative effects but lacked sufficient durability. Now, these two defensive skills could clearly be merged. Copy successful. Ability acquired. Rock Shield S. Effect. Automatically summons a rock shield when struck, absorbing up to 3,000 damage points and converting them to health after duration. Immediately, the system prompted. You currently possess defensive ability cards. Guardian Shield S. Rock Shield S. Fusion available. Proceed with fusion. Fuse. Fusion successful. Ethereal Shield SS acquired. Ethereal Shield SS instantly generates a shield with initial value equal to 10 times the user's attack power. During its existence, all damage received is directly converted and stacked onto the shield, with a cumulative limit of 10 times the initial value. The shield provides continuous purification while active, granting immunity to all negative status effects. Li Yong was overjoyed, truly worthy of SS rank. As his attack power increased, the shield's starting value would rise accordingly. Theoretically, as long as enemies couldn't break through in one devastating blow, his shield would continuously stack and grow thicker with each hit. From now on, he could charge to the front lines without even needing to raise a shield. His bare body could lead the assault. With this thought, he looked up at the giant rat in the distance, eager to test his new ability. Hey there, little mouse. Let's see who's tougher. After positioning Erhu and Lin Yu at a safe distance, Li Yong charged straight toward the rock giant rat, his footsteps making no attempt at stealth, his attitude as brazen as someone taking a casual stroll in their backyard. Erhu broke out in a cold sweat, sucking in a sharp breath. Hiss. Are we really being this bold now? That's a level 40 elite monster, and we're on its territory. A flash of concern crossed Lin Yu's eyes. Can Brother Li Yong handle this? This giant rat is far stronger than all those bats combined. Elite monsters are in a completely different league from regular ones, especially one this massive. Even its aura is terrifying. Erhu exhaled deeply, but his tone remained confident. It sounds crazy, but I trust Brother Yang. Yesterday at the boss area, he single-handedly drove off an entire squad from Qingshan Guild. You might not know about that. Really? Is that true? Lin Yu was stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Qingshan Guild was among the top-tier professional organizations in Jianghai. Erhu nodded proudly. Absolutely. I witnessed it myself. Ever since then, Qingshan's reputation means nothing compared to Brother Yang in my mind. Lin Yu fell silent, but her gaze toward Li Yang grew increasingly bright, a burning admiration rising in her heart. I want to become a powerhouse like that too. Come on, hit me. Li Yang walked up to the rock giant rat and spread his arms wide. The rock giant rat froze for a moment. It had never encountered prey that taunted with words, yet stubbornly refused to move. Catching the undisguised contempt on Li Yang's face, rage ignited instantly. Its thick tail lashed out like a heavy whip, stirring up dust as it swept viciously toward Li Yang. Bang! A dull thud echoed. As the dust settled, Li Yang remained standing upright, not even a corner of his clothing disturbed. Around him, a transparent shield thicker than before refracted light, not only unweakened but actually amplified after absorbing the impact. Li Yang's eyes lit up as he beckoned to the giant rat. Come on, keep going. He planned to stack his shield to its limit while he had the chance. The rock giant rat let out a piercing shriek, its pupils turning crimson with fury. It pushed off hard with all four limbs, shooting forward as its claws sliced through the air straight toward Li Yang's chest. Behind them, Erhu was so anxious his palms were sweating. From the moment Li Yang took the first hit, he'd wanted to rush over and help. Pelita-level monsters usually required entire teams to slowly wear down, not solo tanking. But Li Yang had repeatedly insisted, absolutely don't interfere, so he could only grit his teeth and hold back. Just as he'd breathed a sigh of relief seeing Li Yang unharmed, this claw attack made his heart leap to his throat. Bro, why isn't he dodging? Let's go help. Lin Yu raised her hand to draw her weapon, stamping her feet in frustration. Erhu quickly stopped her, his eyes fixed intently on the battlefield. Wait, let's wait a bit longer. Bang! The claw strike landed on Li Yang's shield like hitting solid rock. Li Yang didn't budge an inch, slowly lifting his head to give the giant rat a faint smile. The next second, he raised his lightning halberd, cold light flashing as he thrust straight at the rat's eye socket. Thud! 1,150. The giant rat cried out in pain and rolled away, landing back on its feet. An earth-yellow shield instantly materialized around its body, blocking subsequent damage. Come on, let's take our time. Li Yang gripped his halberd and approached with a smile. During this time, he deliberately took several more attacks, his ethereal shield growing thicker and more solid with each stack. Seeing that 2 direct hits couldn't even scratch his opponent, fear appeared in the giant rat's pupils. It frantically rolled over and backed away 2 steps, its tail sweeping up debris. Li Yang still swaggered forward, his steps steady as a rock. Squeak squeak. The giant rat shrieked in desperation, claws flailing wildly, but the shield blocked everything. Had enough fun yet? Li Yang raised his halberd high and brought it crashing down. Whoosh. 1,250. As the attacks continued, the damage numbers kept climbing. Screech. The cold digits had barely faded when the rock giant rat was forced back 2 steps, its massive claws scraping sparks against the stone wall. Li Yang stood his ground, sweeping his halberd horizontally 1450. Crack. The sound of shattering shields exploded as fragments shot in all directions. The bloodlust effect instantly activated, and a series of crimson numbers burst forth in rapid succession. 5,000. 5,000. In the blink of an eye, half of the rock giant rat's health bar was depleted. It let out an eardrum-splitting howl and turned to flee toward the dark tunnel behind it. Trying to escape, Li Yang reached for his explosive bow. The cave was narrow, and the rock giant rat's massive body made for a perfect target. Arrows wreathed in flames cut through the darkness. Swoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Then came a series of explosive blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple fireballs engulfed the giant rat, and with a thunderous crash, its enormous form collapsed to the ground. System notifications flooded the screen. You have slain elite rock giant rat. Experience 6,000. Level up 3,536. You have obtained silver grade equipment shield of stone. You have obtained crafting material rock giant rat's fawn. A silver grade equipment drop? Though it was a tank shield that Li Yang had no use for, it could still fetch tens of thousands of dragon coins if sold. Casually pocketing the loot, he turned back and waved at Lin Eru and Lin Yu to signal the all clear, then continued forward to scout ahead. Only then did Eru snap back to reality, his mouth hanging open in an O shape. This type of high-level elite monster was notorious for its terrifying destructive power beyond all logic. Even a single hit from it should have sent him to meet his ancestors. Yet Li Yang had just tanked so many attacks and acted like nothing happened? Was that even reasonable? Ridiculous. He couldn't even begin to imagine just how powerful Li Yang truly was. Lin Yu also stood frozen in place. This was her first time seeing a level 40 elite monster, and its appearance alone was the stuff of nightmares. Yet Li Yang had dispatched it in just a few moves. It was like watching an illusion. Seeing that Li Yang had already moved far ahead, the two didn't have time to dwell on it, and hurried to catch up. The mine tunnel was winding and deep. Li Yang blazed the trail, and any monster that showed its head met instant death. By the time Lin Eru and Lin Yu caught up, only corpses littered the ground. Stone lizards, rock scorpions, creatures whose auras had been terrifying moments before now lay motionless. Eru's heart pounded as he increasingly felt that following Li Yang was like traveling alongside a humanoid monster. They continued forward, and gradually a hint of light began to mix with the damp air currents. Ahead, at the mine tunnel's exit, a sliver of daylight slanted inward. System notifications flashed once more. You have slain Stone Scorpion. Experience 450. You have slain Rock Lizard. Experience 430. After eliminating the two monsters blocking the entrance, Li Yang was the first to step outside. The view opened up. Dramatically towering stone walls rose on both sides, while directly ahead, a waterway 100 meters wide carved a gap through the landscape. The water's surface was far from calm, with massive waves churning violently. Occasionally, water monsters could be seen surfacing and leaping, their fangs gleaming menacingly as danger lurked everywhere. At their starting point below, a medium-sized wooden sailing ship floated on the water's surface, secured to a shoreline post with thick hemp rope. Prominent text appeared, second stage, river crossing vessel. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. It seemed they would need to rely on this sailing ship to traverse the treacherous waters ahead. He estimated the distance to the opposite shore at roughly 1,000 meters. Focusing intently on the turbulent waterway, he could see that the water monsters seemed to be growing restless, constantly slapping the water's surface. Soon, Eru and Lin Yu caught up from behind. The small boat before them bobbed precariously on the churning waters, with waves towering like walls of water. Both of them froze on the spot. This was practically a death sentence. The boat looked like it might be smashed to pieces by the waves before they even encountered any monsters. Liang had already leaped onto the boat and waved them over. Come on up. Only then did Eru and Lin Yu snap back to reality, scrambling aboard using both hands and feet. As soon as they steadied themselves, Liang gave a light swing of his lightning halberd, snapping the mooring rope with a sharp crack. The boat shot forward like a released bowstring, gliding with the wind. Yanga, catch! Eru suddenly shouted. Liang reached out and caught what turned out to be a thick hemp rope. He paused, looking at Eru questioningly. Eru grinned sheepishly. Tie it around yourself if you fall overboard. You can climb back up the rope. The other end was securely fastened to the mast, and both Eru and Lin Yu already had knots tied around their waists. Liang shook his head speechless. Like this kid was truly a genius. If the ship sank, did he think they could drag it back to the surface? Still, with Eru around, even the worst situation wouldn't end in complete disaster, so he didn't bother saying more. The sailboat continued forward, and before long, the hull began shaking violently. Liang stood at the bow and looked down. Several fishman creatures were pressing against the bottom of the boat, trying to ram it. They wanted to breach the hull and force the three into the water, where they could deal with their prey on home turf. If left unchecked, they might actually succeed in sinking the boat. The problem was that the monsters were clinging tightly to the hull's underside. Using his explosive bow wrist hitting the boat's planking if he missed, and his blade couldn't reach them. The only solution was to go underwater and clear them out. But the water was exactly where the fishmen had the advantage, and Liang had his concerns. As he hesitated, a sharp crack came from beneath the boat. Era shouted anxiously. This is bad, Yanga. The hull's breachery taking on water. Li Yang's expression darkened as he immediately gave orders. You two figure out how to plug that hole. Leave the rest to me. Got it. Eru rushed over to press against the crack, while Lin Yu busily bailed out the water flooding in over the gunnel. Liang glanced at the hemp rope he'd tossed aside earlier and smiled bitterly. After all this, he really did need it. He bent down to pick it up, tied it securely around his waist, took a deep breath, and ran to the bow before diving in. Splash! The water erupted in white foam, and the moment he submerged, all surrounding sounds were swallowed by the water pressure. Liang had barely steadied himself when several fishman creatures swam toward him, their scales gleaming coldly in the dim underwater light. He focused on the nearest one, his mind racing, then shouted underwater to activate his curse. Sound wave ripples of sound expanded from his body. As expected, these fishmen were generally higher level than him. The sound waves swept over them, causing only a slight pause, affecting very few of them. Most of them froze for just a moment before regaining their senses and mobility. Liang gripped the lightning halberd with both hands, his gaze calm and focused. Underwater, he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a second. The turbulent currents hindered his movements, making each strike feel like he was being dragged by invisible ropes, while the fishmen moved through the water with ease, darting several feet with just a flick of their fins. Surrounded by countless enemy shadows, the slightest mistake could get him torn to shreds. Using the halberd's long shaft to his advantage, Liang kept maneuvering around the fishmen, maintaining just the right distance. One fishman silently circled to his blind spot, its razor-sharp claws reaching for his spine. In almost the same instant, Liang flicked his wrist and swept the halberd horizontally. Swoosh. The cold blade carved through the water, taking with it a spray of crimson blood as the red number 1000 floated above. Simultaneously, golden arcs of electricity surged through the water with crackling sounds. A tingling sensation flowed through Li Yang's armor into his muscles. Just as he frowned, he saw all the surrounding fishmen stiffen, with 500 appearing above their heads in succession. The lightning halberd's conductive effect was amplified infinitely underwater. Water conducts electricity. This simple fact had become a deadly weapon. Li Yang's eyes lit up with the excitement of discovering a new world. Even better, his ethereal shield not only made him immune to paralysis, but also automatically absorbed electrical damage and converted it into shield energy, making him completely immune to self-harm. Who says fighting underwater is difficult? He chuckled softly, transforming into what seemed like a thunder god. His halberd cut through layers of water, the arcing electricity forming a dazzling golden net. The paralyzed fishmen couldn't move at all, taking his horizontal strikes heeding while the crackling electric light blazed endlessly through the murky water. On the boat, after Air plugged the holes with wooden planks and noticed no new impacts from below, he finally stopped to wipe his sweat. Suddenly, through the gaps in the planks, he saw continuous electrical arcs rising from below and immediately cursed. Holy crap! Who's electrocuting fish down there? Lin Yu covered her mouth in surprise and peered over. Brother Liang. Did he go down there? What? Airhu's face went pale. Those monsters had nearly capsized the entire boat earlier. Didn't dare imagine how dangerous it was underwater. Hastily tying a hemp rope around his waist, he carefully moved to the bow and looked down. The water surface was churned up and murky, barely allowing him to see the shallow layers. But whenever the electrical arcs flashed, Those brief moments of light let him catch glimpses of the scene. Li Yong was surrounded by a circle of fishmen. This looked bad. After a moment's hesitation, Erhu took off his shoes and tentatively touched the water with his toe. Sizzle electricity instantly shot through his entire body, stimulating him until he was numb all over. Son of a... He stumbled backward, pulling his foot back. Just touching the water from the boat's edge was this intensive, he actually jumped in. He'd be paralyzed like jelly within seconds. He shouted across the water, "Young bro, are you okay?" Lin Yu rolled her eyes. "Bro, you're just yelling. How's he supposed to answer you from underwater?" "Oh yeah, good point." Erhu scratched his head awkwardly. Taking a deep breath, he assessed the situation. This current is too strong. If I go down there, I definitely won't last more than a few seconds. Lin Yu nodded, her gaze still fixed on the water below. Brother Li Yong looks like he's fine. Let's stay on the boat for now and not cause trouble. If things go wrong, we can pull him up together. At this moment, Li Yong lurked beneath the water like a swimming dragon. As electric currents surged from his war halberd, the lake water became a natural conductor, spreading paralyzing effects in waves that left nearly all the fishmen monsters frozen in place the instant they appeared. Li Yong silently congratulated himself. This lightning war halberd was definitely worth the purchase. Otherwise, underwater combat would have been far more troublesome. He glided through the water, cold light flashing as his halberd sliced through the currents inch by inch, cutting through the fishman's health bars as well. 1,100. 1,250. Electric arcs spread along the wounds, yet Li Yong remained unharmed. After his bloodthirst ability triggered, the fishman's health plummeted like a rapidly draining water level. 5,000. 5,000. Before long, the grotesquely shaped fishmen monsters were cleaved into charred corpses that sank into the dark depths below. You have slain a fishman monster, experience 400. You have slain a fishman monster, experience 400. Experience notifications flooded the screen as Li Yang's level jumped to 37. Just 3 more levels until he could reach the threshold of level 40. Having finished this task, he grabbed the rope that had been lowered and steadily swam toward the surface. At the same time, Erhu waiting at the bow felt the rope shake and quickly worked together to pull it up. With a splash of waves, Li Yong gripped the gunwale and hauled himself aboard, exhaling a breath of stale air. "Brother Yong, are you alright?" Erhu asked in a low voice while coiling the rope. "I'm fine," cleared all the monsters below. "Let's keep moving." Li Yong shook his head. As the electrical aftershocks faded, Erhu remained shaken. That was terrifying just now. Lightning kept flashing underwater. The whole surface looked like it was covered with an electric grid. He probed cautiously. "Brother Yong, you're a main combat class, right? So many level 40 monsters. Yet at level 35 you cut through them like nothing. That's just insane." "Yeah, something like that," Li Yong nodded. Erhu scratched his head, muttering persistently. "But no matter how I look at it, you're tougher than any tank I've ever seen. That's just ridiculous." The image of Li Yong tanking level 40 elite monsters still played in his mind. Couldn't imagine what kind of equipment could be that powerful. Li Yong just smiled. "Erhu, knowing too much isn't safe." Erhu immediately covered his mouth and asked no more questions. The boat continued its slow progress. The waterway wasn't long, with the opposite shore faintly visible, but the sluggish speed was frustrating. Erhu simply grabbed the oars and put more effort into rowing, picking up the pace slightly. Li Yong stood at the bow, his gaze sweeping across the water surface, not daring to relax for a moment. The first trial had been more difficult than this, and the current unnatural calm likely meant trouble. Sure enough, as the boat entered the latter half of the passage, the vessel suddenly shuddered violently and came to a complete stop. "What's happening?" Erhu was stunned. Before he finished speaking, a massive water spout erupted in front of the bow, crashing down heavily to reveal an enormous red head. Li Yong looked down to see several long tentacles already wrapped tightly around the hull, then looked up again as the full form of the gigantic water monster became visible, staring directly at them. He looked ahead once more at the water monster. Disha Octopus Elite Level, 40 health, 30,000 description, a monster that lives in water, extremely aggressive, will actively attack anything that appears in its sight, possesses powerful life recovery ability. Talent ability, self-healing SS. When health drops below 70, automatically recovers 5 health per second. When health drops below 10, health immediately recovers to 100. Li Yong stared at those 30,000 health points, rapidly calculating in his mind. He had to kill it in one strike when the opponent still had more than 3,000 health remaining. Otherwise, if it dropped into the 10 range, it would instantly recover to full health. Either kill it instantly with absolute power, or have several damage dealers simultaneously unleash their skills without giving it a chance to heal. But now, his power was only 1,000, and even with maximum damage stacks, it would be very difficult to deal such devastating damage in one go. The only viable burst option was the high multiplier bleeding from bloodthirst. Taking a deep breath, Li Yong drew his longbow. Before the great battle, first copy. Copy successful. You have gained ability. Self-healing SS when health drops below 70. automatically recovers 5 health per second. When health drops below 10, health immediately recovers to 100. After obtaining this ability, he finally felt confident, as such powerful self-healing would significantly increase his margin for error. However, the Disha octopus remained an enormous threat that could not be taken lightly. At that moment, his field of vision suddenly rose. It turned out the Disha octopus had wrapped several thick tentacles around the ship's hull, lifting the entire sailboat out of the water. The deck shook violently, and even the usually steady heir who couldn't keep his footing. What the hell? How did it become a flying ship? He plopped down on the deck. Li Yong had no time to respond, drawing his bow and knocking arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 cold gleams cut through the air. However, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. The Disha octopus opened its massive maw filled with sharp teeth and spewed out a mass of black-green ink. The ink rapidly expanded in midair, and the arrows were completely corroded upon contact. It can do that too? Li Yang's eye twitched, and he decisively adjusted his attack, targeting the tentacles gripping the ship instead. The bowstring vibrated repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mid-range rapid fire. The Disha octopus reacted extremely quickly, yanking its tentacles back, but 2 arrows still pierced through. Bang! The sailboat crashed heavily back onto the water surface, splashing high waves. Fortunately, the height wasn't too extreme, and the hull only sustained minor damage. Simultaneously, 2 strings of crimson damage numbers exploded on the octopus's skin. 980. 1080. Immediately after, the bloodthirst bleeding effect activated. 5,000. 5,000. Li Yong breathed a long sigh of relief, confirming that the bleeding had successfully been applied and would at least continue to chip away at some of its health. But the Disha octopus shrieked, its skin rapidly turning bright red and steaming hot like a heated iron plate its self-healing talent had triggered, and its health bar was visibly rising back up. The next moment, the monster's 8 arms danced wildly, several tentacles rising high and striking the sea surface heavily. Boom! Waves over 2 meters high rolled out, carrying deafening roars as they viciously rushed toward the ship beneath Li Yang's feet. He might be able to withstand this impact, but the ship beneath his feet definitely couldn't. There was still some distance to the destination, and abandoning ship at this point would be too risky. If only we had a tank class right now, Li Yong muttered to himself as he watched the towering waves rolling toward them. With a professional shield bearer at the bow, he could focus purely on damage output. The thought sparked a memory looted a rock shield from the stone rats earlier. Right, he could fill that role himself. He quickly rummaged through his pack and pulled out the massive shield, wider than a person. Though he lacked tanking talents, his current health and defense should be enough to weather one wave. We're done for. Air, whose eyes went wide as he watched the wall of water, taller than a man, come crashing down. His voice trembled. Bro, let's get out of here. We might still have a chance if we swim back. Stay calm. Get to the cabin and hunker down. You got this. Li Yong cut him off with a firm voice, shouldering his shield and stepping forward. After fighting this hard, how could he give up now? Boss, just be careful. Air, who didn't dare argue further, pulling Lin Yu into the cabin. He'd learned to trust Li Yong completely. Though the guy looked even younger than himself, he felt like a reliable elder. Boom! The roaring river water crashed into the rock shield with a thunderous impact. The boat rocked violently as the deck disappeared under a curtain of water. Li Yong gritted his teeth, bracing himself behind the shield as veins bulged in his arms. In typical team combat, you had frontline tanks, backline damage dealers, and healers each playing their roles. As a solo player, he had to do it all: tank, deal damage, and heal himself. High risk, but high reward. To all the loot and experience went to him alone. Crash! Another wave slammed into the shield, and he could see the durability bar dropping. Li Yong planted his feet firmly on the deck and thrust forward, splitting the wave in half. His goal of reaching first place on the rookie rankings couldn't end here. The water came fierce but retreated just as quickly. Within moments, most of the impact had been absorbed by the shield and Li Yang's body. The entire boat was soaked, but it hadn't capsized, just a few new holes in the planking. Li Yong exhaled deeply, lowered his shield, and noticed several hairline cracks across its surface. What a shame! A perfectly good silver-grade piece of equipment. Air, who poked his head out, and seeing the crisis had passed, was about to speak when the sound of dripping water filled the air. He quickly called Lin Yu over to help patch the holes. Though the siblings hadn't fought directly, they'd handled repairs and hauling. Without complaint, Li Yong made a mental note to share some of the spoils with them later. He refocused on the earth fiend octopus in the distance. During the wave's cover, it had healed itself back to 2/3 health and was still slowly recovering. Li Yong raised his bow, then lowered it again. The creature was incredibly fast and could spray corrosive ink to destroy arrows. A direct shot would likely miss. He needed the element of surprise. Li Yang's mind raced until an idea struck him. If the octopus couldn't detect the arrow's launch, even its speed wouldn't help it dodge. He pulled out his stealth cloak. Who would have thought it would come in handy here? The moment he put it on, his figure vanished from the boat. The Earth Fiend Octopus was stunned by this turn of events, frantically looking around for its target. Liang had already knocked his bow and drawn the string. Taking advantage of the remaining moments of his invisibility, he prepared to strike had to end this battle within this brief window of opportunity. The next second, while the Earth Fiend Octopus was still bewildered, several arrows whistled through the air with sharp, whoosh sounds. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The arrows pierced into the octopus's massive body, sparks and water splashing simultaneously. The bloodlust effect stacked instantly, and the health bar flickered like a malfunctioning display. 5,000. 5,000. Within moments, it had been driven into critical health, with only about 10% remaining. The crucial moment had arrived. This was the test of a professional's burst damage and fundamental skills. If he couldn't deliver a killing blow, all previous efforts would be in vain. At that moment, the Earth Fiend Octopus thrashed wildly, desperately sinking downward, clearly attempting to retreat into the depths of the river to regenerate. Trying to escape? Liang reacted swiftly, releasing more arrows in rapid succession. Arrows would lose power underwater, so he had to be even more precise and faster than usual. Fortunately, his timing was perfect. Each arrowhead found its mark, embedding into the octopus's flesh and triggering flame explosions, refreshing the bloodlust and bleeding effects. Even submerged in water, the damage numbers continued to flash. 5,000. 5,000. You have slain elite Earth Fiend Octopus. Experience gained. 6,000. Level up. 3738. You obtained Earth Fiend Octopus Tentacle Blue. You obtained Earth Fiend Octopus Ink Blue. You obtained Silver Grade Equipment Earth Fiend Chestplate. You obtained Silver Grade Equipment Crimson Spellbook. The battle was over. Besides several blue-grade materials, 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment stood out prominently. Liang exhaled softly. It had been a while since he'd encountered such a resilient monster. Ordinary creatures would fall after 2 rounds of bleeding, but the Earth Fiend Octopus had endured until now thanks to its abnormal regeneration, demanding incredibly high burst damage and operational precision. Using it to test whether professionals qualified for their first-class advancement was indeed flawless. However, he looked up toward the opposite shore. That was where the final challenge awaited. Yanga, Erhu came running over. All done. Liang nodded. We can continue forward. Whoa. Erhu looked completely amazed. How is dungeon running so easy when I'm with you? I just bailed water and patched holes on the boat, and we cleared it. Were all my previous runs fake dungeons, or something? Liang coughed lightly and waved his hand with a smile. Stop with the flattery and row your boat. Hee. Erhu grabbed the wooden paddle and jumped onto the boat, truly beginning to paddle. Lin Yu also laughed, then walked over to Li Yang's side. She opened her spellbook and conjured a steaming hot fireball. You worked hard. Let me warm you up. Her face, flushed slightly, made even more radiant by the firelight. During the intense battle, Liang had been splashed with water all over. Thanks. Liang wiped his sleeves while gazing ahead. The small boat cut through the water's surface, drawing closer and closer to the opposite shore, preparing to land. Before long, the boat came to rest against the shore. Liang leaped onto the rocky beach, and the moment his boots touched solid ground, he noticed a pitch-black cave entrance ahead. The cave mouth was damp and cold, as if continuously exhaling frigid mist. Roar, deep, muffled roars echoed intermittently from within, carrying chest-deep reverberations that seemed to shake the very air. Liang immediately assessed the situation. This was the final guardian monster of the first-tier dungeon. Once defeated, he could claim the first-tier materials and declare victory. He turned to Erhu and Lin Yu, lowering his voice. You two wait here. He could sense the malevolent aura emanating from the cave stronger than any monster they'd encountered on their way here. This was most likely a boss-level creature. When the real fight began, he'd need to give it everything he had. He didn't want to drag the siblings into danger, nor did he want them to know too much. Erhu and Lin Yu nodded eagerly, obedient as pecking chicks. Yanga, you be careful too. With instructions given, Liang stepped into the cave entrance. Darkness immediately enveloped him, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. With each step deeper, the muffled roars grew louder, like drums beating in his chest. After several dozen paces, the view ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a massive stone chamber. The final stage, the Guardian battle. In the center of the chamber stood a colossal beast, a hippopotamus the size of a freight truck, but covered entirely in ice-blue spikes. Atop its head grew 2 thick antlers, radiating an eerie sense of power. Colton Hippo. Quality, Silver Tier Boss. Level, 40. Health, 100,000. Description, a violently tempered mutant hippo that controls ice elements, dealing high damage in both close and ranged combat. Innate ability, Frosts. While it couldn't compare to the gold-tier boss he'd faced in the boss lands, this was an extremely troublesome guardian for a first-tier dungeon. Liang now understood why so many people needed escorts for first-tier dungeons. If an average team of the same level encountered this thing, unless their entire damage output was shrank with a tank who could reliably hold aggro, they'd slowly be ground down to death. This battle seemed destined to be a grueling test of endurance and mental fortitude. But would it really be so? Li Yong drew out the Wind Dragon token. To defeat magic, the best method is still magic, he murmured to himself. Come forth, Wind Dragon. Buzz. The Wind Dragon token burst with azure light, its body trembling slightly as the radiance swirled into a cloud of energy that quickly condensed into a massive blue dragon silhouette before him. As Li Yang's level and attributes had risen, the Wind Dragon Phantom's inherited stats had also climbed steadily, its draconic aura now far more imposing than before. Attack! He pointed forward, and the Azure Dragon roared low, spreading its massive wings and stirring up fierce winds as it charged toward the mutant hippo. The giant beast sensed the approaching enemy and whirled around, raising its front legs as its two antlers flashed with cold light, instantly firing countless ice spikes. The air temperature plummeted, the chill nearly forming frost. The Wind Dragon opened its maw and exhaled a tornado-like column that swept horizontally, howling as it caught all the ice spikes and hurled them back. The sharp ice blades reflected cold light as they crashed into the mutant hippo, but only managed to chip off a few ice fragments. The defense of a silver-tier boss was truly terrifying. While the Wind Dragon held the front line, Li Yong didn't remain idle, drawing his explosive bow from behind. No wonder everyone loves playing damage dealers like mages and archer. Shaving tanks up front while you stay back and unleash hell is absolutely satisfying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crimson arrows sliced through the air like streaking flames, shooting toward their target. The mutated hippo, locked in combat with the Wind Dragon Phantom, had no time to turn around as the arrows buried themselves deep into its massive body. 950, 1,150, 1,300. Seeing the damage numbers pop up in succession, Li Yong showed no mercy. He drew his bowstring to its limit, unleashing arrows like there was no tomorrow. The creature's enormous size left it nowhere to hide, and every shot hit vital spots. As the assault continued, his class talent stacks climbed higher and higher. The Bloodthirst ability's massive bleeding effect combined with the Wind Dragon's frontal damage, causing the boss's health bar to plummet rapidly. Unlike the previous Earth Fiend Octopus that required precise health management, the mutated hippo's abilities had no special conditions. It was all about raw damage output, which happened to be Li Yang's specialty. After about a minute, the boss suddenly entered its berserk state. Its entire body, along with the ice spikes embedded in it, turned crimson red. Its health bar thickened considerably, and its movements became more frenzied and agile, just prolonging the inevitable. Li Yong thought swiftly, aiming his bow at the target. A mere stepping stone for my first-class advancement, become another victim of my arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of arrows whistled through the air, the sounds of piercing wind and explosions weaving together. Minutes later, the mutated hippo's body stiffened, let out a final wail, and crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. You have slain silver rank boss Colton Hippo. Experience gained, 15,000. Level up, 3,840. You have reached the requirements for first-class advancement. Class advancement is now available. You obtained Colton's Remains Blue. You obtained Colton's Horn Blue. You obtained first advancement material, Colton's Crystal Core Gold. You obtained silver rank equipment, Steel Helmet. You obtained silver rank equipment, Ice Spike Armor. Colton's Crystal Core Gold was exactly the first advancement material designated by the Adventurers Guild, submitting it would allow for class advancement. The material was finally in hand. Additionally, there were several blue quality materials and 2 pieces of silver equipment that could be sold for a decent profit. The probability of silver bosses dropping gold equipment was already low, so not getting any was normal. If first advancement dungeons randomly dropped gold gear, the entire market would have collapsed long ago. What truly excited Li Yong was that he had finally reached level 40. This meant he could equip the level 40 gold gear he had been stockpiling, as well as that coveted brilliant grade equipment. Victorious Cloak. Grade, gold. Level 40. Bonus. Grants fearless status when worn, providing immunity to 35 mental attacks. Commander's Leg Guards. Grade, gold. Level 40. Bonus. Increases movement speed by 15. Dragonlord Mask. Grade, brilliant. Level 40. Bonus. Increases all damage dealt by 20. Passive. Successful attacks grant 1 stack of fury. Each stack increases health by 10, maximum of 10 stacks. Li Yong glanced over the items and equipped all 3 pieces without hesitation. Name, Li Yong. Class, blank. Level, 40. Strength, 1,600. Constitution, 560. Agility, 585. Spirit, 545. Talent, Card Talent. Abilities, Soul Wizard SS. Ethereal Shield SS. Self-Healing SS. Berserker S. Bloodthirst S. Cursed Sonic Wave A. Enhancement C. Equipment bonuses. Immunity to 35 mental attacks. Movement speed increased by 15. All damage dealt increased by 20. Cards, 2. Breaking through level 40 and adding the new equipment bonuses caused Li Yang's entire character sheet to undergo an amazing transformation. If he was already this powerful before his first-class advancement, he couldn't even imagine what kind of power awaited him afterward. He was eager to discover what abilities the future would bring. He still had 2 dungeon runs remaining, might as well use them. Dungeon cleared. Auto-teleport in 10 seconds. In the lobby outside the dungeon, waiting adventurers were engaged in heated discussions. Hey, did you guys hear? Someone apparently wandered into the dungeon by mistake. Huh? What do you mean? How could anyone just wander in there? Come on, at the end of the day, it's just some overconfident idiots who think they're hot stuff, but they're really just showing off. You don't know the half of it. 3 level 30 adventurers actually entered the dungeon in the last round. Tisk, TSK, and now their fate is unknown. Level 30s daring to challenge a first-tier dungeon? That's basically suicide. Damn, that's some legendary team right there, it seems. The cacophony of voices rose and fell throughout the vaulted hall, echoing in layers. Suddenly, the amplification array overhead chimed with a ding-dong, and everyone instinctively looked up. The adventurer team, led by Li Yang, has successfully cleared the dungeon, breaking the current record with a completion time of 7 minutes, taking first place on the speed rankings. The hall fell silent as if pricked by a needle, then all discussions exploded at once. First place is out already? Who's Li Yang? Never heard of him. 7 minutes. That's basically non-stop monster slaying without a moment's rest. How strong must the team's overall power be to achieve that? Even looking at historical records, that's an impressive score. Before the exclamations had died down, another ding-dong followed immediately. The adventurer team, led by Wang Meili, has successfully cleared the dungeon with a completion time of 7 minutes, taking second place on the speed rankings. Similar time, but Wang Meili's team is in second? Wang Meili? Is that the famous underground tycoon lady? She actually came to tackle a first-tier dungeon too, and made it to second place. With her domineering personality, she probably won't let this slide. This is getting interesting. The discussions grew even more boisterous, but at that moment, the teleportation gate began glowing with an ethereal blue light. The figures of Li Yang, Erhu, and Skinny Monkey were the first to be transported out. Look, someone's coming out. With so many teams having entered in the last round, they were the first to return. The crowd immediately realized this must be the first-place team from the announcement. However, after the 3 walked out side by side, the teleportation gate's ripples didn't light up again. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. What the hell? This team only has 3 people. Did we guess wrong? How could just 3 people possibly take first place? The 3 of them walked shoulder to shoulder toward the center of the hall, chatting and laughing. The dungeon record-era middle-aged man with a shiny bald head felt his pupils contract. He remembered clearly that all 3 of them were only in their 30s, not even one at level 40, and he had watched them enter with his own eyes. Erhu was so excited that even his walk had swagger, his arms swinging almost parallel to his shoulders, his face glowing red. The group waiting outside the hall to run the dungeon now had all their attention focused on him. Lin Erhu had finally made something of himself while others were still waiting in line. He had already cleared the dungeon and earned the first-tier qualification that marked an adventurer's official standing. Li Yang, however, wasn't caught up in the atmosphere. He simply thought to himself, clearing dungeons was routine. There were only 2 things worth celebrating: getting the first-tier materials and seeing what rank they actually achieved. With this in mind, he stepped forward to check their specific ranking on the leaderboard. Just then, the bald recorder hurried over, blocking their path and asking in disbelief, "You've already cleared the dungeon?" Erhu also recognized the man. Then he straightened up proudly and said, "How about that? Our team keeps its word. What do you have to say now? We cleared the dungeon at level 32. The dungeon recorder's face darkened, and for a moment he was speechless. The dungeon recorder gripped his crystal recording tablet, his lips parting and closing, but not a single word came out. He'd been doing this job for decades and had never seen 3 mere level 30-something rookie professionals force their way through a first-tier dungeon and actually succeed. Seeing his face flushed red with frustration, Erhu felt absolutely delighted, his grin stretching almost to his ears if not for his bladder jumping from excitement. He would have wondered if he was dreaming. So satisfying, he muttered under his breath, his voice full of satisfaction. 3 people, and they still cleared the first-tier dungeon. Of course he knew it was all thanks to Li Yang. Without Li Yang, they never could have won. But the dungeon administrator standing nearby still frowned, his fingers constantly tapping on the recording tablet, clearly double-checking the data. He couldn't believe this absurd result. The first place on the limited-time event leaderboard was indeed Li Yang's 3-person team. If these level 30-something players really dominated the top spot, the higher-ups would probably explode. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, the teleportation gate suddenly rippled with azure waves. With a flash of blue light, a short, plump woman covered in freckles stepped out. It was Wang Meili. Behind her, a team of well-equipped escort members filed out one by one, once again presenting a celebrity bodyguard formation that made quite a few onlookers snicker. Wang Meili strode forward with her head held high, beaming with pride, clearly quite pleased with her recent clearing results. She surveyed her surroundings and raised her voice loudly. Ha! Your number 1 has arrived. Next comes the first tier promotion, and I'm going to be the first rookie professional to complete the first tier this year. The first rookie professional to reach first tier? With your level not even hitting 30, a calm voice interjected at an inopportune moment. Wang Meili's smile froze, and her gaze immediately locked onto the source of the voice. Who's talking? She was riding high on her momentum and wouldn't tolerate anyone dampening her spirits. Liang stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. You say you're first? How come I don't know about that? He wasn't sure of Wang Meili's exact ranking, but he was certain it wasn't as good as his team's. After all, she had been teleported out after them. Wang Meili paused, and after recognizing him, couldn't help but sneer. How is it you 3 losers? Pretty quick on your feet already got rescued by the rescue team? Lucky you didn't die in there. Hey, how dare you talk like that? Eru's face darkened as he stepped forward. Wang Meili rolled her eyes. How am I talking? Did I say something wrong? Oh, can't clear the dungeon yourselves, so you come here to play hero with me? How pathetic. Eru pointed at her, both angry and amused. This was the first time he'd been rendered speechless by someone's retort. Lin Yu couldn't help but speak up. We cleared the dungeon ages ago. Way faster than you. We've been out here for quite a while. Bullshit. As if I'd believe you. Don't even think before you lie. Wang Meili spat out a glob of phlegm, her tone full of disdain. Just you 3. Not one of you even level 40. And you dare claim you cleared the dungeon? Let me remind you, there are official records here. If you're spouting nonsense, people can check and expose you immediately. Exactly. If what she's saying is true, then any random nobodies could clear dungeons, and we wouldn't need to make a living doing this, someone nearby chimed in. Right, if they could clear it themselves, they wouldn't have paid us earlier, another escort added. The escorts who had originally been poached from Eru's team by Wang Meili also began speaking up in her defense. Ha ha ha. Wang Meili burst into laughter. Listen to this. What do you call it? Lies falling apart on their own, she mocked loudly. The crowd of onlookers quickly erupted, fingers pointing at Li Yang and his 2 companions. So that's how it is, we were almost fooled. Losing due to lack of skill is one thing, but lying is a character issue. Right, we should avoid these 3. If we see them again, never team up with them, or we'll get backstabbed. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Wang Meili raised her chin slightly. Her smugness unconcealed. This was what happened to those who opposed her. How can you do this? Lin Yu's eyes reddened. Oh my, feeling wrong now. Wang Meili snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yu. Your lies got exposed on the spot, and now you're upset? Heh. Liang suddenly chuckled. Wang Meili's eyebrow twitched as she stared at him. What are you laughing at? Just a first-tier dungeon, and you're making such a big fuss about it. Do you really think it's that difficult? Liang shook his head lightly. This is probably the worst I've ever been slandered. He shifted his tone and turned his gaze toward Wang Meili. Since you claim we're faking it, then take a look at this. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he raised his hand, revealing a crystal cluster radiating brilliant purple light in his palm. Colton's Crystal Core, the official first-tier advancement material designated by the Professional Association. Submit this, and you can advance to first tier. The purple light reflected on everyone's faces, and the clamoring instantly fell silent. Wang Meili's eyes filled with shock. This shape, this radiance, what else could this be but first-tier advancement material? The surrounding players were all too familiar with this type of material. Upon seeing it, the entire crowd fell silent. How does Liang have this? That's something that only drops from clearing the dungeon and killing the final guardian boss. Could it be that they really cleared the first-tier dungeon? Wang Meili forced her voice. This has to be fake, right? She pulled out the material she had just obtained and compared it side by side with the crystal core in Li Yang's hand. They were identical. After a moment of silence, the onlookers whispered among themselves. What the hell is going on now? It doesn't look fake. Did they really clear it? Impossible, just the 3 of them? How could they be so fast? Maybe we were wrong. These 3 might actually be hidden masters. Could they all have rank or higher professions? Now do you believe us? Who let out a long sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Wang Meili stared wide-eyed, wanting to find more faults but unable to produce any evidence. She had led a large team into the dungeon, only to be outdone by 3 nobodies, and they were even slower. This was hard for her to accept. She suddenly shouted, "Where are the staff? Where are the staff? I want to see the records. Did they really clear it or not?" All eyes turned to the bald record keeper. The old record keeper, who had worked for decades, had never encountered such a scene before. Looking troubled, he could only acknowledge the facts. The records are all here. See for yourself. He simply handed over the tablet. Humph. Wang Meili resentfully snatched the tablet and looked down at the leaderboard on the screen. Limited time event ranking 1. Team leader. Liang. Members. Lin Eru. Lin Yu. Clear time. 7 minutes 10 seconds. Second place. Captain Wang Meili. Team members Wang Chong. Zhang Lang. Completion time 7 minutes 25 seconds. Hearing the announcement, only a dozen seconds slower than first place. Wang Meili's eyes instantly widened. She turned to glare at the 8 escorts beside her, her gaze practically shooting flames, blaming them for being useless and too slow, making her lose face in public. If they had been just a bit faster, she would have been first. The escorts exchanged helpless glances, their faces showing clear, "What can we do?" expressions. By all rights, a team with their configuration shouldn't have achieved such mediocre results. But throughout the run, Wang Meili insisted on wandering around and giving fancy commands, wasting both time and energy. Seeing the situation turning sour, the escorts quickly scrambled to make excuses. "Boss, it was just an accident. Haven't played in so long, we're rusty. Give us another chance and we'll definitely break the record. I wasn't even using my full strength, didn't even bring all my gear. That guy has some skill, but we'll definitely beat him next round. Yeah, my piggy princess, trust your brave and fearless knights." Though they spoke smoothly, they were thinking to themselves, "This Wang Meili is both demanding and annoying, but she's definitely a big spender stupid with lots of money. Too good to pass up." No matter how frustrating, they had to endure it. Making money isn't shameful. After rounds of comfort and promises, Wang Meili's anger finally subsided. She took a deep breath and fixed her gaze on Lin Eru. "Fine, I admit you have some skill, but I'm claiming that top spot. You won't be able to hold it." Eru was stunned, pointing at himself in confusion. "Dude, what does this have to do with me?" Wang Meili sneered. "Being able to carry 2 teammates through is impressive, but my escorts weren't taking it seriously just now. Soon, first place will be ours again." Eru was completely baffled and didn't even know when he'd become a carry god. If he really had that ability, why would he have hired escorts earlier? He waved his hands frantically. "Don't talk nonsense." This was all thanks to Brother Liang. Wang Meili raised an eyebrow. The registration form clearly showed Lin Eru had the highest level. Could there be another expert? Lin Yu stepped forward then, speaking righteously. "It was all Brother Liang. My idiot brother couldn't compare even if you gave him 10 more years." Eru clutched his chest, torn between crying and laughing. "That really hurts, little sister." Wang Meili looked slightly surprised, her gaze falling on Liang, then scoffed. "I don't care which of you is, but Treasury's still not better than us. First place will be mine soon." She stepped forward and announced loudly. 2 more escorts. 10 times market rate. The dungeon had a 10-person limit, and she already had 8 escorts, so she could add 2 more. Such a bold declaration instantly ignited the atmosphere. 2 escorts immediately abandoned their original employers and quickly moved to Wang Meili's side. The abandoned boss stood there with his mouth agape, only able to stare helplessly. "I was just here to watch the show, and even that got taken away from him." But he didn't dare cross Wang Meili, the vindictive underground princess, so he could only return to his seat in frustration. With that, Wang Meili's 10-person team was complete. She smugly glanced at Eru, then strode toward the dungeon entrance with her team. Normally a team with 3 veteran escorts could clear it, but she brought 9 just to break the record and regain face. Such extravagance made the onlookers whisper, "Rich show-off." At this moment, Liang remained completely calm about Wang Meili's bizarre performance. Almost wanting to laugh. Did more people automatically mean stronger? He'd just reached level 40 and equipped several brilliant grade items. Running it again would only be faster. This record could only be broken by himself. He then looked at Eru and the others. "Let's go. We should get ready to enter too." "Yang, that Wang Meili is being completely unreasonable. If it comes down to it, we don't have to worry about this ranking," Eru said with concern. "Not necessarily." A sharp glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes as he waved his hand, leading Eru and Lin Yu back through the teleportation gate. Second dungeon entry. With their first experience under their belts, all 3 landed almost simultaneously but immediately spread out. Li Yang charged ahead, his steps swift as the wind, quickly encountering the first stage's elite giant rat. Last time he had toyed with it for a while, but this time he was all business. His bowstring vibrated repeatedly as 3 arrows struck vital points with precision. Before the giant rat could even let out a shriek, its massive body crashed to the ground. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Li Yang shouldered his bow and continued sprinting forward. When Eru and Lin Yu caught up, they only saw a corpse with blood still fresh, unable to even figure out how the monster had died. They stood there stunned. The first stage complete, the entrance to the thundering waterway lay ahead. Li Yang didn't bother with the boat ropes this time, instead raising his hand to summon a wind dragon. Silver-white wind elements swirled and gathered as a winged wind dragon dove down and lowered its head submissively. Li Yang leaped onto its back, and the wind dragon spread its wings, soaring across the entire waterway in just over 10 seconds. The water monsters below thrashed the surface furiously but couldn't even graze a dragon scale. The small boat remained obediently tied to the dock. Eru and Lin Yu arrived panting, hearing only the violent howling of wind overhead with no sign of their companion. Where did Yang go?" Eru asked, hands on his knees as he looked around. Lin Yu stared blankly toward the opposite shore. Could Liang have already crossed? But the boat's still here. They didn't dwell on it and continued their pursuit. By now, Liang had already entered the third stage, the Cave of Dark Echoes. Magma light flickered unpredictably from the cave's ceiling, and the guardian mutated hippo was massive and fierce, yet under the combined assault of Liang and his wind dragon, it didn't even reach its enraged phase. System notification. You have slain Silverdeer SS Colton Hippo. Experience 15,000. Level up 4,041. You obtained Colton's Remains Blue. You obtained First Advancement Material Colton's Crystal Core Gold. You obtained Silver Tier Equipment Mystic Iron Bracers. Dungeon closing in 10, 9, 8. Outside Dungeon Hall, the announcement suddenly blared, its crisp chime making hearts skip a beat. The professional team, led by Liang, has successfully cleared the dungeon, setting a new record with a completion time of 3 minutes. Current ranking, first place. The air instantly froze. 3 minutes? Did the announcement get it wrong, or did I hear wrong? My brother-in-law only lasts 3 minutes, Tui. That's about your bedroom performance. Stop showing off. Cut it out. Look, they're really coming out. The crowd erupted. The teleportation gate flashed white as Liang, Eru, and Lin Yu materialized. Eru and Lin Yu looked completely bewildered, only remembering a mad dash with monster corpses strewn along the path. Then the teleportation beam, and just like that, the dungeon was over. The recorder nearly dropped his crystal pen, his voice trembling. This doesn't just break this week's leaderboard. It's a historical record. Amid the uproar, Liang frowned. 3 minutes? He had estimated he could push it under 2 minutes. He clapped his hands, pulling his two still-dazed companions back from their shock. Come on, we can still run it one more time, right? Lin Eru snapped back to reality, his face full of amazement as he nodded like a pecking chicken. The three of them stepped through the portal once again. At this sight, the bustling noise in the hall suddenly stopped, as if someone had hit the pause button, and everyone's eyes widened in unisono way. They're going again? Holy crap. 3 minutes was already an almost unbreakable record, and they went back in? Are they really planning to break it again? Just as everyone's minds were racing with exclamation marks, the overhead announcement suddenly rang out again. Ding dong. The professional team, led by Wang Meili, has successfully cleared the dungeon with a completion time of 5 minutes. Current ranking, second place. The electronic female voice echoed through the air like a muffled thunder. Immediately after, Wang Meili strutted out of the portal in her high heels with her chin held high, her face radiating an arrogant, "I'm invincible" attitude. Noticing that Li Yang's trio hadn't returned yet, she was instantly delighted. It looked like she had won this time for sure. Come on, cheer for me. I know I'm amazing. Everyone bow down and worship me. I'm the chosen one. The one and only first place. Wang Meili was putting on a show in her mind, even striking a pose ready to receive applause. However, the imagined thunderous cheers never came. The surrounding professionals looked indifferent, not even bothering to look up, chatting quietly about other matters in small groups. The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward, and Wang Meili's smile froze on her face like she'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. She forced herself to maintain her proud posture and turned to question the old man at the registration desk sternly. Hey, as the first place winner of this timed event, isn't there any welcoming ceremony at all? First place. Uffed. A light chuckle came from somewhere. A tall, well-built man with neat short hair walked toward the registration desk, his tone lazy yet teasing. Don't give the staff a hard time. Figure out whether you're actually first place before making demands. Wang Meili frowned, and when she saw who it was, she raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. Well, if it isn't the Golden Guild's rising star, Elder Yang Tong? This name drop instantly caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. Golden Guild? Is that really Elder Yang Tong? No wonder he looked so familiar. Wow, he's a big shot from the top guild among Jianghai's for major guilds. Wang Meili rolled her eyes, her tone unfriendly. What brings you here, old man? Don't tell me you came here specifically to annoy me. The Golden Guild was far ahead of other guild forces in Jianghai, and Wang Meili's family had always been at odds with the Golden Guild. When the two met, tension immediately filled the air. Yang Tong smiled casually. Relax, I'm just bringing some new guild members to see the world. I'm not interested in small fry. And you say you're not here to annoy me? Wang Meili clenched her fists, her shrill voice shooting up an octave. Don't think that just because my dad shows you some courtesy, I have to be polite to you. Just kidding, don't get so worked up. Yang Tong waved his hand and turned to ask the recorder. Where are those people you mentioned who broke the record? After a few quiet exchanges, he raised an eyebrow. What? They went back in again. Thinking about that incredible 3-minute clear time, Yang Tong couldn't help but look surprised. They'll probably be out soon then. Wang Meili was completely confused but couldn't bring herself to ask, so she could only stand there grinding her teeth. Just then, the portal suddenly flashed with brilliant blue light. Li Yang's trio stepped steadily out of the light screen. Wang Meili's eyes suddenly filled with wild joy as she rushed forward to greet them, her voice sharp and boastful. Huh? So slow coming out? I've been waiting impatiently. Oh my, could you have some actual skill? There's no challenge at all. As soon as Wang Meili spoke, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone stood motionless. No one responded. Not even a supportive cough could be heard. Only scattered, strange glances fell upon her. Wang Meili furrowed her brow, a chill running through her heart. From beginning to end, the crowd's reaction had been terrifyingly indifferent, as if she were a clown performing futilely on stage. Something was wrong everywhere around her. Even Yang Tong, who had suddenly approached her earlier, had said a bunch of incomprehensible things that left her completely confused. What exactly had happened during her absence? Why did everything seem to have changed? Ding dong. The dragging broadcast finally sounded. The professional team, led by Li Yang, has successfully cleared the dungeon, breaking the current record. Clear time, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, real-time ranking. First place. Frenzied cheers instantly flooded the square. 2 minutes. Incredible. Amazing. This is what real strength looks like. First place. I'm not jealous at all. They truly have the skills. Thunderous applause drowned out everything else. Wang Meili and her accompanying escorts froze on the spot, their faces drained of all color. No longer caring about her image, she shrieked. That's wrong. Everyone shut up. There's something wrong with this data. We entered the dungeon almost simultaneously. They came out later than Usho. Could they possibly set a record? There must be some conspiracy. Conspiracy. Yang Tong laughed heartily, his eyes full of schadenfreude. Others might fear you, the underground princess, but I don't. Let me show you clearly. TVE already entered the dungeon for the second time. Their previous record was 3 minutes, which was still much faster than yours. He handed the tablet to her. Wang Meili snatched it away, her eyes scanning the screen before her fingers began trembling. How is this possible? Before she could finish speaking, she lost control and smashed the tablet to the ground. Fake. It must be fake, she screamed hoarsely. Either that, or they're cheating. Just the 3 of them. Each with lower levels than the last. They'd struggle with even the first stage. How could they possibly clear it in 2 minutes and 40 seconds? Is that so? Li Yang chuckled softly, having anticipated her reaction. He raised the spoils dropped by the mutant Hippo 3 crystal cores glowing with pale blue light. Colton's crystal cores, the designated first-tier materials from the Professional Association. 3 whole cores. Wang Meili's eyes widened, but she couldn't utter another word. If you're not skilled enough, don't make a scene, Yang Tong shrugged. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't either. Already frustrated, Wang Meili's breathing became rapid, her chest heaving violently as she stared at Yang Tong with surging hatred. Meanwhile, who rubbed his eyes and suddenly recognized that familiar face, exclaiming, Hiss you, you're Wang Tong, the chief elder of the Golden Red Society. Yang Tong nodded slightly at him, whose mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Lin Yu beside him nudged him with her elbow. Hey, your idol is here. Ahem. Who cleared his throat and shot her a sideways glance. What are you talking about? Now my only idol is Brother Yang. Lin Yu covered her mouth and giggled. At this moment, Yang Tong stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the group. You're the team currently ranked first? Li Yang is the captain? The one mentioned in the broadcast. Who grinned and scratched his head. It's really thanks to Yanga that we made it. The 2 of us were basically just dead weight. He probably could have gone even faster without us. Oh, so it was actually a one-man carry. Upon hearing his teammate's comment, Yang Tong nearby raised an eyebrow, surprise and curiosity flashing in his eyes, followed by barely concealed excitement. To sweep through a string of dungeons in such a short time, without any level advantage, this kind of performance outshone many recognized rank professionals. Could this be a rare class? He turned his gaze to Li Yang and immediately put on the enthusiastic demeanor befitting an elder of the Golden Guild. Brother Li Yang, are you interested in joining our guild? Just say yes, and I'll give you a squad leader position right away, with double the standard benefits for that rank. At this point, he gestured toward Wang Meili nearby. And this woman here, she's petty and will definitely cause you trouble sooner or later. Join our guild, and she won't dare touch a hair on your head. You'll have much less to worry about. As his words fell, the professionals waiting for settlement results all turned to look, their eyes filled with envy. Elder Yang personally extending an invitation, with special treatment no less? If it were me, I'd be laughing in my sleep. As Jianghai City's undisputed top guild, the Golden Guild's resources far exceeded those of other factions. The number of people wanting to squeeze in was enough to trample down their doorstep. Yang Tong, I'm still standing right here. Are you deliberately opposing me? Wang Meili could no longer contain herself, pointing at him angrily. Yang Tong seemed to have crawled inside her head, reading her thoughts perfectly. In all of Jianghai, only a few high-ranking members of the Golden Guild dared to confront her face-to-face. Yang Tong shrugged with a carefree attitude. Recruiting talent for the guild is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? If you don't like it, you can leave, or keep running dungeons to see if you can break this 2-minute record. Who, emboldened by the big shot's backing, quickly added fuel to the fire. Yeah. Who was it that was shouting about eating shit while doing a handstand? Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Wang Meili's face alternated between green and white. Finally, she threw her hands down forcefully. You? All of you, just wait. Amid the crowd's roaring laughter, she left in a rage, knowing that staying any longer would only make her look more like a clown. She couldn't break Li Yang's record anytime soon, had lost her first place, and been humiliated. She blamed it all on Li Yang. Li Yang watched her retreating figure, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wang Meili, so what if she was the Underground King's daughter? He had already stolen from the Underground King anyway, and they were definitely searching the world for him. A confrontation was inevitable today, was just a warm-up. Brotherly, what do you think? Yang Tong spoke again. Only then did Li Yang look away. He had certainly heard of the Golden Guild's reputation, but with trouble already on his heels, joining a faction would only tie his hands, not to mention, he believed he could do just fine on his own. So he shook his head politely. Thank you for the kind offer, but I have no plans to join any faction at the moment. Besides, I need to prepare for the college entrance exams during this period. Please understand. These words left not only Yang Tong speechless, but Erhu and all the onlooking professionals completely dumbfounded. Yang Tong frowned, but still didn't want to give up. How about you think it over again? We can negotiate the terms, just let me know what you need. He lowered his voice and continued to persuade. Joining the Golden Guild won't affect your studies. In fact, it can enhance them. With the practical experience from the guild, you'll be ahead of other students by a significant margin. Li Yang fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. I'm really sorry. As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd erupted in chatter. In the dungeon hall, a few players who had just finished a dungeon couldn't help but whisper. No way, man, you're really something. The Golden Guild is a place that so many dream of joining. College students are fighting to get in. Since you're not going, can I take your spot? The noise rose and fell, but no one dared to step in and interrupt. Yang Tong sighed in frustration and handed over a dark gold business card. All right, if you change your mind one day, feel free to come find me. My offer stands. Li Yang took the card, feeling the embossed badge with his fingertips, and simply nodded. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yang Tong left with a sense of regret. The once lively crowd of players dispersed. Some continued to queue for dungeons, while others chatted about the earlier excitement before leaving, and the hall returned to its usual hustle and bustle. Li Yang took out 3 pieces of material from his backpack and handed one each to Erhu and Linyu. Erhu's eyes widened as he stammered, pointing at the materials in his hands. I get one too. Of course, Li Yang said with a smile as he put away the remaining materials. There's no use in keeping the extra. You take it. Erhu's eyes turned red, his voice trembling. Brother Yang, you're truly like a brother to me. If you ever need anything, I'll go through fire and water for you. All right. This is what you deserve. Li Yang patted his shoulder and briefly discussed their job transition plans with Erhu and Linyu before waving goodbye. As he stepped out of the dungeon hall, he looked up at the stone sign of the association hanging high above and felt an uncontrollable urge rise within him. There's no time to waste. He needed to go to the Adventurers Association for his job transition right now. What kind of abilities would he gain as a formal adventurer? Just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. In downtown Shanghai City, at a luxury hotel, Wang Meili twisted the door handle while forcefully pushing back the latch, then lifted her foot and kicked the door open with a loud bang against the wall. Her brow was deeply furrowed, her face still burning with unresolved anger, all because of the pathetic loser she'd encountered in that dungeon run earlier. She stormed into the suite, and nothing within reach was spared. Delicate porcelain plates were overturned and shattered into pieces across the marble floor. Complete dinnerware sets clattered and rolled everywhere. Expensive wall decorations were torn down, their metal hooks striking the wall with dull thuds. Only after the entire room had been reduced to chaos did she finally breathe heavily, feeling that the burning rage in her chest had been somewhat released. As her emotions settled, she pulled out her phone and dialed the number of her top contact. Hello, Sister Meili. Why are you suddenly calling me? Who upset you this time? Du Qingran had just started speaking when she heard silence on the other end. Ugh. Wang Meili couldn't hold back any longer and launched into a tirade. You can't even imagine. I went to run a dungeon today and had to encounter this pathetic loser who completely screwed up. I'm starting to think he has a crush on me and deliberately performed those ridiculous suicide moves just to get my attention. Cough cough. Du Qingran couldn't help herself and burst out laughing through the phone. That's totally possible. Men are all like that these days, especially with someone as beautiful as you who wouldn't be smitten. That's certainly true. Wang Meili snorted smugly, though her tone still carried plenty of fire. Anyway, you're the only one who gets me. Let's go out for dinner tonight, my treat. Oh, and didn't you recently get a new male bestie? Bring him along. Hearing this, Du Qingran's tone clearly dropped as she complained. Ugh, don't even mention Zhang Tao. All men are the same. He's actually blaming me, saying I caused trouble by bringing some random person into the team, and now he's holding me responsible for losing the boss. What the hell, that pathetic? Wang Meili exclaimed. Absolutely. Teaming up with him every day is suffocating. If I hadn't been unable to find a replacement, I would have kicked him to the curb ages ago. Du Qingran grew angrier as she spoke. Wang Meili slammed the table with a loud smack, making the remaining unbroken glasses tremble. Perfect. Bring him tonight, and I'll give him a proper interrogation for you. I guarantee he won't dare say another bad word. Really? Du Qingran's tone immediately brightened, knowing full well Wang Mei's background and methods, which was why she'd been sucking up to her all along. Finally, it was time to use the troops she'd been raising. Absolutely. What's the location? Dongfeng Pavilion. Meanwhile, Liang was walking briskly along the main road toward the professional association. The neon lights from the high-rises stretched behind him in bright streaks, and his mood swayed between anticipation and subtle unease. He'd checked his status panel countless times. The profession field clearly displayed 2 words blank. What did this mean? No profession? Or a hidden profession? Logic suggested his situation should count as a hidden profession, but with the truth unclear, the upcoming first advancement seemed particularly suspenseful. Professional advancement required a profession foundation to level up. If one didn't even have a profession, could they still succeed? These questions stuck in his mind like needles, and he could only wait for answers at the association. Before long, Liang stood before the grand hall entrance of the downtown professional association. The entire palace was resplendent with gold and jade, its ancient stone pillars carved with weathered reliefs, yet clean as if newly built. A row of fully armed soldiers stood at attention by the entrance, their armor gleaming blindingly under the lights. Liang presented his credentials and passed through security smoothly. The interior decor surpassed even the exterior, with floors and walls coated in what seemed like eternally lustrous gold. He approached the front desk, where a woman of about 30 sat with refined makeup and a professional smile. Hello, how may I help you? Liang stated his purpose. First advancement. Which class are you from? This year's. Oh, this year's. Wait. The woman behind the counter couldn't maintain her composure and suddenly looked up, staring at Liang. What did you just say? Liang didn't bother with more words and directly placed a crystal clear, silver blue gleaming Colton first-tier material core on the counter. Seeing the material, the woman finally realized what was happening and changed her tone. You're a professional from this year? Looking to process a first-tier certification? Yes. Liang nodded. The woman put on her professional smile again and patiently reminded him. Professional sir, first-tier advancement requires not only materials, but also reaching level 40. I'm already level 40. The woman's hands froze momentarily, and she quickly confirmed. Are you sure you didn't misread? It's level 40, not level 4. Failing a first-tier advancement comes with severe consequences. Think it through. Liang nodded gently. Seeing his determined expression, the woman said no more. She was just doing her job according to regulations, which clearly stated that anyone with the proper materials could apply for certification first. Unless someone was an idiot, no one would attempt advancement before reaching the required level. She took Liang's identification, professional badge, and other documents. Please wait. A light screen appeared, and her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. 2 minutes later, she looked up and handed over several items. Done. You've obtained first-tier qualification. Along with the documents came the routine warning. Remember to actually reach level 40 before attempting advancement. But Liang was already striding into the association's inner corridors. The woman watched his retreating figure and scratched her head. He's really going? Could it be? He's actually level 40? Hiss, are this year's professionals this fierce? Reaching level 40 in just a few days. Holding his freshly processed certification, Liang followed the wall directions through several corridors and arrived at an independent venue. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a spacious stone hall so vast that echoes bounced off the walls. The floor was bare except for a massive array in the center, covered with intricate patterns and glowing runes. Near the entrance, a white-haired elder leaned against a wooden chair, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Here for first-tier advancement. Liang approached and handed over his certification. Oh, a new professional from this year. The elder stood up with interest, examining him carefully. You're the first from this year to attempt first-tier advancement. If you succeed, you'll not only receive the association's reward, but also claim the top spot when the newcomer rankings open. Liang understood all this, but he was more concerned about whether the advancement itself would succeed and what new abilities he would gain. Even for him, his heartbeat was noticeably accelerating at this moment, his nervousness even exceeding what he felt during his initial professional awakening. The elder confirmed the certification once more and pointed toward the center of the array. Since you have all the qualifications, go ahead. All right. Liang took a deep breath and walked forward with his head held high. First-tier advancement, here I come. He stepped onto the array, and the runes lit up in response. He had endured the most difficult days. What was this challenge compared to that? Even if the advancement failed, nothing could stop his meteoric rise. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Liang stepped into the formation array. Blinding white light erupted instantly, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence where even his heartbeat sounded crystal clear. His vision blurred as his consciousness was dragged into a familiar, enclosed space exactly like the one from his awakening day. When he opened his eyes again, the empty venue had vanished. Countless cards formed a long serpentine line, spinning rapidly around him like metal fragments caught in an invisible wind current, dancing and pulsing with energy. Their numbers decreased rapidly as they merged together, finally condensing into a colossal card that blocked out the sky, its surface bearing only a black question mark. Liang was momentarily stunned, then couldn't contain his excitement. The appearance of this card meant he wasn't incapable of first advancement after all. The giant card hovered within arm's reach, and he extended his hand to touch it. The card trembled violently before transforming into a brilliant stream of light that surged into his chest. Warm currents flowed along his meridians as his personal interface quietly refreshed, displaying a new line of golden text. Talent Metamorphosis. When killing monsters, there's a chance to directly seize their talent abilities. Though brief, this single sentence hit him with the impact of a Planet of the Apes revelation. Liang froze for half a second, then erupted with wild joy. With Metamorphosis, he'd never have to worry about insufficient cards again. If he wanted a particular monster's ability, he could simply hunt it down. If unsuccessful once, he'd kill several more. When encountering unique monsters, he could even use cards to actively replicate them. This was practically invincible. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the surrounding scenery twisted once more. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the venue. Looking up, he met the approving gaze of the elderly man. The old man smiled warmly. Congratulations, young man, on your successful first advancement. You're now Shanghai City's first rookie to complete the first advancement. When the newcomer rankings open, you'll surely claim the top spot. Prepare well for the Genius Tournament and strive to maintain that position. Liang nodded. He indeed had a significant lead over his peers, and with his new ability, maintaining his pace would give him a real shot at the Genius Tournament. The elder quickly input information into his terminal. The data has been uploaded. You can go to the front desk to claim your special reward as the first rookie to achieve first advancement. Liang turned to leave as the elder watched his retreating figure, gently shaking his head and murmuring to himself, "This year's Shanghai City is certainly lively." Liang returned to the front desk once more. The woman behind the counter was like a completely different person, eagerly approaching him with a face full of flattery. "Congratulations on completing your first advancement, honored professional. Are you here to claim your special reward?" "Yes." "Hold on, let me check for you." She walked over to the equipment to examine it, but her expression gradually darkened. Then she looked at Liang with obvious difficulty and said, "I'm sorry, but they just announced that rewards will be distributed uniformly later. You can go back and wait for notification." Liang frowned slightly. The excuse sounded awkward, but he understood that the young receptionist was just being pushed forward as a shield. The real decision-makers were the association's higher-ups. He didn't press further and turned to leave. Walking away, he was crystal clear in his mind rules were always made by the strong, and if he wanted to fight back, he could only make himself stronger. Shortly after leaving the association, his bracelet lit up with a message. "Liang, are you alright? This is Lu Xian. Please come meet me at Dongfeng Pavilion." Dongfeng Pavilion. Lu Xian. These two keywords made him pause. He had originally planned to find a place to grind monsters and test his new talent, but he remembered Lu Xian's identity clearly. The man was suspected to be military personnel who had given him rewards after the last training camp ended. Now that he was actively inviting him, there was likely something important. Dongfeng Pavilion was located in the city center, not far from his current position. After thinking for a moment, he changed direction and headed there. Dongfeng Pavilion, this high-end club with classical architecture, was famously known as the most expensive in Shanghai. On the street, a black sedan pulled up steadily, and two young people around 18 years old got out. Du Qingran and Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao wore a black mask and immediately started looking around nervously once he stepped out, scanning corners, treetops, and even streetlights like a guilty thief. Du Qingran rolled her eyes, her face clearly showing embarrassing. This wasn't entirely Zhang Tao's fault. After the Boss Territory incident 2 days ago, the Qingshan Guild had been threatening to kill him like mad dogs, making the guy too scared to even open his windows at night. If Du Qingran hadn't dragged him here, he would never have risked going out today. Fortunately, the journey was peaceful, and they didn't encounter anyone from the Qingshan Guild. The two entered Dongfeng Pavilion, where someone was already waiting in the lobby. Wang Meili. Seeing Zhang Tao's cautious appearance, Wang Meili couldn't help but laugh. "Haha. Qingran, your taste is questionable. I thought you brought a thief to rob Dongfeng Pavilion." Du Qingran sighed. If he were really a thief, he'd at least be a master thief and rank professional. Zhang Tao, confirming there was no ambush, coughed awkwardly and removed his mask, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Zhang Tao, the future heir of the legendary guild." "The heir of the legendary guild?" Wang Meili raised an eyebrow, finally taking him seriously. "Not bad. What level are you? Have you completed your first class advancement?" "Ah well." Zhang Tao's eyes flashed with embarrassment. "I've been busy negotiating some matters with the Qingshan Guild recently, so I haven't had time to grind levels. I'm afraid being the first to complete class advancement is unlikely." Thinking of the cloaked man who had affected his progress made him feel frustrated. But he quickly straightened his back. Don't worry though, falling behind a little doesn't matter. I'll still dominate the newcomer rankings soon enough. He was well aware that everyone started at the same level baseline, and as long as someone helped with grinding, others wouldn't be much slower than his strength profession. The real test would be the upcoming talent competition be then. With his strength profession plus guild resources, he considered himself absolutely the chosen one. Once he maxed out his level, all other newcomers would have to step aside. Speaking of this, Wang Meili couldn't help but complain, I'm so angry. Today I ran a first advancement dungeon and could have gotten first place, but someone cheated and stole it from me. That guy was prepared perfectly, I couldn't even find evidence. Something like that happened? Du Qingran was surprised. Yes, a super annoying guy who looked like. Wang Meili was halfway through her sentence when her gaze swept past the window and suddenly froze. That figure overlapped with the culprit in her mind, and she suddenly widened her eyes. Why is he here too? Zhang Tao and Du Qingran both froze in shock. Following Wang Meili's gaze toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, they spotted a alto familiar figure walking along the corridor, the shadow that had haunted their hearts for 3 whole years. Liang. The moment their eyes caught sight of him, their bodies instinctively trembled. Liang? It's actually him. Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow, his voice filled with disbelief. What's he doing at Dongfeng Pavilion? This place, can he even afford it? Wang Meili noticed their reaction and was equally stunned. Huh? You know him too? Du Qingran's eyes flickered as she nodded and asked in return, you know Liang as well? At this, Wang Meili's anger instantly flared up. Of course I know him. He's the one, that loser I told you about. He stole what should have been my first place and made me humiliate myself in front of my entire livestream audience. Zhang Tao looked puzzled. What first place? Some dungeon time limited event. When did this happen? That doesn't make sense. You must have mistaken him for someone else. He's a complete waste without any profession. Du Qingran frowned without responding. Her mind drifted back to the scene at the boss territory 2 days ago. That bold hypothesis surfaced again. Could it really be him? Wang Meili gritted her teeth. I knew it. He must have cheated to steal my first place. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to storm out. So he's just a waste after all. I'll beat him to a pulp today. Du Qingran quickly stopped her. Sister Meili, calm down. This is Dongfeng Pavilion. It's backed by the military. Everyone who comes here is either nobility or a top-tier professional. If we cause trouble, we'll be the ones who suffer. Zhang Tao also shook his wine glass with disdain. If I weren't so busy lately, I would have cleared that dungeon ages ago. A mere first place is child's play for me and my guild brothers. Only idiots resort to cheating for rankings. Smart people are already preparing for the genius tournament. When the time comes, I'll defeat all the prodigies hidden and show them who's truly the strongest. Hearing their persuasion, Wang Meili took a deep breath and finally suppressed her anger. He's lucky this time. Next time I see him, I'll skin him alive. Let's not ruin the mood. Let's continue enjoying Dongfeng Pavilion's services. She picked up a freshly served wine glass and laughed loudly. Ha! Zhang Tao joined in the laughter and clinked glasses with her. Du Qingran, however, lowered her head in thought, her gaze following Li Yang's retreating figure. She made a decision in her heart. Later, she would definitely go ask him directly. Meanwhile, Li Yang had already entered Dongfeng Pavilion. Following the location Lu Xian had sent, he walked along the ornately carved corridor. With his greatly enhanced mental power, he suddenly sensed someone watching him, but dismissed it as his imagination and continued forward. Soon, he arrived outside the agreed-upon private room and knocked gently. The door slid open automatically, and motion sensor track lighting illuminated the figure behind the tea table. Lu Xian had been waiting for some time and immediately stood up with a smile upon seeing him. You're here. Please, sit over here. Li Yang smiled back and stepped inside. I happened to be nearby and saw your message, so I came over. He settled into the soft sofa, looking slightly puzzled. You suddenly asked to meet. Is there something you need? Lu Xian picked up his teacup and nodded. I heard that you've completed your first class advancement. Yes, I just came from the professional association. Indeed, Lu Xian looked surprised. I just heard that this year's first professional to achieve first transformation has appeared, and when I saw it was your name, I contacted you immediately. He shook his head at this point and let out a long sigh. However, you probably didn't receive the reward you deserved, did you? That's right. Li Yang nodded, his brow furrowed with confusion. I was inexplicably notified of a delay, which I found strange. Just as I thought. Lu Xian sighed and lowered his voice. Do you remember the commotion at the awakening ceremony a few days ago? The professional association doesn't seem to recognize your status. Don't recognize it? Li Yang was stunned at first, then chuckled softly. So they just want to renege on their debt, saying wait for notification. Seeing this, Lu Xian patted Li Yang's shoulder. Don't worry, I've already sent people to negotiate with them. No matter what, no one can erase the fact that you're the first to complete first transformation this year. You can still participate in the genius tournament. When the competition comes, use your strength to shut those people up. They're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Li Yang nodded slowly. Levels could be boosted by others. but true combat power could only be forged by oneself. Since they wouldn't acknowledge him, he would use his strength to silence them. The Genius Tournament would be the proving ground to see how many prodigies this unrecognized professional could defeat. Lu Xian didn't delve deeper into the topic of rewards, but lowered his voice instead. By the way, now that you've reached this level, if you want to improve rapidly in a short time, I have a place suitable for you, though it's extremely difficult. Oh, where? Li Yang's spirits lifted. The Genius Tournament was approaching, and the stronger he became, the better. Whether facing legendary guilds or darker underground forces, his current self was still too weak. Kuwan City. Lu Xian uttered these two words. Hearing this name, Li Yang's heart trembled. Kuwan City, one of the most unstable city-states in the Dragon Kingdom, and also the area with the densest military presence. Close to the border, with monsters rampaging inside and outside the city, frequently clashing with illegal forces from the periphery, and the Abyss organization had long been entrenched there. Dangerous, yet an excellent place for training. You need a travel permit to go to Kuwan City. Li Yang voiced his concern. Don't worry about the documents. Lu Xian was obviously well prepared. I can recommend you to join the local military. There, you'll not only learn how to deal with various monsters, but also gain exposure to real combat methods of professionals. Li Yang's gaze gradually became resolute. Good, when do we depart? Originally planned for tomorrow. But if you're willing, tonight works too, though the road conditions are worse at night. Let's leave tonight. I have nothing else to do. Li Yang answered decisively. All right. Lu Xian immediately agreed. Come to the city gate tonight. I'll arrange for someone to escort you out of the city. Take this time to gather some supplies. Resources are in short supply in Kuwan City. Li Yang nodded his farewell and pushed open the door to leave the private room. The front courtyard of Dongfeng Pavilion was brightly lit. As soon as he stepped down the stone stairs, he saw a familiar, graceful figure. Du Qingren had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing Li Yang appear, she immediately approached him. Du Qingren looked directly at Li Yang and confronted him. Li Yang, do you find it amusing to play me for a fool? Why did you disguise yourself as a mysterious figure to approach me? Li Yang had just pushed open the door to the Dongfeng Pavilion's private room when his body stiffened slightly, not expecting to run into this troublesome woman here. Originally, he couldn't be bothered to respond at all, but the words mysterious figure made his heart skip a beat, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Could she have already confirmed that he was the one who stole the boss? If so, the legendary guild and underground forces would mobilize at any moment. Now wasn't the time to make a move. He needed to extract some information first. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Li Yang's lips curved into a cold smile as he looked at Du Qingren like she was an annoying fly. I feel sick just looking at you, and you think I'd approach you? How delusional. This statement came straight from his heart. As for her suspicions, he would never admit to them, at least not now. Hey, can't you speak properly? Du Qingren frowned and raised her voice. I never noticed before, but you're exactly like Wang Meili said. Absolutely repulsive. Wang Meili. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise crossing his mind. These two actually knew each other? Birds of a feather indeed. However, he had no time to delve deeper into this matter. If you don't want trouble, get out of my way. His tone was ice cold. Good dogs don't block the path. But Du Qingren stood in front of him, gritting her teeth as she pressed. No way. You still haven't answered. Meet the boss location. Was that cloaked figure you or not? Hearing cloaked man, Li Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she was only guessing and had no concrete evidence. As long as he kept his mouth shut, he could bluff his way through this. Words are cheap. What proof do you have? Am I your father that you see me in everyone? After saying this, Li Yang simply pushed her aside with his hand. Du Qingren lost her balance, her shoulder hitting the railing as she nearly fell. Her face flushed red with embarrassment and anger as she shouted. Crude. Disgusting. Right? How could a jobless waste like you be that strong? You can only rely on cheating. Li Yang didn't even turn his head back as he left Dongfeng Pavilion directly. Since his identity hadn't been exposed yet, he needed to focus even more on improving his strength in this world. Only power could ensure survival. After leaving the restaurant, he first went to the commercial district, spending a fortune on several potions that could quickly restore his condition. Then he returned to his rental room, washed his face, and lay down to rest, conserving his energy for tonight's operation. He traveled light, but what truly mattered was being there on time. Day turned to night. As darkness fell, the entire city seemed covered by a layer of black curtain, with dim streetlights casting long shadows on the cobblestone roads. A dark figure moved swiftly along the walls, heading toward the city gate. Li Yang had always preferred nighttime operations. Fewer people meant fewer eyes, making his moves cleaner. He traveled at full speed and soon reached the city gate. Lu Xian was already waiting there, and upon seeing him appear, raised his hand to signal the guards. The city gate was immediately opened. Normally, the city gates would be closed at night, but with Lu Xian's military credentials, rules could be bent. Li Yang stepped forward. An open truck was parked outside the gate, its dim headlights casting the outline of the massive city wall. In the truck bed, two young people in their 20s, a man and a woman were half kneeling by the railings, waving at him. Lu Xian helped load his luggage onto the truck and gave him a brief warning. There might be danger on the road tonight. Take care of yourself. Someone will meet you on the other side. See you in a week. In a week, the Genius competition registration begins. Li Yong nodded, both acknowledging and promising. After saying goodbye, he grabbed the railing and climbed into the truck bed. There was a small stool inside, and though the space wasn't large, it was roomy enough for just 3 people. Hold on tight. The driver called from the cab, pressing the gas pedal. The engine rumbled as the heavy truck slowly rolled through the gate, its headlights cutting a white streak across the wilderness. The city silhouette was quickly swallowed by the night, and Li Yong leaned back slightly until the distant lights completely disappeared. The man in the truck spoke first, his voice broken by the wind. Hey, kid, let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Feng. This is Chuan Muri logistics personnel from the unit. And you? Li Yong. Li Yong, huh? Wang Feng nodded, but Chun Mei stared at him curiously. You're so young, what made you want to go to Kuwan City? Desperate circumstances. In her eyes, only people who had given up on life would take such risks. Someone Li Yang's age should be full of vigor, not heading to that chaotic place. I won't be staying long. Li Yong shook his head. Consider it training. Training? Wang Feng and Chun Mei exchanged bewildered looks. Coming to Kuwan City for training was like using a calculator to solve 1 + 1 completely unnecessary. Wang Feng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I'm impressed. Chun Mei teased. Commander Lu Xian didn't force you to come, did he? No, I volunteered. The road stretched long ahead, and the 3 chatted intermittently. Wang Feng and Chun Mei were stationed in Kuwan City and knew the situation best. Underground forces everywhere, black market dealings rampant, and the military had to dedicate most of their forces to dealing with monsters and aberrants, leaving them spread too thin. Li Yong listened and took mental notes, but his heart grew heavier. This journey might be more difficult than he had imagined. As night deepened, the truck bumped along winding mountain roads, its headlights illuminating only a narrow strip of light. After traveling dozens of kilometers from the city, they had entered the latter half of their journey, where monster activity was frequent and the probability of encountering high-level creatures increased accordingly. Unease permeated the air, and Wang Feng and Chun Mei stopped their casual conversation, both standing up to scan their surroundings while gripping the railings. It's getting late, Li Yong. Why don't you go sit in the passenger seat? Chun Mei suggested softly. No need. Li Yong remained seated on the stool, his gaze fixed on the darkness. Before he finished speaking, the truck lurched violently. The tires bit hard into the gravel, and the next second the headlights swayed wildly as massive inertia threw them all forward. Then came a sudden, jarring stop. Hey, why did we suddenly stop? Wang Feng's voice was urgent. You absolutely couldn't park randomly in this area. Monsters would catch the scent and surround the vehicle in the blink of an eye, turning it into a metal trap. Breaking out again would be far more than just a bit of effort. All 3 of them looked up toward the driver's seat simultaneously, their faces instantly changing. The front row was completely empty, the passenger door wide open, still swaying gently in the night wind. Where was everyone? When had this become a driverless vehicle? Wang Feng's eyes widened as he growled. Kid, this isn't funny. Boom. The truck shuddered violently, as if struck by a giant hammer, lifting on one side and nearly flipping over. We're under attack. Chun Mei drew her white mechanical automatic rifle with swift, decisive movements and leaped from the vehicle. Wang Feng brandished his double-edged blade and followed closely behind, not forgetting to turn his head and remind before jumping down. Li Yong, stay hidden. In the blink of an eye, only Li Yong remained in the cabin. He frowned, peering through the windshield. The two headlight beams barely tore through the thick darkness, casting dim yellow fan-shaped bands of light. He didn't rashly follow them down. Both Wang Feng and Chun Mei were above level 100, while he was far behind. Acting impulsively would only burden them. But he had no intention of sitting idle either. Seconds later, gunfire and the sound of metal cutting erupted in succession. Li Yong poked his head out from the half-open cabin. In the silent, desolate wilderness, countless monster shadows surged densely, while 2 figures moved at high speed, so fast they were mere afterimages. Wang Feng and Chun Mei. The veteran professionals from Kuwan City were truly exceptional. Li Yong was stunned. The 2 coordinated their blades, electric fire, and movement techniques seamlessly, slicing through level 50+ monsters like cutting tofu. This was real skill honed through countless brushes with death, worlds apart from ordinary professionals. Li Yong secretly clenched his fists, more certain than ever that he'd followed the right people on this journey. In less than a moment, the gunfire ceased, leaving only the smell of blood in the night wind. Wang Feng and Chun Mei reappeared, their armor and clothing splattered with dark red. Little brother Li Yong, I hope this outfit doesn't scare you? Chun Mei tossed her gun into the vehicle and vaulted back into her seat with a smooth push off the door. Li Yong shook his head. Are the monsters dealt with? For now, Wang Feng replied, still maintaining his guard. The driver's missing. In these remote mountains, one less person means one more danger. Chun Mei will stay to guard you while I search. Team rule. If I'm not back in half an hour, you drive on immediately. As he spoke, Wang Feng's expression was terrifyingly calm, clearly having made facing death a daily routine. Li Yang's heart jolted. Just minutes ago the three had been chatting and joking, and now they faced life and death separation. Chen Mei simply nodded briefly, without unnecessary words. Wang Feng donned his equipment, gripped his double-edged blade tightly, and disappeared into the darkness within a few steps. The cabin fell silent once again, leaving only Li Yang and Chen Mei sitting across from each other. Chen Mei held her clean mechanical rifle, her gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Silver moonlight spilled onto the blood-soaked earth, bringing an eerie chill. The hands moved with each passing second and minute, pointing straight toward the endpoint. Chen Mei suddenly stood up, brushing the dust off her clothes. Half an hour's up, let's go. Li Yang gazed out at the wasteland, hesitating. Maybe we should wait a bit longer? There don't seem to be any monsters around here. The mission is to escort you to Kuwan City, Chen Mei said calmly, but with an undeniable authority. Get in the passenger seat, and don't stray too far from me. She slid directly into the driver's seat. Li Yang had no choice but to open the passenger door, settle in, and slam it shut with a bang. Chen Mei turned the key, and the engine growled to life. Li Yang's eyebrow twitched. Hadn't this car broken down earlier? An ominous feeling washed over him. Sure enough, the vehicle had barely moved half a meter when it lurched to a sudden stop, the engine dying again. The cabin fell so silent you could hear heartbeats. Fortunately, Li Yang had braced himself against the dashboard in advance, or his forehead would have made intimate contact with the windshield. He turned to look at Chen Mei, who appeared completely unfazed. Sister, do you actually know how to drive? I've driven once. When? Right now. Li Yang wiped away cold sweat. They were doomed. It's fine, you just press the gas pedal, right? Hold on tight. Chen Mei restarted the engine, floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward violently. Li Yang's eyes widened as he gripped the door handle with white knuckles. A dark shadow suddenly streaked across the road in the black night. Li Yang shouted frantically, something's ahead. Brake. Crash. The front of the car slammed hard into an unknown obstacle, and the windshield instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. The massive inertia pressed Li Yang's chest painfully against his seatbelt. Unable to take any more, he pushed open the door, rolled out onto the shoulder, and gasped while cursing profusely. Maybe they should go back and get the driver? The monsters hadn't eaten anyone yet, but Chen Mei was going to kill them first. In the light of the headlamps, he could make out the dark shape blocking the front of the car, a pitch-black monster. Name: Hellhound. Level: 50. Talent skill: Hellfire Ray. The creature's gaze wasn't on him, but fixed intently on the driver's seat. Li Yang's heart sank. Mei was slumped over the steering wheel, blood streaming from her temple, unconscious. Come on, he muttered under his breath. Normally, a professional of equal level could take down this beast with 2 strikes, but now that their backbone was down, he mere level 40 nobody had to bite the bullet. In the middle of nowhere, with no hope of rescue, Li Yang drew his lightning halberd, its cold gleam crackling with electric arcs. He didn't reach for his explosive bow. The noise would attract more monsters. In the night wind, the hellhound's eyes glowed red, saliva dripping from its tongue. It crouched low, its gaping maw aimed at the unconscious Chen Mei in the car. Lightning flashed as Li Yang struck first, driving his halberd straight into the monster's throat. Crack. Blue-white electricity exploded. 1,550. For a level 40 professional, this was maximum damage output, but to a level 50 monster, it was merely a little painful. The hellhound roared furiously, its other head instantly swiveling around, fangs snapping toward him. Li Yang yanked out his weapon and retreated quickly, using the car to leap away. The two-headed beast twisted its body and lunged forward. In the darkness, both heads looked ferocious, their mouths reeking of nauseating stench. Facing a monster that was a full 10 levels higher than himself, Li Yang didn't dare take any chances. He kept his nerves taut throughout, retreating step by step, refusing to engage the hellhound in direct combat. Though he hadn't swung his halberd again, the bloodlust bleeding effect from that single strike continued, with bright red 8,000 damage numbers constantly floating up from the two-headed beast. Li Yang's plan was simple: rely on the bleeding to slowly drain the monster's health, then land another strike when the effect ended. This approach would minimize injury while conserving his stamina. The movement speed bonus from his golden equipment proved its worth now. He anticipated the hellhound's pouncing trajectory, constantly shifting positions, letting those razor-sharp fangs miss him by mere inches each time. After several failed lunges, the two-headed beast seemed like it was being toyed with. Its movement stuttered, and its rage suddenly spiked. In the next moment, both heads opened wide, spewing dark purple flames from their throats. The fire tongues dragged blazing afterimages as they rushed toward Li Yang. He dodged sideways, but the flames seemed to have eyes of their own, following his movement around the corner. His expression darkened as he immediately drew out his rock shield to block. The shield he'd picked up in a first-tier dungeon was already covered in battle scars. Hiss! The terrifying heat struck the stone shield, and the scorching temperature instantly penetrated through the handle. Liang could barely maintain his grip. Fire tongues split around both sides of the shield, stirring up searing winds, while the rock shield's surface cracked with audible crack sounds. He retreated while blocking, and when the shield face reached its breaking point, he simply released it and dodged aside. Bang! The silver-grade rock shield completely shattered into fragments. Liang made a mental note. If he survived this, he definitely needed to get a sturdier shield. When the fire breath ended, the hellhound pounced again, giving him almost no time to catch his breath. The bleeding effect had just worn off, so Liang needed to find another opportunity to deal damage. His earlier success was because the two-headed beast's attention had been on Chun Mei. Now, if he wanted to strike, he'd have to risk getting bitten by moving in close. Timing the monster's next leap perfectly, Liang didn't dodge this time. Instead, he charged straight forward. Simultaneously, he activated Cursed Sound Wave, though greatly suppressed by the massive level difference, making the confusion effect nearly useless. The brief delay was enough. The hellhound's movements stiffened slightly, and Liang used his speed to slide behind it. His lightning halberd flashed with cold light. Thud. The sharp halberd head drove deep into the rear leg muscle. 1,700 damage floated up. He immediately retreated as the bloodlust effect triggered again, with bright red 8,000 numbers continuously appearing. The hellhound let out a low roar, breathing heavily, its eyes bloodshot as it stared intently at Liang, but didn't pounce again for the moment. Liang remained still as well, quietly facing off against it. Suddenly, the hellhound's gaze shifted, and it ran off in another direction. Liang's expression shifted slightly, thinking his opponent was trying to escape. But as his gaze swept around, his face darkened abruptly. The hellhound was drooling thick saliva as it lunged toward a vehicle parked by the roadside, targeting Chun Mei inside the car. In his desperation, Liang abandoned all pretense of hiding, drew his explosive bow, and knocked a red glowing arrow. Bang! The two-headed hound leaped powerfully, its massive body blocking out the moonlight midair as its shadow bore down on the vehicle. Liang released the string accompanied by the sound of gunpowder and whistling air. The crimson arrow tore through the night, precisely piercing the hound's torso. The beast was sent flying several meters by the impact before crashing to the ground. Boom! Fire erupted in the darkness. 1850. 2000. Damage numbers flashed as the acrid smell of burning filled the air. Since his cover was blown anyway, Liang unleashed his full firepower, sending explosive arrows in rapid succession like fireworks streaking red lines across the night sky. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 2,000. 8,000. 2,150. Explosions combined with bleeding effects as the hellhound's health plummeted. The advantage of ranged firepower was now fully displayed. Severely wounded, the hellhound lost all will to fight and turned to flee. Think you can run? Too late. Liang's fury surged as he raised his bow and took aim. His arrows found their mark with perfect accuracy, each shot exploding in sparks against the creature's dark hide. Just as the monster attempted its escape, the outcome was sealed. You have slain Hellhound. Experience 1,000. Soul Sacrifice. Experience 200. You have obtained Silver-grade Equipment Spell Tome. You have acquired Talent Skill. Strange Fire. Strange Fire. Fire type ability. Allows manipulation of fire elements for attacks. Can continuously summon fire pillars. The system interface flickered as Liang paused in surprise, then broke into a pleased smile. This was his first awakening. Effect-killing monsters gave him a chance to inherit their talents. He'd thought it was just an rank skill not worth copying, but this unexpected windfall was a pleasant surprise. After all, who doesn't love free stuff? The joy was fleeting. The current situation remained dangerous. His two teammates were nowhere to be found. Chun Mei was unconscious, and the recent explosions had surely alerted nearby monsters who might be swarming toward them. Liang climbed into the vehicle and shook Chun Mei vigorously, but got no response. Frowning, he covered Chun Mei's nose and mouth, then shouted in her ear, "At your age and in this situation, you can still sleep? Wake up now." After a few seconds, Chun Mei's body trembled as she suddenly opened her eyes, struggling and looking around in panic. Seeing it was Liang, she gasped heavily while patting her chest. "Phew, you scared me to death. If you keep sleeping, I'll be the one who's dead." Liang rolled his eyes. Chun Mei froze, her gaze unconsciously drifting to the distancia. Massive corpse lay on the ground, charred and twisted beyond recognition by the explosive flames. She gasped, "You did this? What kind of grudge was that? If you knew you almost became its dinner, you wouldn't think that way." How long was I asleep?" She blinked. "Not long, but long enough for us to die 10 times over." Liang's tone was harsh. "Let's go quickly, or the surrounding monsters will close in on us." Chun Mei smiled bitterly and shook her head. "No, it's already too late." Liang's head snapped up. Countless dark shadows were now surrounding them from all directions. "Stay in the car and let me protect you for once." Chun Mei let out a laugh. She grabbed her weapon, pushed open the passenger door, and stepped into the pool of blood, not even bothering to wipe away the streak of blood that had slashed across her cheek. Li Yong frowned slightly from inside the car and sighed softly. They're coming so fast. This is going to be trouble. Earlier, Wang Feng had fought alongside him too. Level 100 professionals working together could barely clear waves of monsters. Now, as monsters surged forward in endless waves, only Chun Mei stood alone at the front line. Gunfire and explosions intertwined. Chun Mei's shots hit vital points almost every time, each bullet and shell dealing over 10,000 damage. Her movements were clean and decisive, her repositioning flowing like a seamless dance. Sparks from her gun barrel scattered through the night, illuminating her tense silhouette. However, there were simply too many monsters. As the sounds of battle grew louder, beast-like roars converged from all directions. Dark shadows layered upon shadows, there was no end to them. Even the strongest firepower would eventually run out of ammunition and stamina. Li Yong gripped the Wind Dragon token, his thumb rubbing against its cold edges. Once activated, it would cause far more commotion than the explosive bow, but the situation had already spiraled out of control. Whether he used it or not might make no difference. He looked up to survey the battlefield, weighing the pros and cons when suddenly, thunderous footsteps approached from behind like a gale. Wang Feng. Wang Feng powered forward with his kinetic exoskeleton, taking exaggerated strides as if launched from a catapult. Before he arrived, his voice rang out. Chun Mei, take Li Yong and go. I'll hold these monsters off. Hearing the familiar voice, Chun Mei's brow relaxed momentarily, but her expression immediately darkened. Wang Feng appeared vigorous, but it was merely an illusion created by adrenaline and the exoskeleton forcing his body beyond its limits. His face was deathly pale, his combat suit torn into bloody rags, and several horrific wounds that had pierced through his body were steadily seeping blood. He looked like someone who shouldn't even be able to stand. Li Yong gasped. These penetrating wounds were clearly bite marks left by monster fangs. Chun Mei called out in a low voice. What? What did you just go through? Wang Feng's facial muscles were rigid as he forced out a few words with difficulty. We encountered a night demon. Chun Mei's body trembled, her pupils dilating suddenly. Night demon, one of the most terrifying monsters that outdoor professionals never wanted to encounter. Their combat power surged dramatically at night, and they moved like ghosts, bearing some resemblance to werewolves. Night demons excelled at hunting, locking onto targets through blood and scent. Once marked by one, escape was nearly impossible. Records showed that a single night demon required multiple professionals of the same level to take down, and there were repeated accounts of night demons destroying entire villages outside the city. If encountered at night, the survival rate was less than 10%. Information from textbooks flashed through Li Yang's mind. Night demons often had the habit of seeking mates and typically traveled in male-female pairs. In other words, if you saw one night demon, there might be another lurking in the shadows. If that were true, it would be complete doom. Chun Mei gripped her signal flare, wanting to call for help. She had barely raised her arm halfway. The high-intensity flare had not yet twisted open, when she suddenly froze in the darkness. But having just raised her hand, she hesitated again. Li Yong shook his head silently. Even from the nearest city, reinforcements would take hours to arrive, and dawn was approaching fast. If they fired a signal flare now, the sound and light would only attract more monsters from the distance. They couldn't count on anyone else. They had to rely on themselves. He moved to the driver's seat and turned the key, trying to start the engine. It coughed twice before dying completely. The earlier crash had turned the vehicle into scrap metal. Chun Mei smiled bitterly and reminded him. According to our planned route, we shouldn't have encountered any night demons. Not far away, Wang Feng's twin blades danced through the air as he fought off the surrounding monsters, shouting, "The night demon was already injured when I ran into it, or I wouldn't have survived. But that thing heals fast. It won't be long before it catches up. You need to go now." Chun Mei gritted her teeth and rushed to the vehicle, waving at Li Yong. Li Yong jumped down from the car, wiped the engine oil from his palms, and looked up. What's the plan now? There's a temporary camp nearby. We'll take shelter there first. Chun Mei decided quickly. Li Yong nodded. He knew perfectly well that trying to run to Kuwan City on foot was pure fantasy. The safest approach was to shake off the night demon first, then look for another chance to continue their journey. However, Wang Feng's mention that the night demon was injured sparked another thought in his mind. If there was truly only one, and it wasn't high-level, the three of them himself, Wang Feng, and Chun Mei plus the Wind Dragon token in his pocket might actually have a fighting chance. But when he considered that this would mean gambling with 3 lives, Li Yong ultimately shook his head. The escort mission was dangerous enough without dragging his 2 companions into even greater peril. Let's go, Chun Mei called out, and took the lead in scouting ahead. Li Yong hesitated for a moment. The situation demanded that someone cover their retreat, but he couldn't bring himself to simply step over Wang Feng's corpse and leave. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his concealment cloak and tossed it to Wang Feng. Wang Feng slashed several times, shaking off the monsters closing in on him, and stared at the cloak in his hands for a second. Put it on. It can mask your presence, so even the night demon won't detect you, Li Yong explained quickly. It has limited duration, but once we've safely withdrawn, you can use the cloak to escape and catch up with us. Thank you. Wang Feng's low shout carried through his blood, clearly audible above the chaotic roars of the monsters. Chen Mei was also surprised. A concealment cloak wasn't something ordinary professionals could afford. It was extremely valuable, but right now, it was truly a lifesaver. All right, let's move quickly, or it'll be too late, she urged. With Wang Feng holding the rear, Li Yang and Chen Mei seized the opening and charged forward, breaking through the encirclement and heading toward the temporary camp. Along the way, monsters occasionally blocked their path. Li Yang and Chen Mei fought with flashing blades and swords, quickly clearing them out. With only a few kilometers left to the camp, they estimated another 10 minutes of walking would get them there, and both felt somewhat relieved. The roars of monsters around them gradually became sparse, making the atmosphere feel much safer. Should we wait for Wang Feng? Li Yang suggested in a low voice. There are fewer and fewer monsters in this area. If he can't catch up, he'll be in trouble. What really worried him was the stealth cloak. Wang Feng was carrying a rare-grade item that made his heart bleed when he lent it out. Chen Mei nodded. All right, let's rest for a bit and wait for him to come back before making the final push. She immediately stopped, scanning back and forth between several rock crevices and fallen logs. After confirming there were no ambushes, she pulled out a few energy potions from her backpack and steadily downed them. Li Yang gazed at the mountain path behind them, calculating in his mind. With Wang Feng's abilities, plus the stealth cloak, escaping that group of monsters shouldn't be a big problem. He just feared Wang Feng's injuries were too severe and he might not hold up halfway. Fortunately, the worry didn't last long. After about a few minutes, just as the two were preparing to continue their journey, a staggering figure appeared from the end of the winding mountain path. Wang Feng had finally caught up. He looked haggard, his entire body covered in a mixture of blood and mud, as if he might collapse at any moment. Li Yang quickly stepped forward and supported his shoulders with both hands. Wang Feng pulled out the stealth cloak from his chest and handed it to Li Yang with both hands, his expression solemn. If I can make it back to camp alive, this life is yours from now on. In the future, if you ever need. All right, save your breath, Li Yang interrupted him. We might need to fight for our lives again soon. The three regrouped with Chen Mei leading the way. After climbing over a moderately steep slope, the outline of the camp studded with steel plates slowly came into view in the distance. Chen Mei's eyes lit up as she quickened her pace, and the group soon arrived at the camp entrance. The camp was sealed off by high walls, with massive alloy gates tightly shut. Two sentries stood on a second-level platform, their bowstrings drawn taut, aimed at the approaching visitors. Hey, what do you want? One of them shouted. Chen Mei called back loudly. We're professionals. We were attacked by monsters while passing through and want to come in to take shelter. The two sentries huddled together in whispered discussion but made no move. Seeing this, Chen Mei grew anxious. Please hurry. We have someone injured here. One of the sentries slowly turned back. Where are the monsters? We left them behind. But there's a night demon that probably won't give up easily. Let us in to treat our wounds first. Night demon? The sentry's face changed dramatically, and he cursed. Get the hell out of here. Chen Mei was stunned and kept explaining. It hasn't caught up yet. We'll just rest for a while and then leave. Go, go, go. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude. The sentry had already knocked his arrow on the bowstring, radiating cold menace. Night demons were hot potatoes they definitely didn't want to deal with. Chen Mei's face turned ashen. Such heartlessness exceeded her expectations. Wang Feng tugged at her sleeve and shook his head. Let's go. This isn't our territory after all. As the group turned to leave, a loud shout suddenly came from within the camp. Wait, everyone. A short, stout middle-aged man with high cheekbones hurried over and appeared on the platform. Looking at the sentry, he lectured with righteous indignation. Didn't I tell you that professionals should help each other? Open the gate. I said open it. Yes, sir. The sentry's face turned bright red from the scolding. He could only nod repeatedly and quickly operated the mechanism with nimble hands. The heavy gate slowly slid open from both sides, and warm yellow light poured out from the gap like rippling water, dispelling the cold from everyone's bodies. Chen Mei and Wang Feng exchanged glances, both stunned they could enter again. Let's go in first. Wang Feng is badly injured and can't travel any further, Chen Mei whispered. Li Yang frowned but still followed, supporting Wang Feng as they stepped through the entrance. The gears above the doorframe turned with a loud clang, and the heavy doors closed with a bang, the echo reverberating through the night. The camp's interior layout was extremely simple. Several wooden huts hastily constructed with planks, a thatched shed for livestock in the corner, and a crackling campfire in the fire pit. The middle-aged man who had been standing on the platform earlier hurried down to greet them with a warm smile. Welcome, welcome. I'm the supervisor here. He looked the three of them over while gesturing. You must be tired. Come inside first. I'll call for a medic and get you some food. Thank you so much for the trouble. Chen Mei nodded gratefully. Don't mention it. Make yourselves at home. The supervisor laughed heartily and turned to give orders to his subordinates. Everyone entered the nearest wooden hut. The interior was brightly lit by the golden campfire, with tables and chairs neatly arranged, and even the windowsills polished to a shine. Liang helped Wang Feng sit in a thick-backed wooden chair, scanned the room, then walked to a 6-foot wooden cabinet against the wall. Repair tools were placed on top of the cabinet, and the wood grain was clearly visible. He reached up and touched the cabinet surface. When he withdrew his fingertips, dust had formed a small clump in his palm. What's wrong? Chunmei noticed his action. Nothing. This room is cleaned quite well, Liang replied casually and found a chair to sit down. Soon after, the supervisor entered with several people. A man who looked like a doctor crouched in front of Wang Feng, and after a brief examination, frowned and said, "Bone fracture with signs of infection. This won't heal anytime soon. Take him to the clinic. If we wait any longer, the wound will fester." The supervisor waved his hand directly. 2 assistants carried Wang Feng away hurriedly. The supervisor didn't leave. He casually found a seat and chatted with Chunmei and Liang about various topics. Moments later, a subordinate arrived carrying 2 bamboo baskets. When he lifted the cloth covers, steam mixed with the aroma of meat wafted out: pig's head meat, roasted chicken, fish head, with a small charcoal stove keeping everything warm underneath. The presentation was appetizing. "You must be starving. Don't be shy, we raised all of this ourselves." The supervisor patted the edge of the bamboo basket. After the long journey, Chunmei and Liang were already famished. Chunmei thanked him again and picked up a piece of pig's head meat, taking a big bite. Liang grabbed a chicken leg, and soon only clean white bones remained. The supervisor watched with a smile, his eyes nearly becoming slits. Amid the rich aroma of meat, Chunmei suddenly swayed, her eyelids growing heavy. What's happening? Everything's so blurry." She rubbed her eyes, trying hard to stay alert, but eventually collapsed face first onto the table. Liang took the last bite of chicken wing and also fell over, but secretly kept his eyes slightly open, coldly staring at the ground. The supervisor stood up, his expression completely changed, and spat. "Damn it. Eating like starving ghosts. Men, strip them clean." Hurried footsteps burst in from outside. "Boss, this is bad. There are lots of monsters gathered outside the gate." "What?" The supervisor glared, gritting his teeth. "Forget it. Throw these 2 in the woodshed and watch them. We'll deal with this later." With that, he rushed off toward the platform in great haste. After the supervisor left, 2 workers approached. Just as they stepped beside Chunmei and were about to move her, a fierce gust swept through. Liang appeared silently behind them, pressing his palms against both their heads and slamming them together with tremendous force. Bang! The dull thud of bone echoed as both workers collapsed to the ground. Searching their bodies, he was shocked to discover Wang Feng's personal belongings hidden in their clothes. It seemed these people had already begun dividing the spoils. This camp was nothing more than a bandit's den, likely filled with hardened criminals. If he hadn't been immune to toxins, he probably would have fallen into their trap as well. Liang secured the items and crouched beside Chunmei. She remained unconscious, her hair slightly damp against her forehead, though her breathing was steady. He had sensed something was wrong when they first entered, but there hadn't been time to warn the others, nor could he be certain whether these camp members were friend or foe. He stuffed one unconscious worker into a cabinet, then changed into the other man's clothes, hoisted the worker over his shoulder, and scooped Chunmei into his arms before heading out the door. The camp was unusually bustling with activity. Figures darted about with hurried steps, clearly gathering toward the main gate, presumably to fight off the pursuing monsters. "Hey, stop right there." A harsh, gravelly voice suddenly boomed. The scarred man approached with broad shoulders and confident strides, the vicious scar across his face appearing even more menacing in the torchlight. Liang halted and lowered his head. "Why don't I recognize you?" The scarred man stepped closer, looking him up and down. Liang remained silent. "Oh, you must be from that new batch that arrived a few days ago." The scarred man waved dismissively. "Hurry up and take them to the woodshed, then get to the front to help. You know the way, right? Back there in the rear courtyard." He pointed casually toward the edge of the camp. Liang nodded and carried his 2 workers in the indicated direction. A dilapidated wooden hut stood in the corner with no guards at the entrance. Liang figured the other guards had rushed to the main gate, so he delivered a powerful kick to the door. The door burst open with a creak, releasing a wave of moldy stench mixed with dust as cockroaches scattered in all directions. Wang Feng lay bound hand and foot with a blackened rag stuffed in his mouth, sprawled among puddles and wood chips. His old wounds had reopened and were bleeding continuously. His eyes widened when he saw the door kicked open. "Don't panic, it's me." Liang set Chunmei and the worker on the ground, speaking in a low, reassuring voice. He bent down to remove the rag from Wang Feng's mouth and untied the ropes. Wang Feng gasped heavily, desperately gulping the long-missed air. "How are things on your end? These people really had us fooled. What a bunch of scoundrels." Wang Feng gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. "Take it easy. They're all at the main gate battling the monsters right now, so they won't be paying attention to this area for a while." Liang spoke while returning the items he had recovered earlier. Wang Feng gripped his recovered equipment tightly, feeling somewhat relieved. His gaze fell on the unconscious Chun Mei, and his brow furrowed deeply. What happened to Chun Mei? Most likely she's been poisoned or drugged with something, that's why she keeps sleeping. Li Yong analyzed grimly. Wang Feng was stunned, then stared at Li Yong. Then how did you manage to? These people are all vicious criminals. How had Li Yong managed to overpower them and bring Chun Mei to his side? Li Yong waved his hand dismissively and said casually, I'm fine. I was cautious and managed to fool them. Wang Feng froze, a flash of undeniable surprise crossing his eyes. No wonder Lu Xian valued Li Yong so highly. This young man was more reliable than their entire group of veteran professionals. Without Li Yong, they would have been wiped out completely, and Wang Feng himself would likely have been torn apart by monsters on the front lines. Li Yong, thank goodness you're here. Wang Feng felt grateful deep down, but suppressed the emotion, knowing their current situation was far from celebratory. Let's save this for later. The situation doesn't look good right now. Once the people at the camp notice something's wrong, they'll definitely retaliate immediately. Looking around, Wang Feng was covered in wounds and could barely be considered functional combat strength. Chun Mei remained unconscious. When Li Yong had arrived, he'd quickly surveyed the environment. This temporary camp had only one exit at the main gate. To leave with two incapacitated companions would mean breaking through right under the enemy's noses, and with gunfire still raging at the main gate, forcing their way out would be tantamount to suicide. Li Yong wasn't worried about himself. He had the concealment cloak, and escaping invisibly during the chaos wouldn't be difficult. But they were in the middle of nowhere, and he wasn't even sure of the exact direction to Kuwan City. Leaving rashly would only lead to getting lost in the wilderness. While racking his brains, his gaze inadvertently fell on Wang Feng, a rank profession swift runner. Professional talents. 1. Swift movement, movement speed 50. 2. Dark swift movement, additional 25 in dim environments. 3. Backstab, 50 damage when attacking from behind. That's it. Li Yang's eyes lit up. While a rank wasn't top tier, what he needed most was assassin-type mobility talents. He already possessed golden grade speed equipment, and combined with the swift runner attributes, who in this camp could possibly catch him? Copy. Copy successful. You have obtained a rank profession swift runner. The system notification put his mind completely at ease. After confirming the data had taken effect, he no longer hesitated and immediately formulated an action plan. Wait here, I'm going to get reinforcements. Li Yong briefly explained his plan to Wang Feng. Reinforcements? Wang Feng smiled bitterly, thinking Li Yong was putting on a brave front. This place is in the middle of nowhere, where are you going to find reinforcements? He suddenly realized that the other party was still under 20 years old, and this kind of situation was indeed too cruel for a young man. There will be some, trust me. Li Yang's tone was calm yet firm. You stay here, I will definitely come back. Wang Feng sighed, and could only nod. He knew his own injuries well. Forget helping. It would be good enough not to be a burden. Sigh, it's all up to you then. If it really doesn't work out, just run by yourself. With your potential, you'll be stronger than us someday. Li Yong just smiled without responding. He turned and headed for the door, casually closing it behind him as if nothing had happened. The corridor was dimly lit, and he took a deep breath, looking toward the main gate. Now, let's have some real fun. Li Yong followed the crowd toward the main gate. Wearing a stolen coarse cloth coat, he blended inconspicuously among the masses. At this moment, everyone in the camp was rushing frantically to support the front lines. At the gate, the first row of shield bearers stood shoulder to shoulder like a wall, enduring the incoming assault. On the elevated platform, archers worked tirelessly, raining arrows ablaze with blue-white flames down upon the monsters outside. The arrow storm whistled through the air as firelight revealed the grotesque silhouettes of the creatures. Damn these cursed monsters, the supervisor cursed under his breath, rolling up his sleeves. He still couldn't fathom what methods those three divine beings inside had used to trigger such a massive beast tide, forcing them to clean up the mess. Counting arrows, ammunition, and manpower for defending the walls, continuing this fight would definitely result in losses. Fortunately, the camp had large numbers, solid defenses, and decent coordination, allowing them to hold the situation for now. Suddenly, a dark shadow rose from the distant ground, moving as fast as a blade tearing through the night. The shadowy mass charged straight for the gate, its outline as nightmarish as a demon, instantly entering the archer's range. Flaming arrows shot out in volleys, but could only strike sparks off its body. The shadow crashed into the gate area, and several quick-reacting shield bearers instinctively raised their shields, only to be sent flying several meters with a loud bang. The supervisor's pupils contracted sharply. This is a night demon. The shock lasted only an instant as he maintained his composure. The camp had been stationed in the wilderness for years and was no stranger to night demons. Quick, pull back, he commanded loudly. The night demon's arrival immediately shifted the previously favorable situation toward the monsters, with some beasts already climbing through gaps in the walls. The supervisor's gaze swept the scene and noticed the night demon was missing an arm, its blood still fresh. The night demon wore obsidian-like armor, and despite its missing limb, remained ferocious. Yet its value was equally astounding. Its arm bones could forge weapons, and its heart core could be used for medicine. Though the risk was high, it was enough to compensate for their current losses. The supervisor licked his cracked lips, greed written across his face. Brothers, get fired up. Take it down, and we'll make a tidy profit. As the orders spread, crossbow mechanisms clicked, fire oil cannons spewed blazing flames, and the battle erupted into chaos. No one noticed that in the most chaotic moment, a lean figure silently slipped through the side gate and vanished into the night. In a forest gully several hundred meters from the camp, Liang controlled his breathing and carefully rolled up his concealment cloak, stuffing it into his backpack. Looking up, he could see continuous explosions at the camp, with orange-eyed mushroom clouds blooming in the firelight. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless, Liang whispered. He intended to spare neither these scoundrels who harmed their own people nor the monsters outside the gate. The fiercer they fought, the better for him. He pulled out a burnt yellow signal flare, standard equipment issued to everyone before departure. Crack! Sparks burst bright as a crimson flame shot straight into the night sky. This so-called calling for reinforcements wasn't meant to summon allies, but specifically to invite the blood-scenting monsters roaming this wilderness. He didn't care if any humans saw it, but he was certain that beasts within dozens of miles would notice. Relying on his assassin's swift movement talent, Liang moved through the forest like a ghost. Occasionally monsters sensed his presence, but just as they poked their heads out, he had already left them behind, their roars unable to pierce the night wind. It was precisely this speed that allowed him to dare venture alone from the camp. The camp's defenders also saw the red light shooting skyward, but since the beam originated from outside, they assumed it was another traveler calling for help. With their attention fully occupied by the night demon and swarming beast tide, they had no time for closer investigation. Meanwhile, about 10 kilometers away, a well-equipped team of professionals moved across the wasteland with steady rhythm. The square-faced middle-aged leader carried a spear, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Suddenly, a fiery red beam of light rose in the distance. They couldn't help but stop and look up. In the distance, a crimson signal flare pierced through the night sky, shooting up to the clouds like a fire serpent, clearly a distress call from professionals. Liang squinted his eyes. Let's go take a look. That direction is exactly where the other night demon that escaped earlier would have landed. That creature is wounded and desperately needs energy. I'll probably treat those professionals like chew toys. The group trampled through the weeds, rushing toward the camp. The blazing signal flare ignited the silence. Monsters lurking in the darkness all awakened at once, letting out roars as they surged toward the camp like a tide. When they arrived, either the humans or the monsters would be completely destroyed, and then the fishermen could reap the benefits. After setting all this up, Liang crouched low and stealthily returned to the camp. He knew that with the demonic winds raging outside, staying in the open wilderness was extremely dangerous. Outside the camp gates, the battle still raged with flashing lights and deafening war cries. Liang didn't join the commotion and instead infiltrated the interior directly. Most of the internal guards had been deployed to the front lines, leaving the area rather empty. In the woodshed, Wang Feng was half leaning against the wall, his complexion slightly more colorful than before, though his body was still wrapped in bloodstains. Chen Mei, on the other hand, looked as if she'd been force-fed 2 cases of sleeping potion, completely unconscious. Liang glanced over and silently cursed the potent effects of the makeshift drug. She'd probably sleep for a day or two. Seeing him return safely, Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Liang, you're all right. Where did you just go? Don't let the people here discover you. Liang gestured for silence, his gaze sweeping over Chen Mei before returning to Wang Feng. Except for the 2 items Liang had retrieved, all of the latter's equipment had been confiscated, including his signature twin blades. Combined with their earlier encounters, he could almost imagine how much these people had accumulated through robbery. There must be a warehouse somewhere in the camp stuffed with spoils of war. It's chaotic right now. Perfect time to raid the warehouse. Wang Feng struggled to stand. Cough. I'm feeling much better. Let me come with you. No need. You rest. Liang pressed down on his shoulder. Outside, a servant hurried back, obviously to replenish supplies. Liang activated his swift movement, instantly appearing behind the man with his cold blade pressed against his neck. The servant's pupils contracted sharply, opening his mouth to cry out. Liang whispered coldly in his ear. Make a sound and my hand might slip. The bone-chilling intent made the servant tremble as he swallowed hard. Our person fell unconscious after eating your food. Are there side effects? How do we cure it? No problem. They'll wake up naturally when the time comes. The servant spoke rapidly. Where did you stash all the stuff you stripped from people? Where's the warehouse? The servant's face turned ashen. They were fighting desperately on the front lines. Who would have thought someone would come to loot the rear? But if he didn't cooperate, Liang could kill him in seconds. The key is with the supervisor. I really can't get in. Don't try any tricks. The blade lightly scraped across, immediately drawing a line of blood from the skin. The sharp pain terrified the servant. There is, there's a spare key in the supervisor's office. I'll lead the way. Li Yong sheathed his blade and patted his shoulder. Move quickly, and don't try to be clever. The servant nodded frantically and walked ahead to lead the way. Before long, Li Yong successfully reached the so-called general manager's office. The entire wall was covered with relief-like murals, with chandeliers and wall ornaments, all gilded in gold. The tables and chairs were all luxury brand names, making even a presidential suite in a five-star hotel pale in comparison. One could only imagine how many people this temporary camp had swindled. Li Yong wasted no time and began ransacking the place for keys. Luxurious murals? Nonsense. Precious porcelain? Smash it. He left no stone unturned wherever a key might be hidden. Since everything was bought with dirty money anyway, he felt no remorse. The servant who had led him here was trembling with fear. It was over. All over. He absolutely couldn't let anyone know he was the one who brought this devil in here. Any single item in this room was worth more than he could repay in a lifetime. After smashing countless drawer locks and luxury items, Li Yong finally found a well-preserved, brand-new key in a hidden compartment. He turned around, his gaze falling on the servant. The servant trembled all over. Looking at the devastated office compared to its former glory, it now looked like a doghouse. His face was ashen as he muttered, "It's over. I'm done for." Li Yong raised an eyebrow with a seriously expression. "All right, take me to the warehouse." The shell-shocked servant looked as if his soul had been drained, his face pale gray. Under threats and coercion, he had no choice but to continue leading the way. "I'm dead. The general manager will definitely kill me." He kept mumbling along the way. Li Yong grew annoyed and coldly dropped a line. "Say that again, and you'll die alongside the general manager later." The servant immediately fell silent, only sighing and groaning. Soon, they arrived at a concealed passage. The servant pointed to the vault door at the end. "This is it." Then he sighed as if he had seen through life and death. "Ah, it's all karma." As his words fell, his eyes suddenly became clear, staring at Li Yong urgently. "Young man, you're still young. You really shouldn't have come to this camp. You can't fight the general manager. Eventually, you'll end up like us." Li Yong was confused, thinking the servant had suffered a breakdown from the shock, but he noticed the man's gaze was unusually lucid, his voice trembling yet firm. "Brother, really, you should run now and never come back." Li Yong raised an eyebrow. "Oh, now I get it. You're joking with me? We're already at the warehouse, and now you're saying this." The servant shook his head, his expression grave. "You might not know this, but I was once like you, running here for refuge after being attacked by monsters in the wilderness. At first, the general manager and his people were incredibly welcoming, but what happened after? You've seen it. We were stripped of everything, left with only two choices: die or join them. My companions refused to go along with their corruption and were killed on the spot. I still have family. I didn't want to die for nothing. There are many people like me in this camp, but most have already lost their way, intoxicated by this so-called wealth and glory." Li Yang's heart shook. He hadn't expected the general manager to be even more of a beast than he'd imagined. Not content with just robbing people's possessions, he also took their lives. If you didn't want to die, you had to join their corruption, ultimately tied to the same sinking ship. Haven't you ever thought about fighting back together? The servant lowered his head with a sigh. His was what he'd been wanting to tell this outsider all along. He lowered his voice and spilled everything about the resistance group that had tried to rebel years ago. They were all second-tier professionals, each one formidable, who had pretended to be obedient while secretly stockpiling weapons. But in the end, at this point, his whole body trembled. An uncontrollable fear flickered in his eyes. The overseer carried some kind of sinister artifact that, once revealed, would drain everyone's consciousness and turn them into puppets on the spot. "Oh." Li Yong raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. "So that fat overseer really does have a treasure hidden on him?" He quickly theorized. It was probably something that directly affected the mind, similar to the sleeping drug from before. But his talent, Ethereal Shield, provided complete immunity to negative effects as long as the shield remained intact. That drug had knocked out a level 100 professional like Chin Mei instantly, yet he'd been completely unaffected. "Exactly." The servant nodded frantically, his tone growing more urgent. "You need to leave now. If you can make it back alive, you must tell the outside world about this place and save us." Li Yong smiled lightly. "Thanks for the warning, but I don't like leaving today's mess for tomorrow." The outer monsters had already been secretly lured into position, and his plan was just one step away from completion. How could he bear to leave now? He quickly tied up the servant in a corner and headed straight for the warehouse door with the keys. "This isn't a game," the servant cried out, his face flushed with panic as he watched the figure disappear into the distance. Then he suddenly laughed bitterly. "Sigh, you can't save someone determined to die? Maybe we're all destined to rot in this godforsaken place forever." Unlike the brief calm in the warehouse, the battle outside the camp had reached a fever pitch. No one noticed their stronghold was being quietly ransacked. All firepower was concentrated on that terrifying night demon. With the main forces tied up, a swarm of smaller monsters had scaled the walls, creating complete chaos. The overseer stood on the command platform, his face livid as he cursed through gritted teeth. These vermin, all of you die. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pulled out a purple grimoire the size of 2 palms. Its cover was crisscrossed with runes that seemed to writhe silently. Rise! The grimoire floated in midair, its pages flipping wildly as brilliant purple light instantly covered the battlefield, washing over the monsters. All the smaller creatures froze in unison, their eyes vacant as they toppled from the high walls like puppets. What are you waiting for? Finish them off. Only then did everyone snap back to reality, frantically firing guns, hurling spears, and launching cannons. In an instant, flames and explosions merged into a continuous roar. However, synchronized footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance, heavy as drumbeats. The sound rolled like thunder, and the sheer volume indicated a terrifying number. Archers on the high platform drew their bows, and illumination arrows streaked across the night sky, exploding into milky white orbs of light that lit up the area ahead. Holy shit! The dark ground looked like it had been doused in ink, completely covered with monsters stretching to the horizon. After fighting for so long, there are still this many? Did every monster in the wilderness come here? Panic erupted instantly among the crowd. The overseer's face grew even darker as he roared over the commotion. Don't panic. Hold the line. Anyone who takes one step back, I'll kill on sight. Faced with this endless tide of monsters, everyone was terrified. But with the overseer's threats hanging over them, they had no choice but to steel themselves and fight. Meanwhile, inside the camp, Liang stood quietly before the heavy iron door of the Treasury, drawing out the key that symbolized his command authority and inserting it into the lock with a gentle twist. Click. The mechanism responded and opened. He gripped the door handle with his left hand and yanked it open forcefully, causing a burst of blazing golden light to rush toward him, so bright it made his eyes ache instantly. As the dazzling radiance faded, mountains of equipment and items came into view: long swords and short blades, armor and potions, even damaged magical devices carelessly dumped together without any organization. Clearly, the quartermaster treasured these spoils of war dearly and couldn't bear to let others step foot inside, resulting in this junk mountain before his eyes. Liang jumped inside, stepping on the creaking wooden ladder, and immediately spotted Wang Feng's equipment and weapons recently confiscated and roughly piled on the top layer. He raised an eyebrow and sighed softly. This makeshift camp was nothing more than a bandit's den. Just how many people had they robbed to accumulate such wealth? Though he pondered this, his hands showed no mercy. Since it was there for the taking, he even secretly regretted not bringing a truck to haul everything away. After more than 10 minutes of searching, besides gathering Wang Feng's complete set of equipment in his arms, he carefully selected several golden tier treasures. 1. Golden War Shield. Grade: Golden tier. Attributes: Constitution 350, Spirit 100. Special effect: each time damage is blocked, defense increases by 10, stacking up to 5 times. A typical heavy shield that, while not particularly stunning, excelled in durability and perfectly suited his plan to equip a sturdy shield, saving him a considerable procurement cost. 2. Ancient Spirit Tome. Grade: Golden tier. Attributes: Strength 500, Spirit 100. Effect: basic attacks carry 20 penetration. Special skill: Spell Burst. Continuously summons rocket bombardment in a designated area for 5 seconds, with a 10-second cooldown after use. This spellbook was his greatest find of the trip. While the skill appeared to have only a 5-second downtime, his S-class profession, Soul Sorcerer, could have the cooldown of spell-type weapons, meaning 5 seconds of bombardment, 5 seconds of cooldown, then another 5 seconds of bombardment, creating an almost infinite cycle. Combined with the Hellfire talent he'd previously obtained from the Hell Cerberus, the power was absolutely devastating. 3. Tactical items. Detector senses surrounding energy fluctuations and can locate monster positions at critical moments. Grappling Hook instantly pulls targets to your position, effectively preventing escape during unknown encounters. Compact and practical, perfectly suited for current needs. Besides these items, the rest, though numerous, didn't match his current requirements. He neatly packed his selected goods and quietly retraced his steps. Soon after, he slipped back into the dark corner of the woodshed and placed Wang Feng's equipment before him, not missing a single piece. Wang Feng stared in amazement, exclaiming repeatedly, "Liang, how did you manage to get all this back?" After checking that all his equipment was intact and undamaged, he could only manage one sentiment: this was simply unbelievable. Liang, who was supposed to be under their protection, seemed to be thriving in this bandit den like a fish in water. He casually spread his spoils on the ground while speaking nonchalantly. "I broke into their treasury and took these back." Wang Feng's eyes widened, nearly choking on his own saliva. "What?" Liang chuckled and waved his hand. "Just kidding. I have my ways." After this period of rest, Wang Feng had barely recovered some of his strength. He stood up, looked at Li Yang, and spoke with gravity. What do we do now? At this moment, he had already regarded Li Yang as his only pillar of support. He was acutely aware that if they wanted to break out of this situation, their only hope lay with this newcomer who always seemed to work miracles. No rush, let's wait for the right moment. Li Yang didn't hide anything and quickly explained the situation. The night demons that were chasing us found this place, and there's also a group of monsters attacking the camp. I took advantage of the chaos to break out and fired a signal flare. He pointed outside and added, of course, the reinforcements I'm calling with that signal flare are of a different nature. Wang Feng felt his heart skip a beat. Li Yang had already made so many arrangements in secret and still found time to retrieve his equipment. If it were anyone else, any single step would have been incredibly difficult, yet this guy managed it all without breaking a sweat. His gaze toward Li Yang now held a hint of reverence. Li Yang continued his instructions. Chen Mei hasn't woken up yet. Just stay by her side, and leave the outside matters to me. Worried that Wang Feng might cause trouble by wandering around, he repeatedly reminded him before leaving. At the camp's main gate, monsters drawn by the night demons surged forward like a tide, climbing walls, ramming doors, and roaring frantically. The night demon's nightmare-like black shadow hovering in the air sent chills down one's spine. If they broke through, the consequences would be unthinkable. Li Yang stealthily approached the edge of the battlefield. At this moment, he also saw what the servant had called the item in the supervisor's hands. That object emitted a strange glow, forcibly helping the camp withstand attacks from all directions. This can't continue. He put on his concealment cloak and slipped into the shadows like a ghost, his presence undetected by anyone. Li Yang boldly approached the main gate, hiding behind several frontline guards, and drew out the ancient grimoire he had just acquired. Countless fire arrows formed in his palm, cold light flickering. Using his concealment cloak and the assassin talent he had copied from Wang Feng, he swiftly circled behind the guards. A cold flash appeared, and massive damage erupted simultaneously. The sudden ambush instantly disrupted the frontline formation. The night demons and monsters had already pressed their attack to the walls, and now with a gap torn in the defense line, they broke through with a thunderous crash. The gate exploded. Mission accomplished. Li Yang hid his achievements and merit, melting back into the shadows. The camp's interior immediately descended into hell. Monsters poured in while guards screamed in agony. They've gone mad. All of them. No good, we've been breached. These damned beasts. After the breach was torn open, the monster offensive became unstoppable, with creatures crawling in through the gate and walls everywhere. The camp's defenses collapsed instantly like a kite with a broken string. The supervisor gripped his artifact, his face ashen, roaring incessantly. What the hell? How did these damn monsters find us? Trouble had come out of nowhere. They had been sitting comfortably, enjoying themselves, and even managing to capture some prisoners. But now they had fallen to such a state. Who had they offended? Seeing the main gate completely overrun, the steward watched as the outer defenses were utterly torn apart. Without hesitation, he abandoned the remaining guards and bolted toward the treasury. His steps were frantic as he ran, with only one thought consuming his mind: protecting those priceless treasures. When he frantically reached the treasury, the once massive alloy door hung half open, its paint peeling and chains shattered into scattered fragments, metal shards littering the ground. Beyond the door, the once neatly arranged shelves lay toppled and askew, with gold coins, potion bottles, and weapons scattered haphazardly about. The air was thick with the faint smell of gunpowder and burning. What the hell? Thieves broke in. No. I must have taken a wrong turn. My treasury can't possibly look this wrecked. The steward gasped sharply, his eyes fixed on that invitingly open door, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. In that moment of bewilderment, a chilling presence crept up from behind. From the shadows, Li Yang gripped his lightning halberd, crackling with electric light, and with a swoosh, pierced through armor. 2,300. The assassin class's backstab attack damage doubled in explosive force. The dull thud of the spear piercing through echoed in the empty treasury. The steward's body staggered, blood splattering on the broken floor tiles, yet in the final moment, he managed to roll away, forcibly creating distance. Oh, pretty quick reflexes. Li Yang narrowed his eyes, standing with a hint of mockery. The steward steadied himself and turned to see his attacker clearly, his face instantly turning deathly pale. It's you? Weren't you poisoned? Li Yang shouldered his halberd with a calm expression. While everyone's fighting fiercely outside, here you are, rushing to the treasury. Planning to pack up and make a sneaky escape? Caught red-handed, the steward's lips trembled. Then he forced himself to appear composed. Fine. I'm in a hurry right now. What do you want? The implication was clear, was trying to buy him off. Is that so? Li Yang's lips curved slightly. I heard you have a precious magic book. How about letting me have some fun with it? You're asking for death. The steward's expression changed drastically as he flatly refused. Li Yang shrugged. Then I guess there's nothing to discuss. Before the words finished, the steward flicked his sleeve, sending two cold gleams shooting out with sharp whistles cutting through the air. Li Yang was prepared, raising his golden war shield to block. Bang! Bang! The golden grade shield was impenetrable, directly deflecting the throwing knives and embedding 2 cracks in the wall. This is my equipment. The steward's pupils contracted as he finally recognized that massive shield as the prized treasure from his own warehouse. Only now did he fully understand that this guy was the very culprit who had ransacked his treasury. Damn bastard, he roared. Li Yang chuckled, pressing forward with his shield, transforming into a bronze wall charging straight ahead. Though the war shield was defensive equipment, it could equally serve as a deadly weapon. The treasury passage was already narrow, and Li Yang completely compensated for the cumbersome weight with speed, reaching the steward's chest in the blink of an eye. With nowhere to advance or retreat, the steward could only take the hit head. Bang! 1,600. The steward was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The pain made his vision blur, yet he still struggled to prop himself up with his arms. But Li Yang had already positioned himself perfectly. Just as the steward managed to lift his upper body halfway, Li Yang charged forward with his shield again. Bang! 1,750. Another dull impact, blood spattering everywhere. The damage wasn't the highest, but it carried a domineering sense of mockery. Simultaneously, the bloodthirst-induced bleeding effect quietly stacked within the steward's body, causing his health to steadily decline. This was exactly what Li Yang had planned, using the bleeding effect to slowly wear him down to death. Although the supervisor was significantly higher in level, Li Yang could still overwhelm him by exploiting the terrain and other advantages. Just like how elephants fear mice and mosquitoes can bite tigers, a lower-tier melee burst class could easily topple a higher-tier ranged class when fighting up close. At that moment, the supervisor staggered back 2 steps before regaining his footing, only to realize the warehouse corridor was terrifyingly narrow, blocked by shelves and stone pillars on all sides with no escape route. The moment he entered, he had walked straight into Li Yang's carefully laid trap. Only now did he realize with shock, this is too cunning. Li Yang gave him no chance to catch his breath, raising his shield for another fierce charge. Bang! The supervisor, who had just gotten up, was knocked down again, falling in a disheveled heap. Don't come any closer. The supervisor, both terrified and furious, wildly swung his weapon in desperate slashes, but every attack was completely blocked by Li Yang's ethereal shield, the sparks flying indicating virtually 0 damage. Li Yang pressed forward step by step behind his shield, cornering the supervisor against the wall, and spoke in a low voice. Any last words? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The supervisor pleaded repeatedly, his trembling hands pulling out the purple grimoire he had used earlier. Just as Li Yang was about to examine it closely, purple light suddenly exploded. The supervisor seized the opportunity to spring up, manipulating the grimoire to emit a blinding flash. In the instant Li Yang was engulfed by the light beam, he bolted toward the corridor. However, the ethereal shield blocked most of the radiance, and Li Yang almost instantly regained his vision. Watching the stumbling figure flee, he smiled coldly. Running? His left hand held the shield firmly against his chest while his right hand summoned a grappling hook. The cold gleam cut through the air, click, precisely hooking the supervisor's back. Li Yang yanked his arm back, forcibly dragging the man back, then followed up with another heavy shield bash. Bang! 2,000. The system damage number appeared as the supervisor screamed and collapsed, his face deathly pale. Why? Why weren't you affected by the flash? Where do you get off asking so many questions? Li Yang looked down at him mockingly. Let me ask you this: you have perfectly good hands and feet. So why do you profit by harming your fellow professionals? Before the words finished, Li Yang cornered him again and drew his lightning halberd. After the repeated beatings, the supervisor's stamina and health were nearly depleted, terror written across his face. Abandoning all dignity, he held the grimoire above his head with both hands. The item is yours. All the supplies in the treasury are yours. Let me go, don't kill me. An icy blue electric gleam flashed, and the halberd pierced through his throat, cutting off his words as his health bar emptied. This camp had been operating for who knows how many years, with countless innocent professionals falling victim to their schemes. Even Li Yang himself had nearly been caught in their trap, so he showed no hesitation. After eliminating the supervisor, Li Yang picked up the dropped purple grimoire and pocketed it, then turned and strode quickly toward the exit. Outside was already in complete chaos, and he had no choice but to go deal with the situation. At that moment, inside the camp, monsters had completely breached the perimeter, and the original defensive line collapsed instantly. Worse still, the supervisor had mysteriously vanished, throwing the entire camp into chaos. Brutal, bloodthirsty creatures rampaged everywhere, but the real culprit was that night demon in the darkness. Its form moved like flowing ink, its ghostly silhouette accompanied by hoarse, low growls that chilled people to the bone. No one dared to face it heathen. Its entry into the camp was like a wolf among sheep. The night demon sniffed the scent of blood and headed straight toward the woodshed. Li Yang's expression darkened. This creature certainly held grudges, still fixated on Wang Feng even here. Inside the woodshed, Wang Feng lay wounded and semi-conscious, while Chun Mei was fast asleep. Neither could possibly stop the night demon. Without hesitation, Li Yong drew out the Wind Dragon token. He had already considered this when the night demon was injured, and now that the supervisor's group had depleted much of its health, who would hunt whom remained to be seen. As the night demon approached the edge of the woodshed, suddenly fierce winds erupted throughout the camp, sending weaker professionals stumbling. A blue dragon shadow descended through the wind, pressing down on the night demon like a mountain. Li Yong opened his ancient spirit book, and a rain of fire arrows whistled forth, their red glow instantly illuminating the darkness. The wind dragon phantom then stirred up a massive wind field, completely engulfing the night demon. 1,700, 2,000, 8,000, 11,200. Dense damage numbers frantically jumped above the night demon. Fire arrow burns, continuous bleeding, wind dragon tears layer upon layer of effects stacked up, and the night demon's health visibly plummeted. The violent commotion awakened Wang Feng in the woodshed. Supporting himself against the door frame, he peered out, and the scene before him was instantly burned into his memory. It was a massive blue dragon. Dragon scales reflecting firelight covered its body, and its overwhelming presence filled the air. Wang Feng had heard of dragons, but had never seen one with his own eyes. Usually, the most he encountered were serpentine monsters, but this was undoubtedly a true dragon. He stared wide-eyed, almost doubting he was dreaming. Soon, he saw the target of the dragon's attack. It was the very night demon that had pursued him earlier. It had actually broken into the camp. At this thought, Wang Feng's expression changed drastically, and Li Yang's image flashed through his mind. If the camp had been breached, wasn't Li Yang also in mortal danger? Just as anxiety gripped him, he caught sight of Li Yang in the distance. The man was perfectly fine, even fighting alongside the blue dragon against the night demon. Wang Feng stood frozen in place. Li Yang, fighting side by side with a real dragon? These two seemed to have no connection whatsoever. He slapped his forehead hard, and after confirming he wasn't seeing things, couldn't help but gasp, with only one thought in his mind: incredible. Wang Feng wished he could rush over immediately and ask Li Yang, how exactly did he manage to summon this dragon, and why was it so different from the usual ones he encountered? Wait, this thing actually helps fight monsters? The camp was in complete chaos. Wang Feng had originally wanted to rush out and support Li Yang, but his wounds were burning with pain all over his body. He could only grit his teeth and guard outside the tent, helplessly watching the distant melee. Suddenly, a faint collision sound came from the broken wooden hut behind him. Wang Feng's heart tightened, thinking another monster had infiltrated. He grabbed his bloodstained dagger and burst inside. The interior was dimly lit with dust floating in the air. What met his eyes, however, was a weak but familiar figure. Wang Feng was stunned for half a second, then dropped his weapon in wild joy. Chun Mei? You're finally awake. Chun Mei clutched her throbbing forehead and struggled to sit up. Her gaze wandered blankly around the room before settling on Wang Feng's blood-streaked face. Where exactly are we? What happened? I can't remember anything at all. Staying alive is what matters most right now. Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and briefly explained how they were ambushed by bandits, ended up stranded in this outlaw camp, and were being hunted by night demons. The information flooded in like a tide, making Chun Mei's scalp tingle. She gripped her sweat-soaked clothes tightly and cursed through gritted teeth. Those damned bandits. They could have chosen any decent profession, but instead they harmed their own people. Thank goodness for Li Yang. Speaking of which, where is he? Outside. See for yourself. Wang Feng pointed toward the doorway. Chun Mei practically stumbled to the entrance. Night wind mixed with gunpowder smoke hit her face, while firelight illuminated the darkness in flickering patterns. The camp was littered with overturned wooden frames and scattered corpses. In the center, a massive green-scaled dragon soared and circled, facing off against a towering, pitch-black night demon several yards tall. The night demon really did catch up. Her heart trembled as she quickly scanned the surroundings for Li Yang. Finally, she spotted that familiar figure beside a pile of charred wooden crates. The young mage clutching a necromancy tome, raising his hand to launch clusters of blazing fire arrows in an endless stream toward the night demon. Only then did Chun Mei realize that throughout her unconsciousness and Wang Feng's severe injuries, Li Yang had been struggling alone to hold everything together. Shame and guilt intertwined as she took a deep breath and rushed out of the hut. Hey! Li Yang caught sight of her in the distance and shouted at the top of his lungs. Don't just stand there. If you can move, come help. Chun Mei immediately nodded and charged to his side with her gun raised. Just then, a black shadow resembling a crawler with a shattered carapace lunged at them. She raised her gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The high-temperature energy blast cut through the night, sending the creature flying with a single hit. She quickly followed up with several more shots, completely obliterating it. Steam was still rising from the gun barrel when Li Yang, without looking back, simply said, "Good work. Help me clear out the smaller monsters. I need to focus on the night demon." Got it. Chun Mei nodded repeatedly with crisp efficiency. Wang Feng's explanation had made it clear that she should trust Li Yong unconditionally at this moment. The Night Demon's health was already down to half, and under the combined assault of Li Yong and the Wind Dragon, the wound on its chest grew larger and larger, with black mist churning around it. Li Yang's offensive was like a torrential downpour, no pause for even half a second, with fire arrows coming wave after wave, as if magical exhaustion simply didn't exist. While shooting, Chunmei stole glances and marveled. Is Li Yong really a mage? Is this talent called unlimited firepower? This is absolutely ridiculous. Finally, the Night Demon let out a piercing shriek and could no longer support its massive body. It crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, kicking up clouds of dust. You have slain Night Demon. Soul automatically sacrificed. Experience 35,000. Level increased 4145. Golden equipment obtained. Nightfall Mage Hat. Rare materials obtained. Night Demon Arm, Night Demon Eye, Night Demon Bone. Li Yong looked at the screen-like notifications and exhaled softly. As expected of a Night Demon, taking down one was equivalent to clearing dozens of ordinary monsters. In a way, it was quite efficient. Did they succeed? The Night Demon fell. Just as joy began to appear on Wang Feng and Chun Mei's faces, thunderous sounds erupted from the front of the camp. Dust flew everywhere as an elite squad arrived like a whirlwind. Most team members were above level 100, moving with precision as blade flashes and spear shadows carved cold, deadly arcs through the air. In the blink of an eye, they swept away all the invading monsters, and within 5 minutes, no more roars echoed through the camp. Who are these people? Li Yong frowned. From his previous encounters, he had learned that in the wasteland, human hearts were more dangerous than anything else. Wang Feng and Chun Mei were equally stunned. If monsters had attacked, they would have felt more at ease. But now they faced professionals whose strength far exceeded that of the Night Demon, making the situation instantly complicated. From the group, a young woman in tight combat gear wielding a red-tasseled spear stepped forward. She first crouched down to examine the Night Demon's corpse, surprise flashing in her eyes, then murmured softly, "Wait, isn't this the Night Demon we were hunting? How did it end up here?" She looked up, her gaze locking onto Li Yong and the others. "Hey, did you guys kill this Night Demon?" "Yes," Li Yong admitted openly, his fingers subtly touching his weapon. "And who are you?" The girl's expression darkened. "How could you do this? That was our prey. We spent ages wearing it down, draining all its blood energy, and you just swooped in for the kill." Li Yong was momentarily stunned, then replied coldly, "So we weren't allowed to kill it? Was your name carved on its body?" The Night Demon had invaded their camp, couldn't just stand there waiting to die. This accusation was completely unreasonable. "You." The girl puffed out her cheeks, wanting to argue further. A deep voice interrupted. "Enough, Linger. There aren't that many rules in the wasteland. Everyone's just trying to survive." The speaker was a middle-aged man with a square face from their team. Zhao Linger huffed, stuck her tongue out at Li Yong, and turned her head away with a proud pout. The middle-aged man turned his attention to Li Yong and introduced himself. "My name is Zhou Jiangwo. Are you folks from this camp?" Chun Mei shook her head. "No. We had an accident while traveling and are just resting here temporarily." Zhou Jiangwo. Wang Feng scratched his head, feeling like he'd heard that name somewhere before, but couldn't quite remember. Zhou Jiangwo asked again. "So you were the ones who sent out the signal earlier?" "Signal?" Chun Mei blinked, looking completely puzzled. She had just woken up and didn't know what had happened. Li Yang's heart stirred. It seemed these people had been drawn by his distress signal. Their ability to arrive so quickly meant they must have been nearby already. Recalling Zhao Linger's mention of their prey, they were probably chasing the Night Demon. But whether they were friend or foe remained difficult to determine. "That's right. What about it?" His tone remained calm, but his gaze stayed alert. Li Yong remained on high alert. Facing this mysterious team with formidable strength, his nerves stayed taut. Just imagine standing beside two lions ready to pounce at any moment. Even though they hadn't bared their fangs yet, one careless move could shatter his skull in an instant. "You guys are fearless in your ignorance." Zhao Linger suddenly stepped forward, her tone sharp. "How could you carelessly set off signal flares in the wilderness? There's not a soul around here, only monsters that would be drawn to it. If we hadn't happened to pass by, you would have been overwhelmed by creatures long ago. Linger, mind your manners." Zhou Jiangwo's stern voice cut her off. Then he cupped his hands toward Li Yang's group. "Please don't take offense, everyone. Linger can be rather blunt. But in this environment, one wrong step truly leads to eternal damnation." Li Yong couldn't be bothered to argue, and simply nodded indifferently. Suddenly, Wang Feng jolted as if struck by lightning, slapping his forehead. "I remember now. Zhou Jiangwo, captain of Guard Team 1. "Oh." Zhou Jiangwo raised an eyebrow at him. "You know me?" "Of course." Wang Feng's eyes widened as he pulled Chunmei over. "Come to think of it, you're actually our superior." Chunmei also caught on, looking at Zhou Jiangwo in surprise. "You're from Guard Team 1. Having encountered their own people, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Zhou Jiangwo burst into hearty laughter that boomed like thunder. Well, which battalion are you from?" "Inner Camp, Logistics Department." "What a coincidence. So you're heading back to Kuwan City? That's right. With identities revealed, wariness diminished considerably. Wang Feng enthusiastically recounted their entire ordeal at the camp, how bandits had masqueraded as a refugee camp to prey on their own people, then used monster attacks as cover for looting. After hearing the account, Zhou Jiangwo and his team's expressions turned grave. Fury blazed in his eyes. Using false pretenses to harm our own people, neither duty nor conscience can tolerate this. The current camp lay in ruins from the monster assault, with collapsed tents and scorched earth mixed with bloodstains. The few survivors huddled in corners. Zhou Jiangwo raised his hand with a wave. Go round up any remaining scoundrels in the camp and gather them together. Yes, sir. Several powerful professionals scattered, quickly searching every piece of wreckage. Watching them depart, Zhou Jiangwo exhaled deeply. Monsters are troublesome enough. We nearly forgot these corrupt elements pose an equally insidious threat. He turned to Wang Feng and Chun Mei. You've assisted in clearing out these bandits' crimes today. That's a significant contribution. When we return, I'll petition my superiors for proper recognition and rewards. Wang Feng waved his hands repeatedly. We too didn't really help much. If anyone deserves recognition, it's Liang. Without him, we would have fallen into those people's hands long ago. Exactly, we were just dead weight. Chun Mei smiled sheepishly. Since arriving at the camp, she'd been unconscious most of the time, contributing nothing, which made her feel quite ashamed. Oh, Zhou Jiangwo's gaze settled on the silent Liang. Though unclear on the details, Wang Feng and Chun Mei's attitude seemed genuine, forcing him to reassess the young man before him. And this is Liang, recommended by Commander Liu for some field training, Wang Feng introduced. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiangwo raised his eyebrows slightly, and the name Lu Xian immediately came to mind. He suddenly understood. So this was the new professional? He studied Liang, noticing the young man appeared to be around Zhao Linger's age, his face still carrying youthful features. He hardly looked like the ridiculously overpowered individual Wang Feng had described. But for someone so young to come train in a dangerous place like Kuwan City seemed rather hasty. Random monsters here were level 30 or 40. Could a rookie who'd just awakened a few days ago really survive? Lost in thought, he probed. Young friend, what level are you now? Liang considered for a moment, his tone casual. Professional level? Around 40 or so. Though spoken quietly, his words hit like a stone dropped in water, instantly silencing the room. Zhou Jiangwo froze. While Wang Feng and Chun Mei stared in equal shock, they had no idea of Li Yang's true level, having unconsciously overlooked this detail due to his mature demeanor. Zhou Jiangwo snapped back to reality and confirmed again. You're a new professional from this year? Level 40, doesn't that mean you've already completed your first class advancement? Liang nodded. Zhao Linger beside them covered her mouth, her eyes full of surprise. She was also a new professional this year and prided herself on her military training and skills, never expecting someone to complete their first advancement faster than her. A twinge of discomfort stirred in her heart. So fast you didn't get power level, did you? Zhou Jiangwo was stunned, understanding the true value behind that level. No wonder Lu Xian had such high expectations from his intelligence. This was probably the first person this year to complete their first advancement. His curiosity fully piqued. He studied Liang carefully before asking. Liang, can you tell us what happened before? Sure. Liang shrugged, as if discussing mundane daily events. Shortly after entering, I felt something was off about that camp. Their attitude was contradictory. The supervisor seemed unusually enthusiastic when people sought refuge. I stayed alert and kept observing. Zhou Jiangwo frowned. That might just be their way of receiving people? Many people would think that, Liang said calmly. But when Chun Mei fell unconscious, I used that as cover to infiltrate. By then I'd basically figured out the camp's true nature, so I found a chance to rescue her and rendezvous with Wang Feng. As his words ended, Chun Mei gasped, her heart filled with mixed emotions. So from the moment they entered the camp, Liang had been secretly observing everything. While she was unconscious, he had single-handedly completed all the crucial operations. Realizing she'd not only been a burden but relied on Liang to survive until now, her cheeks flushed red. Zhou Jiangwo still found it hard to believe. If that's the case, how did you manage to send out the signal without being discovered? Simple. Liang spread his hands. While they were fighting the monsters, I quietly slipped out of camp, through the flare, then snuck back in. They never imagined someone from inside the camp had done it. So naturally, they wouldn't suspect me. In just a few words, spoken so casually, Zhou Jiangwo was left shaken. Infiltrating, rescuing people, and transmitting intelligence in such an environment, each step fraught with danger. Though Liang made it sound easy in his brief account, everyone understood just how difficult accomplishing all this truly was. Sneaking in and out of the camp undetected was something even he might not have been able to pull off. Zhao Linger crossed her arms and snorted coldly, her tone still defiant. Humph, but what's the point? I told you, firing the signal flare was self-destructive behavior that would only bring trouble. You don't even understand basic wilderness survival. An amateur is still an amateur. Zhou Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the few of them hadn't happened to be nearby, the signal flare would have only attracted entire hordes of monsters. And now, the fact that Liang had managed to sneak into the camp unnoticed was already quite remarkable. Liang shook his head gently. I never counted on reinforcements. There isn't a soul within 10 miles of this place. By the time backup arrived, it would already be dawn. Zhao Linger was stunned. Then why did you fire the signal flare? Isn't that contradictory? My purpose was to attract the monsters to break through the camp and escape in the chaos. Li Yang's voice was calm, yet carried unwavering certainty. Zhou Jiangwo suddenly understood, his heart filled with mixed emotions. So young, yet with such meticulous thinking. Wang Feng and Chun Mei exchanged glances. Equally impressed and secretive, Li Yang hadn't explained. Probably no one would have thought of such an approach. Just as everyone was digesting this revelation, Wang Feng's expression suddenly changed. Wait, where did that supervisor go? The mastermind who tricked us into coming here and caused all this chaos, we can't let him escape. Don't worry. Liang spoke up. He's already dead. Wang Feng was stunned on the spot. When did that happen? Liang recalled calmly. When the camp was completely overrun, that cowardly supervisor was the first to try to pack up and flee, and he had caught him in the act. What happened next was self-evident. Zhao Linger suddenly slapped her chest and seized on what seemed like a flaw, raising her voice. Ah, you finally slipped up. You said you're only level 40, but that supervisor, judging by the standards of other camp members, was at least a second-tier professional. How could you have beaten him? Liang glanced at her, helpless. What would I gain from lying to you? Wang Feng and Chun Mei couldn't help but nod. Zhao Linger might not be clear about it, but they had witnessed it firsthand. That night demon was killed by Liang alone. That terrifying wind-type dragon was clearly his summoned creature. If it came to a fight, he indeed had the confidence to crush the supervisor. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Zhou Jiangwo spoke up in time. All right, since the matter is resolved, let's not dig deeper. Everyone has their own secrets. He was equally shocked inside. Was this kid really a novice professional? At this moment, the remaining camp members were escorted back. Liang understood clearly. These people were pitiful, but they had also participated in wrongdoing with the supervisor, so they could only be taken back to the city for trial. Surprisingly, the lead subordinate suddenly walked up to Liang, and together with the others, bowed deeply in unison. Thank you, benefactor, for avenging us. This sudden display left Wang Feng, Chen Mei, and even Zhou Jiangwo stunned. Liang waved his hand. I'm hardly a benefactor. If you can truly reform, that would be best. After handling the camp's aftermath, Zhou Jiangwo proactively suggested, let's return to Kuwan City together. We can look out for each other on the road. Their vehicle had broken down en route, and traveling at night was inconvenient, so going with the main group was the safest option. Liang and the others naturally agreed. No one wanted to stay in this godforsaken place any longer. Having encountered continuous disasters just after entering the wilderness, nobody hoped for more complications. Once in the vehicle, Zhou Jiangwo chatted cheerfully with Liang and enthusiastically introduced Zhao Linger, hoping the two young people could learn from each other. Liang was indifferent, only planned to stay in Kuwan City for a few days. He had a clear objective for this journey, to become stronger and reclaim everything that originally belonged to him. Zhao Linger still huffed proudly, crossing her arms and turning her face toward the window. Humph. Even though you're pretty clever with your schemes, that doesn't mean I completely accept you yet. We'll see how things go. The first sight of Kuwan City left Liang with one overwhelming impression: chaos. He couldn't even pinpoint when exactly he had entered this so-called city. Following the winding mountain path, his view had been filled with nothing but weeds and stone walls, until suddenly scattered households began appearing. No city gates, no signs, not even a boundary marker. When Wang Feng casually mentioned, "We're entering Kuwan City now," his only evidence was an unremarkable old tree growing by the roadside. It was then that Liang truly understood the meaning of complete disorder. This city was fundamentally illogical from its very core. As night fell, dim moonlight draped over the chaotic rooftops and winding alleys, adding an indescribable air of mystery to Kuwan City. Liang had harbored a sliver of hope that the military camp might be better than the outside. That hope was completely shattered the moment he stepped into the garrison area. The base Lucian had chosen for him was located in central Kuwan City, relatively safe, but this so-called military zone was virtually identical to the wilderness camps he'd seen before, larger in scope perhaps, but without a trace of concrete anywhere, complete with tents, makeshift wooden stakes, and campfires. Zhao Linger snorted and looked him over. How about it? Getting cold feet now that you've seen this place, greenhouse boy? If you can't handle it, go back home. Not everyone can endure hardship. That's not your concern, Liang replied calmly. He hadn't come here expecting luxury. On the contrary, the harsh conditions of military life suited his purposes perfectly, allowing him to improve his abilities faster and giving him better odds when facing the legendary guild and underground forces in the future. Besides, hadn't he suffered through every day of his 3 years in high school, sleeping less than 5 hours nightly, planning training sessions the moment he woke up was already accustomed to hardship. At that moment, Chun Mei took Wang Feng to treat his injuries, while Zhou Jiangwo ordered his men to escort the captives from the bandit camp to the detention room. Zhao Linger made a face at Li Yang and ran off as well. A young man in his 20s approached, his military boots making soft sounds against the dusty ground. You're Li Yang? Teacher Lu Xian sent you here. That's right. Li Yang nodded. Lu Xian had indeed mentioned someone would meet him. Good, I'm Huang Long. It's getting late, so I'll get you settled in first. We can discuss everything else tomorrow. With that, he led Li Yang through the haphazardly arranged tent area. Soon they stopped in front of a military green single-person tent. Huang Long lifted the flap. Take a look at the setup. You'll be staying here for the next few days. The tent was small, barely large enough for one person to lie down, and any excess luggage would likely have to be piled outside. Li Yang didn't complain and bent down to enter. As expected, the cramped space was 90% occupied by bedding, but it was sufficient for his needs. Make sure to show up early tomorrow for the morning assembly everyone's required to attend, Huang Long instructed before leaving. Li Yang dropped the tent flap and sat on the bedding that served as his mattress, pulling out a worn spell book from inside his jacket, the very one he had taken from the bandit leader back at their camp. Sage's Tome Grade. Brilliant Tier Attributes. Strength 1000. Spirit 100. Exclusive Skill. Summon the power of Izanami. 100 chance to charm target, causing them to fall asleep for 10 seconds. Each target can only be affected once within a short period. Special Effect. Can be used without equipping. Does not occupy weapon slot. Weapon bonuses still apply normally. Seeing the complete attributes and description, Li Yang immediately gasped. Holy cow. Even he hadn't expected that this casually stolen Sage's Tome would turn out to be brilliant tier equipment. No wonder that Steward treasured it like a precious gem. Brilliant tier items were always the grand finale at any auction house, but this book clearly belonged to the extraordinary among the extraordinary. Just that does not occupy weapon slot feature alone was enough to make all professionals green with envy, while others could only equip one weapon. He could essentially get a free additional brilliant tier item. Even more overpowered was the exclusive skill, 100 Charm. As everyone knew, negative status effects always involve probability calculations, whether high or low, but no one had ever dared claim guaranteed success. Now Li Yang could make anyone without additional resistance items, whether they were hundreds of levels high, 3rd, 4th, or 5th tier powerhouses, or even bizarre monsters sleep for 10 seconds without exception. In direct confrontations, this book was like perfect insurance that grows stronger against the strong, weaker against the weak. He slotted the tome into his personal equipment panel, and his stats immediately underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Li Yang. Class: First tier card master, unique hidden class. Level: 45. Strength: 2700. Constitution: 610. Agility: 635. Spirit: 600. Talent: Card 2. Talent abilities: Soul Wizard SS, Ethereal Shield SS, Self-Healing SS, Berserker S, Swift Runner A, Bloodthirst S, Strange Fire A, Cursed Sonic Wave A. Equipment bonuses: 35 immunity to mental attacks, 15 movement speed, 20 all damage. He noticed that his class field was finally no longer blank. His post-advancement identity had been officially recognized by the system. More importantly, the Sage's Tome had boosted his strength by a whopping 1,000 points. What did those 1,000 points mean? Just from bleeding effects alone, his damage per second could easily exceed 10,000, approaching the level of high-tier professionals like Wang Feng and Chun Mei. This trip was worth it just for this. Li Yang clenched his fist, hearing the low crack of his knuckles, yet still restrained his urge to return to the city immediately. There's always someone stronger out there. I can't get cocky just because of one brilliant tier item. He knew well that he was on a high-stakes gambling path, and only by becoming stronger could he secure everything he currently possessed. With this thought, he once again pulled out that ancient-looking key, the special item he'd risked everything to steal from the legendary guild. It was this very key that had stirred up the underground forces. Yet its appearance was so ordinary it looked like a rusty scrap of metal from a junkyard. If tossed on the roadside, probably no one would bother to pick it up. It was also because of this key that he had to constantly guard against covetous eyes in the shadows. I'll take it one step at a time, but I hope the final reward will be worth today's risks. Li Yang carefully tucked the key into his inner pocket. After a busy day, he let out a long breath, collapsed onto his camp bed, and soon the sound of steady breathing filled the air. After putting it away, Li Yang fell asleep, conserving his energy for tomorrow's leveling. The next day, dawn was breaking dimly, with the moon still hanging in the sky, reluctant to fade. Li Yang lifted the tent flap, and a cold breeze carrying the scent of dew rushed in. He shrugged his shoulders and stepped outside. Throughout the camp, patrol guards marched back and forth on the wooden walkways with their rifles, their boots creating a steady rhythm against the planks. Logistics soldiers hurried past carrying pots and pans, the occasional clang echoing as cookware knocked against their leg armor. In the distant training grounds, soldiers were doing push-ups, their synchronized shouts rising and falling. Everything pulsed with military precision, making one instinctively straighten their posture. No wonder Lucien had recommended this place in such an atmosphere. Laziness was simply impossible. Liang arrived at the designated meeting point in the square. Through the thin mist, he immediately spotted familiar faces like Huang Long and Zhao Linger. Most people had already gathered, chatting in small groups. Huang Long noticed him and waved. Liang quickened his pace, and along the way, many soldiers took notice of this new face, waving friendly greetings. Liang politely responded, "Hey, looks like little Linger isn't the youngest professional in our unit anymore." "No, no, no, it's only temporary. He's from the city, naturally won't stay here forever." "Is that so?" "Sigh, another one here to polish his resume." "What else? You think he'd leave his comfortable city life to come here and fight for scraps?" The murmured conversations drifted through the morning mist. Clearly, news of Li Yang's arrival had already spread. The unit was accustomed to professionals coming and going, some staying for months, others just days, adding experience to their resumes while gaining some real-world exposure. Huang Long patted Li Yang's shoulder and lowered his voice. "Since Lucien sent you here, why don't you spend the next few days with logistics, learning equipment maintenance, and monster material research? On your last day, I'll take you out to hunt some monsters." "How does that sound?" Liang frowned. This was clearly an attempt to give him the easiest assignments. While he appreciated Huang Long's good intentions, he hadn't come here to coast through. Just as he was about to speak, a sweet voice interrupted. "Absolutely not." Zhao Linger walked over with her chin raised high. "In the military, everyone is treated equally. We can't give special treatment just because someone has connections." The surrounding soldiers immediately erupted in excitement. "Fisk, looks like the newcomer has crossed our little princess. This should be interesting. I smell drama brewing. Any heroes want to fill us in on the details? Is this gossip reliable?" Huang Long found himself in an awkward position. He hadn't expected Zhao Linger to call him out so directly, and he had no idea what had transpired between her and Liang. At a loss for words, he could only give Liang a helpless look that said, "My hands are tied." Zhao Linger clasped her hands behind her back, a triumphant smile playing at the corners of her mouth, as if she had finally gotten the better of Liang. But Liang didn't react with the embarrassed anger she had expected. His gaze remained calm. He had originally intended to undergo genuine training in the military camp anyway. Zhao Linger's insistence actually aligned perfectly with his goals, inadvertently helping him in an unexpected way. Zhao Linger wasn't wrong about that either. Liang nodded silently to himself, never expecting that he would one day truly enjoy such special treatment. The training ground soil still carried the dampness of dawn, and each squad had already arrived in succession. Uniforms of various colors formed neat formations in the morning light, with everyone automatically taking their designated positions. Before long, a middle-aged officer with graying hair but vigorous spirit strode forward. His crisp uniform and the row of gleaming medals on his chest were particularly striking in the sunlight. Everyone instantly straightened their backs, pressed their fists to their trouser seams, and saluted in unison. "Good morning, Battalion Commander." "That's Battalion Commander Wang of our military district, Wang Tong," Huang Long whispered beside Liang. Li Yang's gaze sharpened, a glint of intensity flashing in his pupils. Another rank professional, Zhou Jiangwo, whom he'd encountered earlier, and Zhao Linger with her arrogant demeanor, were merely a rank. But rank professionals were so rare that among the Dragon Kingdom's billion population, fewer than 100 emerged each year. Their value went without saying. The system panel in his mind became active. Rank profession detected Steel Warrior. Steel Warrior professional talents. Damage reflection. When taking damage, reflects 50 back to the attacker. Passive resilience. Dealing damage grants 1 stack of resilience, increasing defense and strength by 5 each, maximum 3 stacks. Status. Available for copying. Copy. Liang thought. Copy successful. You have obtained rank profession Steel Warrior. Before he could celebrate, another notification followed. You currently possess 2 rank warrior professions. Merge them. Berserker Steel Warrior? Yes. Liang didn't hesitate. 2 ranks could merge into S rank. He wouldn't waste even a second. Merge successful. You have obtained S rank profession Paladin Warrior. Paladin Warrior professional talents. Immovable body. Automatically gains immunity to control effects upon entering combat. Enhanced damage reflection. Reflects 100 of all received damage back to the target. Passive battle spirit. During melee combat, 40 to both resistances and 40 strength. As the data solidified, Liang drew a sharp breath. This was a true tank that could both defend and attack. 100 damage reflection was absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, Battalion Commander Wang had reached the front of the formation. After steadily surveying everyone, he spoke. "Today, besides the competition, there's an important matter to announce concerning a new professional who recently joined our battalion. I'm sure you've all heard rumors about this." Murmurs rippled through the crowd as all eyes turned to Liang. Just moments ago, they were discussing his confrontation with Zhao Linger, and now he was being singled out again. Had he caused trouble? Some whispered. Is he going to be publicly criticized? Zhao Linger wouldn't target him without reason. There must be more to this story. It might not be bad news. Before the speculation could take shape, Battalion Commander Wang raised his voice. Yesterday, our forces discovered a bandit hideout in the wilderness displaying a sign reading "Shelter for Travelers." This den had harmed countless people, and all involved parties have been apprehended. His voice suddenly boomed. Here, we especially thank Comrade Li Yang for his outstanding contributions, including discovering and reporting the hideout, assisting in the raid, and rescuing our comrades. Based on his performance and positive impact, he is hereby awarded a first-class merit medal. At these words, the scene instantly erupted. A first-class merit? They've been here for who knows how many years, and haven't even come close to touching one. On the training ground, the soldiers had just heard the news and instantly erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. Amazement, envy, and disbelief were written all over their young faces. There's no mistake, right? How old is he anyway? What could he possibly be capable of? Damn, looks like that newcomer Li Yang really has some serious connections. Come on, no matter how much pull someone has, it wouldn't be enough to make the battalion commander go this far, would it? Better not spread rumors. Whispers rippled through the crowd, speculation rising and falling, but no one could pin down the truth. TCH, just lucky, that's all. I could have done it too if it were me. Zhao Linger turned her head away, biting her lip and muttering under her breath. The award ceremony began under everyone's watchful eyes. The sunlight made the silver medal gleam as Li Yang stepped toward the podium, standing ramrod straight. Battalion Commander Wang personally pinned the heavy first-class merit medal to his chest, his movements so solemn that the surrounding crowd nearly held their breath. Many soldiers below stared at that medal, practically drooling. What a waste! What's a temporary soldier going to do with that? If it were me, I could have been promoted at least 2 ranks and saved myself 10 years of struggle. Damn it, this stuff is all about timing. Some people never touch one their whole lives, others get them easy as pie. How's that fair? Complaints and jealous remarks filled the gaps between the ranks, though no one dared voice them loudly. After all, the facts were right there, Li Yang's medal gleaming on his chest. When the ceremony ended, Li Yang returned to the formation. Huang Long gave him a thumbs up. Holy shit, you're amazing. Playing it cool while being such a badass. Li Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is it really that dramatic? Battalion Commander Wang's voice cut through the scene again. One more thing, the athletic competition will be held in 2 days. You should all have heard about it. Li Yang had only reported in today, so naturally he hadn't heard. While he was puzzled, Huang Long helped explain. We have this big competition once a year to pick the best soldiers and give them resources and rewards. The headquarters and all the military districts from Kuwan City will be there. Li Yang nodded. He thought it was perfectly normal for a high-pressure military camp to occasionally hold activities that let people blow off steam. Huang Long suddenly patted his shoulder. You're one of us now, so you'll participate too. Maybe you can even snag a good ranking. Me? Li Yang chuckled lightly. I just transferred recently. My abilities are way behind everyone else's. I don't have those kinds of ambitions. Friendship first. I'll just participate for fun. That's a good attitude. I'll submit your name later. Huang Long nodded with satisfaction. The morning assembly ended there. The crowd dispersed, each returning to their posts. Li Yang took the opportunity to ask Huang Long for a map of Kuwan City, planning to go level up on his own. Though worried, Huang Long still stuffed the map into his hands while giving instructions. There aren't many hard rules outside Kuwan City. If you really run into trouble, show your military ID. No matter how crazy those people outside are, they won't dare clash with the military. Also, never leave the city alone. Don't go to the places marked in red on the map, and don't wander around the underground district either. That's outside our jurisdiction. He rattled off a long string of precautions before finally leaving. Li Yang yawned, nearly fallen asleep. He opened the map and took a glance. The map clearly marked Kuwan City's urban layout, territorial divisions, and surrounding environment. Yet Li Yang's first impression was still chaos. Those jagged boundary lines were almost overlapping with each other. After a rough calculation, he figured this map would be useful for 2 days at most. The power dynamics could reshuffle at any moment. He selected a low-level hunting zone marked level 4060 and was about to set off when a crisp voice suddenly rang out beside him. Hey, since you've got nothing better to do, come be my sparring partner. Zhao Linger approached with her hands on her hips, the spear in her grip flashing coldly as she struck quite a heroic pose. Though she called it sparring, her real intention was to assert dominance. Li Yang had only been here 1 day and already earned first-class merit, stealing the spotlight at the morning briefing and winning favor from both Zhou Jiangwo and Captain Wang. If she let him stay another 2 days, her presence in the team would probably vanish completely. So she decided to strike first. However, Li Yang didn't even lift an eyelid and simply walked away. Zhao Linger was stunned for a moment, then called out loudly again. Hey, I'm talking to you. Her only response was Li Yang's figure disappearing around the corner. So arrogant. Zhao Linger's eyes widened. If this was his attitude on the first day, wouldn't he treat her like a servant girl in 2 more days? Gritting her teeth, she grabbed her spear and chased after him, shouting all the way. Hey, where are you going? Military regulations forbid wandering around. Come back here. After following him all the way to the South District's outer gate, Liang finally frowned and stopped. So why are you following me? Zhao Linger replied righteously. Captain Zhou told me to look after you, worried you might get lost. You should be grateful I'm showing you the way. I'm not official personnel, so I don't need your care. Liang coldly refused. By his assessment, Zhao Linger's abilities without Zhou Jiangwo's veteran team would make her nothing more than a fish out of water. If something happened to her while following him, it would only slow down his monster hunting. He impatiently dropped the line. If you really want to die, go find a hole and bury yourself. Don't interfere with me, understand? Zhao Linger froze on the spot, her face flushing red as her chest heaved violently. I'm being kind enough to guide you, and this is what you say? An inexperienced professional like you going out alone is suicide. I'm happy to commit suicide. Li Yang's tone was indifferent. I'm done with you. Zhao Linger stamped her foot and turned to leave, feeling extremely wronged. She had genuinely worried he wasn't familiar with the routes, yet he treated her like she was being unreasonable. Seeing her finally walk away, Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief, having finally shaken off this troublesome shadow. Then he headed toward the South District city gate. Zhao Linger walked home in a foul mood, venting her anger on everything in her path. No blade of grass along the way remained taller than half a meter, no stone larger than an egg survived on the ground, and even passing dogs received a slap. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Liang had only arrived today, yet he refused to let her accompany him and insisted on venturing into the wilderness alone. Absolutely insane. Without an experienced guide, a newcomer charging in recklessly was tantamount to suicide, especially in the notoriously dangerous southern wilderness of Kuwan City. Humph, just wait until he regrets it. She couldn't help but picture Liang cowering in a corner, trembling with fear, which finally brought her some comfort. Meanwhile, Liang pushed open the heavy city gates. The moment he took his first real step outside, every nerve in his body went taut. Here, a single moment of distraction could mean death without even knowing how it happened. Though he had ventured into the wilderness before, this area had an even worse reputation, forcing him to be doubly cautious. After crossing the boundary line of Kuwan City's southern wilderness, there was a natural fissure 10 kilometers ahead in a straight line. Below lay a labyrinth of underground caverns teeming with countless monsters that shunned the light. His exact destination. He moved at a rapid pace. About 2 kilometers into the wilderness proper, the surrounding trees suddenly began to rustle violently, thick branches snapping and crackling. A massive bristled wild boar burst through the forest, its 2 tusks gleaming with cold menace, its blood-red eyes filled with savage fury. Immediately after, more of its kind emerged from the undergrowth, surrounding him completely. Forest bristle boar. Level 50. HP 20,000. Talents: reckless charge, savage tusks. Description: mutated wild boars living in dense forests. Their paired fangs possess terrifying destructive power. Level 50, and more than one of them. Liang gripped his lightning halberd tightly, his gaze steady. Perfect chance to test my new class. The Holy Crusader's high dual resistances, combined with his ethereal shield, made him tougher than a standard tank. Liang struck first, his halberd crackling with lightning as the spear point pierced through the nearest boar's hide. Electric arcs exploded along the metal shaft in a web pattern, chaining to the surrounding companions. 4,000, 2,000, 2,000. Golden lightning illuminated the dense forest like daylight. Suddenly, a fierce wind rushed from behind as another boar charged with reckless abandon. Liang immediately dodged to the side with swift movement, but collided with another boar's shoulder blade. A dull impact thundered, yet he remained completely unmoved, his immovable body activated while his ethereal shield absorbed the damage. In the next moment, a holy white radiance emanated from his body. Reflect. 2,000. The ambushing boar felt like it had crashed into an iron wall, staggering back 2 steps with its tusks numbed from the shock. Liang chuckled softly. That's it. Before his words finished, his halberd flashed with cold light, its point piercing clean through the boar's chest like stabbing through mud. 99 critical hit. The boar cried out in agonizing pain. The other jungle boars regained consciousness and charged toward Liang in the center. Liang hesitated no longer. With a flick of his wrist, the sage's book appeared in his palm. Open. The ancient cover lifted from his hand and hovered in midair as pages rustled and flipped. A beam of blazing white light shot out like a sword in all directions. The moment any jungle boar touched the light, they all froze in unison, their limbs stiffening as if bound by invisible chains, leaving them swaying helplessly in place. The opportunity was fleeting. Liang pushed off the ground with his toes, weaving through the pack of boars. Cold steel flashed repeatedly as his blade sliced through coarse bristles, sending blood spattering. You have slain a jungle boar. experience 1000. You have slain a jungle boar, experience 1000. When the last boar fell, a system notification suddenly appeared. You have acquired the talent ability, Fury Strike B. Fury Strike Brank. Channel all your strength to increase your next attack damage to 1000 of its original power, followed by a brief state of exhaustion. After clearing all the blocking boars, Liang sheathed his blade and continued forward in his intended direction. The underground cavern marked on his map was drawing closer. To his surprise, the entrance was already bustling with activity. Beneath the gray-white rock face, over a dozen colorful tents were scattered about, filled with the din of voices. Clearly, some people found traveling back and forth to camp too troublesome and had simply set up base here to farm monsters. Where people gathered, a survival zone naturally formed. Outside the tents, makeshift stalls displayed iron pots, bandages, dried rations, and other daily necessities, with vendors calling out their wares. Demand creates markets, and this principle held true even here. The gathering also provided a sense of security, allowing professionals to band together quickly when danger arose. Liang walked through the bustling path and arrived at a massive cavern entrance, black as ink. The cave's depths were invisible, with cool air rushing out as if concealing the breath of some giant beast. Well prepared, he pulled an illumination torch from his backpack and lit it with a snap. Warm orange light illuminated a 2-meter radius, clearly outlining the surrounding stone walls and moss. He stepped inside. The torch revealed a dim passage with rough rock walls and dripping water. After walking several steps, 3 branching paths suddenly appeared ahead. More precisely, 3 small openings that could only accommodate 1 person passing sideways. Obviously, only one was the correct route, while the other 2 would surely lead to detours. This was truly where the journey began. One wrong step could lead to many more. Liang crouched down, holding the torch close to the ground to examine the dust and mud traces. Then he approached each of the 3 openings, comparing the depth and number of footprints. Though he was new here without a guide, information gaps could always be bridged through careful observation of details. In the end, he chose the passage that showed the most signs of foot traffic. Sharp, squeaking sounds occasionally echoed from deep within the cavern, as if some creature was gnawing at the stone walls and might burst out at any moment. Liang gripped his torch tightly, while his other hand rested on his blade handle, staying alert. Liang proceeded forward along this passage. In the dim cavern, Liang utilized the agile form granted by his assassin class, moving like a shadow through the rocky walls at incredible speed, yet producing almost no echo. As the slope beneath his feet grew steeper, he could clearly sense himself descending deeper underground. Surprisingly, he hadn't encountered a single monster along the way. Liang speculated to himself perhaps other adventurers who had arrived earlier had already cleared them out. However, he wasn't worried, as he knew all too well that the deeper the cavern, the denser and more dangerous the monsters would become. After traveling a bit further, the first wave of enemies finally appeared. 3 grotesquely large brown scorpions with emerald patterns covering their shells stood before him, each nearly half the height of a person. Poison scorpion. Level 50. Description: inhabits damp areas. Tail stinger contains deadly venom. Liang had been itching for action and was thrilled at the sight of prey. He instantly drew his explosive bow and fired 3 consecutive arrows like meteors cutting through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive flames cast rapid flickers of light on the dim cave walls. With his current firepower, these small monsters posed no threat. Within mere moments, the 3 scorpions were blown to pieces. You killed Poison Scorpion X3, experience 3000. Sacrificed Poison Scorpion Souls X3, experience 1000. Level up for 1546. A surge of radiant light flashed around his body and vanished. As his level increased, Liang clearly felt the experience requirements skyrocketing. Even if the number of these ordinary monsters doubled, they couldn't match the benefits that last night's night demon had provided. He put away his explosive bow and continued sneaking forward. The deeper he went, the more monsters appeared, just as expected. Many adventurers with average abilities would turn back after clearing the outer area monsters, day after day, accumulating experience through the safest but most time-consuming method. Only those confident in their superior strength dared to venture deeper. You killed Porcupine, experience 1000. You killed Black Crow, experience 1200. You killed Poison Beetle, experience 1200. Wherever Liang passed, only charred shells and feathers remained on the ground, creating an atmosphere of complete desolation. Suddenly, the sound of clashing weapons and monster shrieks echoed from deep within the tunnel. Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. His figure flickered, and he rushed toward the sound. Hiss hiss. The howling cold wind carried increasingly clear, sharp hissing sounds. The space ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a massive crimson spider standing at the center, its thick legs striking the rocky surface, surrounded by snow-white webs. On the other side, a 5-person adventurer team was struggling to hold their ground. Blood Spider Elite. Level 50. HP, 180,000. Description: feeds on blood, attacks carry deadly poison. Clearly, this team had encountered an elite monster right upon entering the cave. Despite being well prepared, they were completely overwhelmed. Liang assessed that if the situation remained unchanged, they would soon choose to retreat. At that moment, the warrior in the team exposed a weakness. The blood spider opened its mouth and shot out a thick strand of web, accurately ensnaring the warrior and instantly wrapping him into a white cocoon. The warrior immediately lost all combat ability, collapsing on the ground, unable to move. Witnessing this scene, the rest of the team turned pale with shock. The crimson spider before them was already overwhelming enough to leave them breathless. A direct confrontation would surely result in a total wipeout, yet retreating would mean abandoning the warrior at the front. The crushing pressure of being caught between a rock and a hard place instantly enveloped the entire squad, leaving everyone's faces ashen and their breathing labored. The warrior swayed unsteadily, complete despair filling his eyes. Just then, a crimson arrow shot through the air and pierced the red spider's claw with a thud. 28,000. The bright red damage number exploded across the screen. Everyone turned toward the sound to see a young man in the distance maintaining his bow-drawing stance, white-hot smoke still rising from the head of his explosive bow. The Fury Strike could only activate once, but dealt 10 times the normal damage, instantly shaving off a massive chunk of the red spider's health bar. This single arrow left the entire team stunned in place, damage exceeding 10,000. A master of this caliber shouldn't be farming in such a low-level dungeon. After the initial shock, joy spread across their faces. Someone could save them. The fallen warrior nearly burst into tears on the spot, the taste of escaping death making him want to kiss the ground. Under normal circumstances, having someone steal their monster would have infuriated them, but right now, this was nothing short of a godsend. The group tried to get a clear look at this powerful figure, only to discover it was just one person and a young man who appeared even younger than any of them. For a moment, they wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Before they could process this further, the red spider's health bar plummeted at a visible rate as the system announced, target has entered bleeding state. 15,000, 15,200, 15,400. The bloodthirst effect triggered blood red numbers every second, and within just a few seconds, the red spider's health had dropped below half. The squad members stood slack-jawed. After their grueling battle that had nearly exhausted them, their combined damage didn't even amount to a fraction of what this young man dealt in mere seconds. It was absurdly overpowered. Liang lowered his bow and stepped forward, casting them a cold glance. Aren't you going to move aside? The group immediately snapped back to reality. One person quickly hoisted up the warrior while the others formed a protective formation, rapidly retreating into the rear passage. Who would dare disobey a master's words? Displeasing him could result in them being dealt with as well. In the chaotic Kuwan city, the first rule of survival was knowing when to yield. Watching the group flee, Liang drew his lightning halberd and became a blur as he charged toward the red spider. The halberd's blade danced through the air, each thrust drawing spurts of blood as he continuously repositioned himself, keeping the red spider firmly controlled. With high-level bleeding effects stacking, the red spider's screams grew increasingly shrill. Before long, the previously ferocious blood spider collapsed with a thunderous crash. System notifications flooded the screen. You have slain elite monster blood spider, soul sacrificed, EXP 15,000. Level up, 4,647. You have acquired talent skill, Execute S. Execute. When attacking monsters with health below 10, instantly kill the target. Liang's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the blood spider to carry such a valuable itema, slaying rune. This thing was incredibly useful. It worked on everything from high-level bosses to common mobs, and it got stronger against tougher enemies. Percentage-based damage meant the stronger the monster, the more brutal the health loss, ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of damage. He suppressed his wild excitement, tucked the rune into his backpack, quickly organized his equipment and potions, then carefully ventured deeper into the area. The monotonous yet efficient grinding often made one lose track of time. In this dim, damp underground cavern, Liang worked up a sweat, completely oblivious to the changing light outside. As Kuwan City's sky shifted from bright blue to golden yellow, he remained absorbed in his rhythm of killing monsters and farming experience. Kuwan City military camp. Evening approached, and the soldiers who had been busy all day finally relaxed, gathering in small groups around long tables, chatting while eating steaming hot dinner. Huang Long sat in the farthest corner, with chunks of roasted meat and thick soup laid out before him, but he hadn't touched a bite. His brow was deeply furrowed. Hadn't seen Liang since they parted that morning. Now that dinner time had arrived, and there was still no sign of him, an uneasy feeling crept into his heart. As he pondered, a cheerful humming drifted by. Zhao Linger walked past carrying a tray of food, her steps light and quick. The morning's incident stirred something in Huang Long's mind. Hadn't Zhao Linger said something to Liang? He stood up and intercepted her. Miss Zhao, please wait. Zhao Linger paused mid-step, looked up to see Huang Long, and asked with confusion, "What's wrong? Do you need something?" Huang Long took a deep breath. "Did you see Liang today? Or do you know where he went?" Zhao Linger froze, memories flooding back as her expression shifted slightly. Only then did she remember Liang had said that morning he was going out to level up. But now it was nearly dark and he still hadn't returned, which likely meant he'd run into trouble. "Oh no," she blurted out. "What's wrong?" Seeing her alarmed expression, Huang Long's anxiety intensified. Zhao Linger hesitated for a moment, then said quietly, "Liang, I think he went out to level up alone." "Alone?" Huang Long's face immediately darkened. Even experienced professionals rarely ventured outside the city solo, let alone Liang, who wasn't familiar with the surrounding areas. The risk was too great. Where did he go? The southern wilderness. The southern area? Huang Long's eyes widened. "This is bad. Quick, notify Captain Chun and the commander. I'll gather the soldiers, hurry." With that, he rushed out of the mess hall in a panic. Zhao Linger stood there stunned, frowning. Was this really necessary? But she still set down her tray and hurried off to find Zhou Jiangwo. "What? You're saying Liang went to the southern wilderness alone?" Zhou Jiangwo's reaction was even more intense than Huang Long's, as if he'd been struck by a club. Zhao Linger nodded repeatedly to confirm. Zhou Jiangwo took a deep breath. "Does the commander know?" Zhao Linger was taken aback by the question. Why was everyone so tense? She couldn't help but defend. "We don't need to make such a big fuss, do we? We could just go provide backup ourselves. Besides, the area Liang went to isn't particularly dangerous." Before she could finish, even she began to feel uncertain if she hadn't forgotten to report this beforehand, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Zhou Jiangwo let out a heavy sigh. "Sigh, you have no idea. We just received word this afternoon that a beast tide has erupted in the southern wilderness and is charging straight toward the south gate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger was completely stunned. When did this happen? How come I haven't heard a single whisper about it? Is it really true?" "Of course it's true." The messenger's voice was urgent. "The situation has reached a critical point." Zhao Linger's smile instantly froze. If the news was accurate, Liang was right there in the southern wilderness, and his situation was more than just it was a matter of life and death. This is just too unlucky. Now is not the time to lament about bad luck," Zhou Jiangwo interrupted gravely. "We need to figure out a solution immediately. The plan is only half formed, and we haven't had time to make adequate preparations, but we'll have to make do with what we have." Zhao Linger pursed her lips. "Since we're not ready, wouldn't going there put us at enormous risk? If it's just for Liang alone, isn't the cost too high? After all, he's not even one of our military personnel." Zhou Jiangwo frowned and was about to speak when a clear, resolute voice suddenly came from the doorway. "Linger, have you forgotten our military's principles? We never abandon any comrade, never abandon any compatriot." As the words fell, Wang Tung strode in. Zhao Linger and Zhou Jiangwo immediately stood and saluted. Wang Tung waved to dismiss the formality, his gaze settling on Zhao Linger. "Linger, if I were trapped in the southern wilderness, do you think we should mobilize troops for a rescue?" "Of course," Zhao Linger nodded. "You're our battalion commander who has achieved distinguished military service. Even if our entire unit had to sacrifice themselves, we'd ensure your safety." "But Liang—" "In that case," Wang Tung interrupted her, "you just need to know that we uphold the principle of equality for all. If I'm worth saving, then Liang is equally worth saving. If it were you trapped out there, we'd do everything in our power to rescue you too." Zhao Linger fell silent, emotions churning as guilt gradually crept in. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and gritted her teeth. "I'm sorry. I failed to stop Liang from leaving the city, watched him go, and didn't report it to the military, which led to this situation." Wang Tung and Zhou Jiangwo's expressions didn't change much. Zhou Jiangwo said softly, "Don't blame yourself too much. No one will fault you for this." Wang Tung nodded. "Now, let's immediately discuss our response plan." Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. You killed Giant Snail X2, experience 3000. You killed Shadow Wolf X2, experience 3500. You killed Explosive Crow, experience 1500. At this moment, in the underground caverns of the southern wilderness, Liang was moving swiftly, his blade flashing with cold light as monsters fell one after another. The accumulated experience had brought him to level 48. Even he wasn't sure how deep into the caverns he had ventured. Along the way, he occasionally encountered other professionals, but the deeper he went, the fewer people he saw. It wasn't until hunger suddenly struck that Liang realized he had been underground for far too long. "It's probably deep into the night outside," he chuckled to himself. The caverns blocked out all light, making it easy to lose track of time. Thinking that the people at the military camp still didn't know his whereabouts, he decided to return the way he came. The journey back was much smoother than the trip in, with monster respawn rates slowing down, allowing him an almost unobstructed path. Before long, cold wind mixed with chaotic sounds drifted from the cave entrance. Liang frowned slightly. This commotion didn't sound like a victory celebration. He quickened his pace, and the shouts of human professionals were soon drowned out by deeper, more intense rumbling like countless boulders crashing to the ground simultaneously. His heart suddenly raced as he rushed to the entrance and looked up, only to witness an incredibly shocking scene. A dense swarm of monsters cascaded down the distant slope like a mudslide, pouring forth in an unstoppable torrent. Outside the cave entrance, the group of professionals who had been resting moments before erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions with only 2 words on their lips: return to the city. The monster tide came both suddenly and massively, with no warning from intelligence channels, and panic spread like wildfire among the refugees. Li Yang's face darkened. The camp wasn't far from the city, but if they turned and ran now, they'd be swallowed by the sea of monsters halfway there. Terror seized everyone's minds, stripping them of rational thought. Li Yang was also facing such a horrifying scene for the first time, his chest tight with shock, but he quickly steadied his emotions and moved to the cave entrance, looking down at the figures colliding chaotically in the turbulent flow below. Several familiar silhouettes caught his eye, the very companions he'd seen battling blood spiders when he first entered the cave. Everyone, don't panic. Come here and take shelter. His voice rang out like a hammer striking a bell, forcibly carving a path through the chaos. What they needed most right now was a voice that could tell everyone what to do. The enemy vastly outnumbered them. Their only chance of survival was to unite all scattered forces into one. Li Yang's shout served as a beacon. The panicked crowd hesitated no longer, rushing toward the underground cave entrance. Within minutes, except for a few who had been separated, over 20 professionals had entered the cavern, nearly blocking the entrance completely, yet no one dared make a sound. The monster flood on the mountainside still dominated everyone's thoughts as they breathed as quietly as possible, left with only one thought: it's over. We're going to die here this time. Li Yang surveyed the ashen faces around him and stepped forward. Do you want to die or live? If you want to die, go outside now. If you want to fight for your lives, wipe those funeral expressions off your faces. His words echoed off the stone walls, reaching every ear. I haven't reached my second advancement yet. He can't fall here. I'm just a little short of the money I need for new equipment. I'm a rank professional with unlimited potential. Whispered self-encouragement spread from person to person, soon crystallizing into determined gazes. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, eyes fixed on the cave entrance. A final desperate struggle was better than waiting for death. Excellent. Everyone take up your weapons and defend the entrance. Don't let a single monster through. Hold out until rescue arrives. Li Yang roared. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, and sand particles jumped from the cracks the monsters were approaching. Roar. Screech. Piercing cries like grinding bones rolled in from the entrance. Soon, pitch-black crawling creatures came into view, skimming along the ground as they lunged forward. Li Yang reacted swiftly, drawing his ancient spirit tome as runes flickered and skills activated instantly. Clusters of fire arrows filled the cave entrance, striking the monsters' carapaces in rapid succession. Pop, pop, pop. Chains of flame ignited, bathing the stone walls in blood-red light. The advantage of unlimited firepower was fully displayed in this moment. The ancient spirit tome's exclusive skills combined with the soul wizard's cooldown reduction meant the thunderous barrage barely ceased. Li Yang stood at the forefront, a barrier of flames spanning the cave entrance, making it impossible for the crawling monsters to break through. However, expecting him alone to block the entrance and hold back countless monsters was clearly unrealistic. Stop standing around. Everyone use your skills, someone shouted. Li Yang hadn't gathered everyone here just to watch them slack off. Only by working together could they survive this. Seeing Li Yang unleash his full power, his almost overwhelming damage output reignited hope in many hearts, and morale instantly soared. Brothers, grab your weapons. Damn it, let's blow these monsters to hell. Humanity's hymn is a hymn of courage. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling array of skills rained down like bullets toward the narrow entrance. Flames, ice, and lightning weaving together into a brilliant defensive line. Li Yang had chosen the perfect position by utilizing this natural bottleneck. They could force the monsters to enter just a few at a time, avoiding being instantly overwhelmed by the thousands waiting outside. In the first round of their frenzied barrage, the monster tide was indeed forcibly held back. Keep it up. Maybe we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Come on, we can win this. The high morale spread throughout the group, with some even bursting into song. For the dreams in our hearts, fighting through blood like a raging storm, the darkness will release its light. Undefeated heroes. Li Yang continued his assault while grimacing. What's with this sudden burst of passion? Screw it. I don't care. Let's kill these bastards. The ancient spirit tome spun rapidly in his hands as flame arrows shot out like machine gun fire, each arrow blazing, each one piercing through. 2,900, 3,200, 3,500. With sustained output, his buff stacks reached maximum, pushing his firepower to the limit. Soon, the number of monsters at the entrance visibly decreased. just as everyone thought the first wave was about to end. Thud, 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 thud. Heavy footsteps like giant hammers pounding the ground suddenly echoed from outside the cave, making the stone walls hum and causing many professionals to instinctively cover their ears. Then, a massive green cylindrical object pushed through the entrance, blocking out most of the light. Before anyone could make out what it was, the giant thing bent down, revealing an enormous face covered in rocky patterns. Its eyes rolled around, coldly surveying the interior of the cave. In an instant, everyone's hair stood on end, chills running down their spines. What kind of monster is this? Liang sucked in a sharp breath. Since encountering the guard commander in the boss territory, this was the first time he'd faced such an overwhelmingly massive enemy with such crushing presence. Stone Giant. Silver Tier Boss. Level, 55. HP, 300,000. Innate skills, Defense, Boulder Punch. It's only considered a mini-boss. His eyes narrowed, his expression more serious than ever before. The Stone Giant's body almost completely blocked the cave entrance, making it impossible to see its full form. It slowly extended one stone arm, thick as a pillar, directly into the cave. Hold the line. The professionals inside immediately unleashed all their skills on that stone arm, but only managed to deal minimal damage. Its powerful defense made their attacks nearly negligible. Any tanks here? Get up front. Witnessing this scene, many people were already scared stiff and once again found themselves at a loss. Terror spread through the cave entrance as numerous people began to lose their nerve, shuffling backward inch by inch. We cannot retreat. Liang roared, his voice thundering against the rock walls. If they pulled back now, the entrance would surely fall, and swarms of monsters would come pouring in. They would be forced to flee deeper into the caverns, which would only be delaying the inevitable. They would eventually be caught with no escape route left. With this thought, Liang gritted his teeth, raised his golden war shield high, and charged forward. The heavy shield expanded in the air with a resonant hum, transforming into a half-dome of golden energy barrier. Enhanced by the ethereal shield and holy warrior buffs, he forcibly blocked the stone giant's frontal rampage. Rock fragments and sparks flew everywhere, yet Liang stood firm as a pillar, while reflected damage bounced off his shield surface and struck back at the giant's massive arm. One man guards the pass against 10,000. I'll hold the line. Everyone focus fire. Anyone who runs, I'll cut down first. His voice was both commanding and cold, clearly not joking. Dozens of level 50 to 60 professionals couldn't take down a single silver tier boss? Ridiculous. With him drawing full aggro and absorbing damage, the others just needed to keep dealing consistent damage. The crowd was first stunned, then amazed that was a boss-level monster, and Liang was holding it off single-handedly? One moment he was a mage, now he seemed like a professional tank. Without time for deeper thought, since Liang was bearing all the pressure on the front line, the back row quickly raised their hands, unleashing all their high-damage skills without reservation at the stone giant. Fireballs, lightning, arrows, and sword energy rained down continuously. The stone giant's movements gradually slowed as damage numbers popped up across its rocky skin. 1,300, 1,350, 1,260. The exact values didn't matter as long as they could steadily chip away at its health. Under the concentrated fire, the stone giant temporarily couldn't break through and could only angrily pull back its arms. Cheers immediately erupted inside the cave. If they could hold this position, it would become a natural grinding spot, truly a blessing in disguise. However, before the joy could spread too far, the stone giant outside suddenly exerted itself again. This time, instead of charging, it used its wall-like massive palms to scoop up large chunks of rubble and clay, bringing them to the cave entrance. Liang's eye twitched as an ominous feeling washed over him. Suddenly, the stone giant's shoulder dropped as it made a throwing motion, hurling masses of stone projectiles whistling into the cave. The sound of cutting air crackled like raindrops as stone bullets poured in from every angle without blind spots. Oh no! Liang sucked in a sharp breath, desperately sweeping his shield to barely protect the front, but unable to cover the left, right, and rear flanks. In the blink of an eye, rocks came crashing in from all directions. Bang! 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 Cries of alarm and screams rose one after another as several professionals were caught off guard and struck directly. My arm is broken. It hurts so much. Healer. Heal me quick. We can't fight this. It's too overpowered. Retreat and find cover. More people writhed on the ground in pain, with some rolling around in agony. Inside the cave entrance, chaos erupted as everyone scattered in panic, their formation completely shattered. Seeing this, Liang had no choice but to lower his shield and retreat. This giant stone creature was even more cunning than he had anticipated. Since he couldn't block everything and each throw tore through their defenses, the best defense would be to go on the offensive. Everyone up. Listen carefully, we cannot fall here. Follow me and kill these monsters. Liang commanded. Before anyone could respond, the stone creature attacked again. It lifted something, just as before, and hurled it violently, But this time what flew into the cave entrance wasn't dirt and rubble, but writhing black shadows. As the shadows approached, everyone's faces turned pale instantly. Oh no, those are monsters, someone cried out. What the giant stone creature had thrown were grotesque crawling shadow creatures. Li Yang's brow furrowed, couldn't let the enemy continue wearing them down like this. If they remained passive, even if he could endure, the professionals behind him would eventually be overwhelmed. We must take the initiative. Deal with those monsters that got into the cave first, he shouted. Following his orders, everyone reluctantly raised their weapons and unleashed their skills. Light blades and fireballs flew through the air. However, the shadow monsters were too fast and numerous, reaching them in the blink of an eye and forcing them to parry while retreating. With the situation critical, Liang didn't hesitate to draw the sage's tome. Brilliant purple light thundered forth, illuminating the dim cavern like a luminous veil. All the invading monsters froze the moment they touched the purple light, their fierce eyes locked in place. Now, Liang raised his bow. The explosive bowstring hummed as explosive arrows shot out in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Fire rolled between the cave walls. The monsters at the explosion's center were blown about, but remained immobilized, their health visibly dropping. Witnessing this, the professionals behind him snapped out of their shock and immediately joined the assault. I don't know what you did to stop them from moving, but it's finally our turn to fight back. Charge. Kill these monsters. Bang bang bang. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Arrows, spells, slashes, and lightning struck the monsters simultaneously. The shadow creatures, trapped in slumber, could only take the beating passively. Under Li Yang's command, their numbers rapidly dwindled. While fighting monsters, everyone's experience bars surged wildly. That's it. Keep it up. After another moment, the last shadow monster collapsed with a wail amid the flames. The cave fell quiet, and Li Yang's level jumped up by 2. These aren't monsters theory, endless experience points. Someone couldn't help but cheer. Haha, we're amazing. Let's go. Today we're going big, let's kill all these monsters. Cheers erupted one after another. But Li Yang frowned deeply. Don't get careless. This isn't sustainable. Thousands upon thousands of monsters seemed endless, while their stamina had limits. So what should we do now, boss? A level 60 professional asked cautiously. Now, everyone looked to Li Yang as their backbone. Though he appeared younger than anyone present, it was his leadership and composure that had kept them going until now. Otherwise, they would have long become monster fodder. All eyes fell upon him, filled with respect and expectation. Li Yang pondered for a moment, then raised his head, his voice calm, yet resolute. First, we kill that stone creature. Kuwan City. The entire city had now entered full defensive mode. At the south gate, searchlights tore through the night with rows of blazing beams, so bright they revealed every tiny scratch on the soldier's armor. Military troops stood in formation by platoons, rifles and spears pointing forward in perfect unison. At the front of the formation, Wang Tung wore an immaculate standard military uniform, his cap pulled low over eyes as calm and steady as iron. Even as his breath formed white mist in the early evening air, his posture remained absolutely motionless. All units stand ready. Wang Tung's voice rang out like striking metal. Those rampaging monsters in the wilderness have set their sights on us once again. He raised his voice above the blaring alarms. This time, we take the fight to them and leave none standing. Are you ready? Yes, sir. The thunderous roar shook the city walls. Then march out. Dozens of meters away from the main force in the staging area, Zhou Zhengwo tightened his tactical pack and looked at Zhao Linger. The girl's professional badge bore no marks of advancement, appearing particularly fragile under the battlefield lights. Linger, this operation is extremely dangerous. We can't guarantee your safety, and you're still young. You really don't need to come with us. Zhou Zhengwo spoke quickly, but unconsciously lowered his voice. We'll be outside the city walls soon. Normally, taking a rookie out for training meant clearing a few low-level monsters and calling it done. But this was a real beast tied from the wilderness, where any assault could shatter their battle lines. Zhou Zhengwo knew he couldn't protect Zhao Linger at all times during the chaos of battle, but Zhao Linger shook her head. Though her shoulders trembled from gripping her weapon tightly, her eyes were bright with determination. Captain Zhou, this situation is my fault for being stubborn. Even if I die, I have to bring him back. Zhou Zhengwo fell silent for a moment, then nodded. The horns sounded long and clear. A group of well-trained soldiers marched through the city gates, their heavy, synchronized footsteps rolling across the gravel road like drum beats, setting the entire night in Kuwan City ablaze. Meanwhile, several kilometers outside the city in an underground cavern, fierce close-quarters combat between humans and monsters continued. The cave entrance could barely fit 6 monsters side by side, yet a wall of flesh, blood, and rubble had already piled up. Li Yang stood at the front, sword light and various skill auras exploding around him. Notifications echoed continuously through the team channel. You killed Blade Mantis, experience 500. You killed Rage Bear, experience 550. You killed Violent Water Elephant, experience 1050. This cave entrance was like a natural monster grinding machine. The dozens of professionals only needed to step back 2 paces and unleash their skills in sweeping attacks. Monsters charged headfirst into the storm of light and shadow, instantly shredded to pieces. With his execute talent, Liang claimed nearly every kill, his experience bar rising visibly. Fun as it was, he understood why he could hold the line only ordinary monsters had charged in so far. If elite creatures over level 100 appeared, they'd have no chance of resistance. More troubling was the giant stone monster still lurking outside. Since taking heavy damage earlier, it hadn't shown itself, but occasionally tossed smaller monsters inside, clearly planning to wear them down before devouring them whole. At this rate, we'll be slowly ground down before reinforcements arrive. Liang calculated rapidly. The beast tide had come too suddenly in the night. City reinforcements would take at least a day or two. He could maintain his condition, but the other professionals definitely wouldn't last through the night. I'll have to take a gamble. He exhaled sharply and turned to his companions. Everyone, I need to leave for a while. It might be several minutes. While I'm gone, hold the entrance. What? No. Boss, don't go? Don't abandon us. Yeah, how can we hold without you? You have to understand. It was Liang who had been backing them up all along, which gave them the sense of security and courage to fight these monsters. The group's tightly wound nerves could barely maintain composure because of that safety net, but when they heard Liang was leaving, the air instantly felt suffocating, as if all oxygen had been sucked out. Without the person who had always stood at the front lines, what the hell were they supposed to fight with? It has to work, whether you like it or not. Li Yang's voice was cold and hard, leaving no room for negotiation. I'm informing you, not asking for opinions. Hold your ground and don't retreat. You should be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, a man with an outrageous punk hairstyle and bizarre black clothing stepped forward with a sharp sound, demanding, "Where are you going? Are you planning to run away by yourself?" His entire being radiated a cold menace that clashed with the panicked atmosphere around him. Li Yang's gaze turned slightly cold, but before he could speak, the other professionals couldn't hold back anymore. "Shut up, you freak. Do you even know how to talk like a human being? You look like a monster and talk like one too. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. I guess when the forest gets big enough, you'll find all kinds of birds." What an eye-opener. Several people pushed in front of Li Yang to defend him. "Boss, don't listen to this guy's barking. If anyone can lead us to dawn, it's only you." Faced with everyone's protection, the punk-styled man glared and snorted coldly. "You idiots are being sold out and still helping count the money. He clearly wants us to hold off the monsters while he escapes alone. The fact that we're still alive here is the result of everyone fighting together. Why should all the credit go to him? Wake up. How capable can a newcomer be? Can't you see how young he is? How dare you put all your hopes on some little brat? I'm warning you." A professional pointed at him and roared. "Say one more slanderous word, and I'll stop fighting monsters and beat you up first." "Me, slanderous?" The punk-styled man swept his gaze over everyone. "We all make our living in Kuwan City. Who among us is a good person? Feel your own conscience whose hands are clean. If you want to stand guard, go ahead. I'm not playing the fool just to be sold out by someone." With that, he retreated to the back near the cave entrance. Though he didn't actually leave, he kept his distance from the group, watching with dark, suspicious eyes. If not for the pressing threat of monsters outside the cave, someone would have already rushed over to teach him a lesson. Damn it, of all times to start conspiracy theories. Even if Liang really did abandon us, that's fine. He has no obligation to lead the team. Wei voluntarily chose to follow his commands. Several professionals cupped their fists toward Liang. "Brother, ignore that idiot. Go ahead and do what you need to. Dow'll fight to the death to hold this position." "That's right. Without you, we would have been monster food long ago." Liang nodded slightly, sparing unnecessary words. Others had already said what needed to be said. How others viewed him was irrelevant, as long as they didn't interfere with his actions. They had only met because of the same disaster, and after today, they might not even recognize each other if they bumped shoulders on the street. He turned around, his gaze falling toward the pitch-black cave entrance. Outside, monsters swarmed in groups, layer upon layer, their roars like crashing waves with no end in sight, as if they would tear everyone to shreds in the next second. Without hesitation, he pulled out a concealment cloak and put it on, vanishing from sight in an instant. Using his stealth and swift movement abilities, Liang silently slipped through the cave entrance and emerged outside without being detected by the monsters. The sight before him nearly took his breath away. The entire mountaintop was swarmed with countless dark creatures, so densely packed that even the stubborn weeds growing in the rock crevices had been devoured completely. Withered branches and leaves scattered across the muddy ground, while the air reeked of decay and echoed with agitated roars. Countless pairs of crimson eyes stared fixedly at the cave entrance, as if ready to pounce at any moment to feast on their prey. After a brief moment of shock, he suppressed the rising nausea and used his swift movement ability to weave through gaps between the monsters, quietly finding a vantage point with a clear view, yet relatively safe position to sit down. At this moment, He had to admit that his earlier plan had been far too naive. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. He quickly assessed the current state. All the monster's attention was focused on the cave entrance. If he took advantage of this moment to use his stealth and swift movement to flee at full speed toward Kuwan City, there was theoretically a chance of escape. Once he safely reached the city, he could contact the military and perhaps rescue this group of professionals. However, doing so would prove the spiky-haired man's accusations true. He would indeed be using his companions as bait to save his own life. Worse still, this path was far from risk-free. Once he left, the cave entrance defenses would inevitably fall, leaving the professionals with no chance of survival. The monsters would likely then pursue toward Kuwan City, possibly even intercepting him along the way. In that case, he would not only fail on both fronts, but also see his original rescue plan turn to dust. After weighing all options, he finally abandoned the idea of fleeing and decided to stick with his original plan. First eliminate the giant stone monster, then figure out the next step. Li Yang's gaze locked onto the mountain-like creature near the cave entrance, the stone golem. Its 20-meter stone body dominated the landscape, with gray-brown boulders layered upon each other like custom-made armor. Fortunately, its massive bulk prevented it from entering the cave. Li Yang held his breath and crept through the shadows cast by the rocks to position himself behind the stone golem. He needed to utilize the assassin class's backstab bonus to deal maximum instant damage and severely wound his target as quickly as possible. To prevent being surrounded by the monster horde, he first pulled out the Wind Dragon token. Emerald currents flowed from the token, rapidly coalescing in midair into a lifelike Azure dragon. As his attributes had improved, the Wind Dragon was no longer the vague shadow it once was. Its scales, horns, and whiskers all appeared sharp and realistic, as if a true celestial dragon had descended to Earth. The moment it materialized, all the monsters on the mountaintop froze in unison, seemingly trying to determine whether this suddenly appeared powerful entity could be consumed. In the instant when all eyes were drawn to the Wind Dragon, Li Yang had already flashed behind the stone golem's heel, gripping his lightning halberd with both hands as thunderous light suddenly blazed forth, its cold gleam piercing straight toward the monster's torso. 42,000. The massive red damage number flashed across the stone golem's rocky hide as its thick stone armor exploded with finger-thick cracks, sending debris clattering to the ground. The colossal creature stumbled forward a step, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. This was the highest damage Li Yang could currently deal. The 1,000 damage bonus from Furious Strike, combined with the Assassin class's 50 backstab damage increase, plus various equipment enhancement effects. 40,000 in 1 second. Unfortunately, the Fury Strike could only be triggered once. The stone golem snapped back to its senses from the pain, its massive body slowly turning under the moonlight. Its stone arms, thick as millstones, swung up and crashed down toward its feet with tremendous force. Rubble and dust flew through the air. Li Yang was well prepared. Since he dared to act alone, he had naturally formulated a complete battle strategy. With that Fury Strike landing successfully, his plan was already half complete. Taking advantage of the gap while the stone golem raised its arms, he flipped his wrist to retrieve the sage's tome and triggered his exclusive skill without hesitation. Buzz. The pages automatically flipped open in the night wind, floating in the air as purple halos rippled outward in circles, instantly enveloping the stone golem and all surrounding monsters. In the next second, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. All the monsters' pupils lost focus, their movements halted, maintaining their original poses without moving an inch. Truly worthy of a brilliant grade weapon, Li Yang praised silently, his figure already darting like lightning behind the stone golem, swinging his halberd in a wide arc. Bang, bang, bang. The halberd blade, wrapped in electric arcs, struck the stone shell with each slash, creating brilliant golden sparks. 4,000. 4,100. Taking advantage of the sage's tome's remaining control time, he unleashed a storm of attacks, and the stone golem's health visibly plummeted. Above in the sky, the wind dragon roared as it poured down whirlwinds and dragon breath, coordinating with Li Yang to deal continuous damage. The stone golem's health bar rapidly depleted. Li Yang possessed the Execute talent. Once health dropped to 10, he could finish it directly. After several breaths, the health bar finally bottomed out. System notifications popped up in succession. You killed stone golem, experience 20,000. You obtained gold-grade equipment, stone armor. Level up, current level, 52. After the kill, Li Yang didn't pause for a moment. The sage's tome's control was about to end. He recalled his wind dragon and turned to rush toward the entrance of the underground cavern. At the same time, in the southern wilderness, a mighty army was marching rapidly toward the underground entrance. Logically, monsters should have swarmed to this location by now. But as Wang Tung led his team halfway through their journey, let alone a beast tide, they hadn't encountered even a single stray monster. Strange, he muttered under his breath. The intelligence can't be wrong. Something must have happened ahead. Rather than doubting the intelligence, he was more inclined to believe something had occurred up front. Everyone stay alert and continue forward, Wang Tung commanded, while Li Yang's figure flashed through his mind. Wonder how that kid is doing now. Zhou Jiangwo frowned as well. This kind of abnormal situation often meant bigger trouble. First, the intelligence can't be wrong, so something must have happened ahead. The group continued their advance. Suddenly, a mass of dark shadows appeared on the horizon. As the distance closed, enormous forms gradually took shape. Countless fierce beasts and monsters were crouched in the open ground ahead, as if ready to charge at any moment. The beast tide has indeed come. The team's hearts sank. Li Yong still hadn't appeared, but they encountered the beast tide first. Huang Long secretly felt heavy-hearted. It seems Li Yong is in grave danger. Battalion commander, what do we do now? Zhou Jiangwo asked in a low voice. Suspicious. Why are these monsters just staying there? Wang Tung's eyes flickered. He knew that forcing their way through the wilderness wouldn't be worthwhile. The safest approach was to retreat to the city and use the gate's defensive fortifications to resist the beast tide. They had ventured out to support Li Yong, but now with the situation unclear. Let's go back. We need to stabilize the situation first. Wang Tung sighed, his voice full of helplessness. As battalion commander, he had to consider the safety of the entire team. Everyone nodded silently and turned around. However, just as Wang Tung turned back, his peripheral vision caught something unusual. That group of monsters wasn't pursuing them, but remained crouched in the same position, as if waiting for a signal to attack collectively. What's going on? His heart jolted, and he stopped again. What was happening? At this very moment, Li Yong had returned to the cave. The moment he appeared, the previously dejected professionals immediately lit up with joy, rushing over in a crowd with great enthusiasm. Boss, you're back. We've been waiting for you. I told you he wasn't the type to run away. Only those with twisted minds would make such wild assumptions. Everyone chattered excitedly, their enthusiasm barely contained. Near the cave entrance, a man with an edgy punk hairstyle leaned against the stone wall, spat, and sneered with disdain. Huh, a bunch of idiotic professionals. His contempt formed a stark contrast to the warm atmosphere inside the cave. Outside was dead silent. Even the monster's howls had stopped. Li Yong knew exactly what this meant. Those creatures were probably still searching for him in the outer perimeter. Rest up while you can, he reminded them in a low voice. Recover your strength. The next wave of attacks will come soon. Their tense nerves finally relaxed, and almost everyone collapsed to the ground, not caring whether it was dirty or not. Lu Hai moved over to Li Yang's side, sat down, and asked in a lowered voice, Buddy, where did you actually go just now? I saw you coming in from the cave entrance. Nothing much, Li Yang replied flatly. Went out and killed that stone giant. It was getting in the way. What? Lu Hai froze, wondering if he'd heard wrong. But Li Yang's expression showed no hint of joking. Just then, a cold snort interrupted them. The punk-haired man sauntered over with a smirk. Oh, weren't you supposed to be cowering somewhere like a turtle? How come you're popping up again? Lu Hai glared at him. Cut it out. Believe it or not, that's up to you. The punk spread his hands and looked at Li Yang, raising his voice. You're saying you killed the stone giant? That's ridiculous. That was a level 50+ boss. You might fool these stupid professionals, but you can't fool me. He pointed at the crowd. See that? This is the kind of lying scumbag you're letting lead you. Be careful he doesn't con you out of everything, including your underwear. As his words fell, the cave immediately buzzed with murmurs. While everyone had a poor impression of the punk, they also found the claim of single-handedly killing a level 50 boss rather far-fetched. Li Yang stood silently, his gaze calm, yet unreadable. Lu Hai swallowed and spoke up. I believe this guy. At least he said he'd come back. And he did, right? Someone chimed in. Yeah, we've made it this far thanks to him. If we can't trust him, who can we trust? Exactly, let's listen to him. Support and doubt intertwined as voices rose and fell, with discussions erupting throughout the scene. The situation wasn't as critical as before, giving everyone a chance to pause and think. After a brief silence, several cautious individuals huddled together for a moment before stepping forward to speak. We're all in the same boat now, we sink or swim together. This isn't the time for infighting. Let's be honest with each other and share our thoughts so we can weigh our options together. Many nodded in agreement. In a crisis like this, no one wanted to get stabbed in the back. Li Yang shrugged helplessly. He despised these team dynamics and mutual probing. Going solo was so much simpler. Why bother explaining everything to everyone? Just then, the man with the outrageous punk hairstyle spoke up leisurely. In that case, I suggest we change leadership until we can verify what this person has told us. I'm hardly qualified, but I suppose I could reluctantly take on the role. Lu Hai frowned. Oh? You mean you want us all to follow your orders? If everyone's willing, I certainly have no objections. The punk-haired man spread his hands with a flippant tone. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. Normally, he couldn't be bothered dealing with idiots, but this guy was clearly trying to disrupt his plans, which would drag Li Yang down too. Anyone could see that only he could lead the team to survival. Yet this punk kept stirring up trouble, was either stupid or malicious. Intelligence about Kuwan City flashed through Li Yang's mind. The area was a mixed bag of forces, where good and evil coexisted, and even anti-human organizations might be lurking. The punk's behavior was particularly suspicious. In that case, better to kill wrongly than let him go. The moment the thought formed, he gripped his lightning halberd and struck without warning, slashing horizontally in a flash. Cold light gleamed as the punk-haired man's eyes widened. Though he retreated quickly, his shoulder was still sliced open. Are you insane? He roared, clutching his wound. Li Yang's gaze sharpened. What seeped from the wound wasn't blood, but a wisp of black energy. The man immediately covered it with his clothing, just as he suspected. Without another word, Li Yang swung his halberd again. Damn it! You looking for death? The punk cursed while dodging, but Li Yang pressed his attack relentlessly, thrusting his spear straight at the man's chest. Everyone was stunned. Why the sudden violence? Infighting wouldn't benefit anyone right now, and Li Yang had struck first. Had they misjudged the situation? Could Li Yang's aggressive approach really keep them alive? But in the next second, Li Yang launched a series of fierce attacks, cornering the punk against the wall. Damn it! You forced my hand. With that furious roar, the punk drew a black greatsword. His arms flexed as rolling black energy erupted from within him, quickly wrapping around his limbs and forming pitch-black armor. When he raised his head again, dark patterns had appeared across his skin, making him look like a demon from the abyss. Boy, you're asking for death. His hoarse, muffled voice sent chills down everyone's spine. Every professional in the room froze in shock. My God, what the hell is that? That outfit. Is he from the abyss? They had an abyss infiltrator among them. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. They had been completely oblivious to this. As a notorious anti-human organization, the Abyss cult was considered absolute scum by both righteous and evil factions alike. Wherever they appeared, nothing good ever followed. Thinking about how they had almost been led by the nose just moments ago, everyone present felt a chill of fear. How did Li Yang figure it out? Damn, are you kidding me? I knew he didn't look like a good guy. That's terrifying. We didn't notice anything at all. This bastard definitely had ill intention. She was just waiting for the right moment to stab us in the back. Even in Kuwan City, the Abyss cult was universally despised. Li Yang sank into his memories. The last time he encountered an Abyss cultist at the school training camp, the enemy had tried every possible way to cause trouble upon seeing any capable professionals. If the punk-haired guy really was from the Abyss, everything made sense. No normal person would jump out to sow discord at a time like this. He was either an idiot or evil. A bunch of lowly, pathetic professionals. The punk-haired man's hoarse voice was laced with fury. Since that's the case, then let you all die under my abyss power. As his words fell, black mist exploded around his body. An overwhelming abyss power instantly enveloped the entire cavern. The pitch-black fog surged like a tide, directly sending some professionals flying as screams echoed throughout. This power. Is he 2-star level? Someone cried out in shock. Abyss power was also classified by star levels, with 2-star equivalent to a human's second advancement. Only warriors of at least level 100 could contend with such strength. Yet among those present, the highest level was barely over 60, or they wouldn't have come to farm this underground cavern. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. Though his burst damage was high, it still fell short compared to a level 100 second advancement warrior. Worse still, the monsters outside could charge in at any moment. Everyone's hearts sank. They were truly out of luck. The punk-haired man's gaze locked onto Li Yang. Kid, I have to admit you're quite perceptive, but unfortunately, focusing your attention on me was your biggest mistake. Now, I'll use your blood to offer sacrifice to the Abyss. He raised his hand, and a beam of Abyss power materialized into a pitch-black arrow that thundered toward Li Yang. Li Yang's figure flashed as he quickly retreated several steps, but the black mist seemed to possess tracking abilities, clinging relentlessly to his aura. Brother, let me help you. Lu Hai roared, swinging both arms as an earth-yellow energy shield instantly appeared in front of Li Yang. Bang! The shield shattered to dust the moment it touched the black mist, but the impact wave was completely absorbed. He actually blocked it. Li Yang was slightly shocked. That was an attack equivalent to a second advancement professional. In the next moment, he saw Lu Hai spit out a mouthful of blood, staggering to one knee as he clutched his chest with both hands. A skill notification appeared before his eyes. Transfer shield. Adds a shield to an ally. When the shield breaks, the damage received will be transferred to oneself at a 1-to-1 ratio, not exceeding 90 of maximum health. After taking that hit for him, Lu Hai's health had nearly bottomed out. Seeing his attack neutralized, Shamate flew into a rage. With a flick of his hand, a black orb infused with abyssal power hurtled toward Li Yang. Come on, let's see how long you can dodge. Shamate snarled. Just like before, the dark sphere had homing capabilities. No matter where Li Yang dodged, it would lock onto him, leaving him with nowhere to escape. He had to take it heat in. His eyes flashed like lightning as the oppressive force of the approaching orb made the very air tremble. His left hand had already drawn his explosive bow, preparing for a desperate trade of blows. In that split second, heavy footsteps thundered into the battlefield. A short, stocky man raised his thick shield high and charged at the black orb with a roar. Li Yang's heart lurched. He was about to shout a warning, but it was too late. Boom. The shield slammed into the orb. Abyssal power erupted, sending the man flying backward to crash heavily against the wall, blood streaming down his cracked helmet. Are you insane? That's equivalent to level 100 damage. Even a tank can't withstand that. Li Yang cursed inwardly. Even Shamate was stunned. While he had indeed planned to slaughter all the humans after dealing with Li Yang, were these professionals truly unafraid of death? The next second, more professionals charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Hold him back. We can't let him succeed. Protect Big Brother. If you want to hurt Big Brother, you'll have to step over my corpse first. You all must die. Shamate roared maniacally as abyssal power swept across the battlefield like a black storm, attacking indiscriminately. The situation spiraled out of control instantly. Li Yang's expression darkened, and he hesitated no longer. Whoosh, an exquisite spellbook appeared in his palm. The Sage's Tome. It worked on both monsters and humans, but he wasn't certain about abyssal creatures. There was no time for doubt now. Purple light shot straight toward Shamate. The abyssal demon's movements faltered slightly. Though still active, his edge had been dulled. This was his chance. Li Yang's figure flashed, instantly appearing behind his opponent this time. Failure was not an option. He knew this moment had been bought with his comrades' lives. Huh. With a battle cry, his lightning halberd pierced into the demon's spine. Thud. 39,000. Black blood gushed forth as Shamate spat dark crimson fluid, his eyes wide with shock. No, what kind of damage is this? How could you possibly? Li Yang gave no reply, his halberd dancing with deadly precision. Strike while the iron is hot. Thud, thud, thud. 4,000. Target enters bleeding state. 14,000. The bloodthirst effect stacked as Li Yang's assault became a torrential downpour, and Shamate's health visibly plummeted. Rage, terror, and murderous intent intertwined as Shamate shrieked. I cannot let you live. Black flames exploded as he violently broke free from control, striking at Li Yang with his palm. Bang! Li Yang blocked horizontally with his halberd, but was still sent flying by the tremendous force. He flipped midair, driving his spear tip into the ground, and dragging out long sparks to dissipate the impact. A transparent light shield flickered around him. The ethereal shield had triggered. Not only that, but the Holy War Knight's 100 damage reflection activated simultaneously. Shamate's movements froze as bright red damage numbers appeared above his head. 25,000. What the hell? He's the one who hit Li Yang, so why is he losing health? The Shamate warrior flew into a rage. Glaring at Li Yang, he prepared to continue his assault. Just as he lifted his foot, several magical attacks came thundering in from the flanks, rolling fireballs blazing with flames, arrows shrieking through the air, mixed with the roaring explosions of elemental magic. They all crashed against his black armor, forcing him to stumble. The surrounding adventurers didn't let up, continuously unleashing a barrage of spells and arrows. Though each individual attack dealt limited damage, they formed a tight net that severely hampered his movements. In this brief window, Li Yang quickly steadied his breathing and charged forward again, staying low to the ground. His figure flickered between the shadows of the cave walls, each dodge and step precisely targeting the weak spots in the Shamate's rear defenses, maximizing damage with minimal movement. With his bloodthirst talent stacked, each slash of his blade drew sprays of blood, the continuous bleeding effect steadily draining the Shamate's health. Moments later, the Shamate's expression finally darkened. Arg, you miserable insects. I am the 49th executor. You're all seeking death. I don't care what number you are, even if you were the 91st, you'd still have to kneel. Someone shot back with equal venom. The center of the cavern instantly erupted in a web of fire and light as the battle reached a fever pitch. However, just as everyone's firepower peaked, the sound of falling debris suddenly echoed from the cave entrance. All the adventurers' faces went pale. The monster wave had resumed its assault at this critical moment. Sharp, piercing shrieks followed, along with the rapid patter of countless feet. Monsters burst through the shadows and poured into the cave entrance, frantically charging toward the rear lines. Damn it! We were so close to taking down this spawn of the abyss. Someone cursed through gritted teeth. The Shamate burst into delighted laughter. Haha, foolish adventurers, just wait for death. Lu Hai's veins bulged with anger. What do you have to be proud of, you scum? If the entrance falls, you won't survive either. Me? The Shamate snorted contemptuously, his pupils flashing with mad darkness. Children of the abyss come and go as we please, that is our power. You. Lu Hai was furious. The Shamate raised his chin with amusement. I originally couldn't be bothered to waste more energy, but you insisted on struggling. Wouldn't it have been better to just wait quietly for death? Lu Hai, take your people and hold the entrance. Leave this spawn of the abyss to me, Li Yang said quietly. Against an abyssal executor, words were meaningless. Yes. Though reluctant, Lu Hai immediately redirected the firepower. The others had no choice but to grit their teeth, turn around, and focus on blocking the entrance against the swarm of incoming monsters. The Shamate cracked his neck, joints popping audibly as his cold gaze locked onto Li Yang once more. Now that no one's interfering, have you decided how you want to die? Li Yang's gaze was sharp as a blade. The one who should die is you. The executor's health had dropped close to the execution threshold if his talent triggered. He was confident he could end the fight instantly. Oomph. As if you're worthy. The Shamate raised his massive black blade, dark energy swirling around it as killing intent boiled over. Li Yang said nothing more, raising his explosive bow and firing a rapid succession of arrows that streaked out like silver threads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That's it. The Shamate sneered, his black blade spinning like a windmill to deflect all the arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, a chain of explosions erupted suddenly. Mushroom clouds of flame rose in sequence beneath his feet, scorching shockwaves mixed with debris rolling outward. In the firelight, his armor was left charred and cracked, a sorry sight. I'll tear you to pieces, the Shamate roared, his form flashing forward as his black blade carved a heavy arc of dark energy, viciously lunging toward Li Yang. Li Yang calmly drew out the Wind Dragon token. As spiritual energy flowed into it, a Cyan Dragon spirit burst forth from the talisman, its roar shaking the cavern as shrieking wind pressure swept across the entire battlefield. The space inside the cave was much smaller than outside, so the dragon shadow condensed to a smaller size as well, roughly the height of two people. This was already the limit, as anything larger wouldn't fit. A dragon. Shamate was stunned for a moment, then threw his head back in wild laughter. Ha ha ha, such a tiny dragonese, it's supposed to be my pet. He gestured at his chest with his hand, his eyes full of mockery. Come on, hit me right here. He finished by smugly pointing at his own face. Li Yang remained expressionless, but sneered inwardly. The wind dragon, forced to shrink in size, had only lost visual impact. Its power remained completely intact. Shamate would pay the price for his arrogance. The next moment, the wind dragon roared, and violent whirlwinds suddenly erupted throughout the cave. Caught off guard, Shamate's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively straightened his body and leaned forward, barely managing to steady himself. What? Before he could finish speaking, the wind dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a devastating breath of destructive tornado winds. Bang! The fierce winds struck like a giant hammer, sending Shamate flying violently. Puff! Blood splattered as his entire body was blasted backward. 13,000. Target's health has reached execution range. This is impossible. What is this? Beast taming. Shamate's mouth was still bleeding, but his eyes were wide with terror. At this moment, he finally believed that Li Yang hadn't been lying. His opponent truly had the power to kill that stone monster. Fear drove him to unleash his abyssal power in an attempt to escape. However, Li Yang gave him no chance. He raised his bow and fired repeatedly, arrows transforming into cold light that pierced through the air, instantly penetrating Shamate's protective energy and pinning him consecutively to the cave wall. Don't! His gasps and roars were drowned in the rain of arrows and thunderous sounds, falling silent abruptly. On the other side of the cave entrance, everyone was struggling to fend off the monsters pouring in. Suddenly, continuous rumbling came from outside, with increasingly violent tremors. The monsters that had been frantically attacking the cave entrance seemed restrained by something, their numbers dropping sharply, and the pressure on the defense line instantly decreased. Having dealt with Shamate, Li Yang turned and noticed the disturbance, his eyes brightening slightly. He took out the detector he had found earlier in the supervisor's treasury and aimed it outside. The device immediately picked up intense energy fluctuations. Lu Hai saw Li Yang return and was first startled, then overjoyed. Boss, you defeated that damned abyssal cultist? Hearing this, the others also realized what had happened and were all delighted. Boss is amazing. That was a 2-star abyssal cultist. With you here, we're saved. If we hold on a bit longer, we'll definitely make it out alive. Li Yang nodded slightly. You all did well too, defending the cave entrance immediately. Those were your orders, of course. We couldn't mess up. Lu Hai chuckled and scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Being praised by Li Yang felt like receiving commendation from a superior. The others felt a similar inexplicable pride. Li Yang looked down at the fluctuating data on the detector and said softly, "It looks like we won't need to spend the night here after all." The detector screen showed dense red dots clustered right against the rock wall outside the cave entrance. Those were the monsters. Beyond the red dots, a ring of green dots rapidly closed in, tightly encircling the opening reinforcements. Li Yang's heart leaped, and almost instantly, the sounds of clashing metal and soldiers' battle cries echoed from outside. The mass of dark creatures visibly diminished as the gloom was torn apart. Thank God, we're saved. We're still alive. The professionals in the cave erupted in cheers. Only when standing on death's edge could one truly understand the weight of life. Time to attack. Big brother, lead us in one more charge, someone shouted. All eyes turned to Li Yang. Of course. Li Yang smiled slightly, raising his spear as silver light surged along the shaft toward the tip. Gentlemen, Follow me into battle. Outside the underground cavern, the human army had completed their encirclement. Wang Tung gazed at the beast tide compressed from all sides and whispered in amazement, I knew it. There's still a group of professionals inside. They were smart enough to take shelter in the underground entrance to resist the beast tide. They deserve to be rescued. Liang might very well be among them. Let's hope so. Zhou Jingwo nodded, then charged into battle. His black iron battle axe swept through the air as the power of a third-tier professional exploded instantly. Wherever the axe shadows passed, monsters wailed in agony. The military professionals fought with overwhelming momentum, routing the creatures completely. Inside the cave entrance, at the same moment, dozens of professionals charged out under Li Yang's leadership. He led the charge while the others followed closely, forcibly tearing through the miasma. With hope within reach, everyone squeezed out their last ounce of strength, yet wore barely suppressed smiles. Coordinating from within and without, advancing on two fronts finally. A bloody path was completely carved open. It's the military coming to rescue us. The professionals bursting from the cave entrance saw the figures outside, their eyes wild with joy. Freedom was within sight, survival just one step away. However, no one rashly rushed forward. Everyone unanimously cleared the frontmost position. Big brother, you go first. Lu Hai looked toward Liang, and the others focused their gazes as well. Though their desire to escape had reached its peak, in this moment they still reserved the first step for Liang He was their acknowledged leader. Liang stepped forward. By now, the beast tide had been completely scattered, with monsters fleeing in all directions, no longer able to form groups. Is this the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's military? Respect surged in his heart. Ahead, a familiar figure waved Huang Long. Standing beside him were Captain Wang Tung and Zhao Linger. Liang took that crucial step forward, moving toward them. Behind him, the team of professionals he had led followed in orderly fashion. After the reunion, Huang Long breathed a huge sigh of relief when he saw Liang and said, Geez, brother Liang, you really went too far this time. How could you dare venture into the wilderness alone? If something had happened to you, how would I explain it to Officer Lu Xian? But you gave me the map, remember? Liang patted his chest and chuckled in response. I thought you knew. I didn't know Jack. Huang Long rolled his eyes helplessly. That map was just to prevent you from getting lost, not for you to forget it, as long as you're safe. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with lingering fear as he looked at Liang. Wang Tung stepped forward, sizing up Liang with an appreciative gaze. Well, your courage is rare, daring to take on challenges. Commendable. I'm sure this expedition yielded quite a harvest, but please be more careful in the future. By the way, who are these people behind you? Liang stepped aside, gesturing for the group to come forward. They're also professionals from near the underground caverns who encountered the beast tide like I did. We just worked together to fend off monsters in the cave. I owe them a lot. Damn, boss, so you're with the military. My respects. Lu Hai bowed carefully with cupped hands. The professionals gathered around had originally wanted to probe Li Yang's background, but they never expected him to be connected to the military and to have mobilized half a unit. With such strength and connections, they should have heard of him long ago. Boss. Huang Long raised an eyebrow, quietly studying Liang. What had this guy done in just the short time he'd been gone? He noticed that these professionals clearly held Liang in complete respect, and many of them were even over level 60 higher than Liang himself. Liang shrugged. Now that we're safe, stop calling me boss. In our hearts, you'll always be the boss. Lu Hai grinned foolishly, his tone absolutely firm. The others chimed in one after another. We'll never forget your life-saving grace. If you ever need anything, just call and we'll come. Indeed, it was Liang who had organized everyone to resist the monsters, and he who had led the team to slay the Abyss cultists. Without Liang, they would have died several times over. Thinking about their impending separation, the group felt somewhat reluctant. On the other side, Zhao Linger watched in stunned amazement. What on earth had happened in just half a day? These people were all tough characters from various factions in Kuwan City, yet now they were showing Liang such respect. It seemed Liang didn't need her protection at all, could thrive perfectly well in the wilderness. Remembering her morning lecture about taking care of him, her cheeks flushed red. The fool was herself all along. That's gotta hurt, buddy. Zhou Jingwo appeared at just the right moment, patting her shoulder. Now you have a peer to look up to. Learn from him. More young people communicate better with each other. Zhao Linger smiled bitterly without arguing. Let's head back. The group returned triumphantly, marching back into the city in grand procession. At the city gate, a group of professionals lined up neatly and bowed deeply to Liang. Big brother, after today's farewell, if you ever need anything, come find me at the Black Dragon Gang anytime. Lu Hai's expression was solemn. Our Green Gang also welcomes you as a guest. If you ever come to the North District, we'll definitely treat you royally. Everyone spoke up one after another, revealing all their connections. Wang Tung and Zhou Jingwo exchanged glances, both nodding and sighing quietly. This Liang is really promising material. In just 2 days, he's turned Kuwan City upside down. Too bad he's not in the military. It would be great if we could recruit him into our unit. After seeing everyone off, Liang returned to the military camp with the unit. Along the way, he reflected silently. Though this city was chaotic, it also contained the purest emotions, without need for beating around the bush. But to survive, he too had to adapt to circumstances. This expedition had been incredibly rewarding. Opening his attribute panel, his level had jumped straight to 55, a full 5 levels beyond his expected 50. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. To protect himself, he had slain countless monsters, with almost all the experience falling to him. Looking at his backpack, equipment of bronze, silver, and gold quality was piled up like a small mountain. Back at the military camp, fatigue washed over him like a tide. Liang didn't think much more, hastily ate some food, then lay down on his bed and fell asleep. Kuwan City. As night fell, explosive news quickly swept across the city. A mysterious young man had been brought in by the military after achieving great success in fending off a beast tied in the outskirts. Rumors about him varied widely. Some claimed he was a mage, others said he was a heavily armored tank, some believed he was a melee warrior, while others were convinced he could control spirit beasts. Despite the differing opinions, one thing was clear: this young man was astonishingly powerful. Not only was his combat ability remarkable, but his on-the-spot command was unmatched. The next morning, the military camp was buzzing with activity, far more than usual. Colorful flags lined the main road, and the dormitory buildings, training grounds, and dining hall were all draped in bright red banners. The annual sports grand competition had officially begun. For the soldiers, these 2 days of competition promised not only fun but also the chance to win prizes, making it even more anticipated than the new year, especially since they still had to stand guard during the spring festival. However, the impact of this event extended far beyond the military camp. Various factions in Kuwan City were also closely watching the competition's outcome. When the matches began, the entire city would open betting pools, and the military would secretly place bets, revealing the intricate web of interests at play. That's just the higher-ups squabbling, Huang Long said casually as he shoveled rice into his mouth in the cafeteria. We ordinary soldiers just need to enjoy these 2 days of leisure. Liang sat across from him, his chopsticks hovering in midair, a frown on his face. He had initially thought the competition was merely a form of entertainment for the military, only to discover that his name had already been submitted by Huang Long. Huang Long took a big bite of stewed meat and chuckled through his mouthful. Don't worry, even if we compete, it won't affect anything. We're just going through the motions. Liang took a deep breath. But why didn't you tell me in advance? Competing requires investment. Huang Long chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I mentioned it casually and forgot to tell you. How about this? I'll invest 1,000 dragon coins in you, okay? 1,000. Liang raised an eyebrow. I could invest more than that myself. According to the competition rules, each contestant must have at least one investor, with amounts ranging from 1 to a billion, but it can never be zero. Liang had only just figured out what finding investment meant today, which is why he was asking Huang Long for clarification. After some inquiries, he had a rough understanding of the process. Investment, in this context, was essentially betting. Investors would back contestants they believed had potential, and after the competition, they would share the profits based on performance. In previous years, some emerging contestants had attracted millions of dragon coins within a minute of opening, highlighting the depth of the stakes involved. The higher the investment, the greater the potential returns, and the more it entangled the hidden power struggles within Kuwan City. Liang felt he had been unwittingly drawn into this web. Huang Long patted him on the shoulder. Liang, really, there's no need to feel pressured. People like us, who are unknown, usually don't attract any investors. He glanced at his watch. I have other matters to attend to, so we'll take off now. With that, he pulled out 1,000 dragon coins from his bag, placed them on the table, and then quickly left. You have so little faith in me. Liang looked down at the slightly wrinkled card in his palm, with only a measly 1,000 dragon coins left. He shrugged helplessly. No matter what, he had to earn some travel money. Couldn't make this trip for nothing. With that thought, he checked his personal account, and the balance was indeed pitiful. He'd already spent almost everything getting here, and while he had plenty of equipment with him, he was flat broke. Liang, there you are. A familiar female voice suddenly called out from behind. He turned around to see Zhao Linger striding toward him in bright athletic shoes. The girl's long hair swayed as she walked. Her breathing slightly labored. Clearly, she'd been rushing around looking for him. Finally found you. I heard you're also participating in the athletic competition. She smiled brightly, though her eyes held a searching look. What's up? Liang's tone was flat. The scene of their last falling out was still fresh in his mind, and he couldn't figure out why she'd suddenly appeared again. Zhao Linger blinked, then suddenly lowered her voice. How about I invest in you? Liang froze for a moment, his expression turning odd. He'd expected this young lady to at least throw some sarcastic remarks his way after learning about his participation, but instead she was extending an olive branch. Zhao Linger hummed a cheerful little tune under her breath, seemingly pleased with some secret plan of hers. I'll invest 660,000 dragon coins in you. She raised two slender fingers, making a 6-6 gesture. In fact, Zhao Linger had stayed up all night thinking it through. Since she couldn't beat Liang Heaton, why not pull him into her camp? She'd heard Liang was short on funds right now, so jumping out to offer help in his time of need, combined with her trump card as the only beautiful girl by his side. How could Liang not fall in line? Once he became one of her people, she could boss him around as she pleased. Just thinking about it made her happy. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this was a sure win. Weaken a strong rival while gaining a loyal follower. 660,000 was a steal. However, when she waited smugly for Li Yang's tearful gratitude, she found him completely unmoved. Sure, transfer it to me quickly. Li Yang nodded in acceptance, though it's a bit on the low side. Huh? This is low? Zhao Linger's eyes widened. Yeah. Li Yang pondered for a moment before naming a figure. Add at least another 5 million. Zhao Linger was stunned on the spot. So keeping a man was this expensive? She bit her lip in distress. She'd originally planned to spend a little money as encouragement to humor him, but now the cost had skyrocketed nearly tenfold. Fortunately, her family was well off, and this little rich girl could still manage it if she squeezed her budget. Fine. She took a deep breath and lifted her chin in reminder. You need to remember that when you were at your lowest, the only one who believed in you and supported you was me. Don't let me down. Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. He'd just been making an outrageous demand on a whim, never expecting Zhao Linger to actually agree so readily. 5 million dragon coins, just like that? This young lady really did have an extraordinary background. He wondered to himself, should he have asked for even more? Zhao Linger stared at him intently, like a hunter sizing up prey. Liang thought, if she dared to give it, why should he be polite about taking it? All right then, first transfer 5 million to this account number, 6215. He rattled it off smoothly, his tone practiced and fluid. Deal. Wait for it, I'll transfer it to you right now. Zhao Linger said with her hands on her hips. Jianghai Bank deposit received, 5 million yuan. Li Yang stared at his phone screen, his mind reeling as if someone had clubbed him over the head, leaving him frozen in place. Are you serious right now? The question spun through his thoughts, but the cold, hard digits on the bank notification had already crushed all their previous disagreements and conflicts to dust. He broke into a grin and immediately called out warmly. Great, great. Have you eaten yet? There's still half a steak here that I haven't finished. You can have it. Zhao Linger smiled with narrowed eyes. Sure. She was actually already full, but with Li Yang in such high spirits, she played along to make sure those 5 million yuan were well spent. She cheerfully sat down beside him, both of them beaming like they'd struck gold, each convinced they'd gotten a better deal. After parting ways with Zhao Linger, Li Yang left the cafeteria with light steps, his pockets heavy with newfound wealth. Replaying that magical scene in his mind, he almost wondered if he was still dreaming. Whatever had gotten into Zhao Ling didn't matter. What mattered was this windfall from heaven, this overnight fortune. Of course, he wasn't planning to throw all the money into investment. She wasn't stupid, and losing it all would leave him with nothing. At most, he'd invest a small portion to try his luck. If he lost, he'd just consider it supporting the competition organizers. With his plan set, Li Yang headed straight for the most famous street in Kuwan City's red light district, Fireworks Alley. Here, lights flickered and voices buzzed. By day, one didn't envy Mandarin ducks, and by night, one didn't envy immortals. Ahem. While people claimed to be here on legitimate business, who actually came here for legitimate reasons? But Li Yang truly had no interest in seeking pleasure today. Following his map, he passed through the neon lights at the alley entrance and arrived at a small shop that looked ordinary, even somewhat run down. At the door, he knocked in the predetermined pattern. 3 times on the left, once on the right, then 3 more times on the left. After a few seconds, the handle clicked softly. The door cracked open, revealing a pitch-black passage with muffled noise echoing from within. Beyond it lay the famous Kuwan City underground black market, a place where money could buy anything. Li Yang stepped into the passage, quickly throwing on a gray-black hooded cloak as his pace quickened. The lights ahead grew brighter, and the cacophony of sounds hit him as his view opened. An underground street, resembling an old marketplace, stretched before him. Stalls lined both sides, crowds milled about, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of rust, oil, spices, and various unidentifiable odors. The timing was perfect. Many exotic items had just been put on display and hadn't been picked over yet. As Li Yang browsed, he marveled silently. This single street seemed to concentrate all of Kuwan City's intelligence network. Prohibited equipment, mysterious potions, even desperate souls selling themselves into slavery. Each item made one wonder about the prison sentences lurking behind them. The more he looked, the more excited he became, feeling he might actually find some treasure. He moved slowly along the stalls, his eyes constantly scanning. Suddenly, in front of an unremarkable little shop, he stopped dead in his tracks. This was a tiny shop with 3 crooked chalk-written characters above it: Treasure Pavilion, the handwriting so ugly it looked like random classroom doodles. The shop had only one narrow door, with a faded curtain hanging at the entrance, half blocking the light from inside. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind the curtain, mixed with angry curses. The next second, a burly man was forcibly hurled out the door, hitting the ground in a cloud of dust. "Bah! You worthless scum think you're worthy of my treasure pavilion?" came an aged but vigorous voice from inside. The thrown man dusted himself off and got up, eyes wide with anger. "Outrageous! This is the first time I've seen a merchant who picks and chooses customers." "What, not satisfied?" A small old man in snow-white robes pushed through the curtain, his face deeply lined, an expression peculiar. "You worthless scum think you deserve to covet my treasures?" The man's neck turned red with frustration. What kind of shop refuses to do business? "Look carefully, this is a treasure pavilion. I store treasures, I don't sell them." The old man pointed at the crooked sign. "I enjoy keeping things locked away, watching you all desperately wanting what you can't have. It brings me great pleasure." "Incredible, absolutely incredible." Li Yong watched from the side in amazement, thinking that Kuwan City truly was full of hidden talents. Not wanting trouble, he planned to take a detour and leave. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he put on a kindly smile. "Hey, young man. Want to come in and take a look? I have great treasures." Li Yong cursed silently. Like hell I believe you. If he hadn't just witnessed the old man throwing someone out, he might have been fooled by that smile. So he waved dismissively. "Maybe next time," and turned to leave. "Young man, please wait." The old man quickly stepped to the doorway. Li Yang's brow twitched. He's determined to bother me? The recently ejected man seized the opportunity to mutter nearby. "Don't fall for it, brother. This old guy does have some treasures, but he just likes to mess with people. Still not leaving? Don't interfere with my business." The old man glared at him, rolling up his sleeves as if ready for another fight. The man's face went pale, and he scrambled away. The old codger really did have some strength, and he was no match for him. In an instant, only the old man and Li Yong remained face to face. Li Yong felt wary. Can't actually leave? The next moment, the old man spoke casually. "The key, you have it on you, don't you?" "Key." Li Yang's heart jolted. That special item he'd seized from 2 major guilds in the boss territory was currently hidden on his person. After keeping it secret for so long, this old man had seen through him at a glance. He instantly entered combat readiness while keeping his expression unchanged. "What key?" The old man chuckled. "Why don't we talk inside? This street has too many eyes and ears. You wouldn't want others to know this secret, would you?" Li Yang's eyes flickered since the other party had already called him out. Running would only draw more attention. After weighing his options, he took a deep breath, pushed through the curtain, and entered the shop. Clang! The moment Li Yong stepped into the room, he drew his lightning halberd, golden arcs crackling continuously along its blade. The room was dimly lit, and the bright electric arcs illuminated rows of dusty wooden shelves, casting flickering shadows across the face of the elderly man, Su Changfeng, standing opposite him. The old man merely chuckled, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a leisurely tone. "Young man, don't be so hot-headed. If you're not hot-headed, can you still call yourself young?" Li Yong retorted coldly, pointing the halberd's tip toward the old man's chest. Golden arcs crackled and sparked, filling the air with an acrid, burning smell. Su Changfeng was momentarily stunned, then threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Good lad. You old geezer, what exactly are you after?" Li Yong narrowed his eyes, his muscles tensing slightly as he clearly entered combat readiness. Su Changfeng spoke unhurriedly. "Relax, if I wanted to harm you, I would have acted already. Also, I'm not called old geezer. You can call me Su Changfeng." "Sure thing, old geezer." Li Yong kept his gaze fixed on his opponent, his guard never dropping. He knew all too well how tempting something that could drive 2 major guilds and underground forces into a frenzy could be. Even blood relatives couldn't be trusted. Su Changfeng shrugged helplessly. "You're quite bold, carrying such a thing with you. Aren't you afraid of attracting unwanted attention? Lucky for you, it was me who found you." "That remains to be seen." Li Yang's lips curled slightly. He still couldn't figure out how the old man had discovered the key's existence. Taking advantage of their conversation, he scanned the room. Jade bottles, spirit herbs, and rare minerals filled the tables, gleaming brilliantly. Any single item could cause a stir at auction houses. None of these treasures should exist in this rundown building. "Stop looking, they're all fake." Su Changfeng waved his hand lightly. Snap! The golden light instantly vanished, and all the precious items transformed into rough stones as dust cascaded down. Illusion magic? Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. Su Changfeng smiled mysteriously. "It seems you don't know what the key is for. The one in your possession is the key to opening the Heavenly Gate." "Heavenly Gate?" Li Yong frowned. Since obtaining the key, he hadn't bothered investigating its purpose. Only now did he realize its significance. "Exactly." Su Changfeng nodded. "Legend says that behind the Heavenly Gate lie ancient divine artifacts. Each one possesses world-destroying power, and countless forces pursue them relentlessly." Li Yong suddenly gripped his halberd tighter, his shoulder muscles bulging as his gaze turned even icier toward the old man. The key's value far exceeded his imagination, and anyone who knew its secrets could be deadly. As if reading his concerns, Su Changfeng waved dismissively. Don't be nervous. Those divine artifacts are useless to me, and besides, I know where the heavenly gate is located. Li Yang's heart pounded violently. With the key in hand, if he could also learn the gate's location, anyone would be thrilled beyond measure. He stared intently at Su Changfeng, weighing the truth of his words. Where? The question escaped his lips. Su Changfeng snorted. Boy, didn't you say you don't trust me? Why should I tell you? Like having cold water dumped over his head, Li Yang felt an unbearable itch of curiosity. He suddenly raised his lightning halberd, golden arcs surging. Damn it! If you don't tell me, I'll cut you down. In that instant, he was almost certain the old man was deliberately baiting him, trying to provoke his anger. Unable to fathom this old geezer's true nature, a thought flashed through his mind. Since he couldn't figure out the old man's background anyway, he might as well silence him permanently. Hey now, why are you being so aggressive, young man? Put that weapon down, put it down. Su Changfeng's eyes widened in alarm. In the dim cave, torches flickered and crackled. Su Changfeng kept his right hand behind his back, holding onto his trump card. He had planned to stall for time, hoping Li Yang would eventually come begging to him. But here was this young man pointing a blade straight at his nose, showing not an ounce of fear, forcing him to speak first. Li Yang narrowed his eyes, his voice cold as rushing mountain stream water. You called me here just to tell me this? Unless he got to the bottom of things, he would never fully trust this old fool, nor could he determine if the man's words held any truth. Su Changfeng sighed and brushed the dust from his sleeves. The heavenly gate hasn't reached its time of opening yet. Knowing about it now won't do you any good. What's your real purpose in approaching me? Li Yang pressed relentlessly. Su Changfeng raised his hand, gesturing for patience. All under heaven bustle about for profit. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I want to enter the heavenly gate too, to make up for past regrets. So the fox finally shows his tail. Li Yang's gaze sharpened, his muscles tensing as he prepared for a fight. Who would bother looking for the heavenly gate without having a key? Su Changfeng quickly waved his hands. My purpose for entering the heavenly gate doesn't conflict with yours. I don't want the ancient divine artifacts. I only seek an answer. An answer? Li Yang raised an eyebrow. Legend says that entering the heavenly gate is like entering reincarnation itself, where one can glimpse past and present lives. Su Changfeng's voice grew low, as if speaking to himself. A human life spans mere decades before turning to dust. In the end, all we seek is just one answer. Li Yang's expression turned peculiar, but he didn't continue mocking. He had one final question. How did you discover the key was on me? Fate, or perhaps divine will? Su Changfeng smiled bitterly and pulled out a blue, transparent, perfectly round pearl from his robes. I've been wandering for years with the heavenly eye, unable to find the key, only to stumble upon you here. The moment the pearl appeared, the key at Li Yang's chest trembled slightly, as if called by its own kind. Su Changfeng continued explaining. This is called the heavenly eye. It's something brought out from the heavenly gate by our predecessors, and it belongs to the heavenly gate. Li Yang silently weighed his options. If he refused to cooperate, Su Changfeng would never reveal the heavenly gate's location. But finding the heavenly gate on his own would be nearly impossible. Working together seemed like a win-win situation, yet those ancient divine artifacts were valuable enough to make anyone break their word. He had to guard against the old man stabbing him in the back. When will the heavenly gate open? Li Yang's voice was calm, but he had already made his decision. Soon. I'll contact you when the time comes. You'd better stay alive and go dying, and let the key fall into someone else's hands. After speaking, Su Changfeng couldn't help but pick his nose, flicking the result into the fire where it popped and crackled. Li Yang frowned in disgust. This damn old man's behavior doesn't match his refined name at all. With that, he turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'm going. Wait. Su Changfeng raised his hand and tossed something toward Li Yang. Take this and protect yourself well. Li Yang froze for a moment and took a closer look. It was indeed the heavenly eye. Su Changfeng had mentioned before that this was something leaked from within the heavenly gate, the Eye of Heavenly Gate, a treasure among time-based artifacts. Its exclusive effect, lock onto a target and plunge it into extreme sluggishness, reducing the flow of time by a full 1000%. Li Yang's fingertips trembled slightly. This was the rarest and most coveted time-based weapon. Su Changfeng felt as if his heart was being carved out, but he had to speak. Listen, kid, if you die, I'll never forgive you. I'll piss on your grave every day, you hear me? Li Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked up at the old man for a few more seconds. This miser who was stingy to the bone actually gave up such a precious treasure to him? He really went all out. Then he squinted suspiciously. Hey, old man, you had such a powerful thing in your hands. Didn't you ever think about killing me for it? Su Changfeng scratched his crotch and snorted. I don't want to bring trouble upon myself. When you survive until the day the heavenly gate opens, wouldn't it be easier for me to reap the benefits without effort? Li Yang's mouth twitched violently. Sure enough, this crafty old man had no good intentions passing the hot potato to someone else to take the heat, while waiting in the back to collect the harvest, bearing no risk at all. Thinking of this, he cursed silently. Old Ginger is still the spiciest, but didn't act coy anymore. He pocketed the heavenly eye and left the shop. After leaving the underground black market and returning to the military camp, Zhao Linger came running over. Hey, Liang, where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere for ages. Liang turned around and saw the little rich lady, looking concerned. Thinking that they had just split gold coins in the morning, he couldn't very well turn his back on her, so he showed a faint smile. Just wandered around. Well, let's not talk about that now. Come with me. I need to get you changed. Zhao Linger said as she took his arm. Li Yong stiffened, feeling the warmth of those soft palms, and only then noticed she had already changed into a haute couture gown. The gauze was as light as morning mist, the hem embroidered with intricate patterns that shimmered under the lights. Wait, change into what? He asked, bewildered. Oh right. Zhao Linger slapped her forehead and giggled. You're coming with me to a party later. A party? Li Yong was even more confused. What's all this about? Didn't you sign up for the grand competition? As your primary investor, I naturally have to take you out to show you off. She calculated in her mind that this was also a great opportunity to increase Li Yang's loyalty, which absolutely couldn't be missed. Li Yang finally caught on and nodded. All right then, but what I'm wearing is pretty. Before he could finish, he casually patted his outer garment, immediately raising a cloud of dust. Zhao Linger was instantly petrified. In the end, Li Yang obediently changed into a cleaner set of clothes. Evening arrived, with the sky's rosy clouds like large swaths of orangered silk, dyeing half the sky. The setting sun's afterglow spilled onto the shabby streets, coating the gray and dreary Kuwan city with a layer of warm golden radiance. An old sycamore tree leaned at the street corner, a few withered leaves swaying in the wind with rustling sounds. The city was brightly lit, with large and small lights beginning to illuminate. Li Yang rode with Zhao Linger to the heart of Kuwan City. Their car came to a smooth stop in front of a five-star hotel called Afterlife, where luxury vehicles of every description were already lined up at the entrance, their lights twinkling like a mobile jewelry exhibition. Zhao Linger was in high spirits, bouncing excitedly toward the entrance as soon as she stepped out, while Li Yang merely yawned and surveyed his surroundings. This area was indeed Kuwan City's most prosperous district. The stark contrast between the slums' decay and this area's glittering nightlife was striking. Towering skyscrapers stood in neat rows, housing the headquarters of major power players, collectively elevating the entire city's economic status. The two entered the hotel lobby, where Zhao Linger produced a black gold membership card and handed it to the front desk. The staff immediately showed utmost respect, with a dedicated guide escorting them straight to the elevator. The elevator dinged open to reveal the top floor in all its glory. A spacious hall blazed with lights, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows that made the night sky's stars seem within reach, offering a panoramic view of Kuwan City's neon lights and traffic flow below. Several long tables were laden with freshly prepared Western and Chinese cuisine, along with various beverages. Lobster, steak, caviar, and Buddha jumps over the wall were all available. The hall was packed with guests, high-ranking family members in custom suits, ambitious business moguls, and stern-faced professionals. Li Yang noticed a banner hanging on the ornate wall that read, 13th Athletic Competition Investment Gala. Zhao Linger pointed cheerfully toward the central table. Come on, let's sit over there. Li Yang nodded, chose an empty seat, and immediately grabbed an Australian lobster, crunching through the salt and pepper coating with gusto, getting his hands thoroughly greasy. Is it good? Zhao Linger attentively poured him water. It's all right, tastes like chicken, Li Yang said, downing the water in one gulp. This scene left everyone around them stunned, especially the young men who prided themselves on their sophistication. What the hell? Is there no justice left in this world? How can such a stunning beauty be fawning over some guy who's dressed like a slob and looks completely unkempt? This makes no sense. This is domestic territory. What kind of shock therapy is this? That's one weird fetish. Whispered discussions rippled through the crowd, with some people literally getting goosebumps from the shock. But Zhao Linger smiled brighter than the lights. This was exactly her intention, to boost Li Yang's reputation in front of everyone, making him increasingly aware of how indispensable she was. Meanwhile, Li Yang simply saw himself as a dedicated food enthusiast, happily devouring lobster in one hand and Buddha jumps over the wall in the other. Zhao Linger. A slightly surprised female voice came from behind. A tall woman in a blue evening gown hurried over, covering her mouth in amazement. It really is you. I thought I was mistaken. Zhao Linger noticed the newcomer, her eyes flickering as she raised her hand in greeting. You? Before she could finish, the woman in blue had pulled her aside, whispering urgently. Who is this guy? Never mind that for now. What are you doing? Aren't you embarrassed? Can't you see how strangely everyone around here is looking at you too? Zhao Linger blinked innocently, looking matter-of-fact. I know. You know? And you're still doing this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? At the very least, couldn't you find someone more presentable? The woman in blue was nearly in tears. Zhao Linger hummed mysteriously. Don't worry about that. Just know that I have my own deeper reasons for doing this. What kind of deeper reasons could these possibly be? The woman in blue tried to persuade her further. Zhao Linger's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh right, Xiaoyu, why don't you invest with me too? Investment? Invest in whom? My friend, of course. Zhao Linger stood at the entrance of the brightly lit banquet hall, pointing toward Li Yong, who was busy devouring his meal. A cunning glint flickered in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved up almost imperceptibly as long as she could secure investment for Li Yong. He'd be incredibly grateful when he realized what she'd done, and then her little scheme could advance by leaps and bounds. I won't do it. Yu Wenwen, the woman in the blue dress, crossed her arms over her chest, her tone decisive. Zhao Linger was stunned for a moment. Why? Yu Wenwen, aren't you my best friend? Precisely because I'm your friend, I need to pull you back from this madness. Yu Wenwen spoke matter-of-factly. This friend of yours is clearly unreliable. Look how he's dressed for an occasion like the shaving you noticed. He's making you lose face completely. Zhao Linger rubbed her temples with her fingertips. She had indeed prepared a brand new suit for Li Yong before coming, but the guy stubbornly refused to wear it, and she didn't want to force him. As for propriety, for someone like Hera, little princess, who grew up in a military camp, it had never been a primary concern. Yu Wenwen sighed softly. If you really consider me a friend, listen to me's your companion to leave. Him staying here is like someone who's wandered into the wrong world. It's not good for either of you. Just as Zhao Linger was about to argue, scattered whispers began floating around them. What a country bumpkin. Huh, look at that outfit, absolutely ridiculous. Look at those clothes, even my servants dress better than him. The snippets of mockery made Zhao Linger's heart skip a beat. In her moment of enthusiasm bringing Li Yong here, she really hadn't considered these things. She suddenly pushed through the crowd and ran toward the center of the hall. Slow down, Yu Wenwen called out urgently behind her. By now, a small clearing had formed around Li Yong in the center of the banquet hall, with people whispering among themselves and pointing at him. Li Yong continued eating his hot pot while humming a tune, completely oblivious to how he'd become the target of everyone's attention. What? You don't have mouths to eat with, so you're staring at me. Or am I eating so well that you're jealous? He looked up and surveyed the crowd, his tone half serious, half mocking. Someone in the crowd immediately sneered. Kid, you're really killing the atmosphere here. You'd be better suited guarding the door. Exactly. What kind of class do you have to be in the same room as us? Look at that outfit like you're collecting scraps. Where's security? Tonight's event is important. Don't let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch. Get him out of here. Li Yong raised an eyebrow, inexplicably having attracted a wave of hostility. He wondered to himself, even eating a meal gets you gawked at. What a strange world. I'd like to see who dares to throw anyone out. Zhao Linger pushed through the wall of people and stormed to Li Yang's side, fuming. The goodwill she'd worked so hard to build was almost completely wiped out because of these people, and she was seething with frustration. This was truly a case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Zhao Linger, this is what you brought? How slovenly. Someone recognized her and called out disdainfully. Have you been in the military camp so long that you've been infected too? Actually mixing with this kind of person. What do you mean this kind of person? Zhao Linger slammed her hand on the table edge, her almond-shaped eyes wide with anger. I'll hang out with whoever I want. Who are you to interfere? Startled by her outburst, the young man was immediately speechless. Zhao Linger decided to take her rebellious streak to the extreme, sitting down right next to Li Yong and following his example, grabbing 2 large lobsters, peeling them, dipping them in sauce, and eating with gusto. Her gorgeous dress quickly became stained with grease, but she couldn't care less. How vulgar. The whispers around them grew quieter, but they were also at a loss for what to do. They were beyond saving. TSK, a girl spending all her time learning to fight and kill it was bound to end up like this sooner or later. The crowd chuckled and shook their heads, their eyes full of mockery, dispersing in small groups and leaving behind only a mess of footprints and lingering echoes on the ground. As soon as the crowd scattered, Li Yong lifted his head and stared at Zhao Linger across from him with a peculiar expression. Was almost certain this girl had lost her mind today. In a few days, he would be leaving this city, probably never to return in his lifetime. So naturally he didn't care about the local gossip. But Zhao Linger was different. With this outburst, she had essentially offended everyone in her social circle. How would she manage her life going forward? Though he thought this, he still shrugged, too lazy to meddle, and continued focusing on the abalone in his bowl. As time passed, the banquet hall grew livelier. Under the lights, round tables quickly filled up with guests raising their glasses, laughter and greetings rising and falling as people chatted, waiting for the evening's festivities to officially begin. Hey, did you hear? The military recently got a young prodigy, apparently quite young too. I heard about that too. I'm sort of an insider. One of our guild members was there, and according to him, this young man was absolutely incredible. I heard he's a powerful frontline fighter. The version I heard was that he's a mage, and according to inside sources, the guy is some young master from the inner city out for training. The day he entered the military camp, Captain Wan, you know him, right? personally awarded him a first-class merit. Wow, really? I'd definitely like to see him if I get the chance. This guy's no ordinary fish in a small pond. Li Yong chewed on the abalone while listening intently, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Just then, a sharp, grating laugh cut through the conversation. Ha ha, Zhao Linger, so it really is you. Haven't seen you in a few days. How did you become so pathetic? The newcomer wore heavy makeup, had a round figure, with a short skirt cinched at her waist, and her powder looked ready to fall off. Beside the woman stood a burly man with bulging muscles, like a walking bronze statue, followed by two silent bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. Jiang Ting, Zhao Ling, he didn't look up, but recognized the voice. I'm in a bad mood right now. Don't mess with me. Mess with you? Hee hee. I'd love nothing more than to watch you degrade yourself. Jiang Ting looked smug, deliberately raising her voice. I came here to show off my fighter. She tilted her head toward the muscular man. Sang Biao. The big man stepped forward, his feet hitting the ground with heavy thuds that made the floor echo with dull sounds. His bulging muscles rippled with each movement, and on his shaved head was a prominent slave mark. Zhao Linger's body trembled at this display, and she said coldly, Jiang Ting, are you sick? Jiang Ting raised her chin, laughing even more gleefully. Zhao Linger, you used to lord over me and everything, didn't you? Well, listen up. Sang Biao is a military hound from the North District, and he'll be representing me in this tournament. As for you, just keep huddling with those losers for warmth, huh? After her taunts, she swayed away, the bodyguards silently following, and Sang Biao thumped back to his position, his massive figure soon disappearing among the lights. Zhao Linger stamped her feet in anger. Damn it. Now any random person thinks they can step all over me. Just as her emotions were about to explode, the overhead speakers suddenly buzzed to life, and a clear, solemn voice echoed throughout the hall. The evening begins. As soon as the announcement ended, the entire living room plunged into darkness. After a few moments, the lights suddenly flickered back on, with all beams converging on the circular platform in the center of the hall, standing about 3 feet high. The projection screen on the back wall lit up simultaneously, and red curtains dropped to the floor. From behind the curtains emerged a man dressed in a well-tailored black suit, his heels clicking crisply against the wooden platform. He bowed deeply under the spotlight, his voice deep and commanding. Welcome, distinguished guests, for taking time from your busy schedules to attend tonight's investment gala. You've all been eagerly waiting, so without further ado, let the event officially begin. A stir rippled through the audience below. Some couldn't help but rise to their feet, while others remained seated with arms crossed, maintaining the composed demeanor typical of seasoned investors. Now, please welcome our first contestant, Eastern Military District veteran He Hu, along with his representative, deputy leader of the Qing Gang Wang Tao. The moment the man in black announced their names, the lights automatically split into 2 beams. The sound of military boots echoed as He Hu stepped forward. His posture was ramrod straight, his skin weathered and dark, every inch the embodiment of military bearing. Standing shoulder to shoulder with him was Wang Tao, a middle-aged man in an impeccable suit with a humble smile. Thunderous applause swept through the venue like a tidal wave. Everyone present understood that gang leaders typically remained in the shadows, so having a deputy leader represent the entire Qing gang was already a significant show of sincerity. So its deputy leader Wang We must show our support. I'm investing 1 million dragon coins, someone shouted first. It's actually He Hu. No wonder the Qing gang takes this seriously. He made it to the top 10 last time, another voice chimed in. The man in black raised his microphone as a reminder. If anyone is interested, please feel free to invest in this contestant at any time. Mutual success benefits all. As his words faded, the numbers on the big screen immediately began rolling. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. The figures soared relentlessly until they stopped at 51 million. Nearly everyone in the venue had made a move, some gambling on a chance, others showing respect to the Qing gang. Casually throwing around tens of millions in investment was the norm here. In the audience, Li Yong watched with his mouth twitching. That amount could buy several pieces of brilliant grade equipment. And this is just the first contestant. Zhao Linger snorted softly. The real powerhouses haven't even appeared yet. Kuwan City reshuffles the deck every year at this time, with resources distributed according to final rankings. The Qing gang is nothing more than a minor player at best. Li Yong felt a chill in his heart. So the upheaval was this dramatic. Zhao Linger continued studying the stage. Humph. Once these people finish their performances, we'll go up there and make some easy money too. Li Yong was stunned. Of course. We're from the military after all, and we were invited to this gathering. My family has some reputation too, so those face-conscious old folks will definitely invest something. Why refuse free money? Zhao Linger said matter-of-factly. Li Yong glanced at her, thinking to himself, this girl has a truly devious mind. How is this different from robbery? But then again, it's pure strategic maneuvering. Fine, I'll trust her this once. Contestants appeared one after another, investment figures breaking records repeatedly. There was no highest amount. only higher ones. Only then did Liang truly grasp that the power struggle between major factions had already begun at this very moment. The right to speak always belonged to those few top-tier forces, while the rest could only serve as vassals. For instance, the Qing gang, which had initially raised tens of millions, ended up investing 10 million in a faction called the Black Dragon Society. Tonight's gala clearly revealed the overall situation. The power struggle among the major forces was nearing its end, and the stage truly belonging to ordinary contestants was finally opening. The lights remained brilliant, but the atmosphere below had noticeably cooled. The audience's attention was no longer drawn by high-stakes betting, but instead turned to newcomers hoping to make a stunning debut with a single performance. Contestants took the stage in small groups, showcasing martial arts, telekinesis, or weapon manipulation, but only scattered bid cards were raised below. Most stakes ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, mostly from acquaintances showing support. Only a rare few who were truly favored could barely attract investments of several hundred thousand. Suddenly, the crowd automatically parted to create a pathway. Jiang Ting walked leisurely but with determined eyes, followed by a burly man. She stopped and lifted the microphone. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Ting, and my contestant and I are from the Northern Military District. You may not have seen this contestant before, but you've certainly heard of his nickname Hound." "The Northern Hound?" someone whispered below. "I have heard of him. They say he's a new recruit transferred from the exile lands with an impressive record." Amid the murmurs, a series of bids rang out. "I'll put up 500,000. 100,000 betting on potential." The bidding boards climbed steadily, quickly breaking through 1 million and surging towards several million. These investments carried no factional implications. They were purely based on the contestant's merit, which was already astounding. Jiang Ting's eyes sparkled as she bowed with a smile. "Thank you all for your generous support. Investing in contestants depends not only on their strength, but also on your judgment. Some people are short-sighted and naturally mistake trash for treasure." Her tone shifted subtly, carrying a cold mockery. "Haha, well said." Applause spread quickly. Who was being targeted didn't matter. What mattered was making money. The crowd below erupted in chatter. Backstage, Zhao Linger listened with gritted teeth. "Damn it, she's clearly calling me out." She put her hands on her hips and flipped her long hair. "If she can pull in several million, then I want 10 million. Come on, we're going up too." Liang shrank his neck nearby. 10 million in investment was nearly impossible without factional power plays, but Zhao Linger always dared to dream big. Thus, the stage welcomed a new farce. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Tianxing's granddaughter." Zhao Linger spoke matter-of-factly. "You all better invest in my contestant, or I'll go home and tell on you." 666. She's not even pretending anymore. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Liang stood at the very back, wishing he could dig his toes into the floor. This was just her style. "Sigh, we still need to give old Master Zhao face. I'll invest 660,000. On behalf of the Lucky Carp Association, I'll support with 2.88 million to repay old Master Zhao's past kindness." Chips were reluctantly offered one after another. The big players complained verbally, but moved efficiently. Liang was secretly amazed. These were high-level figures who ruled their territories. Yet old Master Zhao's reputation was so powerful. But under such filial daughter pressure, anyone would cry uncle. The astronomical figures climbed steadily, soon breaking 10 million. Zhao Linger nodded with satisfaction, looking like a landlady collecting rent. Below, Jiang Ting's eyes widened. This was true nepotism, and she had no way to fight back. Murmurs continued from the corners. Lucky for that contestant did nothing and got 10 million. Oomph, living off connections. When the real competition comes, it's still about hard skills. Money you can't defend will flow back to the market anyway. "True, I've never even seen this guy. Dressed like a country bumpkin." Before the words finished, a representative from the Qinghai Association raised his hand, adding another 5 million for old Master Zhao, settling old debts. Most people were just showing face with their investments. Few were actually evaluating the contestant. Until someone turned their head and caught Li Yang's voice when he called out numbers. This guy, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." "Him? Isn't that just the country bumpkin from earlier?" "Damn." Someone in the crowd suddenly remembered they had just bet money on this country bumpkin and laughed bitterly in frustration. "Whatever, he's still a loser anyway. I'll definitely win my money back during the actual competition." So that's how it is. On the other side of the crowd, Jiang Ting held the leash of her Northern Hound, murmuring thoughtfully to herself. Her investment had just been outbid by Zhao Linger, which had been bothering her, but hearing the mockery around her made her frown relax. "Humph, it doesn't matter how much you invest if the contestant doesn't have real skill. On competition day, I'll personally crush you all." She stroked the hound's thick neck. "Right, Songbiao?" Roar. Songbiao's deep growl sounded like a primal beast, particularly menacing in the noisy venue. Inside the arena. "Wait." A young man in the audience scratched his head, trying hard to remember something. Suddenly he looked up sharply, his eyes lighting up. "It's him. I remember now, big brother. We fought side by side against the beast tide just yesterday." "Hey, big brother, The man jumped up excitedly. Li Yong, who had been standing idly by the ring, heard the shout and looked over. Seeing the familiar figure, he scratched his head. Lu Hai? What a coincidence running into you here. Lu Hai nearly jumped over the barrier, but the middle-aged man beside him quickly patted his shoulder to calm him down, though he remained visibly excited. Uncle, it's him. The big brother who led us out of the beast tide. The middle-aged man frowned. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Absolutely not. This face saved my life. I could never forget it. If that's true, then isn't he that genius newcomer from the military? I'm absolutely certain. Lu Hai's shouting had already drawn attention, but these confirming words reached everyone's ears clearly. Holy shit, it's really him. We were just talking about that mysterious newcomer. He's so young, and he's here. I heard even Captain Wang treasures him, and he just earned a first-class merit recently. All eyes turned to Li Yong on the platform. He looked ordinary, with only his simple clothes standing out as completely out of place in the competition venue. Well, I'll be damned. He was right under our noses this whole time, and we didn't recognize him. Stop talking. A man in a suit stepped forward boldly. I represent the Green Gang, and we owe this young brother a debt of gratitude. On top of our original investment, we're adding another $1 million. Tengxing Guild Vice President Xiaoming. Another person raised his hand. Thanks to you, 3 of our members made it back alive from the beast tide. We're adding another 3 million dragon coins. The Tiger Hall always repays its debts. One of my subordinates owes you his life, so we're adding 1.5 million. In just a few moments, major factions took turns making their statements. The confused spectators stood there dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open wide enough to fit a fist. Jiang Ting stood frozen in place, her mind completely blank. What's going on? Wasn't he supposed to be a useless country bumpkin? Zhao Linger's eyes widened too. This momentum was even stronger than her earlier campaign. She had originally planned to use her family connections to help Li Yong make some quick money, but it turned out that Li Yang's network was even more impressive than hers. Although Old Master Zhao commanded tremendous respect in Kuwan City, Zhao Linger was ultimately just borrowing her elder's reputation for show, while Li Yang's personal presence directly attracted everyone who had once received his favors. The banquet hall was brightly lit with glasses clinking everywhere. Wang Tao, the deputy leader of the Green Gang, suddenly stood up and raised his glass toward Li Yong, declaring loudly, "Young brother, I toast to you." He then tilted his head back and drained his cup in one gulp, adding, "I apologize for not recognizing you earlier." All eyes focused intensely on Li Yong as the investment amounts soared on the backstage screen. Li Yong wiped away sweat, but his heart felt heavy as more money poured in. The greater the pressure. What if tomorrow's competition ended in defeat? Would they still be able to come up with this money? Walking out of the hotel, the night breeze carried a slight chill, but it couldn't dampen Zhao Linger's excitement. She bounced around Li Yong cheerfully. That was amazing. 39,990,000 in investment of E struck it rich. This was the nth time she'd exclaimed this, and even she had lost count. For the young lady of the Zhao family, this figure was already extremely impressive, especially since there was no behind-the-scenes manipulation or hidden interest involved. Everything relied purely on Li Yang's connections and abilities. Should we just take the money and run? She suggested mischievously. Do you think that's possible? Li Yong rolled his eyes. Zhao Linger stuck out her tongue and said seriously, then you'd better give it your all in tomorrow's competition, or it'll all turn into a pipe dream. I'll definitely be there to cheer you on. Just as she finished speaking, a sarcastic sneer came from nearby. Hiske, what good will cheering do? If you can't protect your treasure, you're just a walking ATM. Jiang Ting appeared, swaying her thick legs with Seng Biao following behind her. Jiang Ting? Why is it you again? Zhao Linger frowned. Jiang Ting lifted her chin arrogantly. Scared? Tomorrow's competition will show you the difference. Zhao Linger snorted coldly. Who's afraid of whom? I wouldn't mind having 2 more bowls of pork and noodles. You. Jiang Ting was so angry that the fat on her face trembled. Hanging around with a slovenly miniar taste is worse than my dog's, and even it knows spare ribs taste better than plain bread. You parading around with an ugly caveman isn't much better. Zhao Linger shot back, not backing down an inch. Jiang Ting was left red-faced and flustered, then suddenly gritted her teeth. How about a bet? Bet on what? Tomorrow's athletic competition. Weaver's person ranks highest wins. The loser has to publicly announce their resignation from the military. Zhao Linger's heart tightened. She had heard of the Northern District Military's hunting dog reputation, a force that had crushed countless veterans. Though Li Yong was strong, he might not necessarily win. She hesitated for a moment. Why should I bet with you? Jiang Ting saw through her lack of confidence and declared triumphantly. Trash will always be trash. I can understand being a coward. Just apologize to me, and we'll let bygones be bygones. How about it? What's there to be afraid of? We agree. Li Yong stepped forward, his expression calm. But I want to add a condition. If we win, you kneel and apologize. Anger flashed in Jiang Ting's eyes, but her fighting spirit was also ignited. Fine. It's a deal. She had come to cause trouble time and again, always taking shots at Li Yong in the process, as if he had no temper at all. Since she insisted on asking for trouble, he was happy to obligate would also repay the favor Zhao Linger had done him earlier by using her family name to help secure investments. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ting was instantly overjoyed. You said it yourself, no backing out now. Zhao Linger was slightly stunned and moved closer to Li Yang's side, lowering her voice. Hey, what are you doing? This isn't a joke. Are you confident about this? Li Yang remained calm and composed, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Don't panic. Li Yang, always handle things properly. He raised his hand and gave her a reassuring look that said, don't worry. Zhao Linger felt helpless. With a determined expression on her face, she reluctantly turned to Jiang Ting. Fine, we agree. Just don't come crying to us for forgiveness later. Ha ha. Jiang Ting burst into maniacal laughter, her duck-like voice grating like rusty iron scraping against glass. Zhao Linger, I never thought you were this stupid. Just wait to apologize to me, haha. Laughing triumphantly, she waved her hand and led her people away, her plump figure swaying as it disappeared around the street corner. As soon as they were gone, Zhao Linger's worries immediately surfaced. Did we go too far? She had originally just wanted to put on a show in front of Li Yang and gain some benefits along the way, but who knew the situation would spiral out of control? Somehow she'd secured a massive investment and made a bet with slim chances of winning. Worse yet, the grand competition was about to begin. She really didn't want to lose to that fat woman, and now she couldn't even focus on her sidekick cultivation plan. Yeah, a bit, Li Yang shrugged with a bitter smile. He knew the situation had exceeded expectations, but then again what's done is done. Since it's already happened, what can we do? We just have to go for it. Zhao Linger smiled bitterly. Is it still possible for us to go outside the city to grind monsters now? Don't overthink it. It's getting late, and if we don't return to the military camp, Captain Zhou and the others will worry. Things have come to this point, let's just sleep on it. Compared to her anxiety, Li Yang seemed much more carefree. The next day, before dawn broke, Kuwan City was already bustling with activity. Bang, 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 ceremonial cannons fired one after another, celebrating the opening of the grand competition. Occasionally mixed in were explosion sounds that might have been gang warfare, who could tell. Li Yang was awakened by the thunderous cannon fire. Rubbing his eyes, he crawled out of the military camp tent. Since the military was hosting the event and firing cannons themselves, everyone else naturally followed suit. As he stepped toward the mess hall, he ran into Zhao Linger, who was wearing a high ponytail, dressed in athletic wear, and looking completely energized. She waved hello. Let's eat first, then head outside the city together. The grand competition venue was located in an area outside Kuwan City controlled by the military. All previous competitions had been held there, and representatives from various factions would gather there. Li Yang nodded and casually chose a long table to sit at. Zhao Linger pushed an exquisite silver lunchbox in front of him. What's this? Made by yours truly. You're in for a treat. Li Yang pursed his lips, his mind racing. The young lady cooking personally, military camp constitution bonus, buff stacked to the max. Was this even edible? Still, his poison resistance was high, so he probably wouldn't be poisoned enough to miss the competition. Zhao Linger opened the lunchbox lid, revealing food that actually looked and smelled delicious. Li Yang looked suspicious. Why was this girl suddenly being so attentive to him? Yesterday she'd thrown money at him, then invited him to a party. The change was too dramatic. Not long ago, they were constantly at odds with each other. Anyone else would be afraid to take a bite, but Li Yang directly reached out, grabbed a sandwich, and stuffed it into his mouth. With immunity to negative effects, even if it was poisoned, he wasn't afraid. The taste was actually pretty good, definitely edible. Li Yang buried his head and chewed heartily. The porridge in front of him steamed with fragrant aroma, and the side dishes looked appetizing. Seeing him eat with such gusto, Zhao Linger secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes immediately sparkling with delight with his purse strings in her hands and his stomach conquered by her cooking. Just a little more effort, and this promising free sidekick wouldn't be able to escape. Li Yang also muttered while eating, what's gotten into this girl today? Her service is quite thoughtful though. If she could always be this considerate, I might consider training her as my underling. After finishing breakfast, he pushed open the door and took a deep breath of the fresh morning air, his whole spirit lifting. Let's go. That day, the streets of Kuwan City were sparsely populated, with many shops simply pulling down their shutters. There was only one reason: the grand competition. It concerned the interests of all parties in Kuwan City, and from officials to civilians, almost the entire city had poured out to the arena outside the city. On the spacious grounds outside the city, armed soldiers had set up cordons to separate the crowds and maintain order. High-ranking officials from various military districts had also arrived, with pillars of strength like Wang Teng and Zhou Jiangwo gathering in the temporary command area of the military camp, monitoring the arena while exchanging intelligence. They had always maintained limited control over underground forces, but fortunately, the various factions kept each other in check, forming a delicate balance of live and let live. No one tore off the mask. Everyone went through the motions when they met. and everyone was spared the trouble. At this moment, several military district commanders formed a small circle for casual conversation. Humph, the South District is still the most chaotic, one Southern District officer frowned. Recently, a group of desperados has emerged. They neither align with any faction nor follow the rules, acting like madmen. How long can this surface calm last? Another sighed. I hope there won't be any major disturbances this year. Suddenly, someone changed the topic. Old Wong, I heard you got a new kid over there. All eyes turned to Wong Tong. I heard you even awarded him a medal. That's rare. But he hasn't officially enlisted yet. Just here for training? Wong Ting laughed heartily. That's right. But don't get any ideas about him. He'll return to the mainland sooner or later. He's not someone who came here out of desperation. With their intentions exposed, the other commanders could only laugh awkwardly and change the subject. All right then, let's talk about the grand competition. Will it still be those veteran soldiers carrying the load this year? Rising stars, someone shook his head. That term has almost become extinct here. The higher-ups won't send people, and those below don't want to come either. Except for that barbarian who just arrived in the North District. There are no newcomers. The North District officer picked up the conversation. That guy's strength is decent, but he's like a cold machine with no self-awareness. Looking at it this way, this year's championship will probably still go to those familiar faces, though that barbarian from the North District might squeeze into the top 10. Thunderous drum beats rolled across the arena. The grand competition was about to begin. This time the scene was particularly grand, with almost the entire city's attention focused here. The contestants had already lined up in formation, ready for action. In the center of the square, a middle-aged man in military uniform stood on the platform and began to speak. It's truly commendable that everyone here is actively participating in this event. This competition serves as an opportunity to test your abilities and acts as a bridge to foster camaraderie among comrades from different military districts. The middle-aged commander swept his gaze across the crowd and spoke briskly. All right, enough talk. Let's proceed with the agenda. Next up is the athletic competition. Do you all see that area behind me? He raised his hand, pointing toward a vast forest shrouded in mist in the distance. That's our arena. The veterans should already know this since it's the same every year, but I'll explain the rules again for everyone. His voice boomed, silencing the commotion. The competition uses a point system. Within the arena, you'll encounter various monsters. The system will automatically record your performance and calculate points when you defeat them. Finally, your final ranking will be determined based on your point total. After a brief pause, he solemnly reminded them, while the competition is important, it's extremely dangerous inside. Don't throw your lives away for a few points. Staying alive is what matters most, and make your family and friends pay for your foolishness. Prepare yourselves well. The competition officially begins in 5 minutes. In the crowd, Liang listened quietly, quickly organizing his thoughts. The rules were simple: keep hunting monsters for points. The final ranking depended not only on strength, but also on hunting speed. If you were fast enough, you could win through sheer numbers. He looked up at the forest. The canopy formed a continuous cover, extending beyond visual range in the distance. Occasionally, giant birds swept across the sky, shedding feathers, radiating an aura of danger. In such a place, mere survival would be difficult, let alone fighting for points. It would be a harsh test of both the raw abilities and wilderness adaptation skills of the professionals. Leon glanced around at his surroundings. The nearby contestants were all battle-hardened veterans, their eyes sharp with experience, all level 100 and above, second-tier professionals who were not to be underestimated. Leon, good luck. A sweet, soft cheer came from the edge. Zhao Ling had somehow rushed to the barrier line, waving both hands. Li Yang's expression darkened slightly, and he pretended not to hear. All right, time's up. The middle-aged officer's voice once again covered the entire venue. Everyone stop what you're doing and enter the arena in order. With the command, a blue and white portal opened. To avoid early conflicts between contestants, the system would randomly assign coordinates after teleportation. The contestants stepped through the light gate one by one, and the waiting area quickly emptied. When it was Li Yang's turn, he gripped his halberd and stepped forward. The next moment, he was enveloped in blue light and disappeared. At the same time, the external plaza was bustling with excitement. The bracelets worn by all contestants projected real-time footage onto the central giant screen. The professional broadcast team was already in position. The audience seats were packed, with people holding up banners and cheering for their supported contestants. Jiang Ting was also in the front row, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She turned to Zhao Linger beside her and whispered, Sang Biao is the hunting hound of the Northern District. A mere Liang can't even compare to his toenail. Just watch and see. Zhao Linger clenched her fists but didn't argue back, her gaze fixed firmly on the screen. The teleportation was complete. Liang felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself deep in the forest. Towering trees blocked out the sky, their rough bark emanating the damp scent of wood. Scattered rocks and moss covered the ground, muffling even footsteps. Occasionally, a breeze rustled the leaves with a whispering sound, as if predators lurked nearby. The competition area was essentially a massive forest, with swamps, hills, and other terrains mixed in, but the sea of trees remained the dominant feature. Vision was fragmented by layers of branches and leaves, making directions difficult to discern and adding to the mystery. Liang took a deep breath and looked down at the bracelet on his wrist, the recording device distributed before the competition began, currently displaying a blinking 0. Name: Liang. Military District, Central. Points: 0. He lowered his arm, gripped his lightning halberd more firmly, chose a direction, and quietly moved forward, stepping on fallen leaves and broken branches. Before long, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby forest. Through the swaying branches, a massive lion's head appeared, its crimson mane resembling burning wire, with a blazing flame dancing at the tip of its tail. A data panel instantly materialized: Flame Lion, level 60, talents, fire, dominance. Right off the bat, a max-level elite. Though Liang possessed considerable strength, he didn't dare underestimate his opponent. He removed the crystal lens the old man had given him and whispered, "Heavenly Eye, activate." Light gathered as a phantom eye adorned with divine patterns opened on his forehead, unleashing a fan-shaped beam. The charging Flame Lion was immediately engulfed by the light, time seeming to freeze. The massive beast hung suspended midair, maintaining its pouncing posture while its limbs moved at a snail's pace. Perfect opportunity, Liang thought to himself as he pushed off with his toes, bursting into swift movement. His halberd's cold gleam cut through the air as he flashed behind the lion and struck down with tremendous force. 41,000. The assassin's backstab bonus combined with Fury Strike dealt explosive damage, instantly cutting the Flame Lion's health bar nearly in half. Taking advantage of the lingering slow effect, Liang unleashed a rapid combo like a machine gun, the dull thuds of metal against hide echoing continuously. 4,500. 4,750. A series of crimson numbers flashed as the Flame Lion's health visibly plummeted. Moments later, a system notification appeared. "You have slain Flame Lion, points 60. The kill information synced to the bracelet on Li Yang's wrist. The poor level 60 boss collapsed without even understanding what had happened. Sheathing his weapon and turning away, Liang continued deeper into the forest without pause. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, thud thud thud. "You have slain Centaur, points 60. You have slain Black Rhino, points 70. With the Heavenly Eye's slowing field and his own swift movement, Liang swept through the forest like the wind. Any powerful monster appeared to move in 10 times slow motion from his perspective, dying to his massive damage output before they could even attack. Kiting? Positioning? None of it was necessary. Anyone witnessing this would be absolutely stunned. In comparison, the other contestants' situations seemed particularly dire. In the plaza outside, the central screen switched between different contestants' feeds, while a female host in a black business suit sat in the studio, appearing simultaneously on screen. "Hello everyone, and welcome to this year's grand tournament. This is Kuwan City Broadcasting, and I'm your host Linlin. I'm sure you're all eager to see how our contestants perform today, so without further ado, let's get started." As her words faded, her delivery remained crisp and efficient, her clear pronunciation carrying through the headset to every corner of the venue, demonstrating the professionalism expected of a seasoned host. The giant screen immediately lit up, bringing live footage from the arena into full view, while Linlin's circular portrait was positioned in the bottom right corner at just the right size to avoid blocking the audience's view. The camera first focused on a man clad in silver armor. Cold, gleaming alloy plates hugged his muscular frame tightly, while he gripped a broad-backed longsword at an angle, its blade radiating a chilling gleam. Directly ahead, a massive creature with rotting skin reared back and roared skyward, its giant claws slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. The real-time data panel on the left side of the screen immediately displayed investment amount 8.5 million dragon coins. Considering that this tournament featured only about 200 contestants, this sum exceeded the total investment of over 80% of the participants, testament to the silver-armored man's impressive track record and reputation. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Each of the monster's lunges sent debris and dust flying, yet the silver-armored man maintained steady breathing, refusing to meet brute force with brute force. Instead, he relied on perfectly coordinated footwork, sidestepping, retreating, sudden stops, dodging the claws before immediately using his blade to tear through the monster's scales. Blood splattered across the sword's spine, but he didn't even have time to blink, as if methodically executing one precise cut after another. Sweat dripped from his chin, yet his eyes remained locked on the enemy's weaknesses. After several minutes, the longsword traced one final arc of light, and the monster crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, dust billowing upward. This contestant truly lives up to his reputation as a seasoned veteran. Just look at those fundamentals, that positioning. You can't develop skills like that without years of dedicated training. Linlin's praise was perfectly timed. "I'm confident he'll achieve an excellent ranking in the end." Just as her words ended, the director switched to the second feed. The thunderous cheers suddenly turned to an oppressive silence. The camera revealed a disheveled man, wearing only a grass-woven loincloth to cover his lower body. Lean muscles coiled beneath his skin like steel cables, and with each breath, his veins visibly pulsed. The screen quickly updated. Contestant 105, Northern War Zone. Investment amount 9.6 million dragon coins. The audience immediately erupted in hushed discussions, with many recognizing him instantly. The Northern Hound, Sang Biao. He had earned his fame through those perpetually red glowing eyes and his utterly irrational bloodthirsty instincts. The title of Hound was truly well-deserved. At this moment, standing before Sang Biao were two level 60 monsters that had just landed side by side. Sharp fangs dripped with foul liquid, their entire bodies bulging with muscle. But he seemed excited as if spotting prey, his mouth slowly curving into an exaggerated grin that revealed two elongated fangs. Sang Biao raised his weaponized spiked club thicker than a forearm, its surface embedded with sharp teeth and barbs, the gaps filled with dried brown blood that emitted a faint stench. Without any build-up, he suddenly lunged forward, sending gravel flying from beneath his feet. His fighting style was primitive to the extreme, direct charges and brutal club strikes. The monsters roared as they pounced, fangs sinking deep into his bare shoulder, but he didn't even lift an eyelid. Instead, he took advantage of the monster's proximity to swing his spiked club upward from below, sending a spray of blood and flesh toward the camera. When the second monster tried to bite his waist, he simply knocked it aside with his knee. Though the creature's teeth tore large gashes in his flesh, he continued grinning maniacally, swinging his arms in a circle as the spiked club crashed down with a whooshing sound. Throughout the entire process, he only knew how to attack, never retreat. Such brutal imagery left many spectators pale-faced and nauseous. Some young professionals couldn't even turn away in time, bending over to vomit on the spot. The harsh sounds of retching rose and fell, interweaving with the bloody carnage on the field to create a bone-chilling backdrop. Only Jiang Ting's eyes gleamed with excitement, her 10 fingers gripping the railing tightly, her breathing quickening with anticipation. In her triumphant smile, one could almost hear the venomous thought echoing in her mind. Liang, oh Liang, let's see how you win this. Well, this contestant is also incredibly powerful. Even the host's expression stiffened slightly. Watching the almost savage fighting style on screen, she couldn't bear to continue broadcasting and quickly switched to another feed. The next second, the camera jumped to another battlefield contestant, Wang Biao. In comparison, this scene was even more spectacular and eye-catching. Investment amount, 76 million. This was the highest figure among all current contestants. Wang Biao was a high-level summoner who stood lazily in place, hands in his pockets, barely moving at all, while various summoned creatures had already spread throughout the surrounding area, chasing monsters like hunting dogs with the sounds of kills echoing continuously. In the most prominent VIP seats of the audience section, several military officers were whispering among themselves. Wang Biao? I remember he's the representative put forward by the Night Wandering Palace, right? One officer inquired quietly. Currently, Kuwan City's power structure formed a three-way balance: Night Wandering Palace, Black Dragon Gang, and Cape Gate. Night Wandering Palace had the longest history and deepest foundation, standing almost unshakable and maintaining a clear gap ahead of the other two factions. Another officer nodded. That's right, he's also a veteran from our Western Military District. He was last year's Grand Competition champion. Not just last year, the officer beside him chimed in. He's been champion for the past several years, 5 consecutive wins. Exactly, investors may come and go, but he's always held the top position. This year will probably be the same. While everyone was discussing, the host began coordinating the camera feeds. A god-tier player like Wang Biao had to be saved for the finale, otherwise, if the audience saw the peak performance too early, it would be hard to maintain their interest later. For the first half, she only planned to showcase performances from contestants of various levels. Just as she was about to switch screens, a new feed caught her attention. Liang, Central Military District, investment amount, 39.99 million. The host was stunned. What was going on? This newcomer, who seemed to be competing for the first time, had an investment amount that was ridiculously high. With her mind full of questions, she clicked on the contestant's information. Instantly, the giant screen in the center of the plaza locked onto Li Yang's figure, magnifying the image infinitely, and the noise from the crowd was louder than at any previous moment. What everyone noticed first was that glaring string of numbers, 39.99 million. Holy crap, what's with this investment? How could a young guy have so much money? Did he cheat the system? But he doesn't look like any of the famous contestants from previous years. Voices of doubt rose one after another, leaving the audience in complete bewilderment. In the VIP section, military officers from various departments also exchanged puzzled glances. 49.99 million? Am I seeing this right? Did the backend system glitch? The Central Theater Command representative was the first to turn around. Battalion Commander Wang, what's the situation on your end? All eyes focused on Wang Tong, who looked equally incredulous. I honestly had no idea beforehand. he explained with a bitter smile. Li Yong is a newcomer from the inland who came to our military district for training. He just became a professional this year and recently completed his first advancement. As for where this investment came from, I have absolutely no clue. A newcomer? Is this the one you said you particularly valued? That's right. No wonder. But this is way too exaggerated. Awakened just a few days ago? Less than half a month and already first advancement, definitely a genius. But 49 million is just absurd. You know, Wang Biao won 5 consecutive championships with a total investment of just over 70 million. The discussions grew more heated. Skeptical as they were, most people weren't optimistic no matter how high the investment. If strength couldn't keep up, it was just throwing money away. Moreover, Li Yong looked very young, incomparable to those battle-hardened veteran professionals. In the crowd, Jiang Ting snorted coldly. Money won't help. If he can't rank high, it'll all become ours eventually. Zhao Linger stared at the big screen, nervously clutching her clothes, silently praying. Li Yong, you must do your best. The footage continued. Wait, there seems to be movement around him. The host was the first to notice the anomaly and quickly pulled back the camera. 3 monsters around level 60 could be seen charging at Li Yong from different directions, with him as the center. Yet Li Yong remained standing in place, as if completely unaware. He didn't notice? He's done for a walking ATM? I thought he had some special ability. Inside the arena, 3 monsters rushed at him like a vicious tide, their faces fierce and menacing. Li Yong remained calm, having already mastered the use of his heavenly eye. He leisurely raised his hand and activated the heavenly eye. In an instant, the 3 monsters froze midair, all their movements seeming to be dragged into a quagmire, their actions slowed by 10 times. Li Yong calmly stepped forward, casually adjusting their positions and orientations, then turned around and snapped his fingers. In the next instant, the sluggish state was lifted completely. With their positioning thoroughly disrupted, the 3 massive monsters crashed into each other in a tangled mess, their razor-sharp fangs and rock-hard muscles colliding chaotically as they couldn't stop their momentum. Bang! The thunderous impact shook the ground beneath them. A smile tugged at Li Yang's lips, as if he'd just watched an entertaining performance. He glided effortlessly to the monster's side, raising his blade and striking down. Each flash of cold steel was followed by a dull thud. The forest giant ape's chest was pierced through, the bloodthirsty fox's throat was slashed open, and the crimson fireball's forehead bloomed with blood. Thud, thud, thud. You have slain forest giant ape, point 60. You have slain bloodthirsty fox, point 70. You have slain crimson fireball, point 70. You have acquired talent skill, mighty strength A. The special effects from his second advancement kicked in. At this moment, monster hunting would occasionally drop talent skills, which was absolutely exhilarating. Points and experience flooded into his body like a tide, and Li Yong felt every fiber of his being trembling gently. He silently congratulated himself on making the incredibly wise decision to enter this competition. However, he had no idea that the battlefield footage was being broadcast live on the big screen, and his smooth, masterful display had been completely captured by the recording orbs. In front of their screens, countless viewers sat slack-jawed, and only when the 3 terrifyingly powerful monsters crashed to the ground did they seem to snap back to reality, gasping in shock. Holy crap, is this guy even human? Damn, 3 monsters taken down just like that? What the hell, who taught you that? Way too easy. How did he even pull that off? Someone explain. Those famous powerhouses from earlier handled monsters well too, but nothing this ridiculous. The monsters looked hypnotized. How is this different from cheating? The chat exploded with comments, faster than the staff could moderate. In the monitoring room, Wang Tung shook his head with a bitter smile, once again having his understanding shattered by Li Yong. The officer beside him remarked, Commander Wang, your central district has brought quite the talent, kept him well hidden. This scoring speed rivals the top-tier competitors. He might just crack the top 10 this year. I'd like to know how he suddenly got this strong too. Wang Tung felt both helpless and pleased. Though he couldn't suppress his pride, Li Yang's performance had brought tremendous honor to the central military district. Young, talented, and capable of winning glory, who wouldn't love that? Meanwhile, Jiang Ting stared intently at the screen, her pupils contracting. The Li Yong on screen appeared to be around her age, but if she were thrown into that situation, she'd probably be running for her life from the monsters, let alone fighting them solo. She couldn't even buy time. The vast gap filled her with an unprecedented sense of crisis. Li Yong couldn't actually beat Sang Biao, could he? The moment this thought emerged, she shook her head violently. No, impossible. Sang Biao was the northern military district's pride. She recalled that desolate wasteland where life was harsh, where Sang Biao had fought his way up from the very bottom. Against enemies, he was a demon in human form. Against monsters, he was more monstrous than the monsters themselves. How could such a monster possibly lose to Li Yong? Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, a dramatic turn of events quickly unfolded. On the big screen, Li Yong gripped his weapon while searching for prey through the forest. Suddenly, the host's eyes lit up as he spoke rapidly. Everyone look. Contestant 105 is moving this way. At this rate, they're about to collide. Before he could finish speaking, a blood-stained figure burst into the frame. Sang Biao, the mad dog of the north. The notorious fighter everyone had been talking about appeared like a wild beast escaped from its cage, instantly silencing the entire audience. What a coincidence. Good lord, are they going to fight right off the bat? The chatter quickly exploded. Very likely. Didn't you see how crazy Sang Biao was earlier? He looked ready to attack even a passing dog. Exciting. We get to see contestants clash right from the start. Li Yang's in trouble. The Northern Mad Dog's reputation isn't just for shows a real beast. Don't forget Li Yang is still just a rookie, a newcomer among professionals. In previous years, even top 10 veterans wouldn't dare underestimate Sang Biao. Some enthusiastically countered, but Li Yang is stronger than most people. Maybe he can really go toe-to-toe with him. The spectators, eager for drama, grew more excited with their arguments, their noise even drowning out the commentary booth. Jiang Ting was momentarily stunned, then her eyebrows arched upward. The arena was massive, making the probability of these two meeting extremely low, yet she had anticipated this scenario and specifically instructed Sang Biao. If he encountered Li Yang, show no mercy. One fewer competitor would benefit Sang Biao, and if Li Yang were eliminated, her bet with Zhao Linger would naturally fall in her favor. With this thought, Jiang Ting scanned the audience, spotted Zhao Linger, and walked over quickly with a sharp laugh. Haha, didn't expect this, did you? Even heaven is on my side. Zhao Linger kept her eyes glued to the screen, her heart heavy with worry, but Jiang Ting's provocation made her frown. The outcome isn't decided yet. What gives you the right to act like the victor? Even if Sang Biao wins, it's his skill. What right do you have to gloat? Jiang Ting replied smugly. Sigh, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Watch how our Sang Biao beats your pretty boy until he's crawling on the ground. Don't come begging me when you're heartbroken. Zhao Linger took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. I believe in him. Meanwhile, at the center of the screen, Li Yang and Sang Biao finally came face to face. Sang Biao's pupils were blood red, his body leaning forward, muscles taut like a tiger ready to pounce. He growled low, bearing a fawn-like grin as his savage aura rushed forward. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, fearless in his gaze, calm in his heart. With the heavenly eye in hand, why should I avoid your assault? Golden light flickered briefly in his pupils as he gripped his weapon tighter, his stance steady as a rock. The next moment, Sang Biao moved. He kicked off with both legs and shot forward at incredible speed like a hunting hound, gripping a blood-soaked spiked club as he swung it toward Li Yang. Li Yang merely shook his head slightly, his voice calm and unhurried. Do you know why beasts can never defeat humans? Heaven's Eye, activate. The spiked club stopped just inches from his forehead, carrying with it a bloody stench, as if the entire air had frozen solid in an instant. Everyone in the stands held their breath simultaneously. Many spectators had thought Li Yang's motionless stance meant he was giving up, but now they suddenly realized Sang Biao had stopped mid-attack, as if turned to stone. Something's wrong. Why did Sang Biao stop? Someone in the crowd muttered in disbelief. Several spectators who had closed their eyes earlier due to fear of gore now peered out cautiously. Seeing Li Yang completely unharmed, their eyes lit up. If he'd been killed right at the start, the match would have been over before it began. Outside the arena, Jiang Ting was so anxious she nearly stamped her feet. Victory had been within reach, and she wished she could rush in and command personally. What's happening? Didn't I make it crystal clear to him? The moment he sees Li Yang, don't hesitate, just attack. Not far away, Zhao Linger blinked, and though she couldn't understand the situation, seeing Li Yang safe and sound, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Li Yang moved. Heaven's Eye's mental suppression had stripped Sang Biao of his ability to resist directly. This power worked on monsters and human professionals alike. While its duration was limited and might fail against top-tier psychic professionals, Li Yang had yet to encounter anyone who could truly break free from Heaven's Eye. He gripped his lightning halberd tightly and stepped lightly behind Sang Biao, delivering a straight thrust. Splash! Blood sprayed as red numbers appeared in the air, 29,000. Before the match, Jiang Ting had equipped Sang Biao with several pieces of gold tier gear, but now it only allowed him to endure a couple more hits. Each swing of Li Yang's halberd struck with precision, and Sang Biao's health bar visibly plummeted. Soon, his health reached zero. With the final strike, Sang Biao's entire body convulsed violently before dissolving into a beam of white light. The light-sensing bracelet on Li Yang's wrist chimed with a mechanical notification. You have eliminated contestant 105. Points 460. The tournament rules: defeat and eliminate other contestants to directly gain their points were being clearly enforced. Li Yang remained expressionless throughout, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. No different from grinding monsters, simple and brutal. He glanced down at his status panel. Name: Li Yang. Military District, Central. Points: 1,400. After casually adjusting his equipment, he turned and continued forward without looking back once. At this moment, the crowd outside had completely erupted. Everyone rise. A dozone warrior truly terrifying beyond imagination. While dust still lingered on the arena, the audience stands erupted like they'd been struck by lightning. Hundreds upon hundreds of spectators shot to their feet in unison, eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape to their limits. Some even had drool glistening on their chins. For a moment, the silence was deafening, a scene rarely witnessed before. What the hell? My eyes. What did I just see? Someone gasped, rubbing their eyes and stumbling backward in disbelief. What just happened? How did Sang Biao get carried off like that? Where was the brutal fight we were promised? They were about to clash, then suddenly stopped? Was there some shady deal behind the scenes? This has got to be rigged. Everyone had been certain these two would battle until blood flew, or at minimum engage in an evenly matched slugfest. No one expected it to end with Sang Biao being carried off the stage. Damn it. Even a butcher slaughtering a pig would be more entertaining, someone roared, pounding their seat. Eyes turned to Li Yong, whose expensive gear screamed big money, and the crowd couldn't help but wonder had this kid secretly deployed his money powers. The VIP section's big shots were equally baffled, though their experience kicked in quickly as they shifted into analysis mode. Hiss this kid. Wang Ting stared at the arena, waves of shock washing over his face. Li Yong always pulls new tricks, but this is absolutely ridiculous. Controlling monsters is one thing, but defeating a professional of Sang Biao's caliber so easily? If I went up there, would I also be? The thought sent cold sweat instantly soaking through his back. The other military district leaders fell into brief silence before quietly exchanging intelligence. Li Yong definitely possesses some form of mental influence ability, could be a professional talent or equipment. With effects this powerful, there must be strict limitations we haven't identified yet. Several officers huddled together, rapidly cross-referencing past records on their data terminals. Despite their vast experience, none had ever witnessed such effortless victory without any visible technique. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stands, Jiang Ting trembled with rage, her breathing practically sparking. Impossible. In her mind, losing in direct combat would have been acceptable, but Sang Biao being carried off without even touching Li Yang, that drove her absolutely mad. By her calculations, even several Li Yangs combined shouldn't have been able to defeat Sang Biao. Completely different emotions played across Zhao Linger's face, joy radiating outward uncontrollably. She'd been secretly worried for Li Yang, knowing Sang Biao's reputation. Now with the dust settled, her anxious heart returned to its proper place, though she realized the gap between herself and Li Yang was growing ever wider. Still, they'd won the bet. The sweet relief of victory made her entire being shine. Zhao Linger looked smugly at the still-stunned Jiang Ting, her voice crisp. We won. Time to honor your promise, apologize to us, then get out of the military. Jiang Ting's eyes bulged like copper bells, her plump face twisted with hatred. Though the results stared her in the face, she couldn't swallow this bitter pill. No, I refuse to accept this. You definitely cheated, this doesn't count. She clenched her fists tightly, unwilling to admit that in a fair fight, Sang Biao could lose. Li Yang used underhanded methods, this can't count. She turned her head away and said, besides, the competition isn't over yet. Your little boyfriend might not make it to the end. Who knows, some monster could pop up and eliminate him any moment. The arena's clock continued its steady ticking as she clenched her fists, reminding herself that the competition lasted 4 hours total, and she wouldn't give up until the final bell. As long as Li Yang got eliminated during that time, it would be a draw. Oomph, does he really think he's invincible? She muttered under her breath. Even without Sang Biao, there are plenty of skilled fighters lying in wait. Someone's bound to take him down. I refuse to believe Li Yang can keep this lucky streak going forever. Zhao Linger across from her couldn't help but laugh at this string of pessimistic predictions. Fine, just wait and see. Your Northern Hound is already our defeated opponent anyway. As long as we make it to the end, you'll have to admit defeat. Meanwhile, in a massive holographic projection hall in the eastern suburbs of Kuwan City, dim lighting cast shadows across hundreds of square meters of curved screens broadcasting the competition in real time. More than a dozen wide leather sofas were arranged in a crescent shape, occupied by high-ranking members of various factions, all formidable fighters with considerable professional rankings. Chaotic Kuwan City never had permanent allies. The relationships between these groups involved both cooperation and opposition, so the atmosphere in the hall was equally divided. Several major factions each claimed their own corner, occasionally exchanging intelligence in hushed tones while keeping their eyes locked on the central screen. The grand competition served as Kuwan City's annual distribution ceremony. Contestant rankings directly determined each faction's share of benefits for the coming year, so no one dared let their guard down. A choking cloud of cigar smoke drifted through the air. A middle-aged man in a black trench coat, cigar clenched between his teeth, spoke slowly. Barring any surprises, Wang Biao will take first place again this year. The central district of Kuwan City remains under our Night Wandering Palace's management. This was Night Owl, the leader of the Night Wandering Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually flicked ash from his cigar. You can divide up the other territories among yourselves. No one objected. The Night Wandering Palace was Kuwan City's most established power, surpassing all others in foundation, military strength, and funding. According to the rules, the faction that claimed first place had priority in choosing territory, second and third place followed in order. Those ranked lower usually had to settle for scraps. As long as the results went as expected, everyone could only accept Night Owl's domineering declaration. On the other side of the hall, Black Dragon Gang leader Black Dragon sat wearing sunglasses, elbows resting on his knees, body leaning forward, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the screen. Liang. That's the newcomer? On screen, Liang moved with fierce speed, cutting down a massive mutated bear amid flashing blades and gunfire. Black Dragon's lips curved slightly upward. Not bad skills. So he's the one who saved my nephew Lu Hai. Over the past 2 days, Lu Hai had been constantly praising Li Yang's strength. Black Dragon had initially just humored him, but seeing it with his own eyes today, he realized the kid hadn't been exaggerating Li Yang's offensive and defensive rhythm, was steady and experienced, clearly not that of an ordinary newcomer. His skills are decent enough, but that's about it. He'll make top 10 at most. You don't need to worry too much about him, do you? The leader of the C Corner Gate spoke lazily from nearby. He toyed with a jade prayer bracelet, his expression carrying casual confidence. The Night Wandering Palace, Black Dragon Gang, and C Corner Gate had virtually monopolized the top 3 positions for years, maintaining both tacit understanding and hidden competition. The ones truly anxious were the second-tier factions. They had to worry about whether the military might suddenly produce a dark horse to disrupt the established distribution of benefits. This year, that dark horse was named Liang. The previous threat, Sang Biao, had already been publicly defeated by him. Now the biggest wild card in the arena was this unconventional newcomer. Black Dragon tapped the armrest of his chair, his expression meaningful. Hey, what if this kid actually makes it into the top 3? The Black Dragon chuckled as he spoke. The crystal chandelier overhead cast his shadow long and lean, but deep down he was secretly hoping for an upset as fellow first-tier factions. He had long resented how the Night Wandering Palace devoured the biggest slice of the pie every year. Breaking into the top 3? Black Dragon, you're quite the comedian. Zhang Yi from the Sea Cape sect sneered, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair. Something that hasn't happened in over a decade. Keep dreaming. The Night Wandering Palace members burst into laughter. You really think that kid can beat the top 3? Forget about Wang Bo, either of the other two would crush him without breaking a sweat. Black Dragon paused, his tone growing serious. Of course I know how difficult it is. What I'm saying is, Shavant, you noticed there's something uncanny about that kid. Look at his current monster clearing speed. If he keeps this up, he might actually have a chance. Enough, enough. Night Owl, the leader of the Night Wandering Palace, interrupted with a sinister laugh. Your judgment has always been questionable. Why don't you put all your chips on that kid named Liang right now? I guarantee everyone here would be delighted to see it. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Sea Cape sect has no objections, Zhang Yi chimed in, stirring the pot. How about it, Black Dragon? Since you believe in this young man so much, why not make a real wager? Black Dragon frowned, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table as if genuinely weighing his options. Representatives from the other factions held their breath, waiting for his next words. Fine, let's bet. Black Dragon suddenly slammed the table, his voice ringing with determination. Worst case scenario, the Black Dragon Society will just take it all back next year. As his words settled, the entire room erupted in celebration. No one understood why he would suddenly abandon his safe bet, but as long as they could profit from it, everyone was more than happy to oblige. The Black Dragon Society members accompanying him stared wide-eyed, frantically trying to dissuade him. Don't do it, boss. Boss, what's gotten into you? Think this through. Night Owl roared with laughter, clapping his hands in delight. Excellent. Now that's backbone. Who would complain about having more territory? Remember, everyone pays for their own stupidity. Looks like this year I'll not only get the central territories, but the northern ones too. As the commotion gradually died down, Black Dragon took a deep breath. Now that the words were spoken, he had no regrets. His gaze locked firmly onto the large screen in the center of the hall, displaying real-time rankings at this moment. The Black Dragon Society's entire future rested on that young man's shoulders. I hope you won't let me down, Liang. The future of our Black Dragon Society depends entirely on you now, and after this, I will personally visit to express my gratitude. In the plaza, everyone's eyes were glued to the screen. The giant display's glow reflected off their tense faces as murmurs were suppressed in their throats, while thick waves of curiosity and tension permeated the air. On any other day, they might have cared about the other contestants, but now they only wanted to know one thing: how exactly was Liang pulling this off? Could anyone possibly rein in this lawless maniac who was rampaging through the arena like he owned the place? Whoosh, 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 thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, inside the arena, debris scattered beneath Li Yang's feet as his blade carved arcs of cold light, leaving even weeds scorched to ash by the energy in its wake. System notifications flooded the screen. You killed venomous chicken, points 80. You killed ice-hoofed horse, points 100. You killed flame bull, points 90. Immediately after, a crimson flame icon pulsed on his interface. You obtained flame bull talent ability, burn A. Another talent ability dropped. Li Yong raised an eyebrow, quickly scanning the description. Burn A. Attacks inflict burn status on targets, dealing 200 strength damage per second. Effect similar to bleeding. Burn sounded decent enough, but he already possessed the higher quality bloodlust, making this seem rather redundant by comparison. Just as he was about to dismiss it, a mechanical synthesized voice suddenly exploded in his mind. You possess 2 bleeding-related talent abilities. Merge them. Bloodlust S burn A? Li Yang's finger paused, but he didn't hesitate long. With a thought, he decided, merge. Light blazed forth as the system voice returned. Merge successful. Critical hit triggered during fusion process. Reward upgraded to SS-level ability, Death Suppression. Death Suppression SSS. Upon hitting targets, steal 20 of their current health and restore it to yourself. When your health drops below 50, stealing effect doubles. Li Yang's eyes widened. This was his first SS-level ability. He had been reluctant to sacrifice the steady output of bloodlust, but now realized how short-sighted he'd been. With Death Suppression, who needed to wait around for bleeding damage? One strike would drain 20 health, and the lower his own health, the more vicious he became. Of course, the stolen amount would decrease as enemies' health dropped, so relying on this move for instant kills wasn't realistic. But for wearing down and harassing opponents, it was practically invincible. Just a light touch would make their health bar plummet. With this realization, he suddenly stopped swinging his blade, frowning as he quickly weighed his options. Continuing to farm monsters in this low-level area had reached its point limit for score growth. If he wanted to climb the rankings faster, he needed to find richer hunting grounds. Now with Death Suppression backing him up, his confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Mind made up, Li Yong sheathed his blade, looked toward the deeper parts of the map, then strode off in a new direction. At the same time, those watching the screens outside the plaza noticed his movement. Look, everyone, the direction he's heading. That's the high-level zone. What's he thinking? That place isn't something a low-level professional can handle. Exactly. That's not just 1 or 2 monsters playing around. He's farming steadily here, probably has a good shot at the top 10. Why risk it now? Voices rose in discussion as everyone looked puzzled. What was Li Yong up to now? Zhao Ling'er frowned nervously, blinking as she followed the camera movement, completely unable to read Li Yang's intentions. However, among everyone present, if anyone was happiest about this development, it had to be Jiang Ting. The joy on her face was completely impossible to suppress. If Li Yong had just focused on steady development instead of being reckless, she would have had a high chance of winning. But Li Yong actually went looking for trouble herself. What a stroke of luck. Haha. An idiot is an idiot. That's exactly right. Hurry up and go get yourself killed. The speaker paid no attention to Zhao Ling'er standing nearby, deliberately raising her voice as if wanting everyone to hear her gloating. Zhao Ling'er was already in low spirits, and this mockery completely ignited her emotions. She shot back coldly. You have the nerve to talk? You were eliminated ages ago, yet you still have the face to gloat. You should worry about what punishment you'll face for losing. Oh my, this young lady has quite the fiery temper. A sinister male voice suddenly interjected. Everyone turned toward the sound to see Lu Yu walking over leisurely. Jiang Ting's eyes lit up as if she'd found her backbone, and she ran up to him in a few quick steps, wiping the corners of her dry eyes with a face full of grievance. Brother Lu, you're finally here. While you were gone, some despicable people took the opportunity to bully me. Lu Yu reached out and patted her shoulder, his tone gentle yet tinged with arrogance. Sorry, baby. The organization had some matters that delayed me. Booty just brought some good news. Halfway through his words, his face showed barely contained excitement. Jiang Ting was stunned for a moment, blinking as she pressed. What good news? After this year, our Haijiao sect will rise to the next level. Lu Yu lifted his chin, his voice full of pride. When that happens, my status will rise with the tide. Really? Jiang Ting gasped. The Haijiao sect was already a top-tier force, and Kuwan City even one step higher would mean a world of difference. Lu Yu chuckled softly. Of course it's true. Those people from the Black Dragon gang must be getting senile or something, actually pinning their hopes on a newcomer, fantasizing about using him to turn things around in the grand competition. They think they're being clever, but they're really just delivering resources to us. Hearing this, Jiang Ting completely relaxed, her eyes shining like lanterns. That's wonderful. Brother Lu, when you make it big, don't forget about me. Naturally I won't. Lu Yu put his arm around her shoulder. When the time comes, you won't have to stay in that boring military camp anymore. You can enjoy the good life with me directly. Thinking of Li Yong, whom she worried about most, Jiang Ting felt a weight lift from her heart and proudly raised her chin. Ha! Good riddance to that military camp. Zhao Ling'er, what do you have to say now? Zhao Ling'er sneered. Heh. I hope you can keep your promises when the time comes. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and turned to ask Jiang Ting what had happened. Jiang Ting didn't hide anything and told him about the bet in full detail. That Liang guy again? Lu Yu was slightly taken aback after hearing the story. The Black Dragon gang had just put all their chips on Liang too, even willing to bet their entire gang's future on him. And now here it was Liang again? He was just a somewhat talented rookie. Was it really worth all this? Coming back to his senses, he patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, Tinger. When the time comes, I'll personally take care of that so-called Liang. Zhao Linger has significant backing, so we can't touch her easily. But a mere Liang isn't worth enough for me to teach him some manners. Jiang Ting nodded shyly, though she couldn't hide the sense of superiority in her eyes. Zhao Linger pursed her lips without speaking, secretly noting their intentions. If they really tried to harm Liang, she would never stand by and watch. At this moment, she turned her attention back to the big screen, silently praying in her heart. I hope Liang can make it through smoothly, because the monsters in the advanced zone are much more formidable. At this very moment, under countless watchful eyes, Liang swiftly weaved between trees and massive boulders, his footsteps stirring up fallen leaves and fine sand with soft rustling sounds. Before he knew it, he had reached the advanced zone. Compared to the previous area where level 60,100 monsters coexisted, here any moment could bring forth a creature of level 100 or even higher. After reaching level 100, monsters underwent a qualitative transformation in strength without completing their second-class advancement. Most professionals wouldn't even have the courage to face them heat-in and could only flee in panic. Yet Liang deliberately ventured here, having already calculated the risks in his mind. Rankings had to be fought for personally, and staying on the periphery meant hitting a scoring ceiling. In this tournament, professionals above level 100 made up the majority, and they would certainly swarm here to compete for high scores. If he didn't come, he would inevitably fall behind with no chance of catching up later. Upon entering the advanced zone, the surrounding scenery immediately changed its character. Tangled trees with intertwining roots, gray-brown boulders scattered in disarray, and countless blind spots lurking like hidden nets. The air was thick with the damp, earthy smell of mud, and even the sunlight was fragmented by layers of overlapping branches and leaves. Liang dared not relax for a moment, gripping his lightning halberd tightly as golden arcs crackled and danced along its shaft, adding a cold, brilliant gleam to this shadowy woodland. As expected, the advanced zone gave him no time to adapt. A rustling sound emerged from the grass at his feet, and a green shadow suddenly burst for the python as thick as a water barrel instantly opened its massive maw lined with fangs. Liang's muscles tensed as he raised his halberd horizontally to block, taking the full force of the serpent's head strike. Using the momentum, he quickly retreated several steps as fallen leaves scattered wildly, barely escaping the snake's coiling body. Green Forest Soaring Serpent Elite. Level 100. HP, 480,000. Innate abilities, Venom, Petrification. Before the viewing screens, gasps rippled through the crowd. Here it comes. This is what a level 100 monster from the advanced zone looks like. Wait, this is even an elite monster. Appearing so quickly, terrifying. Can he handle it? Maybe he should retreat while he still can. A level 100 elite is no joke. Even the usual top 10 would avoid its edge. You're still underestimating it. Unless it's Wang Biao, who's dominated the rankings for years, who would dare face it heat-in? If I had Liang's equipment, I'd rather farm small monsters safely on the outer ring than take such a risk. If he gets eliminated, his score goes straight to 0. The chatter continued with endless sighs. The spectators were convinced Liang was too young. No matter how impressive his battle record, the gap would instantly show when facing a true level 100 monster. However, confronted with what everyone else saw as a hopeless situation, Liang didn't retreat a single step. The moment his swift movement skill landed, he had already created a safe distance. Taking a deep breath of the stale air, his gaze sharp as lightning, he said, "Well now, I'm not afraid of strong enemies, I am afraid of cunning ones." Unlike humans, these monsters never underestimated their opponents. They gave their all in every attack. Liang understood this well. Raising his halberd once more, the veins in his arms bulged as electric arcs exploded with crisp, piercing sounds. Liang had also become more serious. This was his first time facing such a high-level monster. The greenwood soaring serpent opened its venomous maw wide, launching a stream of corrosive emerald liquid through the air with a hissing sound that crackled in the atmosphere. Liang was well prepared, his figure flashing like lightning as he darted past the blackened scorch marks left by the venom on the ground. The moment he landed, he gripped his lightning halberd tight and thrust it forward in a reverse strike clang. The serpent's scales were as hard as bronze and iron, the sharp spear tip striking sparks. Even with Liang's profession-enhanced penetration effect, most of the damage was still blocked by the scales. But he didn't mind. Landing the hit was enough. Liang's eyes turned cold as he shouted, "Plunder!" Whoosh! In the next second, the previously fierce serpent shuddered violently, its health bar plummeting dramatically. 120,000. Massive white numbers exploded above its head, instantly removing a full 20 of its health. Defense and damage reduction were rendered useless as the instantaneous damage broke through 100,000. All of this was due to Li Yang's death suppression and SS rank talent that grew stronger against stronger foes and weaker against weaker ones. Whether facing dozens of low-level minions or hundreds of high-level bosses, before him all were equal in mortality, each losing exactly 20 of their health. Holy crap, what kind of damage is that? The spectators were stunned. Against a level 100 monster, they could usually only slowly wear it down over time. Even level 100 professionals, stacked with equipment and buffs, could barely deal 10,000 damage per hit. Breaking through 1,000 and 10,000 damage were already major milestones, but 100,000? It was absolutely unthinkable. How many freaking zeros is that? 1, 2, 3, 120,000. He's got to be cheating. 10 of me together couldn't survive one hit from his halberd. I cried watching this episode as a kid. No way. Is he actually going to beat a level 100 elite monster? Exclamations flooded the chat like a barrage. Zhao Linger's eyes widened in amazement. When she came to Kuwan City, even during the Beast Tide battle, she had never truly seen Li Yang fight. She had thought that as fellow rookie professionals, the gap between them would be limited. Now she understood that the chasm between people could be greater than that between humans and dogs, and all her efforts seemed to have finally paid off. In the plaza's spectator stands, people's expressions were mixed, with joking voices gradually giving way to serious discussion. Don't jump to conclusions yet. A level 100 elite monster can't be taken down with just that much damage. Everyone nodded in agreement. Elite monsters above level 100 weren't just monsters. They were commanders who could easily rally other creatures and direct beast tides. Making it surrender? Not easy. Sure enough, in the footage, just as Li Yang landed his hit and was planning his next attack, the serpent suddenly reared back and let out a piercing shriek that tore through the air. In an instant, fierce winds swept across the entire arena, grass rustling violently as tremors echoed from all directions, as if countless creatures were rapidly approaching from the darkness. After a few moments, terrifying roars from various monsters began to echo through the air. Oh, calling for backup? Realizing his opponent's intention, Li Yang raised an eyebrow. He reached for his detector, the cold metal casing pressing against his palm as the screen lit up with a blinding array of red dots all converging on him from every direction. Clearly, at the soaring serpent's summons, all the lurking monsters in the area had changed course. Li Yang's heart tightened. He had to end this quickly. The approaching force was almost comparable to a small beast tide, and they were all level 100 monsters. If this dragged on, he'd be in serious trouble. With that thought flashing through his mind, he flipped his wrist and drew his explosive bow, instantly pulling the string taut as energy-infused arrows shot through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp whistling sounds exploded through the air as several streaks of light struck hard against the soaring serpent's thick scales. Bang! Sparks flew, but the serpent barely paused, not even letting out a grunt of pain. Li Yang wasn't surprised the soaring serpent wasn't just level 100, it was an elite monster with incredible defense. His gold-tier weapon still felt inadequate. He pondered silently. The explosive bow was ultimately just transitional equipment. To truly contend with monsters of this caliber, he'd need higher-grade weapons. But that required money, and all his funds were tied up in tens of millions in investments. To liquidate quickly, he needed a good ranking in this competition. In other words, everything depended on this battle. With that realization, he felt oddly at peace. At least he had a chance to fight for it. His gaze locked onto the massive soaring serpent once more. Li Yang's eyes hardened with determination. Plunder. Hiss. The soaring serpent's forked tongue thrashed wildly as its body shuddered, and a bright red number floated up. 75,000. The creature's health was slashed by another 20, while Li Yang's chest suddenly surged with an equivalent red health bar. Though this borrowed health had no defensive bonuses and took full damage when hit, in his view, as long as he had enough meat, it would do. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, the ground beneath his feet began trembling violently, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Rumble. Deep, thunderous footsteps rolled toward him. They're coming through here. In the audience stands, everyone held their breath. On the central screen in the plaza, the host quickly pulled back the camera angle. With Li Yang at the center, countless red dots converged like a tide, sealing off escape routes from all directions. Looks like this is the end. The host's voice was somber. To threaten a level 100 elite monster single-handedly already surpasses most peers in the military. Unfortunately, facing such creatures hidden in the wild was never a wise choice. Comments and audience chatter erupted. This kid's got guts. Picking a fight with a soaring serpent and not running now it's too late to escape. Li Yang naturally sensed the disturbance too. He tilted his head slightly as wind rushed past his Ursa fire wolf had already pounced from behind, its fangs gleaming coldly. The soaring serpent's reinforcements had arrived. He had no choice but to abandon his original attack rhythm, quickly half-turning to face this new threat. This was also a level 100 monster. Damn it, if I can't handle the soaring serpent, can I at least deal with you? Interrupted so suddenly, Liang felt his anger flare. He gripped the lightning halberd tightly as cold arcs of electricity raced along the shaft to the tip, then thrust forward with explosive force. Plunder. 25,000. Death suppression stacked with the base damage, and nearly half the Fire Spirit Wolf's health bar vanished instantly. The Fire Wolf let out a piercing howl and collapsed heavily, its limbs convulsing. Liang raised his foot to deliver the finishing blow, but suddenly became alert. Countless dark shadows were silently closing in from all directions, sharp fangs and claws glinting menacingly in the darkness. And the Fire Wolf at his feet actually had a cunning smile playing at the corners of its mouth. Smiling? Without a moment's hesitation, Liang drove his halberd's force straight through the wolf's body. Thud. You have slain Fire Spirit Wolf. Points 150. This monster's point value equaled the combined total of 2 previous ordinary targets. But before the system notification finished, monsters from all directions were already lunging with claws extended. In that critical moment, Liang quickly drew out the sage's tome, and purple divine radiance spread like a curtain, bathing the entire ruins in violet twilight. All the charging monsters froze midair, their movements suspended. The opportunity lasted only an instant. Liang rolled and darted out, escaping the encirclement. His heart grew cold with realization. The number of monsters was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. If his reflexes hadn't been so quick, he would have been torn to shreds just now. Having gained distance, he reversed his grip on the halberd, gathering cold electricity once more, then struck fiercely at the nearest monster. Plunder. 27,000. Purple lightning pierced through its body, and the creature exploded into a bloody mist. Even more terrifying, the golden chains attached to the lightning halberd crackled through the air with a sharp clang, linking all the monsters present into a gleaming chain network, spreading damage proportionally. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 6,000. 6,200. 6,350. Plunder. As the chains flickered, the monsters fell into deep silence, offering no resistance. Liang seized the opportunity to attack furiously, continuously channeling death suppression, both dealing damage and constantly draining health. His false health bar rapidly swelled, turning so bright red it seemed ready to overflow from the progress bar. A flash of inspiration struck him. If he drained all these monsters' blood, he could instantly stack up hundreds of thousands of health points tougher than even that soaring serpent. Then he could engage in close combat and see who would give up first. At this thought, his fighting spirit soared, sweat sliding down his cheeks, but unable to hide the fervor in his eyes. Thud, thud, thud. His assassin talents let him move like the wind, specifically targeting monsters' backs for vicious strikes, maximizing damage with each hit. Soon, monsters began falling in waves. Liang's bracelet vibrated continuously. You have slain Raging Goose. Points 150. You have slain Black Yak. Points 150. You have slain White Fang Snake. Points 200. His point total skyrocketed, multiplying several times over in an instant. This so-called beast tide had essentially become a custom-made bonus stage for him. If the Soaring Serpent Elite hadn't driven all the surrounding monsters here, he would have had to hunt them down one by one for points. Now he was saving time and effort while achieving explosive efficiency. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. Holy crap, did he actually manage to turn this around? The audience erupted in chaos as everyone watched Liang mow down monsters like harvesting ripe wheat. The creatures didn't even have a chance to struggle, as if they were lining up to die. Someone cursed loudly with wide eyes. These monsters are just feeding him kills. That soaring serpent screwed over all the nearby monsters. By comparison, Liang looks like the real monster here. What the hell? How is this even possible? This is absolutely ridiculous. Discussions broke out everywhere in the stands. If it's really that easy, I could do it too. Dream on. He's wielding radiant grade equipment, that's why the monsters are losing their ability to move. That's an insanely rare effect. Radiant grade? Must be nice being rich. I can barely afford to maintain my gold grade gear, and I cry for half a month if I scratch the paint. I hate rich people. Radiant grade equipment, huh? So how's he going to handle the Soaring Serpent's second phase? In the VIP section, Wang Tung stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Being able to wound a soaring serpent while still at first awakening was practically unheard of in the secular world. Liang's class had very likely reached S rank. At this thought, he felt both shocked and delighted. This year his military district had produced such a dark horse. The other military district commanders around him were both envious and jealous. Old Wang, this kid hasn't officially joined your military yet, right? How about introducing him to us later? Yeah, talent like this comes once in a century. How about letting him train in our northern desert region? Wang Tung snorted coldly. First come, first served? Don't even think about poaching him. These old foxes were already scheming, and he hadn't even made his move yet. Meanwhile, somewhere underground where dim lights flickered, another drama filled with undercurrents was unfolding. Holy shit, this kid is this strong? Is it too late to change my bet? The underground bosses sat in a circle, their expressions far more complex than before. Only Black Dragon, the leader of the Black Dragon gang, was beaming with joy, grinning from ear to ear. Black Dragon, you're testing my limits. Night Owl, the leader of the Night Wanderer Hall, spoke with a dark tone. Originally, he had dismissed Li Yong as just another rookie with some skill, barely bothering to pay attention and dismissing Black Dragon's little schemes. But now Li Yong was showing potential far beyond expectations, and Black Dragon had actually bet correctly. If Li Yong really killed that elite monster, his points would skyrocket, putting Wang Biao's first place in serious jeopardy. Night Owl's heart tightened. If Li Yong pulled off this comeback, the Black Dragon gang's prestige would overshadow the Night Wanderer Hall, and his decades of accumulated influence would be inexplicably trampled underfoot, a situation he absolutely could not tolerate. The air seemed to freeze as no one dared speak carelessly. Black Dragon merely adjusted the black sunglasses on his nose, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Night Hall Master flatters me. As you said earlier, this was just an impulsive, foolish decision on my part, pure luck. In the past, he might have still feared Night Owl somewhat, but now that the situation had evened out, he no longer needed to bow his head. Night Owl trembled with rage. For the moment, there really was no way to deal with him. The rules had been set in stone, and he couldn't openly violate them in front of everyone. The only hope was that Wang Biao would still secure first place. Yi Xiao suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, took a deep breath, and when he raised his head again, his expression had returned to calm as he sat back down. You really think Wang Biao would lose to some green kid? Just wait and see. Hei Long frowned slightly at this but said nothing more, simply fixing his gaze on the massive real-time battle status screen in the center. At the same moment, Li Yong had cleared most of the surrounding monsters, and the Sage's Tome enhancement was nearing its end. The Forest Viper was the first to break free, letting out a hiss before lunging forward. Li Yong was finishing off the remaining creatures when the serpent's shadow crashed toward him. Dodging was already too late. He gritted his teeth, raising his golden war shield across his chest, while simultaneously activating his ethereal shield, meeting the attack heat-in. Clang! A vicious crack appeared across the shield's surface, followed by a sharp crack as it shattered into 4 pieces. Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. His shield had already taken damage before, and this blow finished it off completely. The explosive power of a level 100 elite monster was indeed too much for him to handle alone. The tremendous force sent him staggering back several steps, though fortunately, having drained health from numerous monsters earlier, he only lost about 50,000 temporary health points. The damage was manageable. Steadying himself, he gripped his lightning halberd, his eyes sharpening. My turn. His figure shot forward like lightning, the halberd's tip tearing through scales. Flash. Thud. Drain. The temporary health he'd just lost instantly flowed back. He felt the Viper's body convulse violently as its health bar plummeted to below half. Li Yang's eyes lit up. A few more hits, and he'd have enough for an execute to finish it off. Just then, the Viper let out an ear-splitting shriek, its body rapidly expanding, scales thickening, eyes turning blood red as it swelled to nearly twice its size. Li Yong immediately realized what was happening. Second phase, Berserk mode. Elite-level monsters and above often squeezed out their remaining potential for a final desperate struggle when near death, and this serpent was no exception. An already formidable opponent had powered up again, making his scalp tingle. Soon, the Viper demonstrated just how terrifying this upgrade was. Murky energy swirled around it as it rose into the air like a young dragon, whipping up fierce winds. Li Yong stumbled, barely able to keep his footing. The scales gleaming coldly in the blazing sun above were so impressive it hardly seemed like the same creature. This is absolutely ridiculous. His mouth twitched, and before he could catch his breath, the Viper opened its maw, unleashing a massive torrent of venom in a thick column. Li Yong activated swift movement and sprinted to dodge, but the Viper had the high ground advantage wherever he ran. The serpent's mouth followed, spraying corrosive venom that ate through the ground in its wake. Can't stay passive like this. He silently gritted his teeth, had to bring it down. While weaving and dodging, he drew his explosive bow and locked onto the Viper. This was a test of fundamental skills, the area where he felt most confident. After multiple attempts at aiming and prediction, he caught a brief opening and suddenly drew the bowstring. Whoosh! A cold gleam shot skyward, the arrowhead's silver light piercing as it aimed straight for the Viper's forehead. Bang! Fwang! The soaring serpent's head jerked as the arrow struck, brilliant sparks erupting from the impact as it ceased its breath attack. Got it! Li Yang's heart surged with excitement as he seized the moment, unleashing a rapid volley of arrows. Whoosh! 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 Cold light pierced the air as each arrow, enhanced with the Plunder effect, found its mark. Under Li Yang's relentless assault, the soaring serpent's massive form began to waver. The blood drain effect from his vampire archery skills was devastatingly effective. Each hit directly siphoned away chunks of the serpent's health bar, and even its thick HP couldn't withstand such punishment. Boom! 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 Arrows thundered into wounds, accompanied by critical hit, notifications that filled Li Yong with exhilaration. Finally, with a deafening roar, the soaring serpent crashed down. Thud! The serpent's body, dozens of meters long, slammed heavily into the distant ground, sending up clouds of dust like a sandstorm. The defeated tasted dirt. The serpent's body convulsed as its skin began to swell. Li Yong brushed the sand from his face and turned away, coolly real. Men never look back at explosions. Boom. System notifications instantly flooded his screen. You have slain Green Forest Soaring Serpent Elite Level, points 1000. You have obtained Gold Tier Equipment, Shield of Soaring Victory. You have obtained Rare Material, Soaring Serpent Heart. You have obtained Rare Material, Soaring Serpent Venom. A Gold Tier piece of equipment dropped directly, along with a string of rare materials, all valuable commodities. Not to mention the massive experience from this level 100 elite monster combined with his previous kills. Li Yong had reached level 70. A satisfied smile flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Lu Xian hadn't been wrong, this place was a leveling paradise. Li Yong raised his wrist to check his tactical bracelet. Name: Li Yong. Military District, Central. Points: 4,500. Estimated ranking: 15. The newly appeared ranking in the last line made him pause. After understanding the rules, he realized this was just a dynamic assessment based on real-time points and performance, but it also indicated at his current monster hunting pace, he had a real shot at first place. At this thought, Li Yang's blood boiled. Originally, he just wanted to break even and score decently, but who would have thought he'd awaken an SS rank talent death suppression? With this trump card, he was fully qualified to compete with other top contenders for the rankings. If he really reached the top, he wouldn't just get tens of millions in investment, have an entire gold mine. His palms tingled with anticipation as fighting spirit surged within him. Li Yong took a deep breath, raised his bow, and continued advancing deeper into the forest. Where are the monsters? Come out and get beaten. Meanwhile, the external broadcast hall erupted in complete chaos. The host's voice trembled with excitement, his hand shaking as he gripped the microphone. He actually did it. Single-handedly defeated a level 100 elite monster. As his words fell, the stands exploded instantly. Incredible. Holy crap. This got my blood pumping so much that I was planning to hit the massage parlor after the match to reward myself. But now I want to go monster hunting. Women only drain my energy. The live commentator continued showering praise. Li Yong as an archer is absolutely maxed out. His precision, positioning, and awareness are nearly perfect. This isn't just about class strength, it's about fundamental player skills. In the audience, a veteran archer shook his head in amazement. I've been an archer for nearly 30 years since awakening my class, and speaking from experience, this newcomer's fundamentals are already masterful. He truly is a gifted professional. No wonder he stirred up such a storm in Kuwan City from the moment he arrived. Meanwhile, in a corner of the bustling plaza. Holy shit. Tinger, is this guy really a newcomer? Lu Yu's voice trembled. Witnessing Li Yong single-handedly take down a level 100 elite monster and casually clear out a group of minions, his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. If it were him, he probably wouldn't gain any experience even after dying 8 times. Earlier, he had been so excited simply because the Black Dragon Gang had given their spot to Li Yong, this nobody, which seemed like handing over benefits on a silver platter. But now, he had to admit that Li Yong truly had the qualifications to compete with the top-ranked talents. The Black Dragon Gang's willingness to bet on him might not have been a rash decision, but rather based on solid intelligence, seats, just that everyone else had dismissed it. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Jiang Ting was equally stunned. She had been confident in bringing Northern Hound, Sang Biao to match Zhao Linger's contestant, but now he seemed like street trash in comparison. She stared blankly at the battlefield, her throat dry. Where on earth did Zhao Linger dig up this freak? Zhao Linger's eyes were bright, almost forgetting why she had invited Li Yong to participate in the first place, only knowing that this young man had brought them tremendous honor. She couldn't even be bothered to look at the expressions of the 2 people beside her, completely captivated by Li Yang's figure. At the other end of the spectator stands, Huang Long spoke in a low voice. Captain Zhou, if it were you facing that level 100 elite monster unknown, what would your chances be? Zhou Jiangwo was initially taken aback, carefully weighing the question before shaking his head with a bitter smile. It would depend on the situation. If I were simultaneously surrounded by a group of monsters, I couldn't handle it alone. He had seen the battle. Clearly Li Yong had relied entirely on the sage's tome to control those monsters, which turned the tide. Without that book, the outcome might not have been optimistic, and even he would have struggled. Though his words were conservative, they were sincere. Huang Long nodded. Initially, he had only brought Li Yong into the competition with a let's see what happens attitude, purely a shot in the dark, never expecting him to actually achieve results. The Central Military District gained face, which naturally pleased him. But thinking of another layer, he sighed. If things continue developing this way, and Li Yong truly achieves results that shock all parties, Kuwan City is probably going to be in chaos. The competition affected the underground power structure of countless factions, and the military, being both the organizer and most aware of the undercurrents, understood this well. With Li Yang's sudden emergence, no one could predict what kind of chain reaction it would ultimately trigger. Zhou Jiangwo was equally aware and had even envisioned the worst-case scenario if Kuwan city authorities and the Federation deemed the situation uncontrollable. They might directly nullify Li Yang's results to maintain stability in extreme circumstances. That was what worried him most. If it really comes to that, his battle achievements would be erased, but the records would still be there. We could only say it was bad timing. Zhou Jiangwo clenched his fist, then released it, his gaze profound. At that point, I could only try to find Wang Teng and do my best to fight for him. Everything was uncertain. They could only take it step by step. For now, they had no choice but to see how things unfolded. Unlike the outside world, at Kuwan City's power assembly, the expressions on representatives' faces appeared particularly strange. The faction led by Night Wandering Palace looked utterly grim. Who could have imagined that this year would bring such an unexpected obstacle? Yi Xiao leaned back in his chair, remaining silent, while the oppressive atmosphere seemed to take on a tangible form. Meanwhile, members of other factions watched with the mentality of spectators enjoying a show, whispering among themselves. Ever since that newcomer named Li Yang appeared, Kuwan City had become like a lit powder keg, spiraling out of control. Night Wandering Palace had dominated for too long, and the onlookers present couldn't wait for someone to stir up trouble. In contrast, the Black Dragon Gang side was practically jubilant, with many unable to resist humming little tunes. Just hours ago, they had been puzzled by their boss Black Dragon's seemingly outrageous decision, but now each one was giving thumbs up. Worthy of being Black Dragon, worthy of being our leader. Sharpot, I was an idiot for questioning the boss before. I hereby apologize. Haha, the boss is brilliant. In the crowd, Black Dragon was so excited his face turned red as he immediately made a phone call. Uncle, came Lu Hai's voice from the other end. My dear nephew. Black Dragon lowered his voice but couldn't hide his excitement. You remember Li Yang, the one you mentioned before, right? I remember. Why? Nothing much, just wondering if you could help me get an introduction to meet him. Black Dragon changed the subject. I won't say more now. I need to keep watching the match. Oh, and Uncle will transfer some pocket money to you. Remember to check for it. Without waiting for his nephew to ask more questions, he hung up and casually transferred 2 million to him. At this moment, Black Dragon's mind was racing. Li Yang's performance just now completely matched Wang Biao's level, and in that situation, Wang Biao might not have handled it better than Li Yang. If he could truly bring Li Yang into the gang, the benefits from overthrowing Night Wandering Palace wouldn't be a mere 2 million, but 100 times that amount. For this move, he had gambled his entire gang's interests and shouldered enormous pressure. Fortunately, he had bet correctly, seeing Li Yang's extraordinary nature one step ahead of everyone else. On the other side, at Night Wandering Palace's seats, Yi Xiao snorted coldly. A bunch of fools, he cursed silently. Others had no idea that Wang Biao was no longer the same Wang Biao from last year. Last month, Wang Biao had completed his third transformation, becoming a formidable third-tier professional. If he still had his old strength, Yi Xiao might truly be panicking right now. But the qualitative change brought by the third transformation was beyond anyone's imagination. These people had no idea just how powerful Wang Biao had become. At the same time, in the plaza's VIP section, congratulations, old Wang, a heavyweight figure sighed. Your central region has produced a genius whose strength rivals the most experienced veterans in the military. Indeed, to possess such strength at such a young age, this potential is truly enormous. Haha, Li Yang really earned this himself. We didn't do anything, made it this far on his own merit. I'm just lucky to bask in his reflected glory. Wang Teng's face beamed with pride as he waved his hand modestly, though inside, he was absolutely thrilled. The Central Military District hadn't seen such an outstanding newcomer in years. The Western District's Wang Biao had dominated first place in every competition, but regardless of Li Yang's final ranking, his current performance alone was enough to bring honor to the Central District. Speaking of which, his strength is really impressive. He might actually give Wang Biao a run for first place. One general chuckled with admiration. Another shook his head. No. While this newcomer is certainly strong, Wang Biao isn't the same Wang Biao as before. Before anyone could respond, Sun Hao, the Western District's commanding general, suddenly spoke up with a faint smile. That's right. Just recently, Wang Biao completed his third transformation, and very successfully too. His power has increased dramatically. Third transformation? The hall fell silent instantly, all eyes turning to Sun Hao. I remember he was only level 120 last year. To complete the third transformation so quickly, and we didn't hear a whisper about it. Good grief, brother Sun, you kept that news well hidden. There's no comparison then. Li Yang is at most second transformation. No matter how strong he is, there's still a gap. True, it would be too much to expect a newcomer to surpass a champion of many years right off the bat. Wang Teng sighed inwardly. The world never lacked for geniuses. How far Li Yang could go depended entirely on himself. He looked up at the big screen, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. If the future belongs to you, then prove it to me. If he could truly achieve it, no matter what happened afterward, Wang Teng would spare no effort to protect Li Yang's interests. The Dragon Kingdom's development and humanity's vanguard needed exceptionally talented professionals. Meanwhile, in the mountain forest on the other side, Wang Biao strolled leisurely in his purple robes, staff in hand. Several grotesque summoned creatures spread around him, instantly swarming and killing any monster that dared appear, making the process as effortless as a casual stroll. He yawned deeply, still as boring as ever. No decent opponents year after year. I should talk to the organizers. They might as well just hand me first place from now on. Ring ring. His radio suddenly crackled to life. Oh, Wang Biao raised an eyebrow. Who's calling me at this hour? He answered the channel, and Night Owl's low voice came through. Wang Biao, there's a new professional, uses a bow. Night Owl briefly described Li Yang's appearance and characteristics, his tone grave. If you encounter him, attack immediately. He's a serious threat, understand? A serious threat? Wang Biao narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing at his lips. It had been years since he'd heard anyone describe an opponent that way. But if Night Owl was personally giving the warning, the guy must have some real skill. Having just completed his third transformation, Wang Biao's confidence was at an all-time high. All right, got it. He hung up impatiently, his gaze sweeping through the forest, his voice carrying an excited, yet dangerous laugh. Liang, is it? You'd better hope I don't find you. I'm quite bored right now. Time ticked away, second by second. The grand competition was nearing its end, with less than an hour remaining on the countdown. Deep in the dense jungle, Liang moved without pause, his figure weaving between vines and towering trees. Whenever he spotted a target, he would raise his bow and strike, watching points flow like water into the tactical bracelet on his wrist. At this moment, he stood atop a protruding boulder with his explosive bow in hand, using the high ground to survey his surroundings. From the depths of the forest came a symphony of battle roars, rustling leaves, and scattered explosions. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, searching for his next unfortunate prey. Meanwhile, his bracelet interface flickered with an update. Name: Liang. Military region: Central. Points: 7,500. Estimated rank: 1. As the numbers shifted, Liang took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. 7,500 points. His estimated rank had shot straight to first place. If he could maintain this momentum until the end, the championship would be his. Ahead, bushes rustled violently as a massive tusked beast burst forth. Without hesitation, Liang leaped from the rock in pursuit, his explosive bow firing in rapid succession. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom, boom, boom. In the blazing firelight, the tusked beast collapsed and dissolved into points of light. But the next second, his bracelet flashed again. What? My rank dropped to second. At the same time, in another battle zone, Wang Biao had casually glanced at his bracelet, only to freeze in shock. Name: Wang Biao. Military region: Western. Points: 6,500. Estimated rank: 2. His brow furrowed deeply. In every previous competition, he had never failed, always maintaining his grip on first place. This year, his strength had reached new heights, and his point farming speed was several times faster than last year, yet someone had still overtaken him. S-rank profession necromancer. Having completed his third-class advancement, there were few in the entire Kuwan City military department who could match him. Yet now, someone actually had more points? Wang Biao recalled Yi Zhao's earlier warning, his disdain fading as intense fighting spirit took its place. With less than an hour until the competition's end, trying to overtake through monster hunting alone would be too late. Just then, a series of explosions echoed from deep within the distant forest. Wang Biao's eyes lit up as the competition rules flashed through his mind. Defeating other contestants would directly inherit all their points, far more profitable than hunting monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, dark mist swirling around him as he rushed toward the source of the explosions. At this very moment, you have slain a horned ape, points 120. You have slain a wind scorpion snake, points 150. Liang lowered his bow and, after confirming both notifications, turned to continue along the nearby path. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the shadows. 3 undead puppets, each about 2 meters tall, burst through the undergrowth. Their black iron armor radiated cold menace, and the massive blunt weapons in their hands scraped against the ground, sending up showers of sparks. These weren't ordinary monsters. Liang raised an eyebrow, his bowstring already drawn taut. Leaves rustled as a sturdy man in black robes emerged from the shadows, wearing a smile that carried a sharp edge. It was Wang Biao. Sorry about this, brother. Wang Biao pointed at Liang, his voice low and confident. I'm in urgent need of points right now. As his words fell, he waved his hand lightly. The 3 undead puppets immediately spread out, surrounding Liang in a threatening formation. Liang's gaze turned ice cold in an instant. The man's intentions couldn't be clearer. So this guy had set his sights on him. What? It's actually Wang Biao? He's shown up. This just got interesting. The moment Wang Biao appeared on screen, the massive arena fell silent. Tens of thousands of spectators straightened up in unison, their eyes glued to the big screen, even holding their breath to avoid missing a single second. Everyone understood that the real finals had begun. The first and second place of this tournament would be decided in this clash. In the backstage rest area, Zhao Linger gripped the corners of her clothes so tightly her knuckles turned white. Liang, you absolutely cannot lose. On the other side, the Black Dragon Society members looked equally tense. Heilong's face was dark as water as he muttered under his breath these two had still ended up facing each other directly. His safest plan had been for Liang to secure first place through monster hunting speed, but now with this unexpected encounter, everything hinged on this single battle. His thoughts racing, he snorted coldly. So be it, victory or defeat will be decided here. In stark contrast, Yi Xiao burst into laughter upon hearing the news, his piercing h echoing through the corridor. For him, the greatest fear had been Wang Biao not finding Liang. Now that was resolved. The scales of victory seemed to be tipping in his favor. He was absolutely certain that with Wang Biao's championship record, dealing with a newcomer would be child's play. At the center of the arena, Liang was completely unaware he had become the focus of tens of thousands. Facing Wang Biao's sudden charge, he showed no panic. His eyes even held a hint of interest. He was no pushover. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a system notification suddenly rang out. S-rank profession detected necromancer acolyte. Copy. Oh. Liang raised an eyebrow. S-rank. What a prize catch. Copy. Copy successful. You have obtained S-rank profession necromancer acolyte. You now possess 2 S-rank necromancy professions. Proceed with super evolution fusion. Soul, which necromancer acolyte? Super evolution fusion? Liang was stunned, then couldn't suppress a grin. So this guy was here to deliver benefits. He quietly studied Wang Biao, almost wanting to shout, thanks, big brother. Fuse. Fusion successful. You have obtained SS rank profession death mage. SS rank. Liang's eyes widened as he triple-checked, his heart bursting with joy. Since rejecting the system's gifted SS rank profession at the awakening ceremony, he had been waiting for a stronger opportunity. Who would have thought that in less than a month, Wang Biao would help him not only break even, but reach even greater heights? Worth it. Coming to Kuwan City was absolutely worth it. Seeing Liang motionless for so long, Wang Biao assumed his opponent was paralyzed with fear and snorted coldly. Humph, surrender now and save me the trouble. Several skeleton soldiers were already charging forward, their bone blades gleaming coldly. Only then did Liang snap back to attention, calmly activating his heavenly eye. A blinding blue flash erupted, and the skeletons immediately froze in place. Not now, I'm busy. He waved his hand, immobilizing the summoned creatures, and leisurely opened his panel to study his new profession. SS rank Death Mage. Professional talent, 1 summoned creature per level gained. Core skill, summon Skeleton Knight for combat assistance. Special effect, while summoned creatures exist, all damage to the Death Mage is automatically transferred to summoned creatures. Incredible. Liang's heart raced as he examined the effects. This SS rank talent truly lived up to its reputation. The interface clearly displayed. Each level gained grants an additional summoning slot. A quick calculation revealed he could now summon 70 skeleton soldiers simultaneously. Even more outrageous was the fact that he would remain completely invulnerable until all his summoned creatures were destroyed. In other words, as long as his skeletons survived, he was absolutely invincible. Liang narrowed his eyes with a sly grin. Want to mess with me? You'll have to clear out all 70 of my minions first. Just as he was reveling in his calculations, Wang Biao across from him suddenly froze. What's happening? Why aren't my puppets responding to commands? Wang Biao's expression darkened instantly, his previous contempt vanishing completely. He had assumed Liang was just another passing challenger, never expecting to be countered so decisively. Again, he growled, swinging his black iron staff forcefully. Necromantic arts. Ghostly green mist slithered from his staff like venomous serpents, hitting the ground and transforming into several menacing shadows before solidifying into undead puppets. Black armor, withered bones, razor-sharp claws. They quickly formed a battle line. How about now? I have all these allies while you stand alone. Wang Biao sneered coldly, pointing his staff forward. Attack. Liang, who had been enjoying himself, showed a flicker of impatience at this interruption. Fine, considering you've made some modest contribution, he said, casually stroking the sage's tome with a dismissive tone. You're barely qualified to serve as my stepping stone. Admittedly, his opponent possessed an S-rank professional 1 in 10th genius by outside standards. But did S-rank really carry any weight before him? Watching the puppets charging forward with weapons raised and murderous intent, Liang scoffed. Necromantic arts? Have you ever heard of undead catastrophe? As his words fell, he dramatically opened the sage's tome. As a radiant tier weapon, it naturally contained immense necromantic power, making it perfect for summoning undead armies. In an instant, the sky darkened and fierce winds swept across the arena. Deep, Bone-chilling roars echoed from all directions, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The next second, countless skeleton soldiers burst from the earth, gleaming white bones, flickering spectral light, dozens upon dozens of them, transforming the ground into a realm of death. Undead. So many skeletons, all of them undead. Gasps of shock rippled through the audience. Holy shit, I thought he was joking. Dude, are you serious right now? That's a terrifying number. How did he pull that off? In the VIP section, Wang Ting shot to his feet, his face a mixture of excitement and bewilderment. Is that really Li Yong? The scene before them completely defied tournament conventions. What should have been a proper competition had been forcibly transformed into an undead army siege. The other commanders sat speechless. Old Wang, what's this kid's background? Are you hiding some ace up your sleeve? What an impressive undead catastrophe. This young man is destined for greatness. The crowd buzzed with discussion, clearly struggling to connect such overwhelming power with an ordinary newcomer. Wang Tong smiled helplessly. Times had changed, and the new generation was surpassing the old. Perhaps it was time for veterans like them to retire. Meanwhile, the skeleton army had completely surrounded Wang Biao and his puppets. This? Wang Biao stared blankly, forgetting even to move. So many undead? How can he summon this many? He knew the summoning arts himself even after his third advancement. His limit was barely 10 undead puppets. Yet Li Yang's skeletons not only outnumbered his by several times, but were clearly of superior quality. For the first time, he experienced the suffocating sensation of being completely overwhelmed, his S-rank pride crumbling instantly. Who exactly are you? He demanded through gritted teeth, his gaze locked on Li Yong. At that moment, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. He suddenly startled, finally realizing something. These features. Could this be the newcomer that Yang mentioned? Li Yong peered through the chaotic battlefield and confirmed that the person's appearance matched Yang's description perfectly. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity earlier. But then he frowned. Yang said that person was an archer? The figure before him was clearly a necromancer commanding the undead, two completely different things. Since when could archers summon the undead? What was the point of him being a necromancy apprentice then? The intelligence must be wrong. While he puzzled over this, Li Yong raised his hand and waved. The skeletal warriors in the front ranks lifted their great swords high and charged toward Wang Biao's undead puppets with bone-chilling winds. The moment the two forces clashed, Wang Biao's puppets were instantly swallowed by the surging tide of skeletons, leaving only scattered bones. Watching from behind, Wang Biao felt his scalp tingle as sweat dripped down his forehead. It was over. Truly over. How could anyone fight this battle? Who could possibly withstand this? He finally understood why he had dropped to second place. First place was standing right in front of him. This attempt to gain an advantage had completely backfired. With this realization, he immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. Survive. If he could last until the end, he could still keep second place. If he got caught, he'd lose even that. Li Yong caught sight of his escape attempt and launched himself forward like an arrow from a bow. Halfway through his flight, Wang Biao sensed the approaching wind behind him. His eyes flashed as he swung his staff violently, causing two undead puppets to rise from the ground and lunge at Li Yong with overwhelming force. Now, he's separated from his troops. Kill him, he roared. The two undead swung their iron axes, cold light flashing toward Li Yang's face. But Li Yong acted as if he didn't see them, showing no intention of dodging. He knew full well that fighting two third-tier undead puppets hidden would be troublesome. Better to capture the leader first. So he charged straight at Wang Biao, ignoring the attacks. Bang! The axe struck his shoulder, but only sparked blue light patterns. It wasn't that the undead puppets were too weak, but rather the necromancer talent damage transfer had activated. All damage was absorbed and transferred to the skeletal soldiers behind him. In the black tide of his army, one skeleton warrior shattered into bone fragments. However, it was merely a drop in the ocean of his legion. Li Yong still had over 60 remaining. Are you insane? Wang Biao gasped, panic finally showing in his eyes. His two third-tier undead puppets struck repeatedly, yet couldn't even slow Li Yang's advance by half a step. This defied all logic. In the blink of an eye, Li Yong had closed the distance. Wang Biao saw only a blur of movement before crack. His staff was slapped away. Immediately after, the lightning halberd swept across his body. Paralyzing current instantly coursed through his entire body, causing him to let out an agonized scream. The chronic weakness of summoner-type mages was fully exposed in this moment. All their power was invested in their summons, leaving their physical bodies even more fragile than pure mages. After what felt like an eternity, you have defeated contestant 001.6500. The crisp system notification rang in Li Yang's ears. He was stunned. That many points? With 6,500 points added, his total score skyrocketed to 14,000, just 1,000 short of his personal goal. His estimated ranking jumped straight to first place. Well then, a nice windfall, he thought with satisfaction, completely unaware that the opponent he had just casually defeated was none other than the famous Wang Biao, who had dominated the championships for consecutive years. When Liang crushed Wang Biao in an overwhelming victory, the previously tense viewing hall instantly erupted like oil hitting a hot pan, boiling over with excitement. Wang Biao actually lost. This year's champion has changed hands. After all these years, someone finally broke Thruth's incredible. This is the most impressive performance ever. Over 10,000 points. That's got to be a record. The highest in history. Thank goodness. Honestly, having the same champion every year got boring. Now we have real competition. How exciting. Excited shouts rose one after another, flooding even the communication channels. The soldiers from the Central Theater were especially thrilled, throwing off their helmets and raising their fists around the big screen. Liang, Liang, Liang. Haha. This year's champion is from our Central Theater. Woohoo. Tonight we're celebrating big-time pork knuckle rice with double sausage. I've been sick of those Western Theater guys for ages. Finally got our revenge. In stark contrast, the Western Theater side fell into deathly silence. Some stared blankly at the battle replay, muttering, "Brother Biao actually lost, and to a newcomer no less. The times are changing. I must still be dreaming someone punched me." The shock from this defeat ran deeper than the surface commotion. What? Wang Biao lost. Yi Xiao shot up from his seat on the other side of the hall, his chair clattering backward. At this critical moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. With Wang Biao's fall, their faction had suffered devastating losses, one move affecting the entire game. What exactly happened? Did Wang Biao throw the fight? Doesn't look like it. Genuinely couldn't keep up. This year's power structure is going to be chaos. Kuwan City has been stable for too long. Maybe that's not entirely bad. When the established powers fight to the death, it saturates the field and leaves no room for newcomers. Now smaller factions might be able to fish in troubled waters. People whispered among themselves, the air thick with anxiety and unease. In another corner of the venue, the Black Dragon Society members could barely contain their laughter. We won. We actually won. Ha ha ha. Hei Long laughed until his face cramped. He knew he hadn't misjudged Liang, whose performance exceeded even his highest expectations. The once untouchable Wang Biao had been chased around like a drowning dog. Hall Master Xiao, a bet is a bet. Hei Long grinned as he looked toward Yi Xiao and his group. Yi Xiao and the Night Wanderer Hall members' faces turned ashen, but they couldn't lash out and had to swallow their anger. Well played. Yi Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes dark with malice. Since that's how it is, don't blame me for flipping the table. He stormed off with a flourish, the Night Wanderer Hall members following close behind. Take care now. Hei Long laughed heartily, feeling as refreshed as if he'd downed a bowl of strong liquor. Those peers who had previously mocked him for overreaching now changed their tune, showing the Black Dragon Society the same fawning smiles they once reserved for the Night Wanderer Hall. Hei Long understood perfectly. Today's success was entirely thanks to Liang, and he would repay this debt no matter what. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after defeating Wang Biao, Liang glanced at the timer. About half an hour remained. He immediately commanded his skeleton warriors to spread out and continue hunting monsters. This way, he didn't need to lift a finger, and the efficiency was much higher. Liang flicked his wrist, and 3 white-boned figures clattered to the ground. He leaped lightly and landed steadily on the thick branch of an ancient tree. With the leaves providing cover overhead, he simply pillowed his arms behind his head and closed his eyes to rest. Below, 3 skeleton warriors patrolled vigilantly back and forth, their bone blades reflecting cold light. As long as they existed, he didn't need to worry about any sneak attacks, though he still kept a few more skeletons patrolling the perimeter just to be safe. Before long, his bracelet chimed with crisp notification sounds. You killed an eel snake. Points 100. You killed a flower deer. Points 100. All the results of skeleton warriors clearing monsters everywhere. Even with his eyes closed, Liang could hear his points steadily climbing, and he had only one thought. Damn, this feels amazing. Now he just had to wait for time to run out and reap the rewards. Meanwhile, the discussion outside had reached its peak. On the big screen, the image of Liang lying back with his arms crossed was magnified, and the audience instantly erupted. Holy crap, he's just giving up? Incredible. Everyone else is fighting desperately in the final moments, and he's taking a nap. Well, he's got tons of points. If I had that many, I'd be lying down too. In the VIP section, Wang Tung stared at the display screen and sighed inwardly. Well, I'll be damned, he actually beat Wang Biao. A military officer beside him whispered, those factions in Kuwan City probably can't sit still now. Yeah, they're panicking. Who knows what trouble they'll stir up. Wang Tung rubbed his temples. What was originally meant to be a competition for the soldiers' relaxation might now cause problems for future work. All he could do was sigh. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Only a few minutes remained until the end of the competition. Liang sat up and glanced at his bracelet. Name, Liang. Military District, Central. Points, 24,000. Estimated ranking, 1. Not bad, about what I expected. He smiled. During his rest, the skeleton warriors had continued fighting non-stop, and his points kept climbing. Summoner builds were just awesome for farming even with professional weaknesses, they were almost negligible for him. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a low rumbling sound came from the distance. Large flocks of birds took flight from the sky, sweeping toward them in dark masses as if driven by some terrifying presence. What's going on? Li Yang straightened up, his gaze locking onto the boundary line at the edge of the arena, the area that connected to the wilderness. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. At the same moment, alarms sounded in the external command center. Emergency. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected at the connection point. Approaching the arena. What? Wang Ting shot to his feet, staring at the intelligence officer. Are you certain? This shouldn't be happening. The arena was built in the wilderness, and while the perimeter wasn't under complete control, there were barrier shields plus patrol teams that repeatedly cleared the area. This year's pre-competition inspections had been especially thorough, and nothing like this had ever happened before. Yet here it was, happening now. Without time to think further, Wang Tung barked an order. Notify all personnel to enter the field for support immediately. Use the bracelets to inform the contestants, tell them to retreat now. Something's coming. Inside the arena, numerous elite contestants were still locked in fierce battles, unaware of the approaching crisis. If anything happened to them, it would be a tremendous loss. Alert! Dangerous fluctuations approaching. All contestants must immediately retreat to the rear plaza and await reinforcements. I repeat, fall back to the rear immediately. The piercing announcement from the loudspeakers exploded in everyone's eardrums across the arena. Li Yang's communication bracelet flashed red simultaneously, its alert synchronized with the external broadcast. He froze momentarily, then quickly scanned his surroundings. In the distance, treetops swayed violently under the impact waves, and scorching air currents surged closer like a tide. Without time to think, he activated swift movement, launching himself forward like a projectile through the dense forest. Dead branches scraped against his armor, leaving white scratches, while fallen leaves swirled up in the fierce wind, creating a chaotic brown-yellow pathway beneath his feet. The further he ran toward the rear, the clearer that cold, ominous tremor became. Li Yang could even hear the hissing sound of air being torn apart. If the danger source was truly creating such a disturbance, it would reach this area in just a few more minutes. 10 minutes later, he burst through the tree line into an open clearing. In the rearmost area, contestants were converging from all directions, with 20 to 30 people already gathered in this short time. Everyone looked disheveled, with dark red bloodstains seeping through gaps in their armor, their labored breathing rising and falling in waves. Li Yang landed and quickly pushed into the crowd, looking up toward the mountainside. There, a dense black shadow that seemed impossible to disperse was rolling downward, its outline blurred, yet overwhelmingly oppressive. If reinforcements are any slower, we'll have to face this heat. His heart sank. Given everyone's current condition, they probably couldn't even withstand the first wave of impact. Meanwhile, outside the arena, in the outer plaza, multiple military mobile units were frantically assembling. The sudden crisis had caught everyone off guard, but no one stopped to question the cause. They could only defend. They had to defend. Footsteps echoed chaotically throughout the corridor as coordinators rushed back and forth with terminals, their faces more grim than the warning lights overhead. Wang Tung led several high-ranking military officers in a hurried approach to the teleportation gate. The silver-white frame, which had maintained a steady glow, now appeared consumed by mist, its brightness drastically dimmed. Wang Tung's heart sank as he pressed his hand against the energy core for inspection. After a moment, he spun around sharply. This is bad. The teleportation gate has failed. This power, it's the Abyss. That single sentence hit everyone like a bucket of ice water. The Abyss. The surrounding officers gasped, their faces turning pale. Could that abnormal fluctuation also be their doing? At the mention of the Abyss, everyone instinctively tensed. They were truly a group of madmen, with sinister methods and no moral boundaries. What was terrifying was that they had somehow completed their infiltration under everyone's noses without detection. The teleportation gate is unusable. Several technicians rushed forward for a secondary check, shaking their heads in confirmation. Heavy silence spread through the area. The gate's failure meant support forces couldn't enter the arena immediately, leaving all the contestants inside exposed to danger. Thinking of Li Yang still trapped inside, Wang Tung clenched his jaw. He was a top-tier talent being cultivated by the nation. Nothing could happen to him. Zhao Linger first stood stunned, then turned anxiously toward the technical station. What do we do now? If we don't go in, they won't last much longer. A technician crouched at the control panel, fingers flying across the interface. After reviewing the data, his face showed clear difficulty. The teleportation gate has been completely corrupted by Abyss energy. Complete purification will take at least an hour. An hour? It'll be too late by then. Someone growled, their voice filled with urgency and helplessness. The hall fell instantly silent, everyone's faces taking on an ashen hue. 1 hour? Could that group of nearly exhausted contestants inside possibly hold out that long? Damn it, they had been so close to the end, and now this had to happen. They were all nearly exhausted by now, completely unable to withstand such a fierce assault. Damn those abyssal scum. Now they could only rely on themselves. Wang Ting took a deep breath as sweat trickled down his temples along his cheeks, the worry in his eyes growing even more intense. Rumble. Dark shadows rapidly approached from the distance, the ground shaking like thunderous drums as debris bounced up and fell back down. Liang frowned. What's going on? Why hasn't the reinforcement arrived yet? If this drags on any longer, these unknown creatures will be right in our faces. He remained relatively calm, but the rest of the group was already pale-faced and panic-stricken, intimidated by the black tide that surged forward like a mudslide. What the hell? Where's the promised backup? Why aren't they here yet? This is terrifying. If reinforcements don't come, can just the few of us hold them off? We're doomed. Did they abandon us? In their extreme panic, their speculations became increasingly wild, and many trembled uncontrollably despite gripping their weapons. Liang frowned again. He didn't know why the reinforcements were delayed, but he firmly believed something unexpected must have happened. The only thing they could do was hold on. Whoosh. The dark shadows continued pressing forward, accompanied by a piercing wind that seemed to slice through the air. The shadows gradually took shape. Massive monsters with bodies wrapped in abyssal darkness, their muscles bulging like rocks. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed out of nowhere. Kakik. Weak and pathetic human professionals, submit to the abyss now while you still can, or you'll all become monster fodder. The demon-like raspy voice drilled into everyone's eardrums, frantically attacking their last psychological defenses. The monsters in the distance moved with heavy yet steady steps, each footfall making the ground thunder. Some in the crowd began trembling, their legs going weak as they instinctively retreated. Wowho speaking. Stop playing tricks. So many monsters. What on earth is happening? Li Yang's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at the dense mass of creatures enhanced by abyssal power. Each one's aura was several times stronger than before. Roar. Beast-like howls merged into a deafening chorus that made their eardrums ache. Before anyone could recover, the horde of monsters infused with abyssal power had charged close. We can't just stand here. Everyone grab your weapons. Li Yang shouted sternly, though he knew in his heart. Looks like we'll have to rely on ourselves after all. Confusion and fear shrouded everyone. Someone had to step up and lead. A flash of inspiration struck Li Yang's mind. The undead. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Dark clouds churned and fierce winds howled. Hell-like whispers emerged from the void as skeletal figures burst from the ground, their bodies emanating bone-chilling coldness. Their mere presence crushed the aura of those abyssal monsters. These undead faced away from the crowd, their ghostly bone blades pointing forward like a wall of death. Such a sight filled everyone with an indescribable sense of security despite their terror. With the sudden appearance of the undead, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Holy shit. Thud, thud, thud. The skeleton warriors sprang into action. The heavy iron boots thundered against the ground like war drums as a row of towering bone figures charged without hesitation toward the monster horde that swept in like a plague of locusts. Liang followed close behind. The sudden spectacle left everyone stunned. Who was this person? What did he want? Were all these skeletons his summons? What should they do? Could they still retreat? Let's fight. Finally, someone gritted their teeth, raised their weapon high, and followed Li Yang's lead. Others stood frozen in place, yet still screamed frantically, "You're all insane. Completely mad. How can we possibly stop these things?" Despite their protests, everyone's knuckles turned white as they gripped their weapons, roaring as they charged into the battle line. At the front, dozens of skeleton warriors moved with lightning speed, crashing into the beast tide with thunderous impacts. Bang, bang, bang. The bone blades swept down in a blinding flash of cold light, striking directly at the massive creatures several meters long. Those bodies, originally indestructible after being corrupted and strengthened by the abyss, were now brutally cleaved with shattered bones and severed tendons. The skeleton warriors showed no disadvantage whatsoever. Instead, they fought with an almost crushing dominance. Bone armor clashed as they held the line like an impregnable fortress. The skeleton formation held firm at the front, forcibly carving a gap through the beast tide. Li Yang positioned himself in the rear, drawing his bow. Explosive arrows shot through the air one after another with sharp whistles, followed immediately by thunderous explosions that rolled flames across the battlefield. The clash between humans and monsters erupted into full-scale warfare. For defense, crush them. In that moment, the contestants forgot their competition status and became true soldiers and warriors. Before the black tide of countless enemies, they charged with battle cries, their faces flushed red with passion, radiating fierce determination and fearlessness. The key factor was the skeleton warriors were absolutely devastating. With swift strikes, they could fell a monster in just 2 blows, carving a bloody path through sheer force. In mere moments, the beast tide was completely suppressed. You killed Scorpion Leopard, points 120. You killed Blade Mantis, points 100. You killed Red Snake, points 150. You killed Wrist Bear, points 150. You acquired Talent Skill, Acceleration B. You acquired talent skill, Blazing Fire B. Continuous system notifications exploded in Li Yang's mind so rapidly he could barely keep track. The skeleton warriors' killing efficiency and their incredibly durable bone frames far exceeded everyone's expectations, leaving the spectators with tingling scalps. Thank goodness this bone army was on their side, or they wouldn't last even a second. Hey, what's the deal with these skeletons? This is ridiculous. I remember Wang Biao is also a summoner, and even though his undead puppets are rare and powerful, they're absolute garbage compared to these. This guy is incredible. His skeletons are absurdly overpowered. What kind of class could possibly achieve this level? I'm completely outclassed. Voices of doubt and amazement mixed together, but the battle didn't pause. The skeleton warriors pursued relentlessly, and the beast tide continued to shrink. In just a brief moment, not only were they not overwhelmed by the monsters, but they had actually broken through the front lines. We're saved. Charge. Push them back. Follow the skeleton army. As time passed, Li Yang and his skeletons fought with increasing ferocity, with monster corpses piling up like walls on the ground. Seeing the beast tide on the verge of collapse, the mastermind hiding in the shadows finally couldn't sit still. The roar of an abyssal demon echoed from the void. No, this is impossible. What the hell is happening? What kind of monsters are these skeletons? Before the cry of alarm could fade, a figure shrouded in dark energy materialized high above. With curved horns like a demon, gleaming silver armor, and razor-sharp claws that seemed capable of tearing through steel, an abyssal demon. Its appearance was similar to the demons they had encountered before, but the silver armor and violent aura were several times more powerful. The moment the shadow appeared, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. No wonder. That explains everything. Theory behind this chaos. The creature before them was a 3-star demon. Only a 3-star demon possessed the ability to wield abyssal power, corrupt massive numbers of monsters, and orchestrate a beast tide of this magnitude. Realizing this, the crowd's hearts collectively sank. A 3-star demon could threaten an entire city, yet here it was, brazenly hovering above them. How? How can we possibly fight that? Someone stammered, their scalp tingling with fear. A 3-star demon could not only control and enhance monsters, but its own combat power was terrifying. Even if everyone present joined forces, victory was far from certain. The silver-armored demon in the sky surveyed its surroundings, its grotesque face twisted with rage. Those skeleton warriors had slaughtered the monsters it had painstakingly infected, a loss it could not tolerate, and Li Yang was the one responsible. Excellent. You're strong, which means I absolutely cannot let you live. The demon's voice was harsh and grating. Human powerhouses have no right to exist in this world. It will never allow you to continue growing. Dark mist swirled in its palm as abyssal energy rapidly condensed into a massive blade wreathed in black vapor. Being targeted by a 3-star demon would normally leave ordinary people weak-kneed, perhaps even wetting themselves in terror. But Li Yang looked up at the sky without a trace of fear. I have over 70 skeleton warriors, which means over 70 lives. I can make countless mistakes, but no matter how strong you are, one slip-up and you're finished. With a furious roar, the silver-armored demon transformed into a black meteor and plummeted downward. Li Yang's eyes sharpened as he quickly retreated, not daring to be careless. The next second, the demon crashed down heavily. The earth exploded, and spiderweb cracks instantly spread outward amid billowing black smoke. From within the smoke, a silver blur suddenly shot out, the black blade slashing toward Li Yang. Li Yang raised his lightning halberd to block. Bang! The metallic clash was deafening. A crisp cracking sound came from the halberd, and Li Yang's expression darkened. The gap in weapon quality was too great. If he continued to block, his weapon would shatter immediately. He decisively abandoned defense and leaped backward. In that opening, the silver-armored demon lunged forward with a sinister grin, raising its black blade high before bringing it down in a devastating strike. Kakik. Now's my chance. Die. The abyssal power coiling around the blade stirred the air, generating violent pressure. Bang. However, this strike against Li Yang caused no ripple whatsoever. It didn't even have the slightest effect. All damage was transferred to the skeleton warrior beside him. The silver demon's heart sank, its face filled with disbelief. In that moment of stunned confusion, Li Yang's figure flashed, silently appearing behind his opponent and sweeping his halberd across. Thud. 30,000. Death suppression. Plunder. 150,000. Massive numbers danced wildly before the silver demon's eyes as its health instantly evaporated by a huge chunk. Without time to think, it shuddered violently, dark energy exploding outward as it transformed into a smoky shadow and fled to the distant ground. When it looked up, shock still painted its features. This is impossible. Why? I clearly hit you, yet you're completely unharmed. It stared at its own hands, voice filled with doubt, as if even its own perception had begun to waver. Li Yang offered no response, only watching coldly. Why don't you try a few more times? Provoked to fury, the silver demon's face darkened as it shot into the air, fingers spread wide. A mass of dark energy rapidly expanded into an enormous energy sphere, growing larger and larger as abyssal power surged relentlessly. Oomph, human brat, this move is enough to kill you 10 times over. With those words, the black energy sphere crashed down with devastating force, covering the entire plane and twisting the very air. The tremendous commotion instantly alarmed everyone nearby. What is that? Such terrifying aura. Get away quickly, or we'll all die. The horrifying pressure chilled hearts to the bone. Li Yang's gaze sharpened while the skeleton warriors could share damage. If too many frontline troops were eliminated at once, the situation would spiral out of control. With this thought, he raised his hand and drew out the Wind Dragon token. Wind Dragon. Pale blue currents flowed from the token, condensing into a Azure Dragon Phantom within mere breaths. Having not been summoned for so long, the Wind Dragon was now vastly different, its scales crystal clear and lifelike, the entire dragon radiating a shimmering blue light. Without hesitation, Li Yang leaped onto the dragon's back. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon spread its wings and shot skyward like a blue streak, moving too fast to track. Boom! The black energy sphere slammed into the ground, unleashing a world-destroying shockwave. The earth was forcibly flattened, not a blade of grass left standing, with charred marks scattered everywhere. But man and dragon were long gone from that spot. What? Not only was the silver demon stunned, but everyone who witnessed this scene stood frozen like wooden statues in the sky. One man and one dragon hovered in the air with graceful bearing. That's a dragon. He has a dragon. My heavens, those skeletons are his summons too? How can he be so powerful? Terrifyingly strong. To think our army has such a formidable warrior. The younger generation is truly fearsome. If it were me facing this 3-star demon, I probably couldn't last even a moment. At that moment, the Azure Dragon in the sky suddenly turned and flew toward the demon, while Li Yang wielded his explosive bow, shooting arrow after arrow. For the first time, the silver demon experienced true fear, wrapping itself in black mist as it fled in panic, unable to even maintain its signature menacing appearance. At the same time, outside the entrance, crowds had gathered, the air so thick with tension it was suffocating. Everyone knew the contestants inside were in grave danger, but aside from waiting, there was nothing they could do. Several technicians crouched by the teleportation gate's base, rapidly dismantling and reassembling components as sparks flew. Wang Teng and other combat personnel stood fully armed in formation at the entrance, ready to charge in the moment the portal lit up. Can't you work any faster? Zhao Linger gripped her weapon tightly, her voice filled with anxiety. The technicians looked troubled. Zhou Jiangwo patted her shoulder. Easy now, calm down. Getting worked up like this will only slow them down. Zhao Linger took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress her restlessness. What's really happening in there? So much time has passed, the casualties must be severe. By the time we get in, I'm afraid. A wave of heavy sighs rippled through the crowd. Suddenly, someone came running frantically from the direction of the plaza, their voice breaking the deadlock. No, our people are fine. There's a dragon, and an army of skeletons. What? A dragon? Skeleton army? Liang. Everyone was stunned at first, immediately thinking of that fierce bone legion, but the mention of a dragon left them completely bewildered. Without another word, the messenger pulled out a projection orb. The light sphere hit the ground with a slight tremor, shooting a beam of light into the air as the image unfolded. A mass of abyss monsters surged forward like a black tide, making everyone's skin crawl. At the front, a row of bone-white skeleton warriors raised and lowered their blades, cutting down monsters like harvesting weeds. Behind the skeletons, human professionals fought just as fiercely, using the bone soldiers to clear a path as they battled the creatures to the end. They're safe. The tension eased considerably. Those skeleton warriors are incredible. This is what undead should really be like. Thank goodness, they're still holding on. Where's Liang? I don't see him. He couldn't have already. Before the words were finished, 2 shadows swept across the top of the projection. Leading was a rolling mass of black mist, the abyss demon itself, but as wretched as a stray dog. Is that a 3-star demon? It's fleeing? Everyone's eyes widened. Close behind, an azure dragon shadow tore through the air in pursuit. A dragon. It really is a dragon. Shock turned to exclamation as the scene erupted. Look, there's someone on the dragon's back. The massive dragon's emerald scales gleamed as a human figure stood upright on its spine, appearing small compared to the dragon's body, yet radiating an unyielding strength. He drew his bow and knocked arrows, firing explosive shots like a string of pearls into the silver demon ahead. Holy shit, someone's riding a dragon and hunting a demon? Who is that? That silhouette looks familiar. The projection automatically zoomed in, and the figure gradually became clear. Liang. It's him. Gasps echoed throughout. Just moments ago they had been discussing him, and now they were watching him command a dragon in pursuit of a demon. Is that dragon his too? Incredible. Others flee at the sight of demons, but he's chasing one down. My god, there's probably no one here who could match him now. Watching the dragon and skeleton army in the projection, Wang Tung felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as they're safe. Li Yang's current combat power had long exceeded his understanding. He sighed. In this critical moment, we have to rely on an intern to save the day. A high-ranking official nearby smiled bitterly. Don't take it personally, old Wang. We're human, but he's already what you'd call a monster. It seems like they don't even need us to intervene. They can handle it themselves. Meanwhile, the aerial chase continued. The silver demon, wielding formidable abyssal power and accustomed to arrogance, felt fear for the first time. This human was like a madman. Unkillable, with absurd firepower. Was this really a human professional? Terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp arrows whistled past its silver carapace. Behind it, Li Yang stood on the wind dragon's back in relentless pursuit. The demon ahead dodged left and right like a bull being whipped, its heart racing with each near miss. Left with no choice, it turned and fled toward the rear of the beast tide, feeling utterly frustrated. What the hell? It had intended to deliver a decisive blow, but instead found itself fleeing in disgrace. Did this human and dragon have no respect for the natural order? It was always the one doing the hunting. This was completely backwards. The contestants battling monsters below were also stunned. Good lord, that's a 3-star demon, and it's actually scared enough to run? The key is, one dares to flee, and one dares to chase. This world has gone completely insane. Li Yang saw through the demon's intentions and sneered. Want to run? Accelerate. Full speed ahead. He patted the dragon's neck. Roar. The wind dragon responded with a low growl, its wings beating furiously as cyan airflow wrapped around its feathers, instantly doubling its speed. Caught in the rushing wind, Li Yang was nearly thrown from the dragon's back. He quickly steadied himself as rider and mount closed in on their target at incredible speed. Swish swish. Li Yang drew his bowstring to full tension, cold light flashing. Thud. The arrow pierced through the demon's back, blood and abyssal power exploding outward. Plunder. 72,000. What? The demon whipped around, its face filled with disbelief. Li Yang had already closed in. The demon clutched its chest as abyssal power gushed from the wound, its form wavering before plummeting suddenly. The wind dragon dove in pursuit. Bang, bang. 2 thunderous impacts sent dust flying. As the smoke cleared, Li Yang gripped his lightning halberd, engaging the demon in close combat once more. This time, the wind dragon didn't remain idle, stirring up a tearing wind field that carved gash after gash into the silver carapace with blade-like currents. Damn human. Save those words for hell. Li Yang's lips curved upward. Heaven's eye activate. What? No. Thud. The lightning halberd thrust deep into the demon's heart. Plunder. No. The silver demon shrieked, then suddenly grinned maliciously. If that's how it is, then let's go to hell together. Haha. To have a genius like you as my burial companion, it's worth it. It grabbed Li Yang, its body trembling violently. Was it going to self-destruct? Boom. Black smoke erupted skyward as thick, dark mist covered the battlefield. In an instant, everyone stopped their actions, all eyes turning toward the explosion's epicenter. Is he still alive? Someone shook their head quietly. It looks like that demon self-destructed. A 3-star demon's self-destruction could level an entire village. With Li Yang at the center, his chances are slim. Sigh. Regardless, he sacrificed himself to give us a chance. He's a hero. Being able to take down an abyssal demon, he's truly powerful. What a shame. If he could make it back alive, I'd do everything in my power to arrange a proper funeral for him. Damn it. Can't I think of something positive for once? The black mist infused with abyssal power continued rolling across the scorched earth, spreading toward the sky like spilled ink. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the center of the fog. Li Yang stood there completely unharmed, with a few awkward black streaks across his face. What? He's still alive? Everyone was stunned at first, then erupted in excitement. Holy crap, what a monster. Amazing. Even the strongest tank I've ever seen couldn't have survived that kind of explosion without a scratch. Li Yang exhaled a breath of stale air as wisps of soul fire in his palm extinguished. That beast's self-destruction took out 10 of my skeleton warriors. He brushed the dust off his shoulders, his voice still carrying traces of lingering fear. The power was indeed massive, otherwise it wouldn't deserve to be called a self-destruction. Anyone else would have died dozens of times over. With the silver demon's complete demise, the abyssal power wrapped around the monsters rapidly dissipated. The previously ferocious and violent creatures all froze in unison, their metallic shells fading away to reveal grayish-brown skin, and their eyes shifted from blood red to clear. The horn of human counterattack sounded. Haha, you were the one biting at my pants. Die. Little monster, you're so much weaker than before. Take my punch. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, 30 years later you're old. Now it's my turn to ride you. The warriors' battle cries rose one after another. The monsters, stripped of their enhancement, crumbled like tofu before the skeleton warriors, being torn apart by blades, axes, and bone spears in turn, their screams forming a continuous chorus. In mere moments, they were routed and scattered in all directions. When the last whale was buried in the dust, only human cheers remained across the entire battlefield. The clashing of armor and striking of shields wove together into a victory anthem. We won. We actually won. I'm still alive. Woohoo, we're all alive. Those who had survived the ordeal glowed with excitement, embracing and high-fiving, savoring the sweetness of their narrow escape. Liang had barely regained his composure when he found himself surrounded by an impenetrable crowd. Brother, you're so strong thanks to you. We definitely wouldn't have lasted this long. Boss, your skeleton warriors are so cool. Can I touch them? Brother, your archery is godlike. Are you taking disciples? Ahem, I don't take disciples. Liang cleared his throat lightly. He had expected people to keep their distance, but hadn't anticipated such enthusiasm. He decided to relax and let himself be swept up in the celebratory wave. This hard-won victory belonged to everyone present. This scene was transmitted through the surveillance crystal to the outer plaza, where the crowd erupted in equal excitement. Worthy of Kuwan City's warriors. Mere monsters and demons, they all fell. Haha. They're all heroes. Liang from the Central War Zone, a newcomer who took down a 3-star demon. When that demon tried to take him down with its self-destruction, I nearly had a heart attack, but thankfully it was a false alarm. When they come out, we must throw them a victory banquet. Wang Tung stared at the footage, his eyes slightly red, murmuring to himself, this is the true edge of human professionals. Then he sighed softly. Unfortunately, Liang probably won't stay. He was already feeling reluctant to let him go. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.